At a local labor market, job seekers surged toward every contractor who entered, like waves crashing against the shore. Li, jostled and pushed from all sides, could only sigh inwardly. Because he had awakened the weakest class, even finding a decent job was a challenge. You, 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 and you come with me. The contractor barked, his sharp gaze sweeping the crowd. The glint of his appraisal skill flickered, and he quickly picked out the strongest men. Just as he was about to leave, a powerful voice rang out across the market. Bricks on my shoulder, I build walls sky high. Steel bars tied tight, iron frames rising high. Paint brushed smooth, tiles laid just right. Am not afraid of hardship, this site is my home. The crowd turned to stare, surprised by the confident chant. The contractor, now intrigued, looked the young man up and down. Kid, just awakened? But when the contractor used his appraisal skill, his expression changed instantly. A drank summoner? He scoffed. On a construction site, that bottom-tier class was useless. Even summoned creatures would barely be able to haul bricks. Li braced himself and cast his summoning spell. A shaky stone golem materialized in the magic circle, chalk dust crumbling off its body, looking like it could fall apart at any moment. The contractor shook his head in disappointment. Too weak. You'd better go work in a factory tightening screws. Back in his shabby apartment, Li stared at his pitiful character panel. Strength 5, Agility 5, Constitution 5, Spirit 5, Magic Power 8, 3 level 1 skills, and only 200 yuan, barely enough for half a month's rent. In this data-driven world, he was at the very bottom. Just as despair began to set in, something extraordinary happened. His character panel suddenly shone with a brilliant golden light, and the 4 special privileges of the Destiny Affix, Summoner Sovereign, appeared. Instant cast skills with no cooldown, summons that would never betray or be controlled, a Summoner's Pact every 20 levels, and an Evolution Stone every 5 levels. In his inventory, a golden contract and a radiant, multicolored orb gleamed with mysterious energy. The more Li studied these perks, the more his excitement grew. Not only could he unleash spells like a turret, but he could also form pacts with dungeon bosses. Other summoners might be stuck in factories, but he would sweep through dungeons with the power of bosses, earning a 50 experience bonus and claiming all the rewards for himself. Even the extraordinary trials were just a free ride on the teleportation array. With enough money, what skills couldn't he buy? Why bother with college anymore? With that thought, Li could no longer sit still. He quickly finished washing up, stuffed 2 sets of clothes into his backpack, made sure his power bank was in an easy-to-reach outer pocket, and caught the bus to the trial registration center. As the bus swayed gently, Li pulled out his phone and his fingers moved swiftly across the screen, searching for detailed information on each dungeon. As a level 1 summoner, his combat ability was nearly the same as an ordinary person's. Even regular minor monsters could pose a fatal threat. He needed to find a dungeon where he could go straight to the boss, avoiding dangerous areas filled with monsters. The information on his phone showed that each dungeon would dynamically adjust the monster's levels and stats according to the player's level. This meant that if he entered at level 1, the monsters he encountered would also be level 1. Weeping Cavern, boss number 2. Venomous Demon Orb, Lux. Li frowned. The skill set was decent, but the route required passing through 2 poisonous gas zones, and the price of antidotes was way beyond his budget. Howling Wind Ridge, boss number 1. Captain of the Shadow Raven Guards. The armor looked impressive, and there was a shortcut, but he could be spotted at any time by the ravens patrolling overhead. Goldmine Cavern, boss number 3. Kobold Foreman, Tome. A typical pushover boss, and the path was direct, but the route was riddled with traps. One misstep, and all his efforts would be wasted. Half an hour passed, and Li grew increasingly frustrated. Did he really have a golden finger, but couldn't find the right target? Just as he was about to give up, a news notification next to him caught his eye. According to reports, safety inspectors discovered the unique hidden boss, Liyue Kalogas, in the collapsed jungle of the Dark Forest Dungeon Group. Inspectors advised candidates to avoid the rocky pool area where Liyue Kalogas resides when attempting this dungeon. Li immediately opened the search bar and looked up information on Liyue Kalogas. Wow, his eyes widened. This Orcish female warrior not only held the title Moonhowl Swordmaster, but was also an exceptionally rare titled boss in a low-level dungeon, and she was a unique hidden boss. The information explained, titled meant the boss had special attributes, usually only seen on high-tier bosses. Hidden indicated the boss only appeared under rare conditions or with a special trigger, and unique meant the boss would never respawn once defeated, it was gone forever. Bosses with all 3 of these traits not only had bizarre mechanics, but were also incredibly powerful and difficult to defeat. Although killing one could boost your dungeon rating, it wouldn't count toward dungeon progress, so unless there was a specific need, few teams would ever challenge them. Of course, the rewards for defeating such a boss were extremely generous, with a high chance of dropping rare items. Liyue Kalogas has appeared in the collapsed jungle for 15 years, and no team has managed to defeat her? Li was stunned. For a boss to survive 15 years, her strength must be terrifying. Suddenly, His gaze landed on the rocky pool route map and the information, and his eyes widened again. The route started right at the entrance to the collapsed jungle and led directly to the rocky pool, with no monsters or traps along the way. Damn. Li Yi's breathing quickened, his blood surging with excitement. Liu Ekologas was a titled, unique, hidden boss without a doubt, the most powerful boss in any level 1 dungeon and the perfect contract target. Heart pounding, he searched for images of Liu Ekologas. Most results were blurry, but one relatively clear photo showed her sharpening her sword beside the rocky pool. A tall, muscular orc woman with short white hair. An hour later, the bus stopped in front of the professional registration office. Li Yi walked straight toward the registration desk, his steps steady and determined. As he reached the entrance, a group of 5 who had just finished signing up were coming out, laughing and chatting. Li Yi. Hearing someone call his name, Li Yi turned and saw that it was his classmate, Zhao Gang. If he remembered correctly, Zhao Gang had awakened as a shield warrior, a frontline class known for its strong defense but only average attack power. A look of schadenfreude immediately appeared on Zhao Gang's face, his lips curling up. Well, isn't this our campus heartthrob? What brings you here? Taking a break from factory work? Don't tell me you're here to sign up for the trial? No way, right? Li Yi frowned slightly. He had barely interacted with Zhao Gang before, let alone had any conflict. If there was a reason for Zhao Gang's attitude, it was probably jealousy over his looks. Suddenly, he remembered Zhao Gang had a crush on a girl who once wrote Li Yi a love letter. She was a pretty girl from the next class, but her name escaped him. Zhou Shui, come look. Your ex-boyfriend's here. Zhao Gang suddenly turned and called loudly to a tall, sweet-looking girl in a short skirt behind him. Zhou Shui immediately looked annoyed, snapping, "What nonsense are you talking about? He's not my ex. There's nothing between us." Li Yi had planned to ignore Zhao Gang's provocations, treating them like a dog barking on the street. But since Zhou Shui was mentioned, he decided to clarify, "I'm not her ex-boyfriend. There's nothing between us." In truth, Zhou Shui had pursued him for half a year. She was the school beauty, attractive and popular, but not Li Yi's type, so he had never responded to her advances. Before his awakening, she would message him hundreds of times a day. After that, she vanished as if she had never existed, probably deleting all his contact info. Having said his piece, Li Yi was about to head to the registration desk when someone stepped in front of him, Zhou Shui's boyfriend, Wang Tianming. His face was dark, his eyes full of hostility. With a threatening tone, he said, "Shui'er is my girlfriend now. Do yourself a favor and stay away." Li Yi couldn't help but find it amusing. So the persistent admirer finally got his wish. No wonder he was acting so territorial. "I'm just here to sign up for the extraordinary trial. It has nothing to do with her." As soon as he finished, the 5 of them froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. "A summoner who can't even handle low-level monsters wants to sign up for a dungeon trial? Who gave you the confidence? This is hilarious. Are you tired of living? Planning to be monster fodder?" Zhao Gang held back his laughter and patted Li Yi's shoulder, putting on a mock-serious face. "Li Yi, as your classmate, let me give you some advice. Just stick to factory work. Put in some overtime while you're young. Save up, find a nice factory girl, settle down, and have kids. Otherwise, you'll end up picking up leftovers. If all else fails, maybe find a sugar mammy. You've got the looks for it." The group burst into laughter again. Li Yi remained calm in the face of their ridicule. He wasn't about to let a bunch of kids get under his skin. To him, it was just noise. He stepped forward to enter the registration office, but Wang Tianming grabbed his arm. "Do you even know the basic admission requirements for the extraordinary university this year?" Wang Tianming sneered, pointing to a poster on the wall. Li Yi looked up and saw the requirements clearly listed. 1. Level 10. 2. Clear 5 different multiplayer dungeons, with at least 20 total clears, and at least 5 clears rated silver 2 stars or higher. 3. Clear 2 different team dungeons, with at least 5 total clears, and at least 3 clears rated silver 1 star or higher. After laughing, Zhao Gang shook his head in mock pity. "Give it up. Summoners are too weak. No dungeon team will want you. Without a team, how are you going to get experience?" He went on to explain that new professionals, even those with strength classes, usually needed to team up for efficiency and safety. If you can't even get into a team as a summoner, forget about reaching level 10. Getting to level 2 would be an achievement. Li Yi's expression didn't change, his voice calm and steady. "That's none of your concern. Please step aside." Wang Tianming sneered and moved out of the way. "Don't say we didn't warn you. If you want to throw your life away in the dungeons, that's your business." Li Yi walked straight into the registration area without glancing to the side. Instantly, all eyes turned to him, and the room buzzed with whispers. Everyone was shocked. Was he really signing up? Was something wrong with him? Who would choose summoner as their class? Even if the team was short-handed, picking a support role would be better than a summoner, right? People shook their heads, muttered a few words, and quickly dismissed the whole thing from their minds. Wang Tianming, on the other hand, was secretly pleased. Had heard that the legendary Roaring Moon Sword Master had appeared again in the Sunken Forest. Once they reached level 2, they'd have to try their luck against that unique boss. Zhou Shui's eyes lit up with excitement. "I'm in. I checked the province's time trial and score leaderboard's fastest completion is 7 hours, 6 minutes, and 4 seconds. The top score is silver, 6 stars, and both records were set by teams led by 2 A-rank players. Tianming and I are both A-rank. If we can find one more A-rank teammate, the 3 of us together could definitely break the record. When Zhao Gang and the others heard the words break the record, their eyes practically gleamed. If they could take first place in the province, getting into a good university would be no problem. Everyone quickly agreed. Wang Tianming slapped his thigh and said boldly, "Let's go, Darkwood Forest awaits." After signing up, Li Yi left the registration area with his teleportation token in hand. This token was the key to the teleportation arrays connecting cities and regions, and using it usually cost a fortune, at least 100,000 for cross-province travel. But during the Transcendent trials, players could use it 3 times for free. After each use, it needed a 20-day recharge period. Li Yi headed toward the teleportation array and chose the Darkwood Forest instance cluster. After 10 dizzying seconds, the sounds of a bustling crowd filled his ears. Li Yi opened his eyes and found himself in Darkwood Forest. In front of him was a small town, the sky above dim, and endless dense woods surrounding the area. The town's buildings lined up neatly, and the streets bustled with adventurers calling out to each other and lively shops. Li Yi stood by the teleportation array, glanced around, and decided not to rush to get a feel for the place first. Not far away, he heard shouts. Looking for team members for the Sunken Forest raid, need 1 tank, 1 support, 2 healers. Team average level 2. Another voice called out. Forming a 5-man party for the Shadow River Gorge instance, need 1 more healer, supports welcome too. Team average level 3. Healers especially welcome to help finish off enemies and get more XP. Li Yi's interest was piqued, and he looked over. A knight was loudly recruiting teammates, a thick spellbook hanging from his belt. It turned out he was a blessing knight and a rank support class, and the book was his spellcasting focus. Li Yi wasn't focused on the class, though what caught his eye was the knight's unusually high level. The Transcendent trials had only just begun, but someone was already level 3? That was an incredibly fast pace. Just then, someone tapped him lightly on the shoulder. "Hey man." Li Yi turned to see a boy his age with a friendly smile. Yi Feiyu, an assassin. I'm putting together a 5-man team for the Bone Camp instance. We have 2 people already, the other's a ranger. We're all level 1, just arrived for the trial. Interested in joining our regular team? Li Yi was curious and asked, "Would you take a summoner?" Yi Feiyu was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "You're kidding, right? Summoners don't come to the trial, they're back in the workshop turning screws. Who would recruit a summoner? Besides, Bone Camp is a simple first-year instance. A class like summoner just isn't a good fit. You can basically clear most challenges with any combination of 5 classes. Even so, no one wanted to team up with a summoner. This made Li Yi realize just how awkward the summoner's position was in the game. He casually made an excuse about already having a team and walked away, continuing to explore the camp town. As he was walking, a cheerful female voice rang out. Thunderblade Guild is recruiting. Led by Enshrank Thunderblade Swordsman. We're all about teamwork and great benefits. Also, we're paying top prices for blue and green gear. Li Yi's eyes lit up, and he headed toward the source of the voice. A friendly, slightly chubby girl was enthusiastically introducing the guild to passersby. He stepped forward to ask about their gear buyback prices. "We're a brand new guild, and we've got a special promotion going on," the girl replied with a sweet smile, pointing to the QR code behind her. "We'll buy any gear below level 10 for 10 above the market price. Just download the Duo E app to check the current market value. Just enter the gear's name and stats." Li Yi scanned the code and downloaded the app, finding it pretty useful. After stocking up on food and water for 2 days, he headed straight for the entrance to the Sinkhole Jungle Dungeon and stepped through the portal. Everything went black for a moment. When he opened his eyes, he was standing atop a massive platform. Overhead, the sky was dim, and the damp air carried a strange, foul odor, like coxcomb flowers. In the distance, eerie lights flickered between layers of dense forest, sending chills down his spine. Suppressing his unease, Li Yi opened the dungeon map had downloaded earlier and carefully double-checked the route to Chaos Rock Pool. This was a real supernatural space. If he died here, there would be no second chances. After confirming his path, he took a deep breath and set out along a weed-choked trail. As he ventured deeper, the light grew dimmer and the air colder. He moved with utmost caution, every muscle tense, careful not to alert any lurking danger. About an hour later, he heard the faint sound of running water. Following the sound, he soon spotted a pool beneath a cliff, where a waterfall plunged down. Beside the pool, a tall, muscular female orc was practicing her sword skills. Whispering Moonsword Master, Liu Ekologas, detected, flashed a message on his class panel. Li Yi's heart pounded, and his clenched fists trembled with nerves. He knew there was no coming back. If he failed to form a contract, it meant real death. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself and continued to approach cautiously. But as soon as he entered within 30 meters, a shrill alarm blared from his panel. "Warning! You've been spotted by Liu Ekologas." You are now in combat. In the distance, the orc warrior woman let out a furious roar, gripping her massive sword with both hands as she charged straight at Li Yi. A surge of anxiety hit Li Yi, and he quickly pulled out the golden sacred contract, silently reciting the words of the pact in his mind. The contract instantly shone with a dazzling golden light, transforming into a beam that shot directly toward Liu Kalawagasi, piercing straight into the center of her forehead. The orc warrior slowed to a halt, her eyes losing focus as she stared blankly ahead. Li Yi's heart pounded in his chest as he silently prayed, "Please, let this work." Name: Liu Kalawagasi. Race: Orc. Age: 30. Rank: Lesser Lord. Level: 199. Strength: 150. Agility: 100. Constitution: 100. Spirit: 100. Magic Power: 100. Skills: Sword Frenzy Max, Gale Step Max, Fearsome Roar Max, Magic Shield Max. Passives: Sturdy Body Max, Magic Resistance Max, Rapid Recovery Max, Last Stand Max. Hobbies: Training, Combat, Hunting, Fine Wine. Loyalty, Respect. Skill points: 0. Li Yi drew a sharp breath, utterly shocked. As expected, she was the unique hidden boss of the team. Dungeoner stats were simply outrageous. Every attribute started at 100 points at level 1, while he had a pitiful 5 points in each. The difference was like night and day. The dungeon adjusted monster stats dynamically according to the player's level, so Liu Kalawagasi matched Li Yi's level, but all her skills remained maxed out. The power of max-level skills had to be terrifying. Li Yi's heart raced as his gaze fell on her rank, and he muttered to himself, "A lord? How is there a lord-ranked boss in a normal team dungeon?" Dungeon difficulties ranged from normal, adventure, heroic, epic, legendary, to inferno, and bosses were ranked as normal, elite, leader, captain, commander, lord, king, and emperor. Dungeons available to levels 1 through 10 were considered first tier, and under normal circumstances, the highest boss rank would only be elite. For a lord-ranked boss to appear in a first-tier dungeon was a nightmare for any Rukia completely unbeatable foe. No wonder Liu Kalawagasi had survived in the Chasm Jungle Team dungeon for 15 years. Who could possibly defeat her? Even rare classes stood no chance. Li Yi swallowed hard, his mind spinning in disbelief. Had he really just formed a pact with a lord-ranked boss? After her initial days, Li Yu's eyes slowly regained clarity. "What happened to me?" she murmured in a language thick with confusion. In her memories spanning decades, she had been like a puppet, stripped of thought, self, and emotion. Each day was spent sharpening her blade, training, and fighting human adventurers. She would defeat challenger after challenger, only to face new ones in an endless cycle. Maybe, after she grew old, she would one day fall to an adventurer and end this aimless existence. Yet, a question lingered in her mind. Why did she have to fight adventurers? Why did they all try to kill her? These questions circled in her thoughts, as if her very existence revolved around battling adventurers and eventually dying by their hands. The moment the contract was sealed, Liu Kalawagasi felt an unprecedented surge of change flood her heart. Her once numb consciousness awakened, her thoughts grew clear, and emotions crashed over her like a tide. She was no longer a puppet without a sense of self, but a true Moonblade warrior, a proud female fighter of the orc tribe. Looking at her human master before her, Liu's heart swelled with emotion. It was he who had given her a new life. With purposeful steps, she walked toward Li Yi, barely able to contain her excitement with each stride. Li Yi watched as Liu approached, his heartbeat unconsciously quickening. "Hi there," he stammered, trying to sound calm. Liu stopped in front of him, dropped to one knee, and struck her chest 3 times with her right fist. "I, Liu Kalawagasi, pledged to become the sword in my master's hand, to fight for my master." Her voice was rough yet resolute as she made her vow in the guttural orc tongue. Although the language was unfamiliar, the bond of the contract allowed Li Yi to understand her words perfectly. "Please, get up." Li Yi hurried to help her. The moment his fingers touched her arm, he was startled by the sheer strength she possessed. When Liu stood, her full height of nearly 1 meter 90 became apparent. She was a full head taller than Li Yi. She wore a simple animal skin top and shorts, her bronzed, rough skin stretched over powerful muscles. Her features were bold, with thick lips framed by 2 sharp tusks, an upturned nose, and deep wynard eyes that radiated fierce charisma. "That's right, the evolution stone." Li Yi suddenly remembered, producing the sacred stone. "This stone will help you evolve. Don't resist its power." Liu frowned slightly. In orc tradition, evolution was a rare opportunity earned only by the strongest through arduous training. But since it was her master's command, she nodded without hesitation. Li Yi pressed the stone to her forehead, and pure white light instantly sank into her. Soon, a radiant glow emanated from within, encasing her in a slowly spinning cocoon of light. Half an hour later, the cocoon stopped spinning. As the message "evolution successful" appeared, fine cracks began to spread across its surface. Suddenly, a split burst open, and 2 long, shapely legs emerged, the skin now smooth and flawless. Li Yi stared in disbelief, swallowing hard. Next, a pair of slender hands tore open the cocoon. Bathed in dazzling light, a breathtaking woman over 2 meters tall with crisp white short hair stepped forward. Li Yi's eyes widened in astonishment and joy. Golden Finger Daddy, you really do know what I like. Liyue Carlagas' evolved form was truly stunning. Her high-bridged nose and large eyes gave her a deep, piercing look. The fangs were gone, replaced by delicate, full red lips, and every feature of her face radiated a bold and striking beauty. Her thick, fluffy short white hair added an exotic flair, perfectly accentuating her crimson pupils, which glimmered with a hint of enchantment. Her cool, aloof expression resembled that of a battle-hardened female general, exuding confidence and power. Her physique was equally impossible to ignore. She had a graceful, swan-like neck, a curved back reminiscent of a butterfly's wings, elegantly rounded hips, a slender waist, and long, sculpted legs. Every angle of her body, now a perfect pear shape, was as enticing as a character drawn straight from a comic book. The once prominent muscles had vanished, replaced by distinctly feminine curves and well-defined abs. She now stood at an imposing 2.2 meters tall. Standing before Li Yi, she exuded an overwhelming sense of dominance, as if she could easily crush anything around her. Li Yi looked up at her, a wave of surprise and awe sweeping through him. Liyue was also examining her new form, clenching her fists repeatedly to feel the power within. Although her muscles had disappeared, she didn't feel any weaker. In fact, she sensed she was even stronger, and her increased height seemed to come with new abilities. She felt a bit awkward about the changes to her chest, and the tightness of her top and shorts made her slightly anxious. But seeing that Li Yi hadn't taken his eyes off her since her evolution, some of her worries faded away. She didn't care much about her appearance. What mattered was that her master liked it. It took Li Yi a good 10 seconds to snap out of his daze. He coughed to hide his embarrassment, but his gaze lingered on Liyue. Then, he shifted his attention to her attribute panel. Name, Liyue Carlogas. Race, Orc. Rank, King. Class, Sword Saint. Level, 199. Strength, 100. Agility, 150. Constitution, 100. Spirit, 100. Magic Power, 100. Skills. Berserker Swordsmanship Max. Gale Step Max. Intimidating Roar Max. Sword Aura Shield Max. Passives. Sword Intent Tempering Max. Rapid Recovery Max. Magic Resistance Max. Desperate Gamble Max. Talents. Way of the Sword Saint LV.1. Sword Intent Perception LV.1. Light Sword Mastery LV.1. Way of the Sword Saint LV.1. 5 damage. Light Sword Mastery LV.1. 5 armor penetration, 10 attack speed. Sword Intent Perception LV.1. Sense surroundings with sword intent, 5 dodge. Hobbies, training, combat, hunting, fine wine, protecting her master. Loyalty, devotion, affection, intimate. Skill points, 0. She actually advanced to king rank. Li Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. If he remembered correctly, among all the swordsman classes, there was a hidden class called Sword Saint. Only one person awakened it every 10 years, and their power was so overwhelming that they could surpass 99 of all other classes. Every awakening caused a global stir. Now, Liyue, as a boss, had actually achieved this class. Looking at her stats, a king-ranked boss with the Sword Saint's abilities was unbelievably strong. Li Yi's heart pounded. Liyue and now seemed like an overwhelmingly powerful being, inspiring awe and respect. While her overall stats hadn't changed, the emphasis had shifted. Originally a strength-based class, she was now an agility-based class after becoming a Sword Saint. She had also gained 3 new talents, and judging by their level 1 bonuses, her future growth potential was immense. Her loyalty had reached the level of devotion, and a new affection system seemed to have been unlocked. Affection? Does that mean there'll be some special changes in the future? Li Yi couldn't help but wonder. With such a perfect, powerful, and captivating exotic woman as his contracted servant, no man could resist her allure. Li Yi was certainly no exception. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Liyue. After her evolution, she looked like a flawless character straight out of a comic book. Her delicate features and stunning figure were simply impeccable. The only thing that truly stood out was her height. She towered over him by a full 40 centimeters, and her long, shapely legs seemed almost unreal, easily measuring at least 1.3 meters. Standing at 1.8 meters himself, Li Yi suddenly felt small in comparison, like a grade schooler next to an adult. Quickly shaking off these distracting thoughts, he forced himself to focus on the task at hand. Their top priority was to clear the dungeon, level up, and gather equipment and materials to sell. He secretly made a mental note. Once he had enough money, he would definitely get Liyue a fitted combat suit. Liyue was swinging her massive sword, getting used to her new body, while Li Yi pulled out his phone to study the strategy guide for the Sinkhole Jungle Dungeon. This was a small, 15-person team dungeon with 4 bosses. The first boss, the bloodthirsty butcher Tsuega, was about a half-hour's walk away, but heading there directly from their current position would take them off the standard route, making monster encounters unpredictable. Even with Lai Wei by his side, that would be risky. Just as he was about to double back to the dungeon entrance and follow the recommended path, it suddenly hit him had a local guide right beside him. Sure enough, Lai Wei knew the area inside out. With her newly enhanced, magnetic voice, she shared detailed information about the entire dungeon, including the existence of a hidden boss that had never been discovered before. Corrupted priest UPU? Li Yi searched through all his resources but couldn't find any record of this boss. That meant there was a real chance for a first kill. The thought of the bonus experience, higher dungeon rating, and the potential value of new strategy info made him swallow hard. But he quickly calmed himself. There was still a long way to go. With Li Yu's intel, they revised their route. The standard path to the first boss only required clearing 5 waves of minor monsters, with 4 to 5 creatures per wave. From where they were now, though, they'd have to face 13 waves, only 3 of which could be avoided. Li Yi gritted his teeth and decided to clear everything they encountered. After all, it was all extra experience. 10 minutes later, the two of them were hiding behind a large tree, watching 3 dilapidated wooden huts about 20 meters ahead. 5 gnolls were gathered around an iron pot, cooking something that smelled so good. Li Yi's stomach started to rumble. At his signal, Lai Wei sprang into action. She darted forward like a panther, covering the 20 meters in an instant. The gnolls barely managed to shout intruder, before Li Yu's massive sword sliced through them with ease. In just a couple of heartbeats, 5 wolf heads hit the ground. System notifications popped up one after another. Taking down these 5 level 1 gnolls had earned them 75 experience points, including a 50 solo bonus. With each level from 1 to 10 requiring 2,000 experience points, Li Yi's progress bar now sat at 3.75. He glanced at Li Yu's bar, which was already at 99, and immediately transferred 20 experience points to her. Lai Wei Kuroga's has reached level 2. I got stronger? Lai Wei stood still, a hint of confusion flashing in her beautiful eyes. She could clearly feel a sudden surge of power within her, and she couldn't help but turn to look at Li Yi, uncertainty written on her face. Don't worry, I'm the one who made you stronger, Li Yi explained with a smile. This will happen often from now on, so you'd better get used to it. Lai Wei stared at him in shock. In her understanding, gaining strength was always a long process of training and fighting. Yet her master could bestow power with a simple gesture. This completely shattered everything she knew. The shock made her affection for Li Yi jump by 10 points, reaching the level of close. Li Yi paused as he glanced at the system notification. Was it really this easy to raise her affection? What he didn't realize was that his seemingly ordinary power-up was, to Lai Wei, nothing short of a complete upheaval of her worldview. When he checked Li Yu's stats panel, Li Yi couldn't help but gasp. Strength, 125. Agility, 230. Constitution, 125. Spirit, 110. Magic power, 110. A single level up added 150 attribute points, 15 times more than a summoner would get. Li Yi took a few deep breaths to calm himself. On second thought, as a summoner, he was supposed to rely on his summoned beasts anyway. The stronger Lai Wei became, the stronger he was too. Realizing this, he quickly felt at ease. My skills can be upgraded too? Li Yu's surprise turned to delight. At her suggestion, Li Yi allocated all 4 of his skill points to sword intent perception. This way I can protect you better, Lai Wei said earnestly. Even with your incredible abilities, your true self still needs to be kept safe. Her loyalty moved Li Yi deeply. With sword intent perception raised to level 5, Li Yu's evasion increased by 15. Seeing her thrilled expression, Li Yi chuckled. You'll get used to it. He gained another 10 affection points. Before they left, Li Yi was drawn by a delicious aroma to the camp's cooking pot. But the moment he lifted the lid, his face went pale. Inside were chopped up goblins. The sight of bodies so similar to humans made him almost retch. I'm never looking in the pot again without knowing what's cooking, he silently vowed. Over the next hour, with Li Yu's overwhelming strength, they cleared out the remaining 12 waves, 54 monsters in total, and earned 810 experience points. Li Yi smiled, satisfied. With so many minor monsters, a 15-person team would need at least 3 hours to clear them all. Thanks to Lai Yu carrying Li Yi through, they finished everything in just 1 hour including travel time. That was awesome, Li Yi thought, secretly pleased, but he soon felt a pang of disappointment. Too bad none of these monsters dropped anything valuable. Gnolls like these are just too poor. The ground was littered with broken limbs. A necromancer would be thrilled to see so many high-quality materials for their craft, but to Li Yi, they were worthless. He didn't even want to look at them, afraid they'd make him sick. The two sat down on the spot, took out some dry rations to fill their stomachs, and after a short rest, headed straight for the lair of the first boss, the bloodthirsty butcher, Shui Gu, at the jungle slaughterhouse. Li Yi's spirits lifted, his eyes shining with anticipation. Bosses always drop loot. Hopefully, he'll get something valuable this time. Shui Gu, the bloodthirsty butcher, was a massive gnoll, standing 1.8 meters tall, at least a head taller than the average gnoll. Right now, He was at the center of the slaughterhouse, hacking apart a wild ox with a blood-stained cleaver. Shuei guessed mechanics weren't complicated, but there were two things that demanded extra attention. First, every time Shuei guessed magic shield drops by 20, he'll throw out a butcher's hook at a random target, pulling them right in front of him. Li Yi recalled from the guide. You can have a shield warrior or guardian knight take the hit, or let an assassin like a shadow walker deliberately bait the hook, and then use shadow meld to dodge the follow-up attack. The safest way, of course, is to have a necromancer use a summoned creature as a meat shield. Li Yi thought for a moment, a sly smile forming on his lips. Mechanics-wise, a summoner's creatures are the most cost-effective. If they die, you can just summon more. The only problem is, they're too weak to survive the hook. Luckily, my skills have no cooldown. Li Yi chuckled, quickly draining his mana and summoning 10 stone guardians in rapid succession. He lined them up in front of himself, forming a sturdy wall. No matter how strong Shuei guess hook is, there's no way it'll break through 10 stone guardians. The second thing to watch out for is that Shuei Gu will randomly target someone for a relentless chase when he's about to die. Li Yi continued his analysis. For most teams, this is the most dangerous part of the whole fight. But Li Yi wasn't worried. With Liu there, Shuei Gu would never get close to him. Let's do this. Li Yi signaled to Liu. Liu drew her great sword with a swift, practiced motion. Her long legs pushed off the ground, and she charged at Shuei Gu like a bolt of lightning. You wretches! He'll slaughter you all. Shuei Gu roared in Null tongue. Spotting Liu, he bared his fangs in a vicious grin and lunged at her. Liu swung her greatsword in a powerful arc, landing a heavy blow on Shuei Guest's chest. The sheer force sent him flying like a cannonball, crashing into the butcher's table, which shattered into splinters. A red aura shimmered over Shuei Guest's body, the sign his magical shield had been shattered, and that had entered his berserk, desperate phase. Bosses and elite monsters can form magical shields for defense as long as they have enough mana. Usually, it takes a team a long time to wear them down, Li Yi analyzed. But Liu smashed his shield with a single blow. She's incredible. He'll tear you apart. Shuei Gu howled in Null tongue. He scrambled to his feet, pulled a gleaming iron hook from his belt, and hurled it with all his might. The hook whistled through the air, headed straight for Li Yi. But Li Yi was ready. He was already crouched behind his stone guardians. The hook punched through the first stone guardian, then the second, then the third, finally snagging the fourth and dragging it back toward Shuei Gu. Shuei Guest's eyes blazed red as he swung his axe and smashed the stone guardian to pieces. As a low-level elemental creature, the stone guardian had no intelligence or will. Its destruction meant nothing to Li Yi. While Shuei Gu was focused on the stone guardians, Liu moved like a phantom, suddenly appearing in front of him. Her greatsword flashed, and a spray of blood filled the air. Shuei Guest's head was sent flying, completely severed from his body. Li Yi killed the bloodthirsty butcher, Suega, and gained 225 experience points. Next to Qiji's corpse, 2 glowing green orbs floated in the air. Delighted, Li Yi quickly got up and scampered over, grabbing one of the orbs. As the light faded, a pair of pitch-black leather gloves appeared in his hands. Butcher's goblin leather gloves, he muttered, glancing at their stats and frowning slightly. The gloves weren't bad. Green quality, 2 agility, 1 constitution, and 5 attack speed. However, the words goblin leather made Li Yi's smile freeze. Images of the hyenaman's cooking pot flashed through his mind, making his stomach churn. Clearly, these gloves really were made from goblin hide. If he hadn't seen that scene earlier, he might have put them on without a second thought. But now, just imagining it made him nauseous. That's seriously disgusting. He muttered, tossing the gloves into his storage bag, deciding to sell them later. After all, he was just tagging along behind the sword saint, and a minor stat boost wasn't worth it. He turned to the second orb and grabbed it. Instantly, he felt a different kind of weight in his hand, a dagger with a blade about 30 centimeters long. According to its stats, this was a butcher's boning knife, an offhand dagger, green quality, 5 agility, with a special effect, 3 penetration. Finally, something I can use. Li Yi's eyes lit up. Even though non-agility classes didn't get skill bonuses from agility, it still improved dodge, speed, and reflexes. For him, any boost to speed was valuable. With Liu cutting down enemies up ahead, all he needed to do was stay alive and occasionally toss out a few energy starbursts. He equipped the boning knife and set it to hidden, letting him enjoy its benefits without hindering his movements. Solo runs really were the best. He couldn't help but feel smug. In a 15-man small raid, each boss only dropped 2 pieces of gear, and there were just 8 in total at the end. Others risked their lives for a single item, but he got to keep 2 all to himself. Onward. Without hesitation, Li Yi headed for the second boss. Along the way, there were barely any mobs, just 7 waves. Li Yi and Liu took half an hour to clear them out, earning 480 experience points. The second boss was Katas the Knoll Huntera One-Eyed Knoll, slightly smaller than Suega. Compared to Tsuega, Katas had a much simpler skill set and mechanics. The only real threat was his 2 hyena pets, which would randomly target players for a bloody hunt lasting 30 seconds. posing some danger to Li Yi. Li Yi's strategy was simple. Have Lai Wei take out the two hyenas first. Without his pets, Katas was as good as a training dummy and was easily defeated. He dropped two more green items, a spear suited for rangers and a necklace. Meaty collar? Li Yi muttered, unimpressed as he checked its stats. Green quality, 3 constitution, 5 attack speed. He had no use for it and planned to sell it off later. There were no mobs between the second and third bosses, only traps filled with carnivorous plants. Following the guide's route, Li Yi made it through easily and unscathed, facing no trouble at all. The third boss was the pale demon tree rotten stump. Ahead stood a massive white-barked tree, nearly 10 meters tall, its twisted branches resembling withered arms. As the gatekeeper to the final boss, Rotten Stump was naturally a formidable challenge. However, for Li Yi, this kind of immobile, stationary boss was actually the easiest to handle. Lai Wei darted forward, landing lightly in front of the demon tree. Gripping her greatsword with both hands, she drove it twice with precision into the core of the trunk. The tree let out a piercing creak before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Loot drop. Li Yi's eyes lit up. On the ground lay a green staff and a pile of crafting materials. The staff was pure white, crafted from the tree's branches, radiating a faint magical aura. Staff of the white demon tree branches. Quality, green. Effect, magic power 6, casting speed 3. Li Yi glanced at the attributes and smirked. His skills could be cast instantly with no cooldown, so the casting speed bonus was useless to him. The extra magic power was at least somewhat helpful, boosting the power of his energy starburst. He slotted the staff into his equipment for the time being. Aside from the staff, there were also 10 shimmering pieces of magical tree bark on the ground common crafting materials for equipment. Unfortunately, there was no network in the dungeon, so he couldn't check their value until he got out. With the third boss defeated, Li Yi's experience bar finally filled up, and the system notified him that he had reached level 2. Character info. Name, Li Yi. Age, 18. Class, Summoner. Level 2. Strength, 5. Agility, 5-5. Constitution, 5. Spirit, 5. Magic power, 14. Skills. Active, Energy Starburst, LV1. Summon Stone Guardian, LV1. Passive, Wielder's Inspiration, LV1. Points to allocate. Attribute points, 10. Skill points, 1. Damn, only 10 points as expected. Li Yi grumbled as he looked at his stats. Compared to Li Yu's impressive numbers, his own panel and growth stats felt painfully underwhelming. The gap was huge. After some thought, Li Yi decided to put all 10 points into agility and used his skill point to upgrade Energy Starburst. Energy Starburst was an upgradable skill, and the advanced version, Energy Blast, packed quite a punch, serving as the primary damage ability for summoners later on. As for Stone Guardian, with Lai Wei as his powerhouse companion, upgrading it would be a waste. With agility raised to 20, Li Yi immediately felt lighter and more coordinated, his movements more agile than before. Next up is the final boss of the sinking jungle. Li Yi took a deep breath, his expression growing serious. The burrowing demon Wormakas was a boss with a notably complex mechanic. Its most dangerous phase was after its protective shield was broken, when it burrowed underground. Mokas would tunnel rapidly beneath the surface, sensing enemies above through subtle vibrations, and then launch piercing attacks from below with its sharp mouthparts. Don't worry, Master, Lai Wei said earnestly. Even if it burrows underground, my sword sense can still detect its position. I won't let it hurt you. Li Yi's eyes lit up. You can even sense it underground? That sword sense is incredible. Since Lai Wei could handle Maka's sneak attacks, there was nothing left to worry about. Let's go. An hour later, the two arrived beneath a towering ancient tree where Mokas resided. A massive black beetle, 3 meters long, was greedily gnawing on the roots above ground, its armored shell gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Without hesitation, Lai Wei drew her greatsword and charged. She moved like lightning, swift and agile. With her overwhelming advantage in both level and rank, even Maka's protective shield only took a single strike to shatter. Hisses. With its shield broken, Mokas let out a shrill screech, rapidly fanning out its elytra. Its transparent hind wings vibrated at high speed, instantly propelling its body several meters back before it burrowed into the earth. In the next moment, the sandy surface of the battlefield roiled like boiling water, making it impossible to pinpoint Maka's exact position. Li Yu's eyes narrowed as she unleashed a fearless roar, the powerful sound waves disrupting Maka's sense of surface movement. She then burst forward with gale step. Guided by her precise sword sense, she quickly locked onto Maka's position. Lai Wei dashed to a corner, plunging her greatsword deep into the soil. A muffled, pained screech echoed from underground, and the trembling of the sand abruptly ceased. You have slain the burrowing demon worm, Mokas. Gained 300 experience points. Team Dungeon Sinking Jungle progress at 100. You have successfully cleared the dungeon. After the notification, 2 blue orbs of light emerged from the ground, hovering in the air. Blue gear drop? Li Yi exclaimed in delight. Blue quality equipment is rarely seen before level 10. Most beginners are clad in nothing but green gear. Li reached out and grabbed the floating orb of light and a glossy black shield, about 70 centimeters long and 40 centimeters wide, materialized in his hand. Maka's carapace shield. Quality, blue. Shield defense, 200. Constitution 10. Equip effects. 1. Attack deflection 2. 2. Magic resistance 10. Li's eyes lit up. This shield, crafted from a special material, weighed around 10 pounds, much lighter than a typical metal shield. Its wide surface was more than enough to block most ranged attacks, and its 200 defense points made it a top-tier item for anyone under level 10. Eagerly, he equipped it and immediately felt a new sense of security. Next, his attention was drawn to a second piece of gear, a long sword with a dark red blade. Maka's mandible sword. Quality, blue. Agility 8. Strength 3. Equip effects. 1. Armor penetration 5. 2. Attack speed 10. The sword was a meter long, with a 20 centimeter handle and an 80 centimeter blade, 5 centimeters wide and weighing about 6 pounds. It looked like it was made from bone, yet it felt as solid as metal. Noticing something, Li glanced over and saw Liu staring intently at the sword. Would you like it? He asked with a smile. Liu hesitated, a little embarrassed. Heavy swords don't suit me. I think a lighter long sword would be better. Go ahead, it's yours, Li said, tossing her the sword. Thank you, master. Liu caught the sword with delight and immediately began to swing it, the blade leaving shimmering afterimages in the air. A system notification flashed. Liu's affection for you 20. Current affection, close. Wow, her affection just went up by 20 points. That's twice as much as before, Li thought, stroking his chin. So giving equipment really boosts affection that much? Oh right, do you still have your greatsword? Reluctantly, Liu put away the long sword and handed her old greatsword to Li. I don't need it anymore. Please take care of it, master. The moment Li took the handle, he almost lost his balance from the sheer weight. The sword had to weigh over 30 pounds. When he checked the weapon stats, his eyes widened in shock. Heavy edge greatsword. Quality, legendary gold. Strength 50. Class requirement, warrior, knight. Equip effects. 1. Armor penetration 15. 2. Magic break 15. 3. Attacks deal an additional 10 shock damage. Class exclusive skill, battle focus. Effect, increases strength by 300 for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Level requirement, 1. Holy crap, a gold legendary? Li exclaimed. Legendary equipment before level 10 was unheard of. This might be the only low-level legendary gear in existence right now. If he sold it to one of those rich players obsessed with gear, it would fetch an astronomical price. But as a unique collector's item, it might be even more valuable. He could rent it out for a fortune during the extraordinary trials. When the time comes, he'll buy Liu a higher-tier light sword. Based on her current agility as a sword saint, if weapon purchases are limited by stats, she can wield a sword with attributes 6 times higher than her current heavy sword, about 300 points in total. Equipment rentals are quite common, so drafting a contract is no big deal. After 18 years of hardship, she deserves to earn some money and enjoy life a little. Before her evolution, Liu was a strength-type warrior, but now she's an agility-based sword saint. The heavy sword, however, is restricted to warriors and knights. While Liu can still use it to fight monsters, she can't benefit from its stat bonuses or use any attached skills. Plus, the heavy sword weighs more than 5 times as much as a blue-grade light sword, so she can't take advantage of her light sword mastery either. No wonder she finds it awkward to use. Li put away the heavy sword. Maka's corpse lay quietly underground. According to the dungeon guide, its shell can be used to craft armor, and it's apparently quite valuable, but extracting it from such a huge body would be a real hassle. Besides, there's still a hidden boss waiting to be defeated. According to Liu, the hidden boss in the sunken jungle is called the fallen priest Ubu, a goblin priest who pledged allegiance to an evil god. There used to be a small goblin tribe here, with Ubu as the chief. Growing old and fearing death, Ubu was tempted by the evil god and sacrificed many tribe members, including his own descendants, to extend his life. In the end, the evil god tricked him. Though his life was prolonged, he lost his sanity and became deranged. To summon Ubu, you need to find 5 sacrificial altars in the sunken jungle and activate each one with the corpse of a lesser monster. Sensing the power of sacrifice, Ubu will emerge from hiding and head to the center of the jungle, the site of the former tribe. Liu led Li to each of the 5 altars, clearing out any monsters they encountered along the way, earning a total of 825 experience points. Li's progress bar reached 87.25 of level 2. The last altar happened to be right at the old tribe site. Liu tossed a gnoll's corpse onto the center of the altar and restored the magic stone. The altar immediately activated, glowing with an ominous dark purple light. At the same moment, a flock of birds suddenly took flight somewhere in the distant jungle. That must be where Ubu was hiding. About a minute later, an elderly goblin with disheveled hair, a staff in hand, and standing about 1.3 meters tall appeared at the edge of the ruins. Who is it? Who activated the altar? Ubu shouted in goblin language, his eyes glowing green as he searched the area. Li Yi, already holding his shield, kept his distance, leaving Lai Wei standing by the altar. Ubu quickly spotted Lai Wei and roared angrily, "Orc, how dare you sacrifice my tribesmen to the evil god? He'll kill you and avenge them." Li Yi shook his head, thinking to himself that Ubu truly had gone mad. He had done it himself, but refused to face the truth, choosing self-deception instead. The battle began. "Tribesmen, fight for me," Ubu called out in goblin tongue, summoning 5 goblin zombies that charged at Lai Wei. She drew her longsword, unleashed a wave of sword energy, and swiftly beheaded the zombies. Then she stood her ground, waiting for Ubu's next move. This was all part of the plan she and Li Yi had discussed. They wanted to test all of Ubu's mechanics and abilities. Li Yi recorded the entire fight on his phone, mainly to make it easier to study the boss patterns later. With all of the boss skills and a timeline, devising tactics and team setups would be much simpler. Since the guide wouldn't include videos, Li Yi also didn't want to reveal Li Yu's existence. 15 minutes later, after figuring out all of Ubu's mechanics and skills, Li Yi signaled Lai Wei to finish him off. She beheaded Ubu. The system prompt appeared. "You have slain the fallen priest Ubu. Gained 450 experience points. First kill bonus, 450 experience points." Li Yi leveled up to 3, with his progress at 32.25. He put away his phone and walked over to Ubu's corpse. A blue and a purple orb hovered in the air, and Li Yi's excitement was obvious. The first kill rewards were indeed generous. A purple item had dropped. Hopefully, it would be something he could use. Li Yi reached for the blue orb first, but it felt a bit odd in his hand. As the blinding light faded, a skull suddenly appeared in Li Yi's hand. Staring at the cold, skeletal mask, he almost instinctively wanted to throw it away. "What the hell?" he cursed, disgusted, nearly tossing it straight into the depths of hell. Then his eyes drifted to its attributes. Beloved wife necklace quality, blue, magic power 15. Equipment effect, cast speed 5. Beloved wife? Could it have belonged to Wupu's wife? Li Yi couldn't help but imagine the horrifying scene. Wearing your wife around your neck? That's just twisted. He quickly stuffed the necklace into his bag, a strange sense of unease creeping over him. Damn it, I'm never coming back to a dungeon like this. Standing nearby, Sword Saint's sister watched her master's flustered reaction, a smile tugging at her lips as she tried not to laugh. Li Yi's shocked expression was simply too endearing. Lai Yu chuckled softly, her mood lightened by her master's unexpected cuteness. She scratched her head, feeling oddly content. Seeing Li Yi, it seemed as if the shadow over his heart was eased a little by her affection. After putting the necklace away, Li Yi continued toward the core of the dungeon. He grabbed the purple orb of light, and a wooden staff topped with a magical crystal instantly appeared in his hand. Chieftain's Legacy Staff Quality. Epic, Magic Power 20, Spirit 8, Constitution 5. Equipment Effects. 1. Cast Speed 8. 2. Magic Penetration 6. 3. Cooldown Reduction 6. Class Exclusive. Gain 1 Shadow Spell Skill Point. Skills for Necromancers, Mages, Priests, Warlocks, and Summoners flashed before his eyes. Li Yi was instantly disappointed. Although the staff boasted excellent attributes like cooldown reduction and magic penetration, it wasn't particularly useful for him, wasn't skilled in shadow magic. He equipped it anyway, swapping out his old white magic branch, but couldn't help feeling resigned. Well, it's better than nothing. He glanced at the time, had already spent over 6 hours in the dungeon. The final score would be calculated based on how quickly he finished. Li Yi packed up his gear and headed for the exit with Lai Yu. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dark forest camp, Wang Tianming was rallying his 15-member team at the entrance to the sunken jungle. In making it official, if our Tianxua battle group breaks the provincial record, everyone gets a 10,000 yuan bonus. Wang Tianming shouted, his tone commanding and confident. The nearby professionals looked over in surprise. Who's this rich kid handing out such big rewards? 10,000 is more than what some people make in 2 months. Don't worry, Wang. We've got 3 ranked players in our team. Breaking the record is in the bag. Provincial record? We could even make the national top 5. The team's spirits soared at the announcement, their confidence reaching new heights. Other teams preparing to enter the dungeon glanced over in disbelief. 3 ranked players? What kind of stacked lineup was this? Most teams were lucky to have a few rank members, and here they were with 3 ranks. It was clearly an elite squad with a real shot at setting a national record. Zhou Shuai looked at her boyfriend, noticing the fire in his eyes, and couldn't help but match his enthusiasm. Smiling, she said, if we make it into the national top 5, it'll add another 10,000 yuan for everyone. And if anyone wants my friend's contact info, I can hook you up too. The guys in the squad instantly perked up, their eyes filled with excitement. Who wouldn't want to get to know such beautiful girls? They were so hyped, they could barely contain themselves. The team's morale hit its peak. Seeing that everyone was pumped up, Wang Tianming waved his arm decisively. Let's go? Zhou Shuai made sure someone recorded the whole scene, planning to upload and promote it online. Transcendent Trials. 3 rank players team up to conquer the sunken jungle and chase the national record. Her voice brimmed with pride and confidence. With the Transcendent Trials in full swing, the video was quickly posted and immediately attracted a huge number of views. Zhou Shui suddenly shot to fame. With the triple advantages of being a rank professional, having striking looks, and coming from a wealthy family, her personal account's followers soared past the 100,000 mark with ease. This wave of popularity also brought an extra 20,000 followers to Wang Tianming. Sensing a business opportunity, the powerful Zhou and Wang family-tier families in Dongqing City quickly sprang into action. Behind the scenes, they spent heavily to hire influencers to create videos, keeping online discussions going and building hype for the Tianxue team. Online forums buzzed with heated debates about the records they were about to set. The best result in Jianghai province so far was 7 hours, 6 minutes, and 4 seconds, achieved by 2 A-rank professionals. Now, the Tianxue team boasted 3 strong A-rank members, making their lineup even more impressive. 3 A-rank professionals isn't just simple math, it's not 11-13. Their tactics will be far more flexible, and their overall power will multiply. They're sure to break into the national top 10 in under 7 hours and 6 minutes. Don't forget Zhou Shui is an ice mage. Her crowd control is top-notch, and she's incredibly fast at clearing mobs. They might even make the national top 3. While opinions varied on how long they would take, everyone seemed to agree on their expected rating, somewhere between silver 5 and 7 stars. After all, unless there was a huge difference in completion time, ratings rarely fluctuated much. As the online buzz kept building, Dongqing City's media finally showed up, sending reporters to the dungeon exit for interviews and coverage. Meanwhile, Li stepped out of the portal and found himself back in the familiar camp town. He quickly stashed away the conspicuous Liyue, and a string of notifications popped up on his class panel. Sinkhole Jungle Normal Dungeon Challenge complete. Time: 6 hours, 40 minutes, 37 seconds. World record. Reward: Null Nemesis Gold Title Move Speed 5, Damage to Nulls 10. Overall rating: Gold 5 stars, World record. Reward: Challenge Master Tier 1 Gold Badge, All Attributes 5, Crit Rate 1. World record. Li Yi was stunned. That felt a bit too easy. The system prompted him to create a team, only requiring a public team name and region. Li Yi initially thought of protecting the best Liyue, but then realized he might contract with other female bosses in the future, so he changed it to protecting the best monster girls. Just as Li Yi left the dungeon entrance, the Dongqing City media arrived. They had planned to film the leaderboards for some warm-up shots, but were shocked by what they saw: the top spots had been replaced. What was even more astonishing was that the team that set these new records was from Dongqing City. Oh my god, it's a world record. The reporters were flushed with excitement, immediately contacting their headquarters and scrambling to break this explosive news. Editor-in-chief Zhang from Dongqing Daily News was leisurely rolling a pair of walnut shells in his hands, still savoring the satisfaction of dinner. Suddenly, his phone buzzed on the desk, flashing the caller ID of his subordinate, Xiao Su. Xiao Su. Editor Zhang answered, his tone carrying a hint of admonition. How many times have I told you? As journalists, we must remain calm and composed no matter what happens. If you can't stay level-headed, how can you report objectively and truthfully? We need to keep our personal feelings in check at work. His lecture was abruptly cut off by a shout from the other end of the line. Sinkhole Jungle, cleared in 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 37 seconds. Gold, 5-star rating. Double world record number 1. Editor Zhang shot up from his chair, his voice nearly a shriek. What did you say? His heart pounded in his chest. Years of media experience instantly told him this was explosive news. Was it someone from Yin country? His voice trembled with excitement, his fingers gripping the phone tightly. Dongqing City, Xiao Su practically roared. It was someone from Dongqing City. A rush of adrenaline surged through Editor Zhang, shattering his usual composed demeanor. Are you kidding me? He swore. Send me the leaderboard screenshot right now. I'm writing the report myself. At the same time, other official media outlets in Dongqing City were scrambling to get the story out first. But even faster than the professionals were the new trial challengers inside the Sinkhole Jungle. Before the reporters could arrive, several rookie professionals had already noticed the changes on the leaderboard. They quickly snapped photos and videos and excitedly posted them online. But instead of the praise and awe they expected, they were met with a flood of ridicule and insults. Are you kidding me? World number 1. Why not Photoshop yourself as the number 1 in the universe while you're at it? Who are you trying to fool? Anyone who could take double world number 1 has to be a hidden class or a rare class, right? At the very least, rank. There are only a handful of high-tier professionals nationwide this year, and none of them are from Dongqing City. At least try to make your bragging believable. Beating the world record by 22 minutes? The numbers are so fake it's laughable, totally impossible. And the rating? Give me a break. Even professional analysts say a rookie couldn't possibly get a gold-level score. The original poster was fuming, fighting back fiercely in the comments section. Just as he was running out of arguments, a new comment appeared. The blogger's telling the truth. The official media has already reported it. At the end, the commenter tagged Dongqing Daily News and Dongqing News. Skeptical, users clicked the link, and sure enough, the official outlets had published the story. The videos and images matched the blogger's data exactly. The internet erupted. Holy crap, it's real. A rookie broke a 20-year world record? Unbelievable. Ahead by 22 minutes. Is that even humanly possible? Protecting the best demi-human girl? Where did this team come from? How come we've never heard of them before? The news shot to the top of trending searches. Shocked, netizens began speculating about the true identity of the demi-human girls squad. Provincial and national media quickly confirmed the news and followed up with their own reports. The reason the official outlets took this so seriously is that, when it comes to international competition between countries of similar strength, the difference in high-tier professionals is minimal. After all, high-tier professionals everywhere receive far greater resources and training, allowing their abilities to be fully developed. In this sense, it's the lower-tier professionals who often become the key to victory. Yin country places great emphasis on the cultivation of low-tier professions. Every year, during the extraordinary trials, official media pay special attention to the performance of these professions. This focus stems not only from the value placed on talent, but also from the fact that, for over a decade, Yin country has failed to break world records in either high-tier or low-tier dungeons. This year, all 4 entrances to the Darkwood Forest dungeon cluster are located within Yin country, yet all the world records for these dungeons were set by foreign players. The Sinkhole Jungle dungeon, in particular, has been dominated by foreign players at the top spot for a solid 20 years. However, the appearance of a local player, Li Yi, has completely changed the situation. He not only broke the world record for Sinkhole Jungle, but did so by a staggering 22-minute margin over the previous record holder. In the global competition for dungeon records, such a gap is unprecedented. Previously, the time difference between the world's first and second place was a mere 8 seconds. What's more, the former world record held a silver 8-star rating, while Li Yi's new record reached an astonishing gold 5-star rating. This achievement far surpassed expectations and shattered the long-held belief that only multiple strength professions working together could break through such barriers. What shocked the academic community most was that, according to rigorous data from respected dungeon analysts, breaking through a silver 9-star rating to reach gold 1-star in a tier 1 dungeon was thought to require at least 2 strength professions working together, a scenario rarely seen. To achieve a gold 5-star rating was considered nearly impossible. Li Yi's accomplishment has upended conventional wisdom about the potential of low-tier professions, proving that the members of the Exotic Girls Battle Team are far from ordinary, with limitless potential. Top universities across the country have launched investigations and shown strong interest in the team's leader, Li Yi. This breakthrough is more than just a world record, it's a declaration that the combat power of low-tier professions should not be underestimated. Although high-tier professions have an initial advantage, true long-term success ultimately depends on an individual's overall abilities. Within Li Yi's Exotic Girls Battle Team, teamwork, tactics, and execution are all exceptional. Achieving such an incredible result in a challenging dungeon like Sinkhole Jungle is no accident. Every aspect from the members' talent and specialization to their equipment synergy and strategic approach demonstrates top-tier quality, forcing skeptics to re-evaluate the value of low-tier professions. Li Yi's record-breaking feat has caused a sensation across major universities, with schools rushing to contact the members of the Exotic Girls Battle Team, eager to recruit these promising talents. Li Yi's achievement has not only brought global honor back to Yin country, but also earned unprecedented recognition and respect for low-tier professions. Meanwhile, in the camp town, Li Yi remains completely unaware of the nationwide attention he has attracted. At this moment, he's anxiously checking the latest equipment prices on an old phone, not realizing that he has become the center of this whirlwind. Butcher's Goblin Leather Gloves, 2 Agility, 1 Constitution, 5 Attack Speed, listed at 300. Butcher's Boning Knife, 5 Agility, 3 Armor Penetration, listed at 1000. Meat Collar, 3 Constitution, 5 Attack Speed, listed at 200. White Mage Tree Branch, 6 Spell Power, 3 Cast Speed, listed at 1000. Magic Bark, Crafting Material, 300 each, total 3000. Ranger's Spear, 4 Agility, 2 Constitution, for Armor Break, listed at 1500. Li Yi glanced over the equipment prices displayed by the system and couldn't help but frown. The prices for these level 1 green items were ridiculously low, but it was understandable any newcomer to the trials, unless they were completely broke, would have already bought a full set of level 1 gear before entering. The only items that could fetch a decent price were at least level 5 or above. He then checked the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by Wu Pu and the giant sword from Lai Yu, but the screen only showed 0. That's when Li Yi realized Lai Yu was a unique hidden boss, so her drops were naturally one of a kind. As for Wu Pu, since Li Yi was the first to defeat him, there were no previous drop records in the system at all. It was getting late, close to 10 o'clock, when Li Yi arrived at the headquarters of the Wild Thunder Battle Group. The slightly plump receptionist was dozing off, but as soon as she saw someone enter, she perked up and put on a professional smile. "Hello, are you still buying equipment?" Li Yi asked. "Yes, of course," she responded instantly, snapping to attention. "Just place your items on the scanner, and you'll see the quotes." Following her instructions, Li Yi took out 6 pieces of equipment and placed them neatly on the scanner. The receptionist's expression remained unchanged. She was clearly used to people selling multiple items at once. "We guarantee to buy at 10 above market price," she said, glancing at the numbers on the screen and calculating quickly. "So the total comes to 7,700 yuan. Please show me your payment code." After receiving the payment, Li Yi couldn't help but sigh. Extraordinary professions really are lucrative. No wonder summoners were looked down upon. In this world, combat strength was directly tied to earning power and wealth. "I also have a blue item and a purple item, but there's no price listed for them on the app. How do you handle those?" Li Yi continued. "A purple item?" The receptionist was clearly surprised, a hint of astonishment in her eyes. Purple items drop before level 10? That was clearly beyond her usual experience, but she quickly regained her composure. "You can just call me Xiaolon," she said with a smile. "If it's a blue item, I can appraise and quote it for you. For purple, you'll need to notify the vice captain to handle the evaluation." Li Yi nodded and placed his beloved on the scanner. Xiaolon checked the screen and, as expected, there was no quote, confirming it was a new item. She picked up the skull, examined its attributes, and remained completely professional, showing no sign of distaste. 15 spell power, 5 cast speed. "Not bad," she evaluated. "We can offer 1,000 yuan for it." "That's fine," Li Yi agreed. Even though the necklace had better attributes than the staff, weapon slots benefited from weapon mastery passives, so weapons were generally much more valuable. "As for the purple item, I've already notified the vice captain. Please wait a moment," Xiaolon said as she started working at the terminal. While waiting, Li Yi chatted with Xiaolon, taking the opportunity to learn more about the Wild Thunder Battle Group. Xiaolon was quite open about anything she was allowed to discuss. Wild Thunder was founded by Shun Nanxing, the third-generation heir of the Shun family from Hungrong Group in Chang'an Province, she explained. Hungrong Group is involved in pharmaceuticals, equipment manufacturing, machinery, and extraordinary materials, ranking 49th among the nation's top 100 companies. Shun Nanxing's father is a renowned strength professional in the country, but Shun Nanxing himself only awakened as a brank weapon warrior. Li Yi was intrigued. Weapon warrior? That detail immediately caught his attention. Although the weapon warrior class isn't considered high tier, it has its own unique strengths. Its biggest advantage is that it unlocks the weapon master passive skill at level 1, which provides significant stat boosts based on weapon specialization. These boosts are directly tied to weapon quality. A higher the weapon's grade, the better the bonus. Industry insiders have even said that if you can get a purple quality weapon before level 20, your combat power could surpass that of an entire class. However, because weapon warriors need to choose a specialization from a wide range of weapons, it's difficult for them to find the most suitable gear, which is the main reason they're rated as a tier class. Of course, this randomness isn't unique to weapon warriors. All classes have some element of chance in their starting skills. For example, Li Yi's initial skills are Energy Star Bullet and Summon Stone Guardian, while other summoners might get Impact Missile or Summon Flame Guard. "What weapon does Captain Shin specialize in?" Li Yi asked curiously. Xiaolon replied, "Our captain specializes in swords and axes." This answer caught Li Yi's attention. As a direct descendant of a top-tier family, Shin Nanxing could have easily entered the academy with a family recommendation, but she chose to participate in the extraordinary trial and build her own team. There are only 2 possible reasons for this. Either she was sidelined, or this is a family-arranged training experience. Either way, Shin Nanxing is clearly eager to prove herself. For rare gear, she needs especially legendary items. She's bound to offer a high price. Li Yi thought to himself that even the achievement of being the first to defeat the hidden boss in the sunken jungle could fetch a good deal. As Li Yi was lost in thought, a luxury car pulled up smoothly outside the shop. A tall young woman with long hair stepped out. She had a refined appearance and carried herself with confidence. Approaching them, she said, "Hello, I'm Lin Mani, vice captain of the Wild Thunder Hunters. Are you the one selling the purple gear?" "Yes, I'm Li Yi," he replied with a nod. Lin Mani gestured, "Please place the item in the trade window. I need to check its attributes." Li Yi opened his class panel, switched to trade mode, and placed the chieftain's legacy in the trade slot. This is standard procedure for trading purple or higher quality gear. Lin Mani examined the item carefully. Epic quality. 20 spell power, 8 spirit, 5 constitution, 8 casting speed, 6 spell penetration, 6 cooldown reduction, plus 1 skill point for spellcasters. Not bad, but the base stats are on the low side, so you must have been under level 3 when you entered the dungeon, right? "That's right," Li Yi answered honestly. "Dungeon drops are based on your entry level. I was level 1 when I entered Sunken Jungle, so the equipment stats are capped at around level 3. Lin Mani nodded. "Purple gear is rare before level 10. If this staff had dropped from a level 5 or higher dungeon, it would be worth a lot more. But considering the lower level, I can only offer 50,000. Whoa, that high? Li Yi was a bit stunned, but quickly agreed, deal. While the trade takes 3 minutes to process, during which either party can cancel, it leaves a record for future reference, which helps protect both sides. During this brief wait, Lin Mani quietly observed Li Yi, noticing that his accent was almost identical to that of Zhonghai province. After the record set in the Fallen Jungle dungeon topped the global rankings, the backgrounds of every rank rookie and some rank newcomers from Dongqing City who participated in the extraordinary trials were thoroughly dug up online. Yet, in the flood of discussions, there was no mention of Li Yi anywhere. That's why someone who managed to get their hands on purple gear by the second day of the trial drew so much attention. Everyone knew that purple gear only dropped from dungeons of a certain difficulty, and earning it required real strength. It's like solving a tough math problem. If you can't do it, luck won't help you. The girl standing in front of Li Yi, Lin Mani, was carefully examining the purple gear in his hand. She knew full well that the equipment this seemingly ordinary boy was selling probably wasn't his own. But whichever team managed to get it had to be incredibly powerful. Deal's done. Lin Mani swiftly completed the transaction on her phone, transferring 50,000 yuan to Li Yi. She looked up, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Mr. Li, are you familiar with the team guardians of the best exotic girls? Li Yi paused, his finger hovering in midair for a moment. Wasn't that the team he created on a whim? Why do you ask? He replied cautiously. Lin Mani watched his expression closely. Seeing that he didn't deny it outright, she felt a surge of excitement and immediately launched into a detailed explanation of the sensation caused by Fallen Jungle reaching the world's top spot. Her words tumbled out faster as her excitement grew. Li Yi listened, stunned, his brow furrowing. Even national news outlets are reporting on this. It's just a first-tier dungeon record. Is it really that big of a deal? He shook his head in confusion. Normally, only news about high-tier dungeons makes the headlines, right? He pulled out his phone and quickly checked the trending topics. What he saw made his eyes widen. Trending 1. Chinese rookie professionals break double world record in Fallen Jungle. Trending 5. Rumor. No member of Guardians of the Best Exotic Girls is above A rank. Trending 7. Tianming University offers special admissions to exotic girls team members. It really has blown up. Li Yi put away his phone, a strange look on his face. In his past life, he was just an ordinary guy who liked to watch videos in bed and laugh at memes. He never imagined he'd actually make it onto the national trending topics in this life. It felt surreal. His mind raced. After weighing his options for a moment, he decided to go with the flow. I'm a member of the exotic girls team. Since he was already famous, he might as well take advantage of it. He wasn't too worried about his identity being exposed. After all, everyone assumed exotic girls was a multi-person team. No one would guess that he was the only member. Nobody would ever imagine that the record in Fallen Jungle was set solo. Lin Mani thought, just as I expected. Someone who could get purple gear this early in the trial couldn't possibly be ordinary. She straightened up, her tone becoming more earnest. Mr. Li, I sincerely invite your team to join Thunderclap. If you're willing, we're prepared to offer every member a monthly salary of 1 million until level 40. Her eyes were sincere, her voice rising with excitement. You may not know this, but our leader, Shun Nanxing, is the third-generation heir of the Shun family from Hungrong Group. Li Yi's eyes widened again, almost thinking he'd misheard. Offering 1 million a month to rookie professionals under level 10? That was an unbelievable offer. He quickly composed himself, putting on a polite but distant smile. I appreciate the offer, but I'm afraid our team isn't really motivated by money. Of course, that was just an excuse. It wasn't that Li Yi didn't like money. The main issue was that he was the only member of the team. If he accepted, his secret would be out immediately. A Drank summoner clearing a 15-man dungeon solo? That was way too outrageous. If rumors started flying, the consequences could be disastrous. He had already decided to let the world keep believing that Exotic Girls was a large team. After all, the team was just a function on his professional panel, like a guild in a game, and there was no need to expose his true strength because of it. The energy fluctuations around the replica area are intense, and there's no surveillance. As long as he doesn't invite anyone else in, no one can know exactly how many members there are. A flash of disappointment appeared in Lin Manius' eyes as her slender fingers tapped lightly on the table. That's a shame. Li Yi watched her reaction, then suddenly changed the subject, a confident smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Although we can't join Quanglei, we could still work together. In fact, I happen to have 2 valuable items right now. Would Captain Shin be interested? What kind of items? Lin Mani instinctively leaned forward, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Li Yi smiled, his gaze calm and assured. Could I speak to your captain directly? Without hesitation, Lin Mani stood up. They'll contact him right away and arrange a meeting for you. She thought to herself, anyone who can produce a purple-grade item must have something extraordinary. He definitely deserves to meet Shun Nanxing in person. In the presidential suite of the hotel, Shun Nanxing sat with a dark expression, staring at his phone screen, brows tightly furrowed. Just moments ago, the only Shrank Thunder Swordmaster in the team had sent a message announcing his resignation. The reason was blunt and cutting the team's performance was too poor, and he even hinted that Shun's own low professional rank as captain was holding everyone back. Shin Nangsing's knuckles turned white from gripping his phone so tightly. He had thought he was offering the best possible deal, a multi-million annual salary before level 40, and a guaranteed 50 million a year after level 40. He even named the team based on the guy's class specialty, all in an effort to win him over. But the moment the guy was dissatisfied, he just up and left without a second thought. If only ID awakened in a rank class, I wouldn't be in this embarrassing situation. Shun Nanqing sighed helplessly, setting his phone down to try and collect himself. Just then, a notification sounded from his private account. It was a message from Lin Mani. She was his aunt, and although she only had a crank support class, she was highly capable. He had spent ages persuading her to help him out. When he opened the message, Shin Nangsing's expression changed instantly. His eyes widened and he shot up from the sofa, as if had just witnessed something unbelievable. Our leader has agreed to meet. Should I take you to him now, or would you prefer to talk tomorrow? If your team would like to rest first, I can arrange accommodations for you. Li Yi waved his hand, indicating there was no need. Don't trouble yourself. They'll handle it on their own. Take me there now. Lin Mani nodded, then turned to Xiaolan and said, well done. Your bonus this month will be doubled. Xiaolan's eyes lit up and a bright smile appeared on her face. Thank you, Vice Leader, she said gratefully, instinctively glancing at Li Yi. She knew perfectly well that this bonus was all thanks to him. Li Yi and Lin Mani got into the car, which drove smoothly. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a luxurious hotel on the edge of the camp town. This place served not only as the base for the Shadowed Forest, but also as a hub for several high-level dungeons. Except for beginners below level 10, many mid and high-level professionals often came here to rest and recover, so the facilities were top-notch. Lin Mani led Li Yi into the presidential suite. Shin Nanqing was waiting at the door, smiling as he stepped forward to greet them. Brotherly, you've brought honor to the nation, taking first place on both world rankings. Truly impressive. Li Yi replied modestly, you flatter me. I just got lucky. They sat down as a server brought over hot tea. Shun Nangsing's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he was about to speak when Li Yi interrupted him. Mr. Shun, I'm here to talk business, so there's no need for further recruiting. If this deal goes smoothly, we'll have more opportunities to work together in the future. Shin Nangsing's smile froze for a moment before he let out a small sigh. Since you've made yourself clear, I won't insist. Li Yi calmly picked up his teacup and said, I heard your class is a weapon specialist, focusing on swords and axes? Shin Nanqing shook his head slightly and sighed. I'm afraid I can't compare. My father is in Shrank Professional, but I only awakened a Brank class. Families like ours do have a higher chance of awakening advanced classes, since parents invest enormous resources in targeted training and conditioning to improve the odds. Still, I ended up with a Brank class. It was quite a disappointment. Li Yi nodded, his expression unchanged. I happen to have a legendary greatsword that would be a perfect fit for you. Are you interested? Both Shin Nanqing and Lin Mani were momentarily stunned. A sharp glint appeared in Shun Nangsing's eyes as his tone turned cold. A legendary weapon? The highest drop in a level 10 dungeon is only adventurer grade. Legendary equipment only drops in at least epic level dungeons. Are you joking? Li Yi didn't answer directly. Instead, he quietly opened the trading interface and placed Chong Feng in the trade slot. See for yourself. Shin Nanqing and Lin Mani hesitated briefly, then stepped forward to take a look. When the information and attributes of Chong Feng appeared before them, both involuntarily gasped. A low, astonished sound escaped them, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. It really is a legendary greatsword. Judging by its stats, this weapon was a top-tier legendary item, far beyond anything they had imagined. The attributes of this sword are powerful enough to be useful even at tier 2. Shin Nanqing stared intently at the legendary greatsword before him, his heart racing with excitement. The sword's built-in skill, offering a staggering 300 stat boost, was especially terrifying. Even if the effect diminishes somewhat at tier 2, it would still make a huge difference. This sword is perfect for me, Shin Nanqing thought to himself. Thanks to the passive effect of his weapon mastery, the higher the weapon's grade, the greater the bonus he received. With this legendary greatsword, his combat abilities would rival those of a Shrank Professional. Combined with the sword's special skill, his burst potential might even surpass Shrank. It was exactly what the Quanglei battalion needed to make up for not having a Shrank member, a timely lifesaver for him. He glanced down at the blue-grade heavy sword hanging at his waist, which paled in comparison to the legendary weapon before him. Without hesitation, he looked straight at Li Yi. He'll take it, brotherly. Name your price. His tone was firm, was ready to spend big. To his surprise, Li Yi set down his teacup, the liquid inside rippling slightly as he shook his head. This sword isn't for sale, but I can rent it to you for the duration of the trial. A small smile played at his lips. As for the price, I'm sure you have professionals on your team. Just pay the fair market rate. Shin Nanqing frowned slightly, thinking it over for a moment before replying decisively. I'm willing to rent it for 5 million. Legendary gear typically only drop rarely in level 30 and above dungeons. Heavy Edge might be the first, and possibly the only, legendary weapon available below level 10. It made sense that Li Yi was unwilling to part with it permanently. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat when he heard the amount. Wow. No wonder you're from one of the top families. You don't mess around. Waves of emotion surged within him, though he kept a calm exterior. Deal. With Li Yi's agreement, both Shen Nanqing and Lin Mani let out a sigh of relief. Offering such a high price was also a gesture to win Li Yi over. Both of them knew what it meant to have legendary and epic gear at this stage. Li Yi's team must be incredibly strong. While the Izu girls' team was still in its early days, building goodwill now could pay off handsomely in the future. Shen Nanqing handled the arrangements quickly, drafting a rental contract, and both men signed and stamped it. Less than 5 minutes after the trade was completed, Li Yi received a notification that the funds had been transferred to his account. Staring at the figure in the message, he was momentarily dazed. He'd become a millionaire overnight. Unable to wait any longer, Shen Nanqing immediately equipped Heavy Edge, his face lighting up with joy. The boost it gave him was clearly extraordinary. Mr. Li, you said you had 2 good things. What's the other one? Lin Mani leaned forward, curiosity in her eyes. Shen Nanqing also looked over. Li Yi took a sip of tea, unhurried. I have a complete strategy guide for a hidden boss. Would you be interested, Brother Shen? Shen Nanqing and Lin Mani were both taken aback. The Tier 1 dungeons had been cleared countless times, and every monster, boss, and even the locations of herbs and ores were meticulously mapped out in existing guides. Was it possible there was still a hidden boss no one had discovered? Shen Nanqing narrowed his eyes. Is it the hidden boss in the sinking jungle? Li nodded. That's right. I can let you claim the first kill. Suddenly, everything made sense to Shen Nanqing and Lin Mani. No wonder Li Yi had achieved such an absurdly high 5-star gold contingent. Must have included bonus points for slaying the hidden boss. The gleam in Shen Nanqing's eyes showed just how tempted he was by the offer. If we can release a strategy video of taking down the hidden boss under the name of the Quanlei Warband, it'll definitely make our group famous. Shen Nanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a second thought, he slapped the table and said, I'll buy it. Li Yi smiled slightly, tapping his fingers on the table as he laid out his terms. You don't need to pay for the first clear strategy. Instead, how about letting me pick out a set of gear from your warband stash? No problem. If you like it, it's yours, Shen Nanqing replied heartily with a wave of his hand, sounding generous and confident. He looked thoroughly pleased with the deal, as if he could already see the Quanlei Warband's reputation soaring. The agreement was reached in no time. Li Yi took out his communicator and quickly added Shen Nanqing and Lin Mani's contact information. His fingers moved swiftly across the screen as he sent them each carefully taken, high-resolution photos of the hidden boss battleground, showing every detail of the area. Then, Li Yi began to explain in detail the mechanics and abilities of the corrupted priest UPU, the battle process, and the strategies he had carefully developed. His voice was calm and confident, as if he had fought this boss countless times before. Lin Mani listened intently, jotting down every detail. Her fingers flew across the screen, making sure not to miss a single key point. The deeper she went into the notes, the more shocked she felt. This strategy guide is almost too detailed, she thought. Every mechanic and skill is timed down to the second. The maps even have coordinate markers, and the positioning is based on precise data points. If it weren't for the fact that Alien Girl currently held the world record for the Pitfall Jungle Dungeon, she would have suspected this foolproof guide was fake. It was common knowledge that once a professional advanced, they couldn't enter lower-level dungeons anymore. That's why most guides on the market were rough summaries put together after leveling up and finishing the boss fight. In those online strategy videos, every professional was shown being battered and barely scraping by. The only real value in watching them was to get a general sense of the boss fight, the arena, and the mechanics. Actual tactics always had to be tailored to each team's situation. That's also why raid leaders held the highest status in any group. Lin Mani's eyes flickered as she looked up at Li Yi. Mr. Li, about this hidden boss guide, would you be open to a small request? Li Yi paused his explanation and raised an eyebrow. What kind of request? We don't need credit for the first kill. Would just like to mention in the strategy video that we got the guide from your group. Would that be alright? Lin Mani met Li Yi's gaze, her tone sincere and resolute. Li Yi raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. With his recent world record still trending online, he knew that leveraging the name of the exotic girls battle squad, along with the hidden boss strategy, would surely draw massive attention. Lin Mani analyzed the situation seriously. If your squad hadn't already broken the world record for the sunken jungle, claiming the first kill title would be extremely valuable for us. But with your squad's achievement already in the spotlight, taking the first kill now might actually backfire. Li Yi quickly caught on to her implications. The real buzz wasn't about the world record itself, but rather the sudden rise of the exotic girls battle squad. If Wild Thunder Squad released their first kill of the corrupted priestess UPU at this point, it wouldn't take long for people online to connect the dots. With Shen Nanqing's prominent family background, it would be easy for the public to assume Wild Thunder had bought the first kill. If that rumor took hold, Wild Thunder would be seen as opportunistic and dishonest labels that could seriously hurt their future. Even though the exotic girls battle squad was something Head created on a whim and he didn't care much about public opinion, there was no need to invite unnecessary trouble. Lin Manius' eyes sparkled with intelligence. For your squad, this move won't have any negative impact. In fact, ITLL helped keep the buzz going. Shin Nangsing's eyes lit up, and he sincerely praised her. No wonder you're my aunt, you really think of everything. This plan would maximize their exposure and put Wild Thunder's name on the map. He immediately offered, Lee, if your squad agrees, Wild Thunder will owe you a huge favor. Whatever you need in the future, we'll do our best to help. Lee weighed the pros and cons, agreeing would tie him to Wild Thunder to some extent, but it would also take some heat off his own team. He hadn't planned on managing the squad long term, but who knew what the future might hold? Letting the exotic girls squad gain fame and followers without him having to step up personally was a win. Plus, having Shin Nanqing as a stable resource channel was valuable at the very least. It solved his problems with selling equipment and materials. He'll agree, but on one condition: you can't reveal any information about our squad without our permission. If you can do that, there may be more chances for us to work together in the future. Shin Nanqing was overjoyed and promised immediately, don't worry. Your squad's information will be our top secret, we won't breathe a word. With the deal settled, Lee followed Lin Mani to Wild Thunder's guild warehouse to pick out equipment. True to their elite status, even though the extraordinary trials had only been running for 2 days, the warehouse already held over 100 blue-grade items and nearly 1,000 green-grade ones. Lee skipped all the magic power gear and focused on searching for agility and defense equipment. Lin Mani noticed this quickly and asked, are you looking for agility gear, Mr. Lee? Lee nodded. She continued, we have an agility set here, would you like to take a look? Lee's eyes lit up. He knew that a complete set not only provided extra abilities and attributes, but was also hard to collect and therefore pricey. Since Lin Mani had offered it herself, she was clearly extending a favor. He didn't hesitate. Sure, let me see it. At Lin Manius' command, it wasn't long before someone brought over a set of leather armor. The set included 6 pieces, shoulder guards, a tunic, pants, boots, gloves, and a mask, each emitting a faint blue glow. Jungle Seeker set, blue quality, agility 30. Lee examined the equipment stats carefully, and a series of attributes appeared before him. Movement speed 20, physical resistance 10, skill points 2, dodge 10, armor penetration 5, magic penetration 5, along with a special bonus that increased stealth when in the jungle. In terms of class bonuses, monks would gain iron fist damage 10, and every 4th attack after 3 would deal an extra 30 damage. Rangers, on the other hand, would receive beast companion damage 20, and both arrow range and firing speed 10. These bonuses are great. He'll take it. Lee couldn't help but run his hand lovingly over the surface of the leather armor. Although there wasn't a bonus for summoners, that didn't bother him. What he really wanted were the movement speed, dodge, and physical resistance stats. He quickly equipped the set, and a lightweight, camouflage-style leather armor instantly covered his body. The fit was unexpectedly perfect, and the look was quite stylish, so Lee decided not to hide its appearance. Next, he picked out a blue-quality necklace, a belt, a cloak, 2 rings, and a dagger as his offhand weapon, with a shield in his main hand. All these items boosted his agility, granting him a total of 32 points in agility and 5 in constitution. Lee's stat panel immediately updated. Name, Lee. Age, 18. Class, Summoner. Level, 332.25. Strength, 10. Agility, 92. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 10. Magic power, 13. Critical 1. Movement speed, 138.5. Active skills, Energy Starburst LV, 5. Summon Stone Guardian LV, 1. Passive skills, Warden's Inspiration LV, 1. Attribute points, 0. Skill points, 0. His agility stat had soared to an incredible 92, giving a significant boost to both his reaction and movement speed. With the addition of the Mocha's shell shield, he was almost fully geared up. With the sword Saint Big Sister by his side, Lee's top priority was survival. Agility and Constitution were key. Stacking only Constitution early on would still mean certain death if hit by a skill, so boosting agility for better speed and reaction time would buy the sword Saint more time to respond. Lin Mani watched from the side, looking completely puzzled. This setup left her scratching her head. Was wearing an agility set, but wielding a shield as his main weapon? Was he a shield warrior? Or a guardian knight? Weren't those classes supposed to focus on strength? And neither of them could use a dagger as an offhand weapon. She kept guessing, but couldn't figure out Lee's class. She wanted to ask, but in the end, she held back. Thanks. Looking forward to working with you. Lee was in high spirits. He knew that, at his level, this kind of gear would be considered top tier worldwide. If he swapped agility for magic power, even as a summoner often seen as a weak, clashed still be a force to be reckoned with thanks to his high stats. Even without magic power bonuses, his instant cast, no cooldown skills and energy starburst at level 5 gave him damage output on par with, or better than, others at his level. At that moment, Li Yi finally understood the joy of being a pay-to-win player. After picking out his equipment, he politely declined Lin Manus' offer for accommodations and headed straight into town. Now that his own gear was sorted, it was time to prepare a set for Lai Yu as well. He couldn't let her keep running around in just a tube top and shorts. As much as he enjoyed the view, that outfit offered almost no protection. The dungeon was full of danger and unexpected threats. If the sword Saint Big Sister got hurt, he'd feel terrible. It didn't take long for Li Yi to arrive at a craftsman's workshop. He pushed open the door and walked in. The glass doors of the workshop swung open, and a receptionist immediately approached with a warm, professional smile. "Welcome. Are you here to commission some equipment? Do you make women's outfits?" Li Yi asked directly. "Yes, we do." The receptionist maintained her friendly smile and gestured invitingly. "This way, please. You can choose a style from our selection and let us know your specific requirements." Li Yi took the catalog she handed over, and the moment he opened it, he was captivated by the wide variety of designs. From heavy armor and plate mail to chainmail and leather armor, from battle gear to mage robes, everything was available. There were even some creative novelty options, like a maid outfit that especially caught his eye. Of course, these so-called sets weren't actually fully matched equipment in the technical sense. They just shared a unified appearance. After browsing through the standard sets for a while, a sleek black combat suit suddenly caught his attention. This set included goggles, a scarf, a jacket, a belt, pants, boots, and wrist guards, a total of 7 pieces. Li Yi's eyes lit up. This is the one. He could already imagine how stunning Lai Yu would look in it with her incredible figure. If you choose a combat suit, the strength bonus and physical defense will be relatively low. Is that acceptable? The receptionist reminded him. No problem. Li Yi replied decisively. Ideally, make agility the main attribute, and maximize the dodge rate for defense. He knew that Lai Yu already had boss-level active defense skills like Sword Chi Barrier, as well as 3 maxed-out passive defenses, Sword Intent Body Refinement, Rapid Recovery, and Magic Resistance. Stacking more of those stats wouldn't be very effective. Percentage-based dodge was the best value right now. Agility and dodge can be guaranteed, but other attributes will be random, she explained. Do you want to set equipment requirements based on level or attribute value? Li Yi looked a bit confused, so she patiently elaborated. Level restriction means you have to reach a certain level to equip it. Attribute restriction means you need to meet a specific stat to wear it. Li Yi nodded in understanding. Attribute restriction, then. He thought to himself. Even though Lai Yu was only level 2, with her boss tier stats, setting an attribute requirement would let her equip high-level gear early. Since you want all agility, the requirement can only be agility as well, the receptionist said. Please provide a value range within a difference of 20 points. Between 158 and 178, he replied. That number clearly surprised her. She eyed Li Yi skeptically. You must be one of this year's trial participants, right? Isn't that a bit high? Do you want to adjust it? She knew that even agility-based classes would need to be around level 10 to reach 158 agility, and the trial had only been underway for less than 2 days. Plus, gear with such high requirements would be very expensive. Let's stick with that, Li Yi insisted. With no other choice, she continued. Then, could you please provide the lattice measurements: height, bust, waist, hips, leg length, shoulder width, arm length, and so on? The more details, the better for our craftsman. She's 2.2 meters tall. The receptionist froze, thinking she must have misheard. Sorry, could you repeat that height? 2 meters 20, the young woman exclaimed, instinctively tilting her head back to look at the ceiling as she tried to picture such an astonishing height. Slowly lowering her gaze, she swallowed hard and pressed on. What about the other measurements? Li Yi glanced down at the detailed specs on the panel. Shoulder width, 48, chest, 115, waist, 70, hips, 120, inseam, 118, arm length, 106, thigh circumference, 65, calf, 38, shoe size, 45. The string of numbers hit the young woman like a hammer, leaving her utterly stunned. She subconsciously gripped the counter, her mind racing. These are like the stats of a 2-dimensional character. As a woman who stood at 170 centimeters herself, her waist was nearly 70, and yet this person was a full 50 centimeters taller, with the same waist measurement? Not to mention those legs. Her own inseam, including her hip bone, was 105, which was already model level, but his inseam alone was 118. Adding the hip bone, it had to be well over 140, a number that simply defied the limits of reality. Her expression grew increasingly odd as she started to wonder if the man in front of her was obsessed with some kind of oversized inflatable doll and had lost touch with reality. While a woman standing at 2.2 meters might exist, having such perfect proportions was pure fantasy. Taking a deep breath, she fought to maintain her professionalism. Are you sure you want to go with these measurements? Yes, exactly as listed, Li Yi replied firmly. This guy is out of his mind, she thought, though she kept a polite, professional smile on her face. We offer 3 quality levels: purple, blue, and green. Which would you like? And would you like us to provide the materials, or will you bring your own? How much would it be if you provide the materials for the purple quality option? Lee asked. Given these measurements, the material requirements will be much higher than usual, so the price will be adjusted accordingly, she explained. Our quote is 2.2 million. She figured such a sky-high price would surely scare him off. After all, custom gear with specified attributes and massive material costs was usually reserved for the wealthiest clients. The man in front of her seemed much too ordinary to afford something like this. However, Lee remained calm, as if he had expected this all along. He had already done his market research before coming, and the price was reasonable. Purple quality, then. Sword Saint-Ji deserves the best. After a bit of haggling, they settled on a final price of 2.15 million. Watching his bank balance drop by such a huge amount, Lee was filled with emotion. In his previous life, had never seen so much money even after decades of hard work, but now he could spend over 2 million in a blink. Having money really was a great feeling. The young woman stared at this generous customer, completely thrown off by his willingness to spend. Spending 2 million just to dress up a toy? That's insane. She forced down her shock and informed him. You can pick up your order after 1 p.m. tomorrow. Unaware of the misunderstanding, Lee left the workshop, bought a phone and a SIM card, and checked into a luxury suite at an upscale hotel. The bed was 3 meters long and wide, more than enough for Liu. After entering the room, Lee released her from the summoning space. Liu's nose twitched as she caught the subtle scent of incense in the air. Like a child seeing the world for the first time, her bright eyes wandered curiously around the room. Master, is this your home? It's so beautiful, she exclaimed, genuine wonder in her voice. The room was spotless, and the lighting was bright but gentle, illuminating every corner. The exquisite furniture and bedding were clearly made from top-quality materials, exuding a sense of luxury that made Liu slow her steps in awe. Compared to the cave she once lived in deep within the jungle, this place felt like paradise. She stepped carefully on the gleaming floor, afraid that even her footprints might spoil its perfection. Watching her reaction, Lee couldn't help but smile and shook his head. It's just a hotel, he replied. He took her hand and led her to the bathroom, patiently teaching her how to use the light switches and various toiletries. Liu learned quickly. One demonstration was all she needed to master everything. But the look of amazement never left her face. Lee's gaze lingered on her features. Her skin was unbelievably smooth, glowing with health under the light, so fresh and radiant it seemed she had no need for any skincare products. He recalled what Liu had once mentioned: the higher a being's rank, the more difficult it was for them to reproduce. The beast folk only entered their breeding period for a few days each year, and since Liu had evolved to the monarch level, that window had narrowed to just a single day annually. It also meant she didn't have to deal with the troubles of a regular woman's cycle, a relief in many ways. After freshening up, Lee picked up the hotel's menu and ordered a lavish spread of dishes he normally couldn't afford. After all that hard work, he deserved a treat. Of course, he didn't forget Liu's favorite alcohol. He ordered a bottle each of beer, red wine, and white liquor, planning to see which one she liked best. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Through the frosted glass, he could make out her tall, graceful silhouette. His heart couldn't help but beat faster. Lee was an ordinary man. Now, sharing a room and even a bed with the stunningly beautiful alien girl Liu. He couldn't help but feel his heartbeat quicken. But then he remembered the affection system. As long as he took things step by step and nurtured their relationship, intimacy would naturally follow in time. With this thought, he felt much calmer, both in his mind and in his gaze. The sound of running water from the bathroom stopped. After a moment, Liu emerged, wrapped in a bathrobe that was clearly too small for her. Her sun-kissed skin was tinged with a rosy glow from the hot water, and her expression radiated pure joy, as if she had been reborn. This feels amazing. Out in the wild, it's rare to even eat a proper meal, let alone take a hot shower. Liu sighed with genuine happiness, and her affection level instantly rose by 10 points. Lee looked up at her, and his heart started racing again. The bathrobe barely covered what it needed to. Sensing his gaze, Liu turned to look at him. Lee quickly changed the subject. You must be hungry. I got us some delicious food and your favorite, some fine wine. How did you know I love good wine? Liu asked, pleasantly surprised. Aren't all orcs fond of spirits? Lee replied with a smile. Don't just stand there, come try some. Liu sat down at the table. Lee opened a bottle, and the rich aroma of the liquor immediately filled the room. Liu's eyes lit up, and she swallowed in anticipation. She tried 3 kinds of alcohol. The crisp beer caught her attention right away. The fruity red wine was nice, but a bit too tart. The strong, fiery baijiu made her eyes sparkle with delight. Noticing her preferences, Lee called for the waiter and ordered another case of beer and 5 more bottles of baijiu, along with dishes like braised pork knuckle, marinated beef, grilled fish, and lamb leg to go with the drinks. Liu dug in with gusto. This was a world away from her days of surviving on raw meat in the wild. With good food and drink, Yu's affection level kept soaring. After 5 bottles of baijiu and most of a case of beer, even her orc constitution couldn't keep her from getting quite tipsy. She collapsed onto the bed, cheeks flushed, and soon began to snore softly. Li Yi, also a bit drunk, lay down beside her and quickly drifted off to sleep. Late at night, Yu opened her eyes. After using the restroom, she quietly slipped back to Li Yi's side, propped her chin on her hand, and gazed at his sleeping face. Li Yu's eyes were first filled with curiosity, then gradually softened with gratitude, and finally settled into a shy, slightly awkward affection. My master is so adorable, she thought to herself. Looking back on her life, she realized she had been little more than a wandering soul in the depths of the jungle, living in a daze. It was only after forming a contract with her master that she truly came alive. He not only helped her evolve and grow stronger, but also patiently explained enemy intel before every battle, never tiring of reminding her to stay safe. He was just like family to her. Family, such a familiar yet distant word, but one she yearned for deeply. Her master even knew her favorite things, and would specially prepare delicious food and fine wine for her. As she gazed at Li Yi, a gentle affection welled up in her heart. She silently thought, Master is the best in the world. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in her mind. Li Yu's affection for you 50. Current affection, likes. Liyue bit her lip, a bold idea taking root in her heart. She slowly leaned closer to Li Yi and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. Ah! Startled, she pulled back like a frightened rabbit, her heart racing wildly as a blush spread beneath her tanned skin. Li Yi remained sound asleep. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, Liyue moved closer again, this time even braver. Looking at Li Yi's handsome face, her eyes sparkled. Master is so cute, I just want to cuddle. She slid over to his side and gently wrapped her arms around him. Liyue recalled how, back in the jungle, her master would quietly follow behind her, sneaking glances at her whenever he thought she wasn't looking. He thought he was being subtle, but she sensed it all with her sword intent. She didn't mind, in fact, it made her happy and a little shy at the same time. Master always sneaks looks at me. Does that mean he likes me? She whispered, snuggling closer and pressing her forehead to Li Yi's, drifting off to sleep with a contented smile. At the exit of the sunken jungle, Wang Tianming, Zhou Shui, and the others appeared one by one through the portal. 7 hours, 4 minutes, and 19 seconds. We broke the national record. Tianxue battle team is #1 in the country. The teammate in charge of timing was flushed with excitement, shouting at the top of his lungs. Everyone erupted in joy. Being #1 in the nation was not only a huge honor, but also came with a special title as a reward. Titles didn't take up equipment slots, so it was like getting an extra piece of gear for free. Most importantly, with such an outstanding record, they were guaranteed admission to a top provincial academy. If they could hold on to their ranking, even the best schools in the country might be within reach. Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui breathed heavily, already imagining trending on social media, being interviewed, gaining fame, and watching their fanbase explode. They were about to become stars. Everyone hurried to check the profession panel for the official results. Sunken Jungle normal instance completed in 7 hours, 4 minutes, and 19 seconds. Current provincial ranking, 2nd. National ranking, 2nd. World ranking, 19th. Sunken Jungle normal instance completed, overall rating, silver 7-star. Current provincial ranking, 2nd. National ranking, 2nd. World ranking, 22nd. The cheers died instantly. Everyone stared at the notifications in disbelief. Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui were stunned, as if they'd seen a ghost. Being second in the country was understandable, there could always be a stronger team. But why were they second in the province, too? Wang Tianming's eyes were red with anger. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He stared at the leaderboard, his fingertips turning white from how tightly he gripped the edge. 30,000 rookie professionals, and only 13 are a rank awakeners, he muttered, his voice trembling with rage. I even created a private group and added all the ranks. Everyone's dungeon progress is public in there. He double-checked the data, his brow furrowed. Only his team was challenging the sinkhole jungle dungeon, and with no rank professionals leading any squads, how could any team possibly outperform them? Yet this impossible thing had just happened. His squad, made up of 3 powerful rank professionals, had been beaten by a team cobbled together from Brank and even crank underdogs. Wang Tianming felt as if had been slapped in the face, his cheeks burning with humiliation. He clenched his jaw, unable to accept the outcome. Standing nearby, Zhou Shui looked equally distraught. Her fingers twisted nervously at the hem of her shirt, the light in her eyes fading. On the way back after clearing the dungeon, she had imagined basking in praise from friends and fans, gaining a surge of followers, and rocketing to fame once their results were announced. Now, all those hopeful dreams had evaporated. The rest of the team, sensing the mood, quickly moved to comfort their leaders. First place must just gotten lucky, maybe they stumbled onto a new strategy. One teammate said, patting Wang Tianming on the shoulder. Yeah, or maybe they found a shortcut, another chimed in. We're a strong team. Next dungeon. we'll take back the top spot. Unlike Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui, the other members quickly bounced back from their initial shock. After all, being second in the country was already far beyond what they'd expected. Smiles of satisfaction began to reappear on their faces. I want to see just who this incredible team is. Wang Tianming growled through gritted teeth. He suddenly spun around and strode toward the leaderboard. Everyone followed closely behind. When Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui looked up, they froze, stunned as if struck by lightning, their pupils contracting sharply. The rest of the team were just as dumbfounded. 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 37 seconds? World record? One teammate rubbed his eyes. Am I seeing this right? These numbers are insane. Is the leaderboard broken? Who is this exotic maiden squad? Never even heard of them. The team stood there, speechless, unable to tear their eyes from the blinding score at the top. For Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui, the shock was overwhelming, leaving their minds blank. From the moment they'd entered the sinkhole jungle dungeon, they had fought non-stop. Meals, rest, and even bathroom breaks were cut to the bare minimum. Every move followed the fastest possible strategy. Everyone was laser-focused, dodging, positioning, and dealing damage without a single mistake. Their tactics were flawless, execution meticulous, and the entire run went smoothly. Even so, their final time was 7 hours, 4 minutes, and 19 seconds, just 1 second faster than the previous national record. At this level, they knew how hard it was to shave off even a few seconds. But the score at the top of the leaderboard was a full 24 minutes faster than theirs. The most shocking thing was the rating gold, 5 stars. 5 golden stars shone brightly on the leaderboard, almost painful to look at. Weren't the experts saying that only a team with multiple strength professionals could get a gold rating? Zhou Shui muttered, disbelief thick in her voice. Everyone felt a heavy weight in their chest, their breathing growing tight. They couldn't help but wonder, could such a huge gap really be achieved just by optimizing strategy and route? Or was it simply a matter of raw strength? If the exotic maiden squad was made up entirely of professionals below a rank and still achieved this kind of result, just how strong were their members individually? The thought sent a chill up everyone's spines. Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui stood before the leaderboard, their faces dark, eyes burning with resentment and jealousy. All the excitement they felt after leaving the dungeon had vanished. Zhou Shui and Wang Tianming both looked grim, their faces clouded with concern as they stared at their phone screens, brows tightly furrowed. If this incredible record spread online, their second-place result would be relegated to the background, merely serving as a foil to the dazzling achievement of the Izu girls squad. Tianming, do you think this could just be a fluke? Zhou Shui asked in a low voice, her fingers unconsciously gripping the edge of her phone. Wang Tianming took a deep breath, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. It has to be a fluke. I don't know how they managed to score that high, but something's off with the data. Clenching his fist, he added, don't worry. As long as we keep up our performance in the next runs, we'll reclaim the glory that's rightfully ours. They're only showing off in this particular pitfall jungle dungeon. Once they try other dungeons, their real skill will be exposed, Wang Tianming sneered. The higher they climb now, the harder they'll fall later. Zhou Shui felt a little calmer after hearing this, though her eyes still glinted coldly. Wang Tianming continued scrolling through his phone, his expression growing darker. They're getting way too much attention. We'll need to ask the family to intervene. All right, Zhou Shui replied curtly. Their rivals were from Dongqing City as well, yet despite being ranked lower, they had achieved a better result. How could they just swallow that? This hype had to be brought down. The next morning, the 3 ranked professionals of the Tianxue squad were interviewed by Dongqing Broadcasting. Wang Tianming appeared especially humble on camera, openly sharing their team composition and tactical approach. He made a point to say, compared to the Izu girls squad, we still have a long way to go. We'll keep working hard and aim for better results in other dungeons. Online, people praised them. They even shared their tactics. That's the poise of a top-tier family. But soon, a wave of suspicion about the Izu girls squad's results began to spread online. Observant users started to pick apart the Tianxue squad's interview and realized they seemed to be hinting at problems with the Izu girls' record. Discussions erupted as people tried to deduce the Izu girls' team composition based on the Tianxue squad's disclosed setup. Even with 3 ranked professionals, Tianxue could only shave a second off the record, so how did the Izu girls beat the world record by 22 minutes? As debate raged, the previous world record holder spoke out in foreign media, first questioning whether the Izu girls had used banned items, then directly implying the new team was linked to a cult and may have performed a dark ritual. This video quickly made its way back to domestic platforms, causing an uproar. In this world, where 4 types of supernatural phenomena dungeons, abysses, phantom domains, and shadow ruins exist, the last 3 all stem from dungeon catastrophes and bring devastating consequences to reality each time they appear. The mainstream view is that these disasters happen when dungeon energy exceeds the limit of what the world's laws can handle, and that professionals clearing dungeons and consuming this energy usually help reduce the risk. However, If powerful transcendent professionals use special means to disrupt the rules inside a dungeon like using heretical items or performing evil rituals, the risk of disaster increases dramatically. Such forbidden acts are considered serious crimes in most countries, including Yin Nation. Historically, forbidden acts have only been committed by high-level professionals. There had never been a case involving anyone below level 30. That's why, when the Izu girls squad set their world record, nobody even considered the possibility of foul play. The controversy surrounding the exotic maidens battle squad continued to escalate online. Critics accused the group of engaging in cult-like activities, claiming such behavior was a serious crime that could land someone in jail. Some began to mock and ridicule, arguing that people in the country would do anything for vanity. Supporters, on the other hand, countered that this was nothing more than foreigners venting their frustration after losing their top spot in the world. They also made a strong point. Professionals under level 30 simply didn't have the ability to use any prohibited powers. Both sides clashed fiercely across the internet. Detractors threw out challenges. If you're really that strong, then break into the leaderboards for other dungeons too. Some even made bold promises. If they make it into the national top 10 in the next dungeon, I'll eat my hat while standing on my head. Not to be outdone, supporters insisted the exotic maidens battle squad never relied on hype for popularity. They were truly talented and ambitious. Some fans went so far as to declare, if they're actually caught cheating, I'll livestream myself streaking in the streets. As public opinion continued to spiral, the Extraordinary Trials Safety Committee of Dongqing City was forced to intervene. They announced they would partner with the Oversight Department to form an investigative team and thoroughly look into the matter. In the midst of this storm, Li Yi suddenly woke up on a stifling morning, gasping for air as if he were being squeezed by a giant python and unable to move. He opened his eyes with a start and realized he was being tightly held by Lai Wei, whose bathrobe had somehow come undone. Lai Wei, wake up! Li Yi called out, doing his best to suppress his embarrassment. But Lai Wei was fast asleep. Not only did she not let go, she hugged him even tighter and pressed his head closer to her. With no other choice, Li Yi reached out and pinched her soft waist. Lai Wei finally opened her eyes, loosening her hold a bit. She blinked her bright eyes and, in a playful tone, asked, Master, you're awake? Can I hold you while I sleep? Caught off guard by her sweet, sultry voice, Li Yi was left speechless. He could only cough awkwardly to hide his discomfort. It's not that I can't. It's just Li Yu's words trailed off as her eyes curved into crescents. She wrapped her arms tightly around Li Yi, pulling him into a warm embrace, her soft cheek nuzzling against his head. My hair, Li Yi muttered helplessly. This hardly felt like how a master should be treated. She was treating him more like a stuffed animal. Embarrassed, he tried to wriggle free. 18. With all the energy of youth and just waking up, such close contact was hard to handle. Sensing his resistance, Lai Wei reluctantly let go. Li Yi quickly slipped out of her arms and pulled a blanket over her. Don't bother with your old clothes, he said. I made you something new. Wait here, I'll go get it. You made clothes for me? Li Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded obediently. After washing up and changing, Li Yu was about to head to the workshop when his phone buzzed. It was a message from Lin Mani. Curious, he opened the social app and found that he was trending again. Karn McCarthy, the world's top player on the time-limited rankings, had publicly questioned whether the exotic girl battle team was involved in a cult. Renowned dungeon analyst Lai Lai DeWang had dissected the team's results from 4 angles, and Lu Yu, vice president of the Zhanghai Province Extraordinary Battle Team Association, had stated in an interview that whether professionals under level 30 could break the rules was still up for debate. Li Yi rolled his eyes, unfazed by the rumors. As a contract summon, Lai Wei was part of the summoner class system, so there was no question of breaking any rules. He replied simply to Lin Mania's concerns. Don't worry, our team's results are solid. Meanwhile, at the Wild Thunder Hunter Guild base, Shin Nanxing was discussing strategy with Lin Mani. While it wasn't impossible to get epic gear before level 10, the legendary greatsword in his hands, the first legendary weapon ever seen below level 10, was truly suspicious. If Li Yi really was a rule breaker, getting such high-quality gear from a dungeon catastrophe would make sense. If the rumors are true, the fallen priest Ubu might actually be a result of the catastrophe, not just a hidden boss, Lin Mani said seriously. Catastrophe dungeons are unpredictable and dangerous. Are you sure you want to go in? Shin Nanxing paced the room, deep in thought. After a long pause, he looked up, eyes resolute. I'm going. When Li Yi arrived at the workshop, the receptionist greeted him with a bright smile and handed him a large bag from behind the counter. Mr. Li, your set is ready. Li Yi took the bag and unzipped it to check the stats. Li Yi carefully examined the attribute data of the shadow set. First was the Agile Goggles, a purple quality item that provided 70 agility and 30 spirit, along with 3 attack deflection, 5 dodge, and 5 accuracy. The item required a minimum of 160 points in agility to use. Next was the Shadow Agile Jacket, also of purple quality, which offered 80 agility, 20 constitution, and 20 strength. Its effects included 5 physical resistance, 10 magic resistance, and 5 dodge, with an agility requirement of 170 points. After totaling the stats of all 7 pieces, a satisfied smile appeared on Li Yi's face. The set granted a total of 526 agility, 140 strength, 115 constitution, and 125 spirit, as well as 30 magic resistance, 20 physical resistance, and a 35 dodge rate. There were also secondary attributes such as accuracy and attack deflection. Leaving the workshop, Li Yi didn't head straight back to the hotel. Instead, he stopped by a women's lingerie store. He gave the clerk detailed measurements for Li Yu and asked for 4 sets of sports bras suitable for combat. Though Li Yu's strong physique meant sagging wasn't an issue, he still wanted to make sure nothing would affect her performance in battle. "Your girlfriend has an amazing figure," the saleswoman said with an envious smile. Li Yi responded with a polite laugh. After buying the underwear, Li Yi was about to return to the hotel, but paused when he passed a weapon shop. After a moment's thought, he walked inside. "How can I help you?" The clerk greeted him. "Do you have any lightweight swords with stat requirements limited to agility? Specifically, 736 agility or less." Li Yi stated his needs directly. That number was the total of Li Yu's current agility, plus the new set bonus. The clerk looked surprised. For a trial challenger, reaching 736 agility was impressive even for an agility-based class that would usually require being over level 20. But seeing that Li Yi knew exactly what he was looking for, the clerk nodded. "Yes, we do. Please wait a moment while I get them for you." A few minutes later, the clerk laid out 5 lightweight swords. Each was about 1.2 meters long, with blade widths between 5 and 6 centimeters, slightly larger than the Mocha's blade Li Yu was currently using. Li Yi carefully compared the stats of each sword, and finally, selected one that was fiery red from hilt to tip. The blazing wildfire longsword lay quietly on the counter, its impressive violet tier stats catching the eye: 185 agility, 45 constitution, and 50 strength. The equipment effects were even more striking: 10 armor penetration, 10 accuracy, 20 attack speed, and an additional 10 fire damage. Li Yi stared at the longsword, his breathing quickening involuntarily. 280 total attribute points, Li Yi calculated silently. Combined with Li Yu's own stats, her agility alone would reach a staggering 921 points. Seeing that number on the stat panel of a tier 2 summoned creature was almost unbelievable. A wave of envy washed over Li Yi. Thanks to her exceptionally high base stats, Li Yu could equip gear well above her level. Meanwhile, he could only choose equipment according to his own rank. But then he realized that, in a way, Li Yu's gear was as good as his own, which offered him some comfort. "How much is it?" Li Yi forced down his excitement and asked calmly. Just from the name, it was clear this sword was a crafted item. Compared to dungeon drops, crafted equipment might be slightly inferior in attributes, but it could be produced reliably. As long as you had the blueprint, materials, and a skilled enough craftsman, it could be made. Of course, the price was steep, much higher than dungeon gear of the same quality. The shop assistant gave a professional smile. "This sword has 4 special effects, so it's pricier than others of its level 800,000. Li Yi tried to haggle, but the assistant was firm. In the end, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and pay the full price. When he picked up the sword, Li Yi was surprised by how light it felt, almost as light as Mocha's mandible. The unique material piqued his curiosity. "Li Yu will love this," he thought, placing the sword into his spatial bag before hurrying back to the hotel. As soon as he opened the door, he was swept into a warm embrace. "You're back, master," Li Yu said with delight, ruffling his hair. She had long since memorized his footsteps and sensed his return from afar. The unexpected closeness made Li Yi's heart race and his body tense. He could understand if it happened unconsciously while she slept, but for Li Yu to hug him on her own initiative, he couldn't help but wonder if her affection level had increased. He quickly checked Li Yu's stats and stared in shock. Her affection level now read likes. It had jumped straight from close to likes. The change was so sudden. Meeting her gaze, Li Yi noticed that her expression was indeed different from before. The usual aloofness had faded, replaced by a warm enthusiasm. Her eyes, framed by exotic features, now held a distinct charm. Looking at her beautiful face, Li Yi felt his mouth go dry. Was this like the kind of affection between a man and a woman? Trying to shake off the strange feeling, Li Yi decided to just go with the flow. He gently slipped out of Li Yu's embrace, took out the new sportswear and equipment, and patiently showed her how to put them on. "I bought these clothes for you. From now on, this is what you'll wear," Li Yi said. Despite having lived 2 lives, he was still a bashful young man at heart. Although she had never helped anyone else get dressed before, Li Wei was no stranger to the process. She could figure it out just by looking. She examined the sports bra in her hands. Its simple design made it clear how to put it on. Before Li Yi could react, she swiftly pulled off her bathrobe. Her tall, slender figure appeared indistinct under the light as she expertly slipped into the sports bra, her movements smooth and practiced. Li Yi was caught off guard and had no time to stop her. A sly smile flickered at the corner of Li Yu's mouth. She was curious to see how her seemingly indifferent master would respond. After putting on the sports bra, she quickly donned the rest of her gear and spun in place once she was ready. The craftsmanship from the workshop is impressive, Li Yi remarked, unable to hide the light in his eyes. The combat suit fit Li Yu's figure perfectly, accentuating her curves. The moment she put on her goggles, her entire aura shifted. She now exuded a commanding presence, a blend of confidence and allure. How does it feel? Li Yi asked. It's really comfortable, Lai Wei replied, running her hands over the fabric in delight. This is the most comfortable outfit I've ever worn. The material is soft, stretchy, and breathable. I'm just not used to these shoes yet. A system notification popped up. Li Yu's affection for you 10. Current affection level, fondness. Watching Lai Wei, who was used to going barefoot, Li Yi smiled. You'll get used to it. There are too many dangers in the instance: poison, extreme heat, freezing cold. Foot protection is essential. He then handed her a brand new longsword. Li Yu's eyes lit up instantly. Master, is this for me? She took the sword eagerly, unable to hide her excitement. What a fine blade. In every way, it was far superior to Mocha's mandibles. Li Yi silently checked Li Yu's stats panel. Strength, 295. Agility, 921. Constitution, 265. Spirit, 215. Magic power, 90. Special skills. Sword Saint's Path LV.1 damage 5. Light Sword Mastery LV.1 armor penetration 5, attack speed 10. Sword Intent Perception LV.5 dodge 15. Can sense the surrounding environment. Looking at these formidable stats, Li Yi was filled with excitement. At just level 2, Lai Wei already had a total attribute score of 1,786, a level most classes wouldn't reach until after level 20. She would only become more powerful as she leveled up. After enjoying their meal at the hotel, the two set off for the second instance in the Dark Forest Dungeon Cluster, the Venomous Mine, a 5-person dungeon. The world record for the Dark Venom Mine was frozen at 5 hours, 58 minutes, and 45 seconds, a record set by a player from Gaul that had stood strong for 25 years. The high score record, on the other hand, was held by a player from Northern Ligashu in the United States, who achieved silver 9 stars, and that record had lasted nearly 28 years. Amazingly, the 5-player dungeon's record had stood even longer than the one for the Sinkhole Jungle Raid. 5 hours and 58 minutes? Li Yi was full of doubt. Most 5-player dungeons were completed in about 4 hours, so why did it take almost 6 to clear the Dark Venom Mine? Eager for answers, he began searching for strategies online. However, there were barely any guides available. Only one complete walkthrough could be found, and it was the same one left by the Gaul player 25 years ago. After reading the guide, Li Yi finally understood the challenge. The main difficulty of the Dark Venom Mine lay in its maze-like network of underground tunnels, which twisted and overlapped, making it easy to lose your way. To make things worse, the starting point was random, the lighting was dim, and the harsh environment often left players stranded. The tunnels were filled with a nauseating stench, making people feel sick. Even more troublesome were the countless snakes, rats, bugs, and ants scurrying everywhere. Although weak individually, their sheer numbers could cause serious problems. Defeating them yielded no experience points, making it a total waste of time. As a result, among the 4 dungeons in Shadowed Forest, Dark Venom Mine had always been the least popular challenge. Li Yi put on the mask from his Jungle Seeker set and left the hotel with Lai Yu. Since Lai Yu didn't like entering the summoning space, Li Yi simply let her stay outside and follow him closely. Thanks to the second affix of the Summoner Sovereign, Lai Yu was immune to detection, control, and capture. Even in the real world, no one would recognize her true identity. Li Yi walked ahead, while Lai Yu, wearing goggles and carrying her longsword, followed with an effortlessly captivating stride. When they extended their stay at the front desk, the 2 receptionists couldn't help but fix their gaze on Lai Yu, their eyes shining with a mix of admiration and envy. Lai Yu's appearance was so striking that they almost started drooling. Li Yi's lips twitched slightly, feeling a bit helpless. He had a decent figure and looks himself, but whenever Lai Yu was around, all the attention from women seemed to shift entirely to her. At that moment, one of the receptionists mustered up the courage, pulled out her phone, and shyly asked, "Miss Swordswoman, could I get your contact info?" Li Yi raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Instinctively, he reached out and wrapped his arm around Lai Yu's waist, putting on a tough front. "Sorry, my girlfriend doesn't use a phone." Although Lai Yu didn't fully understand what was happening, when her master put his arm around her waist, she leaned in slightly to make it easier for him. She wasn't sure what girlfriend or phone meant, but it was clear her master was politely refusing the receptionist and asserting some sort of ownership. After a brief moment of thought, Lai Yu guessed that her master might be showing others that she was his alone. So, she wrapped her arm around Li Yi's neck and pressed in closer, as if to reaffirm that she belonged to him. The 2 receptionists stared in shock, speechless at the scene before them. They had assumed the young man was just the swordswoman's assistant, not her boyfriend. They'd seen couples where the woman was taller, but this pair was truly unexpected. Seeing how directly Li Yi refused, The receptionist could only put her phone away awkwardly. As he stepped out of the hotel, Li Yi walked right into the busiest time of day in the camp town. The moment Li Yu appeared on the street, everything fell silent for a few seconds. Her towering height and astonishing 2.2 meters combined with her flawless proportions made her look like a Valkyrie straight out of legend. Instantly, all eyes were on her, and gasps of amazement rippled through the crowd. It wasn't until the two of them had walked some distance away that people snapped out of their daze. A short, chubby guy pulled out his phone, ready to sneak a photo, but cautiously used an insight scroll first. Class. Level. Damn. He sucked in a sharp breath. This only happened when the target's level was at least 30 higher than the user's. Noticing others reaching for their phones, he quickly shouted, "Stop! That female swordsman is at least level 50 or higher. Are you trying to get yourselves killed?" Those about to take pictures froze in fear and hurriedly put their phones away. Everyone knew that high-level professionals, especially women, hated being photographed without consent. It was an unspoken rule. You had to ask permission before taking pictures. The law was strict about it, too. Meanwhile, in the equipment workshop, the receptionist who had helped Li Yi earlier was chatting with her coworker. You have no idea how exaggerated the measurements he gave were. He actually spent 2.15 million on a custom order. We make a few thousand a month, and he just drops millions on a character, no less. As she complained, her coworker's expression suddenly changed. "Ollie, you might have misunderstood him," her coworker said, pointing outside. She followed his gaze and her eyes went wide. "No way, seriously?" Grabbing her coworker's arm, she shouted excitedly. "That female swordsman is wearing the equipment we made." Li Yi and Lai Yu soon arrived at the entrance to the dark venom mine dungeon. Unlike the bustling sinkhole jungle, this place was completely deserted, confirming just how unpopular this dungeon was. As they stepped through the portal, a wave of pungent rot hit them. The dim mine only allowed them to see about 10 meters ahead. Vines and fungi crawled across the rock walls, with all sorts of bugs writhing between them. The black sludge on the ground hid the corpses of snakes, rats, and insects, and now and then, the bones of larger creatures could be seen. Li Yi was silently grateful for his mask, which blocked out some of the stench. Otherwise, a few seconds in here would be enough to make anyone faint. As he took his first step, the sludge beneath his feet made a sickening squelch. Suddenly, he felt something warm and soft. Li Yu had scooped him up by the waist. "Master, let me hold you." Li Yu's eyes were gentle as she nuzzled Li Yi's forehead softly. Li Yi instinctively wanted to refuse after all. As a man, this posture felt a bit inappropriate. But as Li Yu's warm arms wrapped around him, his resolve immediately crumbled. "Ahem, all right then," he said, trying to sound calm. Li Yu's lips curled into a smile. "Master is adorable," she teased, lifting her gaze ahead as her level 5 sword intent spread out, instantly sensing every movement within 30 meters. With Li Yi in her arms, she stepped forward, and the entire mine tunnel was thrown into chaos. Countless snakes, rats, and insects scattered in all directions, their rustling filling the air. After moving just over 30 meters, a swarm of rats and bugs had already gathered behind them. Several mosquitoes buzzed toward Li Yu's neck, but just as they were about to land, they were shredded to dust by her sword or a shield. On the ground, a few bold rats tried to gnaw at her heels. Li Yu's eyes flashed coldly as she spun around and shouted. The sound wave crashed outwards, instantly bursting the dense mass of vermin into pieces. That was awesome. Li Yi's eyes lit up. This indiscriminate area of attack was incredibly powerful in the narrow tunnel, and with the echo amplifying the sound, it was nearly unstoppable. The only downside was the noisy it was likely to attract other monsters. Sure enough, moments later, a chorus of strange cries echoed down the tunnel. About 10 seconds later, 5 kobold miners, each a meter tall and holding candles, appeared in view. Lai Wei immediately set Li Yi down, drew her sword, and charged. With a flash of her blade, all 5 kobolds were taken down before they could even scream. The system prompt chimed in. "You have slain a level 3 kobold miner, gaining 9 experience points. You have slain a level 3 kobold candlebearer, gaining 9 experience points." While Li Yi and Lai Wei were quickly clearing monsters in the poison mine, the Extraordinary Trial Safety Committee and the Bureau of Extraordinary Oversight in Dongqing City were holding a joint press conference. At the event, officials reported the findings from their investigation into the sinkhole jungle instance. The dungeon was confirmed to be operating normally and stably, with no signs of any violations. The Bureau spokesperson then called on netizens to remain rational and not to spread rumors for attention. With this announcement, the people of Dongqing City felt vindicated. The achievements of the Exotic Girls battle team were officially recognized, and citizens flooded the comment sections of critical videos to fight back. Where are the haters now? Still want to argue with the official report? Some people are just lazy and don't believe anything foreigners say, without even checking the facts. Maybe those sour folks should mind their own business for once. However, the critics weren't silenced. They continued to mock online. Wow, Dongqing City sure knows how to play being both the athlete and the referee. Forget it, they finally got a world record. Of course they'll protect it at all costs. The debate over the exotic warrior maidens guild raged on in the forums. The skeptics stood their ground. I only trust hard data. If you want to convince me, show the detailed stats and tactics behind those 5-star gold ratings. The officials shouldn't hype up players for publicity if there's cheating, admit it, and deal with those responsible. Supporters fired back, their keyboards clattering. Why should they hand over hard-earned strategies to you? Even if you had the data, you wouldn't understand it. Instead of nitpicking here, why not spend more time practicing in the dungeons? While both sides argued fiercely, Shen Nanxing led the Thunderstrike Guild deep into the sunken jungle, arriving at the heart of the Goblin tribe's ruins. Standing at the front of the group, he went over the tactical details for the third time, making sure not a single point was overlooked. Ready? He glanced around at his teammates. Ready. They answered in unison, eyes filled with determination. Satisfied, Shen Nanxing nodded and ran his fingers over the hilt of his heavy blade. He clearly remembered how things were before the raid began. His teammates had dismissed him as a spoiled rich kid and criticized him for forcing the Shrank Lightning Swordsman to leave the group. But after 4 bosses, his skills had won everyone over. Now, they finally understood why he hadn't cared about losing the Lightning Swordsman. Leader, the cameras set up. A teammate reported. Shen Nanxing took a deep breath. Activate the hidden boss. 2 members placed the Gnoll's corpse into the sacrificial array and adjusted the magic stones. A dark purple, sinister light flared up, and after about a minute, the corrupted priest Ubu, hair wild and tangled, appeared at the edge of the ruins. Despicable humans. Ubu roared in goblin tongue. How dare you sacrifice my kin to the evil god? He'll make you pay in blood. He swung his staff, summoning 5 goblin zombies. Shen Nanxing drew his sword and led the charge, while his teammates quickly took their positions. After a grueling 20-minute battle, Ubu finally fell, cursing them with his last breath. Humans, I will curse you for eternity. Shen Nanxing plunged his sword into the ground for support, gasping for air. He was stunned by how perfectly Li Yi's strategy had worked. They had actually managed to kill the boss on the first attempt. The rest of the team was equally shaken. This is insane. How does a level 1 dungeon have a boss this overpowered? How did the exotic warrior maidens guild beat this back then? Having experienced the fight themselves, everyone now had nothing but respect for the strength of the exotic warrior maidens guild. You have slain the fallen priest, UPU, and gained 300 experience points. At that moment, the same notification popped up on everyone's class panel. As the system message sounded, the level bars for all 5 members of the party lit up and jumped by 1 level simultaneously. Whoa, 300 experience points. The team members' eyes widened in disbelief as exclamations of excitement filled the air. That was equivalent to the reward for killing 30 regular monsters in one god. His hidden boss was worth far more than they'd expected. Shen Nanxing finally let the tension leave his shoulders and breathed a long sigh of relief. Only now was he truly sure that the Yuzunu battle team hadn't used any illegal methods. His eyes gleamed with shrewd calculation as he silently vowed to build a good relationship with them in the future. As a far-sighted leader, he understood just how strategically valuable the Yuzunu battle team could be to the future of the Quanlei team. Boss, you're amazing. Your leadership is incredible. You're even better than the professional commanders in those famous teams. Praise erupted from the team, their eyes shining with admiration. Even though they knew they'd had help from the Yuzunu team's guide, in their minds, the real key to defeating the hidden boss was Shen Nanxing's flawless command. Everyone understood that a skilled leader was the soul of a battle team. The members' class ranks and gear set the lower limit, but excellent leadership determined how far they could go. As his teammates looked at him with burning admiration, Shen Nanxing gave a wry smile. He knew better than anyone that from now on, he would be relying on Li Yi's guides even more. The team thought their victory was thanks to his outstanding command, but the truth was that Li Yi's walkthrough was simply too precise and detailed. It wasn't just a basic rundown of the boss mechanics and skill set, was a step-by-step map of the entire battlefield, accurate down to the square foot. Every movement, every skill counter, was clearly marked, and the boss skill timeline was broken down to the exact second. As commander, all he really did was relay the guide's instructions and make sure everyone was in the right place at the right time. Shen Nanxing's expression grew complicated. Even just glimpsing the detail of the guide made it clear the members of the Yuzunu team were terrifyingly capable, and their execution was flawless. Their ability to analyze, strategize, and make decisions in battle could only be described as monstrous. All Shen Nanxing felt now was deep admiration and regret that he couldn't recruit such a powerful team under his own banner. Boss, we finished in 6 hours and 43 minutes. The logistics member's voice shook with excitement. If we exit the instance quickly, we have a real shot at taking first in Chang'an province, maybe even second place nationally. The news hit the group like a jolt of electricity. Everyone's eyes lit up instantly, their faces beaming with joy. Shen Nanxing's eyes blazed with determination as he roared. Everyone get out of the instance, run for it. Now? Before Head even finished speaking, the team shot toward the exit like arrows leaving the bow. with a chance to break the record right in front of them. Who needed any more encouragement? 20 minutes later, when the last member of the Quanglei team stepped through the portal at the dungeon entrance, a message popped up on everyone's screen. Sinkhole, jungle, normal dungeon complete. Time, 7 hours. For minutes, 10 seconds. Current provincial rank, 1st. National rank, 2nd. Global rank, 17th. Sinkhole, jungle, normal dungeon complete. Overall rating, gold, 1 star. Current provincial rank, 1st. National rank, 2nd. Global rank, 2nd. The moment Shen Nanxing received the system notification, a golden badge icon flashed across his screen. Challenge Master, 1st rank, gold badge. The system listed the badge's attributes in detail: 5 strength, 5 agility, 5 constitution, 5 spirit, 5 spell power, along with a 1 increase to critical hit chance. Even more exciting, their team hadn't just claimed the provincial top spot, they'd also secured 2nd place in the country and 2nd in the world, an incredible achievement. Haha. Shen Nanxing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Even the legendary Thunderblade swordsman had never reached such heights. The strategy guide and legendary weapon, head bought for 5 million, were worth every penny. The reputation of the exotic warriors squad was finally proven beyond doubt. All the frustration that had been weighing on him these past few days vanished in an instant. Ever since he awakened his rank class, had endured the scorn and dismissal of his family. Now, at last, he could hold his head high. Leader, you're amazing. Long live the leader. I love you, boss. His teammates cheered wildly, their excitement filling the room. Shen Nanxing immediately shared the good news with his aunt, Lin Mani. After a brief congratulations, Lin Mani sprang into action, displaying the full power and influence of a top-tier family. Within minutes, major media outlets in Chang'an province, including official news sources, were reporting the news, and famous influencers and online personalities were posting their congratulations. Netizens from Chang'an province went wild. After days of seeing Jianghai province dominate the trending topics, it was finally their turn in the spotlight. People rushed to like and share the news, pushing Chang'an province's all-ranked team Quanglei takes world 2nd with gold 1-star score in collapsing jungle straight to the top of the trending list. Those who had been busy writing skeptical articles were left speechless. An all-ranked team taking 2nd place in the world, and with a gold 1-star score? They double-checked the news, only to find it was absolutely true. The B and A-rank professionals in the skeptics camp began to doubt themselves, while supporters fought back fiercely. Didn't you say only ranked teams could get a gold score? Tell me, does the Quanglei squad that just took 2nd place in the world rankings have any rank members? Any rank members? Look in my eyes. Still, some stubborn voices persisted. Just because Quanglei got gold 1-star doesn't mean the exotic warrior's gold 5-star is real. And let's not forget, Shen Nanxing is from the prestigious Shen family of Hengrongi's father. Shen Tianyue is a 6th-ranked class powerhouse. But soon, a live broadcast link put all doubts to rest. On the national program Extraordinary Frontline, Shen Nanxing openly shared, "Actually, our team includes a crank rogue who specializes in scouting and security. As for how we got the gold score, the real secret was how we handled the hidden boss." His words left even the host stunned, while the live chat instantly filled with question marks. A hidden boss? What was that all about? Come on, man. You were ranked 2nd on the national speedrun leaderboard and 17th in the world. And now you're telling me you also took down a hidden boss? Doesn't that make the 16 teams ahead of you, including the Izu girls squad, look like a joke? The host's shock flickered across his face for a moment before he quickly regained his composure and professionalism. He leaned in, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Did your team finish in 7 hours, for minutes, and 10 seconds after discovering and defeating the hidden boss? Shen Nanxing sat up straight, his gaze unwavering. That's right. The host tapped his fingers on the table, pressing further. How did your team find the hidden boss? Can you share any details with us? Shen Nanxing smiled slightly, dropping a bombshell. We didn't discover the hidden boss ourselves. It was the Izu girls squad that gave us the strategy. We followed their guide, and that's how we managed to take down the hidden boss. His words exploded like a bombshell in the live stream chat. Comments flooded the screen, nearly covering it entirely. They got the hidden boss strategy from the Izu girls squad? So does that mean the Izu girls squad also defeated the hidden boss? They cleared the dungeon in just 6 hours, 40 minutes, and 37 seconds. Even after killing the hidden boss, viewers were stunned, their minds reeling. Who exactly was this up-and-coming team? What kind of monsters were hiding in their ranks? The host's eyes lit up, and his voice rose with excitement. That's incredible. I had no idea you actually knew the Izu girls squad. The audience in the chat was even more hyped than the host. Shen Nanxing's statement had indirectly confirmed the Izu girls squad's achievement if his team could earn a gold 1-star rating just by following their walkthrough. Then the Izu girls squad must be even more formidable. The host leaned in eagerly, unable to contain his curiosity. Is there anything you can share about the Izu girls squad? Shen Nanxing shook his head apologetically. We have an agreement, so I can't share any information about them. But I can assure everyone they absolutely deserve their ranking. and I'm sure they'll surprise us all even more in the future. The host and viewers were now hanging on every word. The chat exploded again, and any skeptical voices were quickly drowned out by the flood of discussion. Seizing the moment, Shen Nanxing continued. As for the hidden boss, I recorded the entire fight. He'll be uploading the video to our team's official account. Soon feel free to check it out and learn from it. Fans were ecstatic, rushing to share the news across social media. The official account for the Kuanglei squad shot up from just over 1,000 followers, gaining thousands more every second. It only began to slow down after surpassing 2 million. Among the new followers were not just pros looking for strategies, but also plenty of curious fans fascinated by the hidden boss. At exactly 8 p.m., the much-anticipated walkthrough video was released. Countless viewers clicked in immediately, hungry for every detail. The video began with a detailed explanation of how to activate the hidden boss corrupted priest Wupu. The chat exploded again. That pattern was actually a sacrificial ritual circle? I saw it in the dungeon too. Why didn't I think it was related to the hidden boss? The third circle is in a cave, and the fourth is at the bottom of a river. Who would ever find those? Don't tell me the Izu girls squad's clear time even included the time spent searching for the circles. I couldn't believe my eyes. There's actually a specific activation sequence for the array. With the fifth array fixed, there are still 24 possible combinations. How did they figure out the correct order in such a short time? And how was this activation method even discovered? It's completely baffling. Viewers were stunned after watching the beginning of the video. Without the strategy guide from the exotic girls battle team, this hidden boss might have remained undiscovered forever. Their strength is incredible. Every member of the exotic girls battle team is truly talented. Some people who previously doubted their achievements tried to stir up controversy in the comments, but after watching the opening, everyone immediately fell silent. The viewers kept watching. Next came the explanation of the mechanics and abilities of the fallen priest, Wupu. The fight against Wupu is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the most common among bosses, the protective magic shield phase. During this phase, Wupu dashes rapidly across the battlefield, targeting players with an area effect skill called Energy Death Ray. Every 20 seconds, he also summons 5 goblin zombies to charge at the players. These zombies must be defeated within 10 seconds. Otherwise, when they explode, they leave behind a black miasma. Any player who touches this miasma will suffer from skin corrosion and full body paralysis. Getting hit once is basically a guaranteed knockout. Fortunately, the miasma doesn't move around and will slowly dissipate over time. Every time Whoopi's shield drops by 10, he summons an additional giant zombie. The giant zombie will quickly devour the smaller ones on the field, growing in size and damage by 10 for each one it consumes. After eating 5 small zombies, the giant zombie transforms into a grotesque stitched abomination, randomly locking onto and chasing a target. Without a tank's protection or a speed boost, that target is almost certain to die. When a giant zombie appears, the remaining small zombies must be dealt with quickly, or the threat will escalate rapidly. If the abomination doesn't continue to consume small zombies or isn't killed within 30 seconds, it self-destructs, dealing massive area damage. Any player caught in the blast will be seriously injured, if not killed outright. Neither the small nor giant zombies can be hit by Whoopi's energy death ray. If they are, they go berserk, gaining increased movement and attack speed. By this point, the audience was already sweating with nerves. As expected from a hidden boss, even the first phase's mechanics and skills are enough to outclass the 4 regular bosses in the Pitfall Jungle. Next is the second phase. Once Whoopi's protective shield is broken, he enters a berserk state and ascends into the air. This time, he doesn't summon zombies. Instead, he calls forth 8 goblin ghosts at different positions around the arena. These ghosts slowly move toward the center, firing energy projectiles as they go. When damaged, the ghosts gradually become more transparent until they vanish completely. However, if the time between each ghost's death exceeds 5 seconds, they'll revive and return to their original state. If all 8 ghosts reach the center, they explode, dealing damage to the entire group. Each ghost also inflicts a stacking curse on nearby players, reducing attack, movement, and casting speed by 10. After exploding, all the ghosts respawn at their original spots. With all these details revealed, the viewer's tension reached its peak. The battle with Wupu had only just begun. It hovered in midair, relentlessly firing deadly energy beams while controlling skeletal arms that erupted randomly from the ground. These bony limbs seemed to come alive, constantly reaching for the adventurer's feet. Anyone caught by them would be trapped in place, an easy target for the energy blasts raining down from above, and certain death would follow. Viewers watching the video looked pale with fear. How could this possibly be the difficulty of a Tier 1 dungeon? Before level 10, adventurers had only 3 or 4 basic skills. Surviving such a complex combination of mechanics and relentless, multi-phase attacks seemed nearly impossible. What was even more despairing was that this was only Whoopi's second phase. In the final, third phase, it would go completely berserk, sacrificing itself to the evil god. Countless tentacles would then surge up from below, attacking all enemies nonstop for 2 whole minutes. During this time, Wupu became completely immune to damage, and the only thing the team could do was desperately try to survive until its energy ran out. After seeing all the mechanics explained, viewers felt weak in the knees and chilled to the bone. This wasn't a challenge, it was a death sentence. Still, they forced themselves to keep watching the Quanglei Warband's live combat video, eager to see how this team managed to conquer such an impossible boss. As the fight began, under Shin Nangsing's command, the entire team operated like a finely tuned machine. Every member moved with precision, dodging attacks while seizing every chance to deal damage. From their god's eye perspective, viewers soon noticed the key. Shin Nangsing's leadership was extraordinary. He knew every skill's timing perfectly, and his predictions were flawless. Although the warband members were all only rank adventurers, their potential was pushed to the limit thanks to smart team composition and Shin Nangsing's impeccable direction. Whether focusing fire or switching targets, their reaction speed was astonishing. The first wave of zombies was dispatched with ease. In the second phase, against the goblin spirits, they used a bold tactic, splitting up the spirits' movement paths and then focusing all their attacks as the spirits converged at the center for a swift kill. This tactic was extremely risky. One mistake, and all 8 spirits could explode at once, wiping out the whole team. Sure enough, something went wrong. 2 spirits weren't killed in time. The audience held their breath, but Shin Nansing reacted instantly and managed to save the situation at the last second. The third phase was even more nerve-wracking. Countless tentacles covered the battlefield, and Shin Nansing directed the team to clear a safe zone within the crucial 3 seconds before each tentacle strike. Each time the tentacles slammed down, the team had already moved to a new safe spot. This required precise timing and flawless teamwork, since the number of tentacles in each area varied, and they had to clear them quickly. In the end, the Quanglei Warband achieved the impossible. Not a single member fell during those terrifying 2 minutes. After watching the entire video, viewers were left speechless. They knew that any ordinary team wouldn't have survived even the first phase. If the Quanglei Warband was already this strong, just how terrifying would the Exotic Maidens Warband be as their advanced version? Who are you calling a hater? The online debate over the Izu Girl Battle Squad was raging. The critics had confidently claimed that only class professions could achieve a gold rating, but Shin Nansing shattered this iron rule with a team made up entirely of class Izu girls. Not only did her squad clear the challenge flawlessly, they also discovered a hidden boss that all other teams had missed. In stark contrast, the elite team from Dongqing City, made up of 3 A-class professionals, could only earn a silver 7-star rating and even finished 9 seconds slower than the official benchmark. One foreign player posted 7 videos accusing the Izu Girl Battle Squad of cheating, but deleted everything and disappeared as soon as the strategy footage was released. Supporters seized the moment, flooding major platforms with posts and pushing the critics into full retreat. Platform algorithms began recommending mocking videos en masse, adding insult to injury for the doubters. Meanwhile, in private chat groups, the critics were in disarray. I'm being flamed in the comments and my DMSI don't even get a chance to defend myself. My account had over 5,000 followers, but after posting a critical video, I lost more than 2,000 overnight. It's basically ruined. Amidst the complaints, someone raised a crucial question. Who started this whole drama in the first place? The group fell into an uneasy silence. After digging around, they discovered that the original instigator was the official account of the Jianghai Province Battle Squad, which had already been deleted and disappeared. What made people even angrier was that Dongqing City shady media outlets, the vice president of the Jianghai Province Battle Squad Association, and even the well-known dungeon analyst, Lai Dewang, had all been involved. Lai Dewang, with over 6 million followers, had even made a video analyzing the cheating methods of the Izu Girl Battle Squad. Outraged netizens launched a counterattack, flooding the comment sections of everyone who had fueled the controversy. Lai Dewang, with the largest fanbase, bore the brunt of the backlash. Facing the storm, he started a live stream to apologize. Guys, this is all a misunderstanding. I was just following the client's instructions for an analysis. I thought I was just explaining anti-cheating measures. He revealed that the client was a local power from Dongqing City and apologized repeatedly, saying he had already deleted the controversial video. King Lai bowed deeply in his live stream, his body almost bent at a right angle, his voice trembling with genuine regret. I'm so sorry. I truly apologize. His words were earnest, and there was even a glimmer of tears in his eyes. The chat exploded instantly. Seeing how sincerely he apologized, the viewers' anger faded away like a receding tide. The comment section shifted from insults to understanding and support. Don't blame yourself, King. Just be more careful with your future partnerships. We've got your back. Fans not only comforted him with their messages, but also showered him with virtual gifts, their effects filling the screen and nearly covering King Lai's remorseful face. But when King Lai mentioned the local powers in Dongqing City, the audience's attention immediately shifted. Like hounds catching the scent of blood, they launched into a new round of investigation. Social media was soon flooded with screenshots, exposés, and analysis posts. Before long, the focus landed squarely on Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui. Who else could it be but those two? Read one highly liked comment. They threw money at promotions before the event to boost their profiles, thinking they'd hit it big afterwards. But when the results came out and they got crushed by the Izu girls team, they lashed out and tried to smear them. Another user analyzed. Did you see Wang's fake humility during that interview? Smiling on the outside, but probably hoping the Izu team would fail. Someone posted a screenshot of Wang Taiming's interview, adding a sarcastic caption. The netizens, acting like a well-trained digital army, quickly swarmed the comment sections of Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui's personal accounts. Angry messages flooded in. You know you're nowhere near as good as the Izu girl team, right? If you're not good enough, just train harder. They managed to get a gold 1-star with all class players, and even finished faster than you. Anyone with half a brain would try to learn from them, not stab them in the back. Wow, your professional rank is even higher than Shen Nangxing's, but your character is leagues below. No wonder the Shun family's Hungrong group is in the national top 50, while the Wang family is only famous for tax evasion. Reading these comments, Wang Taiming's face turned pale, then green, then red, and finally ashen. His hand shook as he gripped his phone, eyes blazing with fury. He frantically hit the block button, but the flood of hostile comments was unstoppable. In the end, he had no choice but to shut down his entire comment section, like a general forced to surrender. Zhou Shui's situation was even more dramatic. Netizens didn't just go after her, they also dug up dirt on her father, Zhou Changkong. I heard your dad, Zhou Changkong, used to have a blood brother named Li Ting. They were so close they practically wore the same pants. One comment said, alongside an old photo of Zhou Changkong with another man. After Li Ting and his wife died in battle, their son was sent to an orphanage. He survived on student aid and odd jobs. Not only did your dad stand by and do nothing, but he also publicly smeared Li Ting at every opportunity. Is that true? Zhou Shui stared at her phone, her expression dark and stormy. Her fingers gripped the device so tightly her knuckles turned white, as if she might crush the screen. She never imagined things would escalate this far. Li Ting, the name wasn't unfamiliar. He was Li Yi's father. Based on what she knew of her own father, he might not have gone so far as to publicly slander a friend, but distancing himself to avoid trouble sounded exactly like something Zhou Changkong would do. The online digging continued, with more old photos and videos of Zhou Changkong surfacing. Wait, after Li Ting died, Zhou Changkong was taken in for questioning by the Security Bureau for 3 days. Could Zhou Changkong have had something to do with the deaths of Li Ting and his wife? One explosive comment sparked a new round of speculation. Guys, I found a 10-year-old exposé on a forum with tons of dirt on Zhou Changkong. The post might get deleted soon, but I've screenshotted everything. DM me if you want it. Hundreds of replies quickly followed, asking for the screenshots. Meanwhile, in the Zhou family mansion in Dongqing City, Zhou Changkong sat on a leather sofa in his study, his expression grim as he read a report on his tablet. Go bring that boy from the Li family here to record a clarification video, he ordered in a low voice. The butler, standing nearby, bowed politely but hesitated. Sir, we already sent someone, but there was no one at his residence, and his phone is disconnected. Zhou Changkong frowned, annoyance flickering in his eyes. Xiao Xue should have other ways to contact him. Have her handle it. Zhou Shui soon received a call from Butler Lu. After hearing his message, her face grew even darker. She couldn't believe she was being asked to reach out to Li Yi herself. That idiot had signed up for the Transcendent Trials without a second, though they could already be dead in some dungeon. But this was about her father's reputation. Her fate was tied to her family's, so she agreed. Inside the dark venom mine, Li Yi bent down to pick up a piece of green gear dropped by the final boss, and casually tossed it into his bag. Worth a few $100 enough to buy Sword St. Big Sis some beer, he calculated silently. He glanced at his experience bar and couldn't help but frown. Even with a 50 solo bonus, this 5-player dungeon only gave him a measly 30 experience. The gap compared to raid dungeons was just too big. Still, at least the run was short, with lower difficulty and a smaller scale. Let's head out, Li Yi said. Before he finished, Liu nodded and dashed over, scooping him up around the waist. With a burst of her gale step, she sped toward the dungeon exit. Li Yi had planned to control their clear time, worried their data might be too eye-catching. But the stench in this place was worse than a dry latrine. He didn't want to stay another second. After taking down the final boss, he decided to wrap things up as quickly as possible. On the way back, Liu used her powerful sword sense to figure out the right path, and soon the two of them reached the exit. Liu gently set Li Yi down, and as they stepped through the portal, a string of notifications popped up. Dark Venom, my normal dungeon cleared. Time, 2 hours, 45 minutes, 28 seconds. World ranking, first. Reward, Golden Adventurer Title Mine. Effect, 5 movement speed, 20 vision range. Overall rating, Gold, 9 stars. World ranking, first. Reward, Adventurer King Badge, Tier 1. Stat boost, all attributes 10. Special effect, 15 movement speed, 2 critical chance. Bonus, easier to gain favor from allies. Adventurer King? Li Yi was stunned and quickly searched online, only to find this was the first time the title had appeared. He immediately swapped out his challenger's badge and checked his updated stats. Name, Li Yi. Age, 18. Class, Summoner. Level, 36, 2.75. Base stats, Strength 15, Agility 97, Constitution 20, Spirit 15, Magic Power 18. Combat stats, Crit 2, Movement Speed 148.5. Skills, Energy Starshot LV.5, Summon Stone Guardian LV.1. Passive, Warden's Rally LV.1. Available points, Attributes 0, Skills 0. My speed's now faster than a rogue with a sprint skill? Li Yi grinned. Even if a speed-type monster targets me, we'll have plenty of time for Li Yu to react. Come on, let's head back to the hotel for some drinks. In high spirits, Li Yi led Li Yu away cheerfully. Meanwhile, at the Dark Venom Mine leaderboard, 5 passing players stared in shock at the unbelievable numbers on display. World record. Guild name, Guardians of the Best Exotic Girls. Country, Yin Nation. Time limited record, 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds. Rating, Gold, 9 stars. National record. Guild name, Guardians of the Best Exotic Girls. Region, Dongqing City, Jianghai Province. Time, 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds. At the top of the leaderboard, 5 young people stared wide-eyed at the data, rubbing their eyes repeatedly to make sure they weren't seeing things. The gold 9-star rating, a legendary full score, was displayed clearly before them, leaving them speechless in shock. Smartphone cameras pointed at the leaderboard, accompanied by a chorus of shutter clicks. On social media, the news exploded like a bombshell, with views skyrocketing in real time. The comments section erupted instantly. 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds? That's a full 3 hours faster than the previous world record. Gold 9 stars. Isn't that the legendary perfect score? It's the Exotic Girls Guild again. What kind of monsters are they? Soon, someone claimed to be near the Dark Forest and said they would go check in person. Netizens waited anxiously. 2 minutes later, a video appeared in the comments. In the footage, a tall young man waved in front of the leaderboard, with the data clearly visible behind him. Once it was confirmed to be genuine, the comment section exploded with excitement. Professionals across the country were stunned, finding it hard to believe what they saw. When journalists from Dongqing City received the news, they thought it was a mistake and double-checked before rushing to the scene. Witnessing this historic moment firsthand, the reporters were so moved their eyes turned red with emotion. This achievement not only shattered the world record, but also made history. Even though it was just a Tier 1 5-person dungeon, it sent shockwaves through the entire supernatural community. Major state media outlets waited for the regulatory authorities to verify the results, and soon received confirmation. The record was authentic and there were no violations. The news immediately dominated the headlines on every major platform. State television even interrupted regular programming with a breaking report. Elderly viewers watching at home exchanged bewildered glances, while one man, living alone in a luxurious villa, muttered to himself, "Sigh, getting old. First my eyes went, now my ears aren't working either. Grandpa, what's wrong? Did someone upset you?" Little Ming Ming walked out of her room, noticing the displeasure on her grandfather's face. She frowned slightly, her voice full of concern. "Did you finish your homework, Ming Ming?" The somber expression on Lu Yuanlong's face vanished instantly, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. He smiled warmly. "No one upset me. I just misheard something on the news, that's all." Ming Ming tilted her head, blinking her big eyes, her expression innocent and adorable. "What did you mishear on the news?" Lu Yuanlong chuckled, gently patting his granddaughter's head. "Just now, the news mentioned an incredible genius from our country. My hearing isn't great, so I got the numbers wrong." Ming Ming looked puzzled, her brow furrowed. "A genius?" She glanced at the TV still playing in the background, then pointed at the screen. "Grandpa, does finishing in 2 hours 45 minutes with a gold 9-star rating make someone a genius?" Lu Yuanlong's smile froze. He was about to scold her for making things up, but then he paused. "Wait a minute, how did you know the exact numbers I just heard?" He leaned forward, excitement in his voice as he pressed his hands on his knees. "Tell me, what time did you see?" Ming Ming blinked, confused. 2 hours and 45 minutes. "And the rating?" His voice quivered with anticipation. "Gold, 9 stars, she answered crisply. Lu Yuanlong was sure he hadn't misheard. He threw his head back and laughed heartily, his laughter echoing through the living room. "It's being reported on national news, so there's no doubt about the results. Such talent at such a young age, what a blessing." He slapped his thigh, eyes shining with excitement. "To see such extraordinary young geniuses emerging in our country, I can leave this world with no regrets." The door creaked open. Lu Yuanlong's son, Lu Zhanling, returned home, dressed smartly in a suit, clearly just back from a business dinner. "Dad, you're still up?" Lu Zhanling glanced at his father, unable to hide a smile as he caught the old man's cheerful mood. "What's got you so happy, Dad?" he asked, shooting his daughter a glance. The little girl stuck out her tongue and obediently got up. I'm going to wash up and go to bed. With that, she skipped off to her room. Lu Yuanlong's smile faded as he took a deep breath to calm himself. I'm happy because our country has produced a once-in-a-generation genius. Lu Zhanling suddenly understood, taking off his jacket and hanging it on the rack. You must be talking about the standout all-female squad from the recent extraordinary trials, right? Lu Yuanlong's eyes sparkled as he leaned forward. Exactly. Hurry up and have the admissions office from your university head to the Dark Forest. We must recruit talents like this for Imperial Capital University. Changing into his slippers, Lu Zhanling poured himself a glass of water and took a sip. The admissions office is definitely interested, but getting into Imperial Capital University based on a single dungeon run is still a bit of a stretch. Lu Yuanlong's smile disappeared, his brows furrowing as he burst out angrily. What kind of dean are you? Lu Zhanling jumped, nearly dropping his glass. Unsure why his father was suddenly so upset, he quickly tried to explain. Dad, please calm down. As you know, our current system for nurturing extraordinary professions is already very advanced. Every profession, high or low, gets the best possible training. Their results are impressive, but their class rank is still a bit low. We need to observe a bit longer. Imperial Capital University only has so many spots. Accepting a low-ranked profession means turning away a higher-ranked one. Only those who show truly outstanding potential can earn a place. Lu Yuanlong's eyes widened in anger, his chest heaving, hands trembling as he pointed at his son. You fool. 30 years ago, I have already given you a thrashing. As Dean of the School of Magic at Imperial Capital University, you're slower to get the news during the extraordinary trials than your retired old man. If I were the president, I'd have fired you already. Lu Zhanling looked shocked, his eyebrows shooting up. What's going on? Did the all-female squad set a new record? Had been busy with social events all night and hadn't kept up with the news. Lu Yuanlong, face grim, grabbed the remote from the coffee table and tossed it to his son. Rewind 5 minutes. Following his father's instructions, Lu Zhanling began replaying the program. However, his attention was quickly drawn to a breaking news segment that caught him completely off guard. The sudden broadcast left him frozen in place, a storm of emotions churning inside him. As the vice dean of Imperial Capital University, Lu Zhanling was no stranger to major events, yet this level of shock was unprecedented. For the state media to interrupt their regular programming for a newsflashes kind of privilege wasn't even extended when foreign heads of state passed away. Doubt crept into his mind. If this wasn't an official announcement, he wouldn't have believed it was real. How is that possible? Lu Zhanling muttered under his breath. The news report lasted 2 hours and 45 minutes, and the results shot straight to a golden 9-star full score, reaching an all-time high. With such an extraordinary achievement, could it really have been accomplished without any prohibited methods? Had they now reached an entirely new level? Do they finally qualify now? Lu Yuanlong's cold laugh echoed over the phone. Snapping back to reality, Lu Zhanling's expression shifted as he instantly realized his father's anger. He understood that the reason for his father's agitation was his own perceived complacency during the extraordinary trial. As a veteran mentor at Imperial Capital University, Lu Yuanlong had devoted most of his life to the institution and saw discovering talent as his lifelong pursuit. Seeing the Alien Girls Battle Squad achieve such remarkable results was a source of genuine pride for him, like finding a raw gem. He'll notify the admissions office right away and have them get in touch with the Alien Girls Battle Squad, Lu Yuanlong said, his tone growing urgent. Wait, Dad, aren't we making a bit too much of this? Lu Zhanling frowned slightly. We're the nation's top extraordinary university. Just sending out an offer of admissionees, anyone from the Alien Girls Battle Squad really going to turn us down? Besides, some of them are probably still lower-ranked newcomers. We can't just take everyone in, can we? You've been in a high position too long, you're getting arrogant. Lu Yuanlong slammed the table in frustration. Geniuses have their pride. If the school doesn't show enough respect, why should they choose Imperial Capital University? Wake up. This isn't the era where we were the undisputed #1 anymore. His father's pained and disappointed tone left Lu Zhanling silent. Over the years, Imperial Capital University had gradually lost its former glory, becoming little more than a haven for the rich and powerful. Arrogance and complacency permeated the institution, and he knew that if this continued, it was only a matter of time before they were surpassed. Not wanting to argue further, he decided to let it go for now. He'll handle it, Dad. You should get some rest. Still, Lu Zhanling couldn't help but feel skeptical. As the top university in Yin country, Imperial Capital University had produced countless elite extraordinaires, and its strength was not to be underestimated. Would anyone really turn down an offer from them? He even thought that issuing a special recruitment announcement was too low-key, barely different from what an ordinary provincial university would do. Although the Alien Girls Battle Squad's performance in the trial was extraordinary, it didn't change the fact that many of them were still lower-ranked. When the Tier 2 Abyss Challenge came, their weaknesses would inevitably be exposed. Meanwhile, Li Yi and Lai Yu had just returned to their hotel. As soon as they walked into the room, Li Yi took off his mask and drew in a deep breath, finally able to relax. We're finally back. The dark poison mine is really not a place to hang around. I'm definitely going to be more careful about which dungeons to pick in the future. Li Yi rolled her eyes. Easy for you to say you got a speed run, but I had to drag you through it. Li Yi casually picked up his phone and saw congratulatory messages from Shun Nanqing and Lin Mani, which warmed his heart. He quickly replied to thank them. Then, he scrolled through the trending topics, and a bold headline immediately caught his eye. Making history. The first ever full score. All doubts shattered. How far can the alien girls battle squad go? Li Yi was momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the buzz. The hype was unreal. He quickly watched a few videos. Nearly everyone was talking about the full score. There was even an official statement from the National Regulatory Agency confirming that the dark poison mine results were clean and legitimate, with no illicit methods involved. This is insane. Li Yi couldn't help but comment. He was grateful he hadn't set up an official account for the battle squad, or his inbox would have exploded by now. Just as he was thinking this, a private message notification popped up on his phone. He opened it and saw that it was from Zhou Shui. Li Yi stared at his phone, brows furrowed. Several messages from Zhou Shui flashed across the screen. Li Yi, want to grab a meal? Why aren't you replying? Are you dead? My dad wants you to come over and film a clarification video. He'll pay you $1 million. Reply now, or he'll get mad. He let out a cold laugh. $1 million? Did he still care about that kind of money? Without hesitation, he cleaned up his contact list, leaving only Shun Nanqing and Lin Mani, and exited all group chats. Meanwhile, Zhou Shui was venting to her best friend when her phone buzzed. It was a screenshot from Wang Tianmingli. He had left the group chat. He's still alive. Zhou Shui's eyes lit up, and she immediately checked her conversation with Li Yi. But all she saw was a cold system message. You are not friends with this user. Please send a friend request first. Her face darkened instantly, twisting in anger. A mere drank summoner, just a wage earner, and he had the nerve to delete her? But with her father Zhou Changkong's reputation on the line, she swallowed her pride and tried to add him again. No results found. Please check that the account information is correct. This time, the panic set in. Li Yi had actually deleted his account. She immediately reported the situation to the family butler. He frowned deeply and ordered, keep watch on his place around the clock. Bring him to the Zhou residence the moment you see him. At the same time, Li Yi was drinking at a hotel with Lai Yu. He didn't bother to limit her alcohol intake. He knew she handled her liquor well and would simply fall asleep after getting drunk. Soon enough, Lai Yu was tipsy, swaying as she lay down on the bed. Her healthy, sun-kissed skin, the athletic curves beneath her sports bra, and her long legs were a perfect blend of strength and beauty. Standing by the bed, Li Yi felt his heart race. He took a deep breath to steady himself and was about to lie down next to her. Suddenly, Lai Yu opened her bleary eyes, her voice sweet and slurred from the alcohol. Master, can I sleep in your arms? She asked, already moving closer, her eyes shining with anticipation. Li Yi's heart skipped a few beats. But when he remembered the suffocating feeling from before, a wave of fear washed over him again. After a brief internal struggle, he finally said, I guess it's fine. But before he could finish, Lai Yu let out a joyful cheer and pulled him tightly into her arms. Are you treating me like a stuffed toy again? Li Yi struggled in her embrace. Wait, I'm not done talking. Lai Yu rubbed her face against his head, beaming with happiness. Go on, master. Li Yi seized the chance. You can hug me, but you can't smother me when we're sleeping. It's too dangerous. Lai Yu tilted her head, thinking for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She slid down a little, wrapped her arms around Li Yi's waist, and nestled her head against his chest. Then she looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. How about this? The soft sensation made Li Yi shudder involuntarily. The swordmaster who had seemed like a goddess of war in the game now clung to him like a kitten. The contrast hit him like a tidal wave, making his heart pound even faster. Without thinking, Li Yi gently wrapped his arms around Lai Yu's smooth shoulders and tried to keep his voice steady. This is fine. Lai Yu looked even happier at his words, nuzzling his chin like a contented cat. Soon after, the effects of the alcohol took over, and Lai Yu quickly drifted off to sleep. She slept soundly, but Li Yi wasn't so lucky. Her body temperature was much higher than his, and it felt like he was pressed up against a furnace. He was sweating and uncomfortably hot, but she held him so tightly, he couldn't break free. To make things worse, the scent of her body wash lingered in the air, making his mind wander even as he struggled with the heat. When the affection level goes up one more notch, Li Yi mumbled, his eyelids growing heavy, and soon he drifted off to sleep as well. The next morning, after breakfast, Li Yi and Lai Yu got ready to head to the third dungeon in the dark forest cluster Dark River Gorge. Like the poison mine, this was a small 5-person dungeon. Li Yi had looked up information about it and learned that most of the fighting happened along the riverbanks. Besides gnolls, there were also plenty of murlocs along the way. In terms of difficulty, it was just a bit harder than the easiest dungeon, the Evil Bone Camp. Before they set out, Li Yi made sure to take a shower. Sleeping in Lai Yu's arms the night before had left him sweating buckets. Maybe I should get some ice element gear for nights like this, he thought to himself. Just as they were about to leave the hotel, Li Yi got a message from Shen Nanxing, inviting him to join a talk show. Li Yi declined right away. He didn't enjoy being in the public eye and preferred to avoid the hassle. Still, he knew he was bound to break more records and accomplish things most people could hardly imagine. He wasn't interested in fame, but he wasn't about to slow down just to stay out of the spotlight. Hesitating wasn't his style otherwise. He wouldn't have risked everything to form a contract with Lai Yu in the first place. Now that his reputation as the alien tamer was already out there, why not just go all in? The thought made Li Yi a little excited. He sent a message to Shen Nanxing. I have a proposal for a collaboration. At the Quanglei battle group base, Shen Nanxing and Lin Mani came forward to greet them. Li, your record yesterday was truly unprecedented, a feat for the ages. Their eyes were filled with admiration, openly expressing their deep respect. They were in absolute awe. The fact that the exotic warrior squad achieved a perfect score in human history for the first time was sure to be written into the history books and become legendary. Li, who is this swordswoman? Shen Nanxing and Lin Mani couldn't help but be drawn to Lai Yu. Wow, she's so tall. A look of amazement flashed across Shen Nanxing's face, and he couldn't help but feel a bit shaken inside. Lin Mani was left speechless, staring in disbelief. As a woman herself, she knew all too well how hard it was to maintain a perfect figure once you surpassed 1.85 meters. But this swordswoman was over 2 meters tall, stunningly beautiful, and had the kind of curve she could only dream of. She looked like a character straight out of a comic book illustration. Dressed in a black battle suit, Lai Yu exuded a cold, commanding presence, her sharp gaze giving off an indescribable aura of striking beauty. Even Lin Mani, who was already known for her own elegance, couldn't help but feel her heart race, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She's Lai Yu, my girlfriend. As soon as Li Yi said this, both Shen Nanxing and Lin Mani's eyes widened in shock. Girlfriend? With that height difference and her icy demeanor, how is that possible? Shen Nanxing was completely stunned, frozen for several seconds before quietly giving a mental thumbs up. Most guys go for petite, delicate girls, but Li has taken the opposite path. He really might be one of a kind. No wonder he's with the exotic warrior squad. Impressive. Lin Mani was just as incredulous, her gaze shifting back and forth between the two, finding it harder and harder to believe. This swordswoman actually likes a guy who's 40 centimeters shorter than her? Does he have some special charm? If Li knew what Lin Mani was thinking, he'd probably sigh. You're right, I do have my strengths. Taking a deep breath and pulling herself together, Lin Mani refocused her attention. Mr. Li, what kind of collaboration did you have in mind? Li nodded with a smile. I'd like to work with you on making dungeon strategy videos. They'll provide the walkthroughs, and you'll handle the recording and editing. How does that sound? Their eyes immediately lit up with excitement. Shen Nanxing even started breathing faster, his excitement written all over his face. Are you serious? Li Yi smiled and nodded. Absolutely. Even Lin Mani, who was usually calm and collected, couldn't hide her delight. A blush crept up her cheeks. They both knew just how effective the exotic warrior squad's guides were, Shen Nanxing especially, since had followed their strategies to defeat a hidden boss himself. Compared to those guides, everything else online was little more than a basic introduction. Before Li Yi arrived, Shen Nanxing and Lin Mani had been struggling with how to keep their official team channel running smoothly. Their video of defeating the fallen priestess had drawn in over 100 million views and brought them more than 5 million followers. But coming up with high-quality content to follow that up was proving difficult. The fallen priestess video had set the bar extremely high. If their future updates didn't measure up, they'd risk losing followers and facing a wave of criticism. They were even worried that it could spark a backlash and damage the team's reputation. But now, with the exotic warrior squad's guides in hand, everything was about to change. First of all, they consistently deliver impressive performances in raids, laying a solid foundation for the high quality of their video content. More importantly, such outstanding results not only strengthen the cohesion within the group, but also significantly boost their popularity and attention from the outside world. Undoubtedly, this will pave a broader path for Quanglei Warband's future development. After the excitement faded, Lin Mani gradually calmed herself, her expression growing more thoughtful. Cooperation has always been about mutual benefit. If the Izu Girls Warband can bring in such considerable returns, what can Quanglei offer in exchange? Li Yi immediately noticed the contemplative look in Lin Mani's eyes and quickly guessed her concern. My requirements are simple, Li Yi said. First, credit the source. Second, our endorsement only applies to video content. You can't use the Quanglei name for any other commercial activities. Shen Nanxing and Lin Mani exchanged a glance. Was the Izu Girls Warband planning to gradually build up their own reputation? Still, for Quanglei, this wasn't a bad thing. The more famous the Izu Girls became, the more attention and recognition would be drawn to Quanglei in return. Then we'll give Li all the platform revenue from the videos, Shen Nanxing said straightforwardly, making his stance clear. Li Yi nodded with a satisfied smile. With the agreement settled, he immediately sent Shen Nanxing the strategy guide for the Dark Poison Mine raid. The biggest challenge in this dungeon is its unpredictable routes. Every time you enter, the starting point is randomly generated. Combined with the dim environment and vague route markers, it's nearly impossible to rely on visual cues to find the correct path. This is why, to this day, there still isn't a standard map available online. However, Lai Yu's innate sword sense and combat instincts allowed her to navigate the chaotic darkness using sharp intuition. Through repeated trial and error and careful elimination of wrong turns, she eventually pieced together a complete walkthrough for the dungeon. Li Yi estimated that this guide would save Shen Nanqing at least an hour of travel time. He also optimized the tactics, ensuring that the entire clear time could be cut down to under 4 hours. With such a significant reduction, their score would naturally improve, making it almost certain that Shen Nanqing would secure the world's second fastest time once again. At that moment, Li Yi suddenly asked, "Do you have an equipment analyzer?" "We do, but what do you need it for?" Shen Nanqing looked at him, puzzled. Li Yi grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I want to show you something interesting." Though still confused, the two followed Li Yi to the analyzer in the base. Li Yi placed his palm on the recognition panel. "Identification successful. Please select an item to display." He tapped badge. 2 seconds later, the screen finished loading, and the details of a piece of equipment appeared. Adventurer King's badge. Quality, crown. Strength 10, agility 10, constitution 10, spirit 10, spell power 10. Equipment effects. 1. Movement speed 15. 2. Critical chance 2. Level requirement 3. Additional effect. Increases the chance of gaining favor from friendly units in dungeons. Shen Nanqing and Lin Manyu's eyes widened instantly, as if they were seeing something unbelievable. They both gasped at the same time. The badge's stats were simply overpowered, far surpassing even level 10 purple gear. And yet its level requirement was only 3. Crown quality? Lin Mani stared at those words, hardly believing her eyes. Is this some kind of new tier? When they noticed the final additional effect, they were left speechless. Even high-level professionals above tier 6 would be envious of this attribute. Upload this equipment to the database? Li didn't click upload right away. Instead, he turned to Lin Mani with a smile and said, "Record this and post it on your official channel." Without hesitation, Lin Mani pulled out her phone and started recording. She knew that Li Yi didn't want to reveal his identity, so she only recorded his hands and the sensor. In the video, Li Yi's slender fingers lightly touched the sensor, and a prompt appeared on the screen. Upload successful. The system will exit in 10 seconds. As he withdrew his hand, Li Yi spoke up on his own, looking calmly at the two of them. "You guessed right. This is the reward badge from the Golden Knight Star." His words landed like a heavy blow, making both of them tense up. Since the Dark Venom Mine was a 5-player dungeon, getting this badge meant Li Yi had to be one of those 5. Realizing this, they couldn't help but reassess the young man in front of them must hold a significant position in the Izu girls' battle team, and he was very likely the rising star who commanded the group. Their gaze toward Li Yi grew increasingly respectful. Unaware of their thoughts, Li Yi turned and left with Lai Yue, heading for their next target, the Dark River Gorge dungeon. Once Li Yi was out of sight, Shen Nanqing lowered his voice. "Aunt, the family elders just sent a message. They told me not to get too involved with the Izu girls' battle team so soon, and suggested we wait until they clear the level 10 advancement challenge before making any decisions." Lin Mani snorted. "You can ignore those old fossils in your family. Opportunities don't wait. If you try to get close after they've advanced, you'll be too late." She grew serious. "Remember, we're the ones who need the Izu girls team, not the other way around. Since we've chosen to cooperate, we should be decisive and clear. Hesitation will only make us miss out." Seeing how nervous Shen Nanqing looked, Lin Mani changed the subject. "By the way, I just used an identification talisman on that Lai Yue. How did it go?" Shen Nanqing perked up. "Is she a swordsman or a warrior? Probably around level 3 like us, right?" Lin Mani shook her head slowly. "All question marks." "Question marks?" Shen Nanqing blurted out. "That only happens when there's a 30-level difference. Is she a tier 4 class?" "Don't panic," Lin Mani reassured him. "With the state media and regulatory agencies backing them, there's no way she's a prohibited player." She thought for a moment and analyzed. That swordswoman had her eyes on Li Yi the whole time, and the way she looked at him was full of affection. For such a powerful woman not to care about the level, height, or age differences, Li Yi must be extraordinary. I'm convinced that he's the Izu girls' commander, or rather, their leader. 10 minutes later, Quanglei Hunter Group released 2 explosive videos. The first showed the badge authentication process, causing a sensation across the internet. The stats of the Adventurer King badge left everyone envious, a total attribute boost of 50 points, plus rare bonuses to movement speed and critical hit rate, making it comparable to a top-tier epic item. The second video was even bigger news. Quanglei announced a long-term partnership with the Izu girls team, promising ongoing dungeon tutorial videos. The announcement sent the entire gaming community into a frenzy. The success of the Exotic Girls Battle Squad sparked a huge sensation online. On major social media platforms, fans voiced their excitement. The Exotic Girls Battle Squad is just unstoppable. From now on, I'm a diehard fan. Those who once doubted them saw public opinion shift completely and rushed to delete their negative comments. Some, overwhelmed by the volume of their past remarks, simply deactivated their accounts, while others even posted apology videos, admitting their misjudgment. Meanwhile, two videos from the Thunder Fury squad quickly topped the trending charts, even attracting attention from international media. It was then that people realized, while the Exotic Girls Battle Squad seemed almost godlike, the Thunder Fury squad represented a standard that regular professionals could actually aspire to. Their hard work in gathering materials and producing tutorials had made a huge contribution to the entire gaming community. Watching his rising follower count, Shun Nanqing finally felt relieved. The player's rational perspective brought him a sense of comfort. He decided to follow Li Yi's guide to assemble a team and head to the Dark Poison Mine for further exploration. Amid the sound of rushing water, Li Yi and Lai Yu appeared on the exposed riverbed of the Dark River Canyon. In this vast gorge running through the shadowy forest, the clear river water remained unpolluted, and the dark-skinned Murloc tribe thrived here. The canyon's layout was fairly straightforward, just follow the riverbank. But danger lurked everywhere. Jackalmen prowled the shore for food, while dark-skinned Murlocs lay in wait in the water, ready to ambush at any moment. According to the guide, 3 types of Murlocs could appear in the river at random times. Water controllers could summon currents to trap a target's head, causing suffocation. Stormcallers conjured thunderclouds above enemies to launch repeated attacks. The trickiest were the Murloc fishers, whose toxic waste bombs not only stank terribly, but lingered for 10 days, greatly increasing the risk of attracting more monsters. This could be troublesome, Li Yi frowned. He hated dealing with ranged mobs the most. Lai Yu, are you familiar with this place? There's 1 raid and 3 5-player dungeons in the shadowy forest, Lai Yu recalled as she looked around. I've spent some time here. Those dark-skinned Murlocs that suddenly pop up for sneak attacks can be a real headache. Is there any way to spot them in advance? Li Yi asked. While Lai Yu's sword sense could serve as an early warning, that obviously wasn't an option for ordinary players. Lai Yu thought for a moment before replying, there is. She took a few steps forward and pointed to a massive boulder by the riverbank in the distance. Over there, hidden in the cracks of that rock, is a Murloc sentry. If we start fighting the gnolls on the shore, it'll be alerted and slip into the water to shadow and watch us. Every so often, it'll signal other Murlocs to ambush us. Li Yi's eyes lit up. So you're saying, if we can pinpoint the sentry's exact location, we can avoid getting ambushed? Lai Yu nodded. Exactly. Li Yi flipped through the guidebook, searching for a long time, but found no mention of the Murloc sentry. Looks like this is another detail everyone has missed. Lai Yu walked to a corner of the canyon, drew her longsword, and dug out 2 fist-sized, reddish tubers from the grass that looked a bit like sweet potatoes. These are blood yams, a dye commonly used by goblins and orcs. If we mash them into a paste and pour it into the rock crevice, the Murloc sentry will get stained. Then, we'll be able to spot its position by the color in the water. Li Yi picked up a blood yam and examined it with interest. That's a clever idea. The most troublesome part of the Dark River Gorge was the unpredictable ambushes from the dark-skinned Murlocs. If they could solve this problem, it would actually be easier than the so-called simplest Evilbone camp. Since the path through the instance followed the river upstream, Li Yi wasn't worried about the dye in the water affecting their ability to spot the sentry. He immediately followed Lai Yu's instructions, dug up the blood yams, and smashed them with a stone. He'll do it, Master, Lai Yu said quickly. Li Yi smiled and raised his gloved hands. I've got gloves on, so I don't have to worry about getting stained. Your hands are so pretty it'd be a shame if they got dirty. A faint blush appeared on Lai Yu's cheeks, and she looked a little shy. All right then, she replied softly, sneaking a glance at her slender fingers and thinking to herself, does Master really think my hands are beautiful? Lai Yu's affection for you 10. Li Yi paused in surprise. So her affection went up again? Even after their cheerful drinking last night, it hadn't increased. After mashing a few blood yams into paste, Li Yi packed the dye into a rations bag and made his way to the boulder. He poured the paste into the rock crevice, and when it didn't seem like enough, he went back and mashed 2 more bags worth. Altogether, he poured about 5 liters. The whole process took almost an hour. Li Yi then approached a group of gnoll minions. 3 gnolls were crouched in front of a crude stone hut, chopping up a long-dead fish and tossing the pieces into a stone pot with some unidentifiable vegetables. Finally, something that actually looks edible. Li Yi thought to himself wryly. Lai Yu, let me handle this. I need the practice, Li Yi said, eager to try his hand. Lai Yu smiled and nodded. All right. Li Yi took a deep breath. This was his first time fighting alone, and against 3 gnolls, no less. First, he summoned 5 stone golem guards, each costing 10 of his mana, leaving him with 50 mana. Each energy star shot used 2 mana, so he had enough for 25 more shots, about 50 in total. His mana recovery was about 1 per second, so even if he fired energy stars continuously, he wouldn't run out. Ready, he ordered the 5 golem guards to attack. The 5 lumbering stone golems staggered toward the gnolls. Intruders. The three gnolls spotted the approaching enemy and immediately gripped their weapons, charging straight at the stone golems. But halfway through their run, they suddenly caught sight of Li. Their eyes lit up, and excited howls practically exploded in the air. Fresh meat. In that instant, the gnolls' combat instincts kicked in. Though they were only low-level dungeon monsters with limited intelligence, their battle reflexes were razor-sharp. They quickly realized that the stone golems, originally meant to be guardians, were actually being controlled by this human. Without a moment's hesitation, the three gnolls swerved around the golems and lunged straight for Li, eyes blazing, long tongues lolling, and drool flying as they let out their distinctive, guttural howls. Li watched as 5 stone golems slowly raised their arms, ready to attack. But before they could even strike, the gnolls had already dashed past them by several meters. The golems' heavy fists swung down and hit nothing but air, sending them toppling over each other in a heap. They struggled on the ground for quite some time, unable to get back up. Li's expression darkened instantly, cursing under his breath. Useless. No wonder summoners were always considered the weakest class. These stone golems were less effective than dogs. He quickly adjusted his stance and began to move with greater agility, firing off 3 energy star bolts in rapid succession. The first 2 missed, but the third shot hit one of the gnolls square in the chest. The creature staggered back in pain, its chest fur singed and blood beginning to seep through. The gnoll let out a shrill, agonized cry, becoming even more frenzied as it charged at Li with renewed speed several times faster than before. A chill went through Li. He immediately turned and ran, his speed reaching 148.5, easily outpacing the gnoll, which could only watch helplessly as he vanished into the distance, left choking on dust. Li quickly widened the gap, unleashing starbolts without hesitation. More than 20 bolts streaked through the air, but only 7 actually hit their mark, sending the 3 gnolls tumbling and howling in pain. Li glanced awkwardly at Liu, feeling a bit uneasy. Combat wasn't just about how fast or accurately you could cast your skill set, also relied on evasion, positioning, and predicting your opponent's moves. High-level battles were all about strategy and mind games. In static situations, Li's hit rate was over 85, but in this kind of dynamic fight, it had dropped dramatically. Liu had been watching him the entire time. Sensing his glance, she gave him a gentle smile. Li rubbed his nose, feeling like a kindergarten kid basking in his teacher's encouragement. The 3 gnolls slowly picked themselves up, whimpering in fear. They exchanged nervous glances, then turned and bolted at full speed, desperate to escape. That was typical gnoll behavior. Once they were injured enough, they'd flee without a second thought. Li called out quickly, Liu. The sword saint responded instantly, racing after the fleeing gnolls and cutting them down one by one. Li gained 27 experience points from the encounter. Liu pointed toward the distant river, her tone gentle. Master, look over there. Following her gaze, Li suddenly saw a dark red humanoid creature quietly slipping out from between the rocks, making its way upstream. It was the Murloc sentry, its body stained with paint. A realization dawned on Li. No wonder no one ever found the Murloc sentry before. It actually has a stealth skill. Even with its body marked by paint, the Murloc's outline was still faint and translucent. Without the paint, it could be completely invisible underwater. For anyone without anti-stealth abilities, the creature would be impossible to detect. After trying to fight on his own, Li realized his shortcomings. For each subsequent wave of monsters, he asked Liu to leave 2 for him to practice on. With his instant cast, no cooldown abilities, Li was able to cast far more spells in just a few minutes than most people could use throughout the entire dungeon. As a result, his skill proficiency improved rapidly. Master, the dark-scale Murlocs are coming, Liu quietly reminded him. Li looked up and saw the Murloc sentry in the water halt its movements, waving both arms as if giving some kind of signal. Moments later, the reeds along the shore parted, and 3 Murlocs with gray skin, each about a meter tall, crawled out. 2 of them began chanting while waving their hands. A black cloud, about 30 centimeters wide, suddenly formed above Li's head, crackling with lightning. At the same time, water gathered rapidly around Liu, forming a protective barrier. Without hesitation, Li fired off 3 energy star blasts, shattering the thundercloud instantly. The water shield didn't even get close to Liu before her sword aura shattered it into a fine mist. One of the Murloc fishers had a cloth pouch at its waist. It pulled out 2 lumps of foul, muddy sludge and hurled them at Li, who quickly dodged the disgusting projectiles. Keep moving, keep moving. With his boosted speed, Li darted around nimbly, making it impossible for the Murloc water controller's shield to lock onto him. He was clearly enjoying himself, dodging attacks while constantly firing off energy star blasts at the dark-scale Murlocs. This is intense. None of the 3 Murlocs had any escape mechanism, and they were eventually pummeled to death by Li's energy star blasts, netting him another 27 experience points. Men are naturally drawn to battle. After tasting victory, Li insisted on fighting every battle himself, letting Liu hang back and support. With the sheer volume of spells he was casting, his combat skills improved by leaps and bounds. Liyue watched him with affectionate eyes. Seeing her master so happy made her genuinely joyful as well. Over 2 hours later, the two of them arrived at the entrance to the final boss lair, the Murloc Lord, Borba. Unlike normal Murlocs, which were only a meter tall, Borba was a mutated specimen standing at 1.8 meters, about as tall as Li Yi, looking fierce and wielding a sharp trident. Liyue, let's begin, Li Yi said, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Liyue nodded and strode toward Borba with her long legs. Orc, Borba likes eating orcs too, Borba shouted in Murloc language, waving his trident eagerly. As Liyue closed in, he lunged, aiming the trident at her abdomen. With a cold stare, Liyue caught the tip of the weapon with precision and yanked it hard. The force pulled Borba stumbling forward several steps. She then delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying, and tossed the trident aside in disdain. Li Yi cracked his knuckles, ready for his turn. He opened with a rapid volley of 5 energy star blasts. Borba had barely gotten up before he was knocked back again and again. Though Li Yi's individual attacks weren't high in damage, his level made their base power respectable. Disarmed and repeatedly pounded, Borba flew into a rage and charged at Li Yi. Calmly, Li Yi kept moving, kiting the boss along the shore and using him as a training partner to sharpen his combat skills. Murlocs were sluggish on land, and even though Borba was much faster than the average Murloc, he was still no match for Li Yi's speed, who easily dodged him as if he were walking a dog. Half an hour later, Borba let out a final, unwilling howl and collapsed, dead. You have slain Murloc Lord Borba and gained 150 experience points. Sweating and exhausted, Li Yi sat down. Soloing a boss is tough. His lack of burst damage meant the boss had managed to recover a lot of its magic shield during the fight. Li Yi glanced at the river. The Murloc sentry's body paint had long since been washed away by the water, making it nearly impossible to spot. With every other monster in the dungeon defeated, only this one remained, and Li Yi's obsessive nature wouldn't let him leave it behind. Let's finish it off. Liyue nodded, picked up the trident from the ground, and, guided by her sword sense, easily pinpointed the hidden Murloc sentry. After a short rune-up, she hurled the trident straight into the river. Sinister Dalba detected. You have entered combat. Li Yi looked surprised. A named one? A hidden boss? He looked up and saw the grass by the riverbank suddenly trampled several times in a row. Li Yi raised an eyebrow, secretly impressed by the creature's cunning. It even knew to wipe the water off its feet to avoid leaving any traces. But he was well prepared. He quickly took several pieces of blood taro from his backpack and laid them along the path Dorba was bound to take. This way, even if the enemy turned invisible, the paint clinging to its footprints would reveal its location. By splashing more paint onto the target, he could perfectly solve the problem of losing track of it. 10 minutes later, the fierce battle finally came to an end. After successfully countering all of Dorba's skills, Liyue's longsword flashed with a cold gleam as she decisively severed the boss head. A system notification popped up. You have slain the devious Dorba, earning 225 experience points and an extra 225 points for the first kill. Before this kill, Li Yi's experience bar was already at 98.5. Without hesitation, he transferred all his experience points to Liyue, dropping his own experience down to level 3, 22.5. Liyue, get ready to become even stronger, Li Yi said with a smile, injecting 30 experience points into Li Yu's progress bar. Liyue Kalayagas has reached level 3, flashed the system prompt. What skill do you want to upgrade this time? Li Yi asked. Without a second thought, Liyue replied. Let's upgrade Sword Intent Perception again. Sword Intent Perception really was an incredible skill. Not only had it helped them avoid countless detours in the poison mine, but it was also the key to defeating this hidden boss. Li Yi allocated the points as requested, then checked Li Yu's updated stats. Strength, 320. Agility, 1001. Constitution, 290. Spirit, 225. Magic Power, 100. Sword Intent Perception level 9. Sense the environment through Sword Intent. Dodge 25. Her agility had surpassed the 1000 mark, bringing her total stats to an astonishing 1936. Although 1186 of those points came from equipment bonuses, Liyue's base stats alone were enough to dominate any dungeon. Especially impressive was her 60 total dodge rate, 25 passive plus 35 from gear, which, when combined with her active evasion skills, made her nearly untouchable. She truly lived up to her status as a king-level boss. As they exited the dungeon, a series of completion notifications appeared. Dark River Gorge normal dungeon cleared. Time, 4 hours, 2 minutes, 42 seconds. World's fastest record. Earned the golden title. Scourge of the Murloc swimming speed 20. Damage to Murlocs 10. Overall rating. Gold 5 stars. World's best. Reward. 10 free attribute points. This ranking genuinely surprised Li Yi. Despite spending a lot of time practicing skills inside the dungeon, they still managed to set the world's fastest time. What excited him even more was the reward of 10 free attribute points, essentially a whole extra level's worth of improvement. After careful consideration, he decided not to put these points into agility. The battles in Dark River Gorge had proven that his current movement speed was sufficient. To further boost his core stats, he decisively invested all 10 points into Constitution. Li Yi's spirits lifted when he saw he was at the top of the rankings and could earn attribute rewards. After a short rest, he decided to head to the final dungeon in the shadowy forest, the Evil Bone Camp. It was the easiest 5-player instance, and Li Yi planned to farm some experience and rewards there. However, as he arrived at the dungeon entrance, he was stunned. There was a massive crowd of players, with at least 10,000 people lined up just to get in. Li Yi couldn't help but sigh. How long would he have to wait? Frowning, he eventually decided to head back to Dark River Gorge to level up instead. There was a hidden boss there, a Murloc Sentinel, which granted great experience and was perfect for him. Just as Li Yi was about to leave, someone suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. It was Yi Feiyu, the assassin. The moment Yi Feiyu saw Li Yi, his gaze froze as he stared in disbelief. No way, Jungle Seeker said. Yi Feiyu could hardly believe his eyes. Wait, aren't you a summoner? Why are you wearing agility gear? Li Yi was momentarily confused by Yi Feiyu's reaction. He glanced down at his gear. The Jungle Seeker said, a legendary outfit for assassins with top-tier agility attributes. It looked perfect for an agility class, but why was a summoner like him wearing it? Yi Feiyu was completely thrown off. He had spent 3 grueling days collecting just 2 pieces of the green set, buying the rest with his own money, and even then, the stats were nothing special. Yet here was a summoner wearing the full Jungle Seeker Seeta set that cost at least 50,000 gold and was nearly impossible to complete. The commotion attracted the attention of other players nearby. They began whispering and casting surprised looks at Li Yi. He completed the set in just 3 days? And a summoner is joining the trial too? Several other agility class players took notice of Li Yi's gear, their faces filled with shock. Is that really the Jungle Seeker set? Is this guy really a summoner? Li Yi was used to the curious stares of strangers. He just shrugged calmly. Who says summoners can't wear agility gear? Yi Feiyu gritted his teeth in frustration. Summoners are a magic class. You should be wearing magic power gear. Li Yi pretended to suddenly understand. Oh, is that so? I'm not too familiar. My girlfriend bought this for me. She said it makes me run faster. Yi Feiyu was dumbfounded, his mind going blank. Girlfriend? Instinctively, he glanced at Li Yu, the female swordswoman standing nearby, whose appearance had caught his attention earlier. He was utterly shocked. How could someone like her be interested in a summoner? Li Yi reached out his hand, and Li Yu leaned in without hesitation, letting him pull her into his arms. She gently cupped his face with a tender, affectionate gesture. A wave of gasps and exclamations rippled through the crowd. Whoa, someone blurted out. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene before them. He actually landed a rich girlfriend? Someone whispered in awe. Yi Feiyu was left speechless, his mind a complete mess. He couldn't help but ask, what level are you anyway? Li Yi just shrugged casually. Not that high, just level 3. Yi Feiyu's face twitched. Level 3 in 3 days? That's like riding a rocket. Li Yi smiled, secretly enjoying the attention. So this is what it feels like to show off, he thought. It wasn't much of an achievement, but being the center of attention wasn't bad at all. He patted Li Yu's hand. Sorry, we have something to do. With that, he turned and left the Evil Bone Camp entrance with Li Yu, not looking back. As they walked away, Yi Feiyu and the surrounding players could only watch with envy, unable to recover from their shock. What's going on here? Even summoners can wear agility gear now. He's truly something else. Meanwhile, in the distant Dark River Gorge, another challenge was unfolding. The Alien Maiden Battle team had broken the world record again, completing the timed quest in just 4 hours, 2 minutes, and 42 seconds, earning a gold 5-star rating and once again securing first place on both leaderboards. Everyone quickly pulled out their phones as soon as they heard the news. Splashed across their screens was a headline announcing that the Izu Girl Squad had once again claimed first place on both leaderboards, sparking a wave of exclamations. Amazing. Unstoppable. Is the Izu Girl Squad planning to take first place in every single dungeon? I hope they break every foreign record out there. No way. At least the Evil Bone Camp is impossible to beat. Just look at how long that QI Sanyuan would get a headache just seeing it. Amid laughter and lively discussion, everyone's faces shone with pride. Only Yi Feiyu sat quietly in a corner, his expression bitter as he cursed inwardly. Damn this messed-up world. Geniuses bask in the spotlight while drank losers just mooch off rich women without a care. Why can't they all just drop dead? Guys, something big just happened. Suddenly, someone shouted, their hand trembling as they pointed at their phone. The new recruits from Fuzang's Shinto Palace Guild started their Earth Sync Jungle Challenge at noon. What? The group was stunned, with some people jumping out of their seats. They started at noon, so it's already been 2 hours. The results are about to come in. The person added, their voice tinged with anxiety. The Shinto Palace Guild is ranked number 1 in Fusang and 4th in the world, a powerhouse that attracts top-tier professionals every year. The guild is full of talent and has formidable strength. Why aren't they challenging dungeons in their own country? Why come after ours? Are they trying to snipe the Izu Girl Squad just because their achievements are too impressive? The Izu Girl Squad just shared their hidden boss strategy, and now these guys show up. Shameless. Everyone was furious, cursing loudly. But when they saw the Shinto Palace Guild's lineup, all voices fell silent. 1 rare class, 5 strength professionals, 9 rank professionals. The crowd gasped, their faces turning pale. That lineup was terrifying. Even a rare class had joined the fight. The Izu Girl Squad's record was in real danger. The Holy Prolo Kingdom has joined the challenge too. Someone else shouted, their voice cracking. They've sent in the world's 3rd-ranked gladiator guild, with the same setup. 1 rare class, 5 strength, and 9 rank professionals. People were stunned, exchanging worried glances. What's going on? The Izu Girl Squad just took a few world records. Does it really warrant such a massive response? Even the world's top guilds are coming for them? The states are in too. Someone screamed, their phone nearly slipping from their shaking hands. Everyone scrambled to check the latest news. The screen showed the world's #1 Freedom Guild had entered the competition. Their lineup included 1 unique class, 1 rare class, 6 rank, and 7 rank professionals. A unique class? The crowd was in shock, as if they'd just witnessed the end of the world. They actually sent out a unique class. Unique classes are one of fakened in the world. They have exclusive mechanics, incredible stats, and phenomenal potential. Every unique class is destined to become a top-tier powerhouse. It looks like the Izu Girl Squad's record is doomed. Groans filled the room, with some people covering their faces, unable to watch any longer. It took so much for Yin Country to finally produce a record-breaking team, and now they're about to be crushed? With all these superpowers jumping in, isn't our country doing anything? Someone asked anxiously. But the nation didn't let them down. Yin Country's top guilds announced their own challenges. The world's 2nd-ranked Star Guild dispatched 2 rare classes, 5 rank, and 8 rank professionals. The 12th-ranked Shanghai Guild sent 1 rare class, 3 rank, and 11 rank professionals. Every top 4 guild in the world was now involved. Also joining the challenge were the world's 5th-ranked Brahmin Regiment from Paluo, the 6th-ranked British Gentleman's Regiment, and the 7th-ranked Gallic Gust Regiment. All of the world's top 15 regiments sent their rookie teams to participate. The news exploded across the global internet like an earthquake, instantly overshadowing the recent world record set by the Exotic Maidens Regiment. People in Yin Country were left stunned and buzzing with disbelief. Although the official media described the event as a friendly competitive exchange, anyone could sense the intense rivalry in the air. On social media, major influencers sprang into action, posting updates, creating videos, and starting Levestrium Severion was talking about this sensational event. The well-known analyst Lai De Wong also released an in-depth video analysis on the matter. Although he had faced backlash in the past, as the analyst with the largest domestic fanbase, his expertise remained widely respected. This is just as everyone suspected. There's more to this than meets the eye. Lai De Wong opened bluntly, immediately capturing viewers' attention. His gaze was sharp, and his tone firm. Let's get straight to the point. Hey race, the conclusion: the real reason foreign regiments are challenging the Pitfall Jungle Raid is to obtain the King of Adventure badge. Viewers nodded along as Lai De Wong dove deeper. As you all know, in high-level raids, interactions between players and NPCs are extremely important. Sometimes they're the key to clearing the raid, or even surviving. Items that boost NPC affinity are incredibly rare and always fetch sky-high prices. He tapped the table for emphasis. King of Adventure is a high-tier badge, and once you meet the requirements, you're guaranteed to get it. The rookie players representing these regiments are the best of the best from their countries. Once they reach higher levels, this badge will be a huge asset for them. Lai De Wong then displayed a 3D map of the Pitfall Jungle Raid. Why choose this particular small-scale raid? There are 2 reasons. First, the margin for error. Pitfall Jungle is a small raid with a 15-member team limit, which increases the margin for error. Once you hit the top score, you can get 15 badges in a single run. He raised his voice slightly. Second, the hidden boss and tactics. This is the most crucial part. The hidden boss can dramatically boost your raid score, and Pitfall Jungle is one of the few Tier 1 raids with a hidden boss. But unlike other raids, the Exotic Maidens Regiment has provided a detailed strategy guide for defeating the hidden boss, the corrupted priest UPU. Lai De Wong's expression grew serious. Maybe some of you don't realize how valuable this guide is. Let me put it this way. Without this strategy, even a rookie team with the best possible setup wouldn't score higher than Gold 7-star. It's only because of this guide that Pitfall Jungle has become the best place to attempt a max score. He shook his head and added, as for trying to snipe the Exotic Maidens Regiment's record, that might be part of their motivation, but it's definitely not the main reason. As the video drew to a close, Lai De Wong's tone turned even more solemn. I hope everyone can look at the results rationally when the challenge is over. Even if the Exotic Maidens Regiment's record is surpassed, or even crushed by foreign teams, don't forget they were Yin Country's first team in nearly 12 years to break a world record. The first team in history to achieve a max score. and the first ever to share a high-quality strategy guide for free. None of the members of the Exotic Girls Battle Squad are ranked above a level, yet they have shown the world that even mid- and lower-ranked professionals can achieve truly inspiring results. Lili the King took a deep breath, his expression solemn and respectful. He declared with conviction, "Remarkable and unforgettable. This squad is worthy of our utmost support and protection." As the video ended, the comments section exploded. Countless viewers were moved and filled with admiration. At that moment, people gained a deeper understanding and respect for the greatness and strength of the Exotic Girls Battle Squad. Take their strategy against the fallen priest UPU. For example, before this tactical video was released, it was nearly impossible to find such high-quality, free instructional content anywhere online. No one had ever done it, not a single person. Former critics, after watching the video, realized how foolish and short-sighted they had been, feeling deeply ashamed. Many who once mocked the squad became their most loyal fans. Messages flooded in, with people saying, "No matter where the Exotic Girls Battle Squad ultimately ranks, we'll always remember their contributions. Their efforts will not go unrecognized, and their dedication will never be forgotten." Soon after, tens of thousands of users flocked to the Thunderclap Squad's homepage, following, liking, and sharing their content nonstop. Their fan base soared, and the team's reputation grew stronger than ever. Meanwhile, Li and Liu arrived at the entrance to the collapsed jungle dungeon. He had originally planned not to return to this dungeon, intending instead to continue grinding monsters in the Dark River Gorge. But the system's restrictions were clear. Each dungeon had a onati cooldown. The Dark River Gorge was still on cooldown and temporarily inaccessible. He considered heading to the toxic mine, but the environment there was too harsh. The air was thick with poisonous fumes and a pungent stench, making it unbearable even for a moment. As for the bone camp, it was overcrowded with players waiting in line, and he didn't want Liu to become the center of attention. Weighing his options, he decided to return to the collapsed jungle. Crossing the dungeon square, he passed by the dungeon leaderboard. To his surprise, a large crowd had gathered, not just local media, but also many foreign reporters, all huddled together with their equipment, engaged in lively discussions. Why are there so many people here? He frowned in confusion. By all rights, the collapsed jungle's popularity should have faded by now, yet these reporters were still holding their ground. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and headed straight for the portal. With a flash of light, Li opened his eyes once again at the familiar entrance to the collapsed jungle dungeon. The last time he'd come here, he spent over an hour contracting with Liu. This time, knowing the way, he chose the shortest and fastest route, determined to push forward quickly and save as much time as possible. 2.5 hours later, Li collapsed onto the ground, rubbing his aching stomach, but his face was filled with the joy of victory. "You have slain the fallen priest, Wupu, and gained 450 experience points. It's finally over." Li let out a long sigh of relief. The sunken jungle was a team dungeon with a massive map, and he had spent almost the entire run following Liu around, just trying to keep up. The exhaustion from clearing 2 dungeons in a row hit him all at once, and he silently promised himself a well-deserved reward once he got back to the hotel. Liu stood gracefully nearby, her expression calm and composed, as if the fierce battle moments ago hadn't affected her at all. She looked down at Li and said softly, "Master, would you like a massage?" She knelt elegantly beside him, reaching out with slender, jade-like fingers and gently squeezing his calf. "Thank you, I'd appreciate that," Li replied gratefully. Liu's lips curled into a faint smile. Master is always so polite. Her palms were warm and her fingertips soft, moving with the agility of a pianist as she rhythmically pressed into the muscles of his calf. The perfect amount of pressure quickly soothed the soreness in his legs. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Li opened his status panel. Team dungeons really do give way more experience. With the 50 solo bonus, Head earned over 4,200 experience points, almost 6 times what Head get from a 5-player mini-dungeon. Both he and Liu had leveled up. Name, Li. Age, 18. Class, Summoner. Level, for 31.75. Strength, 20. Agility, 10. Constitution, 45. Spirit, 20. Magic power, 23. Critical rate, 2. Movement speed, 148.5. Active skills, Energy Starburst LV.6, Summon Stone Guardian LV.1. Liu had allocated all 4 of her skill points to Sword Intent Perception, boosting it to an impressive level 13. Her massage technique was skillful, working her way up from his calf to his thigh almost without him noticing. Suddenly, Li tensed up, a strange sensation running up his spine. That's enough, that's enough." He shivered and quickly stopped her. "I feel much better. Let's head out." He scrambled to his feet and hurried toward the dungeon exit. Liu followed silently, but her gaze lingered on Li's earlobe, then slowly drifted down neck, shoulders, back, waist, hips. Her eyes sparkled with a hidden fire. She bit her lip gently, a hint of blush appearing on her cheeks. "Master is so adorable," she thought. "Like a soft, sweet little cake I can't help but want to take a bite of." Suddenly, a realization struck her. Wait, is my mating season approaching? Her breathing quickened, pulse racing. I didn't expect it to come so soon. Is it because I've been so close to Master lately? She thought about what would happen when that day arrived, how she might lose control and pounce on him. Would Master be angry? Or would he reject me? Anxiety crept in. She could sense his affection, but she didn't understand why he was holding back. After all, she had already slept in his arms. She had considered being more forward, but lacked the confidence to act on it. Whenever she was at his side, she could feel the surprised stares and reactions from the humans around them, as if people didn't understand or approve of their partnership. Is it my height and build, my looks, or my age? She wondered. After all, I am 12 years older than Master. These worries made her hesitant to show her feelings more openly. With a sigh, Liu frowned in frustration, thinking, if only I could be as petite as an ordinary human woman. Liu gazed at her master's back, her brows slightly furrowed and her mind filled with worry. She considered the state of her body after evolving, perhaps reverting to her previous height was an option. Now, with her tall and imposing frame, she consumed more food and water than her master, yet gained little practical advantage. Worse still, she faced a critical flaw. The gap between their extraordinary ranks was so great that they couldn't have offspring unless her master could ascend to match her level. From this perspective, her evolution in life form hadn't brought her only benefits. There was an even more urgent problem. With the breeding season approaching, her master's body was simply too fragile compared to hers. When that time came, if she wasn't careful, she might hurt him. Master. Liu couldn't help but call out. Li turned around. What's wrong? Liu hurried to his side, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Master, could you work on strengthening your body a bit more? Li misunderstood, thinking his performance in the dungeon had disappointed her, and immediately felt awkward. It made sense. Liu had fought her way through from start to finish, her sword untouched by blood, her clothes spotless, her face calm, and her breathing steady. She handled everything with ease. Meanwhile, he had merely followed behind, unable to help, and ended up exhausted. His physical fitness was clearly lacking. No problem, they'll put more points into Constitution from now on. Li agreed readily. A system notification popped up. Liu's affection for U20. Current affection, likes. Li's eyes widened. Why did her affection increase by another 20? He was finding it harder and harder to figure out how the affection system worked. Still, an increase was a good thing, so he didn't dwell on it. At that moment, near the exit of the dark venom mine dungeon, the members of the Kuanglei battle group were stepping out of the portal one after another. A system message appeared. Dark venom mine normal dungeon challenge complete. Time, 3 hours, 49 minutes, 22 seconds. Current world ranking, second. You've received a limited time ranking reward, golden title mine adventurer. Title quality, gold. Equipped effects, 1. Movement speed 5, 2. Vision range 20. Dark venom mine normal dungeon challenge complete. Overall rating, gold, 3 stars. Current world ranking, second. You've earned 6 free attribute points as a ranking reward. Note, each dungeon only grants this reward once. Shen Nanqing and his 4 teammates erupted in cheers as they saw the notifications. Boss, you're awesome. Boss, I love you. World second again. And we got extra attribute points. The 4 team members were so excited they could hardly contain themselves. As rank professionals, they never would have made it onto the world leaderboard if not for Shen Nanqing's leadership. A broad smile spread across Shen Nanqing's face. Achieving the world's second best time was thrilling, but what truly exhilarated him was the strategy guide provided by Li Yi. There was only one word for it: perfect. The greatest challenge of the dark venom mine was choosing the right path. Each run started at a random location, and the dim lighting made it nearly impossible to follow any route markers, so a fixed route couldn't be established. That's why there was still no clear map online. Every team attempting the dungeon wasted a huge amount of time wandering and guessing their way through. Yet Li Yi's guide had outlined a method for distinguishing the routes. After testing it himself, Shen Nanqing found the results to be nothing short of astonishing. Using the strategies from the guide, Shen Nanqing easily found the Tail King without making a single wrong turn. His fingers tapped the map with focus, and he made the right choice at every intersection. The value of the guide was obvious. Even a team of all crank players could clear the dark poison mine efficiently and safely, making the challenge significantly easier. If you can just tolerate the stench in the tunnels, Shen Nanqing muttered to himself as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, the dark poison mine is actually even simpler than the evil bone camp. He imagined the scene after the tutorial video was released, players flocking in, with at least half of those queuing at the evil bone camp switching to the dark poison mine. Satisfied, Shen Nanqing nodded and sent the video he had recorded to Lin Mani. His phone buzzed. Lin Mani had already sent several messages. Shen Nanqing frowned slightly and quickly scrolled through them. All the world's top teams have gone to challenge the sinkhole jungle? His expression grew serious. Lin Mani had also forwarded a video analysis from Lai De Wang. Shen Nanqing leaned back in his chair and watched it carefully, finally admitting that Lai De Wang made some very valid points. Although these foreign teams weren't specifically targeting the Izu girl team, the facts were clear. Rookie professionals from abroad had already arrived at the entrance to the Dark Forest dungeon cluster, and since each dungeon could only be run once per day, they were bound to try the other dungeons to keep leveling up. With the overwhelming force of high-tier professionals, Shen Nanxing tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze turning thoughtful. The double records for all 4 dungeons are definitely going to be pushed to ridiculous levels. He ran the numbers quickly in his mind. Although the Andalusian Matador team was only ranked 15th in the world, they could still beat the Izu girl team's time by over an hour and a half, bringing the run under 5 hours. As for the top-ranked Freedom team, with their unique class, the times they could achieve were almost unimaginable. As for scores, Shen Nanxing was almost certain that as long as they defeated the corrupted priest UPU, any of the world's top 15 teams could earn a max level rating. Still, Shen Nanxing found some consolation in the fact that Lai Lai Do Wang had finally done something good. His video had shot to the top of the trending list, and the comment section was full of domestic players expressing their support for the Izu girl team and recognizing their achievements and contributions. As a result, the Quanglei team saw a surge in followers, reaching over 8.6 million. Shen Nanxing opened the latest announcement video from his own official account, and the comment count had already surpassed 1 million. Skimming through a few, he saw that most were messages of support and encouragement for the Izu girl and Quanglei teams. His expression gradually relaxed, and he let out a long breath. Most people do understand the bigger picture. Making this tutorial video was worth it after all. After returning to base, Shen Nanxing handed the recorded footage to the post-production team. They worked overtime to produce a high-quality tutorial video, which was then uploaded to the official account. Dungeon Tutorial Episode 1. Cut your time by 2 hours. The highest quality Dark Poison Mine guide ever is out now. While anxious viewers waited for the results of the foreign team's challenges, they flocked to watch as soon as Quanglei's tutorial video dropped. Everyone was eager to see the quality of the first comprehensive dungeon tutorial strategies provided by the Izu girl team, with practical execution by the Quanglei team. Thank goodness, it's finally updated, one user commented. Like first, then watch good habits start here. Not only casual viewers, but also many dungeon analysts and even high-level professionals clicked on the video, eager to see what it was all about. As the video began to play, the 5-member Quanglei battle team appeared beside a collapsed lift. This was the starting point of the Dark Poison Mine dungeon. A sweet-voiced commentator chimed in. Today, the Quanglei battle team is here to bring you a detailed tutorial for the Dark Poison Mine. Please remember to like, save, and share. Now, let's get started. The screen immediately displayed the team's class lineup. Brank Shield Warrior, Brank Weapon Warrior, Brank Gospel Singer, Crank Enhancement Shaman, and Crank Wind Whisperer. This lineup instantly caused an uproar among viewers, with the live chat flooding with question marks. Both the Gospel Singer and Wind Whisperer are support classes? Someone asked in disbelief. Indeed, both belong to the Bard archetype, and having 2 supports meant the team's damage output was noticeably lacking. What was even more surprising was the inclusion of 2 Crank classes, Enhancement Shaman and Wind Whisperer, both of which were considered bottom tier and usually struggled to find teams. But for players who mained Enhancement Shamans and Wind Whisperers, this was a moment of emotional triumph. They had never dreamed that their niche classes would be featured in a tutorial by a top-tier team. After this video, at least in the Dark Poison Mine, they could finally escape the frustration of being left out of group runs. The video continued, switching to a first-person view from the Wind Whisperer. The other 4 teammates were preparing for battle. The burly Shield Warrior raised his shield and let out a thunderous war cry, enveloping the team in a red glow and boosting their attack power. The petite Gospel Singer, her hair in a ponytail, began to sing, first casting a spirit song to increase mana regeneration, then switching to a frenzy song to quicken everyone's attack tempo. The Wind Whisperer waved her staff, casting Gale Melody to increase the team's movement speed. With preparations complete, the 5 moved forward. After about 30 meters, a nightmare unfolded. Swarms of snakes, rats, and insects surged from all directions, filling the screen and making viewers' skin crawl. On camera, the Gospel Singer's face showed clear fear, while the other 3 remained calm. The Enhancement Shaman took out an intricately carved totem, tapped it, and muttered, "Frost Totem." Instantly, a layer of frost spread across the ground and walls. The moment the vermin touched the cold, they scattered as if fleeing a predator. Seizing the opportunity, the Wind Whisperer traced an elegant arc in the air with her hands, summon wind. A refreshing breeze spread the chill, rapidly dispersing the frost. Within seconds, the swarm of pests had vanished. Viewers were stunned. That's it. They dealt with those disgusting bugs so easily? The chat was filled with disbelief. Especially for new players who had recently struggled through the Dark Poison Mine, the realization hit hard. They had spent ages hacking away for little reward, only to discover that a simple combo from 2 Crank classes could solve the problem effortlessly. The video went on to show the team clearing waves of kobolds. Once again, The frost totem and summon wind combo proved invaluable when the cold wind snuffed out the kobold's candles. The monsters would panic for about 5 seconds, unable to fight back. The team used this window to quickly take them out. With this strategy, the kobolds in the dark poison mine posed no threat at all. Only the occasional mole monsters emerging from the ground caused minor trouble, but with the shield warrior holding the front line, even they were easily dealt with. The team advanced as if taking a leisurely stroll through a park, eventually reaching the dungeon's final boss without any obstacles. It was at this point that viewers noticed something odd. The chat erupted with questions. How did you not get lost? Wait, I was so focused I didn't even notice they just took one straight path the whole time. Isn't the dark poison mine supposed to have no fixed route? How did they choose which way to go? The confusion was palpable. In the video, the team quickly defeated the final boss. The commentator began to explain the core mechanic of the dark poison mine as a still image appeared, showing the team at the first tunnel fork. Next, we'll reveal how to identify the correct path. The camera slowly zooms in, revealing the arched edges of 5 tunnel entrances on the screen. Each arch is adorned with intricate, palm-sized carvings, their dense patterns hinting at endless mysteries. The narrator's gentle, magnetic voice fills the air. The correct path is hidden within these patterns. Though they appear different, they're actually the same design, just oriented in various directions. At this, countless viewers pause the video, turning their phones to examine the seemingly different patterns more closely. Just as the narrator said, they realize the designs are identical, only viewed from different angles. But how does this help them choose the right path? With that question in mind, the viewers keep watching. The video then focuses on the entrance of the 4th tunnel, zooming in on one particular pattern. The narrator softly prompts, "Take a close look at this pattern. Do you notice anything unusual?" The design is magnified, revealing every detail. Viewers stare at the screen, puzzled, unable to spot any real difference from the others. As the seconds tick by, a countdown begins, and everyone's eyes widen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 time's up. Actually, the narrator says with a hint of mystery, this is the original pattern. The others are merely its mirror images. Suddenly, everything clicks for the viewers. But why are the others considered its mirrors, and not the other way around? The answer is yet to come. The original pattern is then isolated and set aside as the video continues. Next comes the second set of junction 7 tunnels appear, making viewers even more anxious. Will they have to find the right pattern again? As if anticipating their thoughts, the narrator teases, "Are you guessing you'll need to spot the pattern again? Congratulations, you're right." Groans fill the comment section. The dimly lit mine made 5 tunnels hard enough. Now 7 entrances, each with their own design, threaten to overwhelm their eyes. The voice in the video reassures them, "Don't worry, everyone. Although there are 7 tunnels this time, there are far fewer patterns at each entrance." The narrator's voice is light and clear. For each junction ahead, the same principle applies: find the correct pattern. The scene shifts to the Quang-Le-Jean-Tuan squad's progress. At each junction, the patterns are extracted and displayed at the bottom of the screen, making everything clear. The team moves swiftly and methodically, and the viewer's tension rises with every step. Finally, after 12 sets of junctions, they reach the last split with 6 tunnels. At this moment, everyone holds their breath. At the final fork in the road, if you pick the right path, you'll only run into a few harmless kobold laborers before reaching the final boss. But if you choose wrong, you'll face at least 5 waves of tough monsters along the way, which will easily cost you an extra hour. The catch is that you can't go back and pick again. According to the dungeon mechanics, you only get one chance. If you turn back and try a different tunnel, you'll still encounter the same monsters. This last fork is different from the previous 11. Here, every 2 tunnels share a pattern, and there are 3 patterns in total. We need to identify the real pattern among each pair, and then choose one out of the 3 options. In the video, the correct patterns are found in the 2nd, 3rd, and 6th tunnels. But that raises the question, which of these 3 is actually the right one? Next comes the moment of truth. All the patterns extracted from the footage begin to move, coming together to form one large, mysterious totem. But there's a missing piece right in the center. By now, everyone has probably noticed the missing piece in the totem is the path that leads straight to the final boss. The 3rd pattern from the 6th tunnel fits perfectly into the center, completing the totem. And, as shown in the video, Shen Nangxing's team chooses the 6th tunnel in the end. At that moment, the video's comment section explodes. If you hadn't turned off the comments, your whole screen would be filled. Incredible. How did they even notice this detail? That's insane. In blown away, no wonder she's the legendary outsider. Her observation skills outclass everyone. Viewers are amazed, completely in awe. Some, however, feel a bit defeated, like their intelligence is being crushed. Seriously, how did they figure this out? We all have brains. How did they connect the patterns to the route? And in the sunken jungle dungeon, who would have guessed the lines on the ruins were a sacrificial ritual circle? Despite their admiration, viewers quickly turn to practical concerns. If it takes so long to find the right pattern at every fork, it might be safer and easier than rushing through but it doesn't really save much time, nowhere near the 2 hours promised in the video title. As some start to wonder if the Quanlay raid team is just clickbaiting, the video continues. The soft voice of the team's girl member rises with excitement. Don't worry about searching for the patterns, we've found an easier and faster way. The audience perks up instantly. The method is simple. Just bring a wind whisperer. Each correct pattern has been enchanted with wind erosion resistance. So all you need to do is have the wind whisperer summon a breeze toward the patterns and use their wind sense to detect which one is resisting the wind. Suddenly, it all makes sense to the viewers. No wonder the Quanlay team included a wind whisperer. This crank support class not only synergizes with enhancement shamans, but can also help the team find the right path. The players are energized and eager to try it out themselves. With the issues of venomous creatures and navigation now solved, this dungeon is actually easier than Bonecam, perfect for leveling up. Meanwhile, outside the game, countless new wind whisperers who watch the video are absolutely thrilled. When forming teams, they faced constant rejection from players of other classes. People made no effort to hide their disdain, openly claiming that wind whisperers were weak in combat and even lacked basic support abilities. The extraordinary trial had been going on for 3 days, and most wind whisperers in the camp were looking glum. Over 80% of them were still stuck at level 1, unable to find a steady team. But just then, the strategy video from the Alien Girls Battle Squad dropped out of nowhere, instantly reigniting hope for every wind whisperer. Dark Venom Mine. This is our chance. The wind whisperers were moved to tears with excitement. From now on, they would be the most sought-after class for this dungeon, no longer pitiful rejects waiting to be picked, but the ones who could choose their own teams. For these low-tier, underpowered classes, getting into college was almost impossible. Their main goal in the trial was to level up. They got 3 free teleports, and, with so many newcomers around, it was easier to form parties. If they could reach level 10, they could challenge the Abyss for a chance to advance to the 2nd tier. Once they succeeded and hit level 11, they could enter Tier 2 dungeons and make a living by gathering materials or learning secondary professions like alchemy, forging, or tailoring. People might joke and call them grinders, but their income was several times higher than working in a factory. The Alien Girls Battle Squad strategy didn't just solve the current wind whisperer's job crisis, it also promised a brighter future for anyone who awakened to this class. As soon as the video was released, official media in Jianghai and Chang'an provinces shared it, followed by other provinces and even national outlets. Eventually, the most authoritative national newspaper reposted it, which was a clear sign of official endorsement. In a cheap hotel in the camp town, Zhao Chong sat staring at his phone, eyes red with emotion. Over the past few days, every time he mentioned he was a wind whisperer while looking for a team, people either politely turned him down or outright mocked him. Meanwhile, his classmates were constantly sharing their dungeon clearing achievements on social media, but he hadn't even entered one and was still stuck at level 1. Whenever his mother called to check on him, he forced a smile and lied, saying he had already reached level 3, not wanting her to worry. But now, everything had changed. Watching the detailed guide in the video, Zhao Chong sniffled, let out a long sigh, and felt nothing but gratitude. He couldn't wait to update his feed. Alien Girls, you're my heroes forever. His notification alert chimed immediately. The same classmates who had avoided him before were now sending invitations. Zhao Chong, we've got 2 rank classes in our team. Want to run Dark Venom Mine with us? Xiangzi, Dark Venom Mine, looking for one more, join us. Chong, come help out at the Dark Poison Mine. They'll treat you to dinner afterward. The message on his phone made Zhao Chong let out a cold laugh. What an attitude. Can't even bother to call me Chianga. He immediately switched his phone to Do Not Disturb and stuffed it into his pocket. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Chong straightened his back and strode out of the inn, heading toward the Dark Poison Mine. Along the way, he saw a steady stream of other challengers, all moving in the same direction. Ever since that tutorial video was released, the Dark Poison Mine had become the easiest dungeon to clear in the shadowy forest. As soon as he reached the dungeon entrance, a chorus of shouts and recruitment calls filled the air. Need one more for Dark Poison Mine. 3 class players already, average level 3. We've got an enhancement shaman looking for a wind whisperer to round out the team. That call immediately caught Zhao Chong's attention. With an enhancement shaman and himself as a wind whisperer, it was the perfect lineup. He walked up to the 4-person group and asked cautiously, I'm a wind whisperer, only level 1 though. Can I join? The words had barely left his mouth before all 4 of them turned to look at him, their eyes lighting up. The enhancement shaman, a cute, bubbly girl, didn't hesitate for a second. She grabbed onto Zhao Chong's arm as if afraid he'd change his mind and leave. We've been waiting for you, big bro. The sudden closeness left Zhao Chong, who had never even held a girl's hand before, completely frozen. His nerves were on edge, equal parts anxious and secretly thrilled. This was a far cry from how had been treated just a few days ago. The team leader was overjoyed at the sight. That was a great pick, she really knows how to win people over, he said, quickly sending Zhao Chong a team invite. Zhao Chong stared at the invitation prompt, his eyes firm. Women really can slow down my leveling, but maybe it's time to face my weakness, Hedon. Accept. Meanwhile, in front of the leaderboard for the Sinkhole Jungle Dungeon, crowds had gathered. Reporters from around the world, influencers, top guild representatives, and countless onlookers from the shadowy forests nearby dungeons and new trial challengers all pressed in. The players from Yin Country watched nervously, silently hoping that the foreign teams would take as long as possible. The crowd grew restless. The professionals from Yin Country craned their necks, eyes shining with curiosity. Although people online were united in their outrage, cursing the foreign team and wishing they could shove a mouthful of dirt in their faces, in reality, everyone was still eager to see the legendary world's top guild's rookie team in action. Leading the way was a burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, sporting a full beard. His long hair fell over his shoulders, and he wore the Freedom Guild's signature white trench coat uniform so tight across his muscular frame it looked like it might burst at any moment. Resting on his shoulder was a massive battle axe, and in the center of his brow danced a thumb-sized golden flame, constantly shifting its shape. His expression was fierce, his gaze cold, and he radiated an air of dominance and wildness. Just standing there, he exuded an oppressive presence that was hard to ignore. The Yin Country crowd widened their eyes in surprise and whispered among themselves. Is that the one awakens class, the Holy Light Avenger of the Freedom Guild? I heard his 5 main attributes start at a terrifying total of 200 points, and he gets 70 free attribute points with each level up. I saw in foreign reports that he starts at level 1 with 2 passive skills and 4 active skills. Damn, that's insane. Doesn't that mean he could solo a 5-man dungeon boss at level 1? People murmured, sharing what little information they had, growing quieter and more uneasy with each exchange. No wonder it's a unique class. If you compare it to a summoner, the weakest class, this guy's level 1 stats are on par with a level 19 summoner. That's unreal. There's also 1 rare class, 6 class, and 7 class members in the Freedom Guild. With a lineup like that, just how much can they push the record in the sunken jungle? Every time a member of the Freedom Guild emerged from the dungeon portal, the crowd tensed. 12, 13, 14. When the 15th member stepped out, everyone turned to look at the leaderboard. World record. Rank 1. Guild name Freedom. Country America. Record time 3 hours 22 minutes 48 seconds. The crowd's faces changed as they gasped in shock. They beat the record set by the Izu Girls Guild by over 3 hours. That's insane. Then they checked the rating board. Golden 7 stars. The sheer score made everyone's hearts race. Despite their shock, they breathed a slight sigh of relief. It wasn't a perfect score. In other words, the Freedom Guild hadn't achieved their goal in the sunken jungle this time. But soon, anxiety crept back in. If not today, what about tomorrow? Or the day after? Once they got the hang of it, it was only a matter of time before they earned a perfect rating. The newcomers from the Freedom Guild approached Gimmick. Gimmick frowned, his voice tinged with displeasure. Karanto, what happened? Why was your performance so lacking? The Holy Light Avenger shrugged, his broad shoulders making the battle axe sway slightly. He replied casually, we didn't handle the hidden boss well, and a few people got injured, so we lost quite a bit of time. Gimmick's tone grew serious. Which stages? Behind Karanto, a tall, red-haired girl with glasses stepped forward. She adjusted her glasses and answered clearly, stages 1 and 2. For some reason, in the first stage, some of the little zombies always got hit by the energy death ray. After berserking, they moved too fast and were hard to deal with, which led to 8 giant zombies mutating into stitched abominations during stage 1. In stage 2, the combination of the ghost's energy blasts and the bone bindings caused some injuries, which slowed our damage output, letting the ghosts revive 3 times. She paused for a moment, considering her words. He continued, the Exotic Girls battle team must have mastered some special movement techniques and ways to control the boss. They definitely have a much deeper understanding of the boss attack patterns. Unfortunately, none of these key details were explained in the video. Hearing this, Kimoji couldn't help but laugh to himself. Wasn't that obvious? They posted a recording of their hidden boss kill, not a tutorial video. Still, he kept a gentle smile on his face and comforted the team. Kids, it's normal to feel tired after a long journey. Don't worry about today's performance. Get a good night's rest, and you'll be back at your best tomorrow. I know you can do it, you're the best. The newcomers nodded in agreement and followed the staff toward the hotel. Kimoji watched them go, sighing inwardly. He had thought today would be an easy win, earning them a perfect score so they could head home tomorrow. He hadn't expected to stumble at the hidden boss. He had to admit, the Exotic Girls battle team from Yin Country really knew their stuff. But he quickly shrugged it off. After all, they were just a team of low-ranked professionals. Even if they had some tactical sense and leadership skills, their low rank meant they lacked the stats and power to make a lasting impact. In first-rank trial-level dungeons, the stat differences between classes aren't that pronounced, and strong physical fitness can make up for some of the gap. So it's not surprising that lower-ranked teams occasionally shine. Once they rank up to the second tier and start facing hero and epic-level dungeons, they'll realize that no matter how clever your tactics are, there's no substitute for raw strength. Kimoji thought the team member in charge of tactics and command might have a future as a decent analyst behind the scenes, but as for the rest, Their career ceilings were obvious. They'd fade into the crowd. He instinctively considered poaching talent from the exotic girls battle team, but quickly dismissed the idea. With Yin Country's focus on nurturing such talent, there was no way he could lure them away. Kimoji, maybe you should buy a detailed hidden boss guide from the Yin Country Thunderstorm battle team and study it, Kareth said, eyes twinkling with mischief. Seeing this arrogant playboy hit a wall put her in a particularly good mood. In her view, the supernaturals from the beautiful country were all brutes who only cared about stats, with no understanding of tactics or teamwork. Compared to them, she had much more confidence in her own girls and boys. Kimoji just smiled. They're just tired, that's all. Kareth, we don't need a guide. We'll get that badge tomorrow. As the world's top battle team, there was no way Head stooped to asking newcomers for help. Once they got more familiar with the boss mechanics, their higher-level power would be more than enough to crush the opposition. Suddenly, a commotion rippled through the crowd. The two looked up to see the newcomers from the Sacred PLO Kingdom's gladiator team stepping out of the portal in single file. Each one was tall and blonde, with striking blue eyes and an elegant bearing. Their refined looks and lavish noble attire instantly made the members of the free battle team look plain by comparison. Their arrival drew gasps from the Yin Country onlookers. Kareth looked at the leaderboard with anticipation, wondering, what kind of surprises will these outstanding girls and boys bring to your loving Aunt Kareth? On the leaderboard, the name of the free guild was finally pushed down. A new world record had been set. Rank 1, guild name, gladiators, country, Holy Prolo Kingdom, time, 3 hours 22 minutes 40 seconds. Kale stared at the leaderboard, the corners of her mouth lifting in a satisfied smile as her eyes sparkled with amusement. 8 seconds ahead, not a huge margin, but enough to pull ahead. Not bad at all. She glanced at the rating, golden 7 stars, a perfect streak. Moments later, her teammates hurried over. Kale tilted her head slightly, asking what happened. The result was similar to the Free Guild's team still lacked experience handling the hidden boss. It was their first attempt, after all, so the mistakes were understandable. Once they figured out a proper strategy, they'd likely hit a perfect score tomorrow. At this point, Kale's turned, shooting a challenging look at Kimmik. He just smiled nonchalantly, unbothered. After all, it was only a temporary lead. With gladiators breaking the record, the strongest guilds from every country began clearing the trapped jungle dungeon one after another. Almost without exception, every team finished more than 3 hours ahead of the Exotic Maidens Guild. Online discussions exploded instantly. Major livestream channels started broadcasting real-time leaderboard updates. Chat messages flooded in, and viewer numbers skyrocketed. Xingqian and Shanghai haven't finished, yet will they break the record? Come on, let's hope they pull through. Don't worry, Xingqian Guild brought 2 rare classes this time. Thief got this in the bag. Free Guild is only in second place. Xingqian will definitely take the crown. The mood in the live streams was optimistic, with everyone confident in Xingqian Guild. Finally, there was movement at the portal. The live stream feed quickly switched, focusing every camera on the exit. The first to emerge was a petite assassin girl with twin buns in her hair. 2 daggers swayed at her waist as she moved with cat-like agility, quick and light on her feet. Spotting the crowd of onlookers, her cheeks flushed pink. She gave a shy smile and darted away. Shanghai Guild. Didn't Xingqian go in last? That's right, Xingqian was the last to enter. All 15 members of Shanghai Guild exited the dungeon in short order. Immediately after, the leaderboard updated again. World record updated. Rank 4, guild name, Shanghai, country, Yin, time, 3 hours 23 minutes 9 seconds. Rating, golden 7 stars. At this stage, unless there was a huge time gap, all ratings were basically golden 7 stars. As soon as Shanghai's results were announced, the chat exploded. Damn, Shanghai is amazing. Straight to 4th place. Easy Xingqian is guaranteed first now. Home turf advantage. Let's go. Take that. Let's see if the foreigners can keep bragging now. A few minutes later, the portal glowed again as Xingqian Guild finally made their appearance. Both the livestream audience and on-site players erupted in cheers, sending the excitement to a fever pitch. The Xingqian members seemed to have expected this moment, each one calm and smiling, striking confident poses as they waved at the crowd like celebrities walking the red carpet. When the last member exited the dungeon, all eyes immediately turned to the leaderboard. World record updated. Rank 15, guild name, Xingqian, country, Yin, time, 4 hours 5 minutes 55 seconds. Suddenly, the live stream and the venue fell silent. 15th place? Did Xingqian fail? Everyone seemed frozen, slowly turning their heads in disbelief at the numbers on the screen, then quickly looking down to check the score. Rating, golden 6 stars. What the heck happened? The top 14 teams all achieved a golden 7-star rating, but the Starry Battalion, ranked second in the world, only managed to earn a golden 6 star. This unexpected result left the remaining foreign teams at the venue stunned. No one had anticipated such a poor performance from the usually formidable Starry Battalion. The members of Starry Battalion stared at the notification on their professional panels, their faces turning pale in an instant. They had clearly underestimated the challenge and got carried away in the dungeon. What made it even harder to accept was that the Shanghai battalion, long dubbed the eternal runner-up and often overshadowed by Starry, had managed to secure fourth place. The dramatic reversal was a huge blow to their pride. The audience at the scene watched the Starry members' embarrassment in silence, their expressions complicated. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream exploded with outrage. How can they perform like this on home turf? This isn't just a matter of skill, it's a problem with their attitude. The chat was flooded with angry comments, demanding a public apology from the entire team. The online fury wasn't without reason. The strongest team had delivered the worst performance, while the underdogs had exceeded all expectations. If they had only lagged by a few seconds, it could be chalked up to mistakes, but falling a full 40 minutes behind the 14th place team was nothing short of a disgrace. It was clear this was the result of complacency and arrogance. Meanwhile, the members of Shanghai Battalion struggled to keep straight faces, their expressions twitching as they tried not to laugh. Thinking back to how confident Starry looked when they first exited the dungeon, and comparing it to their current dejected state, the contrast was striking. Although they maintained their professionalism and didn't laugh outright, they were inwardly overjoyed. As the perennial second place, it felt incredibly satisfying to finally surpass their rivals in both results and reputation. The rookies from Starry Battalion blushed with shame and hurriedly left the dungeon entrance, practically fleeing the scene. As soon as they were gone, their supporters at the venue erupted in angry shouts and curses. Even the fans who had come to cheer them on now felt humiliated by association. This shocking news quickly shot to the top of trending lists, but the official media remained unusually silent, with not a single outlet reporting on it. At that moment, Li Yi and Lai Yu stepped out of the dungeon portal. The system notification immediately popped up. Earth Sync Jungle Normal Dungeon Challenge complete. Time: 2 hours, 46 minutes, 28 seconds. Current world rank: first. Temporary ranking reward: 20 free attribute points. Earth Sync Jungle Normal Dungeon Challenge complete. Overall rating: Golden 9 star. Current world rank: first. Adventurer King badge upgraded. Crown Strength 20, Agility 20, Constitution 20, Spirit 20, Spell Power 20. Equipment bonus: Movement Speed 17, Critical Chance 3. Li Yi's eyes widened in shock. First place in the time trial gave him 20 attribute points, and the top rating awarded another 50. In total, he had gained a whopping 70 attribute points in one run, equivalent to leveling up 7 times. Li Yi allocated 20 free attribute points to his constitution. As soon as the points were added, he immediately felt his physical strength surge. His muscles seemed to be infused with new power, and he felt more energetic than ever. There's no way he'll be holding anyone back now, Li Yi said with satisfaction, stretching his arms and enjoying the strength coursing through his body. Beside him, Lai Yu's eyes flickered. Her sword intent acted like an invisible radar, constantly scanning their surroundings. She didn't miss the boost in her master's physical prowess. A faint blush appeared on the sword saint's fair face, and her heart beat a little faster. He really listened to my advice, Lai Yu thought to herself, secretly delighted. Just then, a system notification popped up. Lai Yu's favorability 10. Current favorability: likes. Li Yi glanced at the notification on his panel, a small smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Her favorability had gone up again. He did a quick calculation in his mind. After reaching the likes level, had accumulated about 80 of the favorability needed for the next stage. So, does the next level require 100? Or maybe 200? Li Yi wondered, feeling a surge of anticipation. Looking around, Li Yi noticed that the entrance to the Thorny Forest dungeon was completely deserted, which seemed unusual. In this world, real time and dungeon time weren't synchronized. The time inside the dungeon was fixed, so no matter when you entered, the conditions would always be the same. Because of this, there were usually professionals coming and going at all hours, and the town was always open for business. On the way back to the hotel, Lai Yu's gaze was drawn to a couple on the street. The girl nestled shyly in the boy's arms, and the two whispered intimately to each other. The boy must have said something playful, because the girl giggled and playfully pinched his waist. A hint of envy flashed in Lai Yu's eyes. I wish I could be that small and delicate, she thought, so I could snuggle up to my master just like that. Li Yi noticed that the sword saint behind him had slowed her pace. He glanced back in confusion. What's wrong? Lai Yu snapped out of her thoughts and quickly averted her eyes, a bit flustered. It's nothing. She hurriedly composed herself, putting on her usual cool and elegant demeanor. Back at the hotel, the two of them set out some food and drinks. Li Yi noticed that Lai Yu was drinking much less than before, barely a third of what Shed had the previous nights. You're not drinking much tonight. Not feeling well? Li Yi asked. Lai Yu quickly explained. Alcohol dulls my senses, so I've decided to cut back from now on. I see, Li Yi replied, understanding. Lai Yu took a small sip, feeling a bit guilty. She hadn't told him the truth. The real reason she was cutting back was that her mating season was approaching, and her emotions would soon start running high. If she got drunk, she might lose control and end up pouncing on her master. With his current level of constitution, he probably wouldn't be able to handle her insubordination. After dinner, the two of them cleaned up and got ready for bed. Li Yi sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed and pulled out his phone to introduce Liu to all kinds of things about the real-world culture, technology, supernatural systems, and more. The sword saint leaned in close, propping herself up on one hand as she listened intently. She didn't understand everything, but she made sure to remember every word her master said. My class is summoner, Li Yi explained patiently. Summoners fight by relying on summoned creatures, and you are my summoned companion. Together, we make up the complete summoner class. Liu blinked her bright eyes in delight. So that means you and I are one team? Li Yi smiled and nodded. That's right. The sword saint was overjoyed. She hadn't realized how important she was to her master. Unable to contain her happiness, she scooted closer and hugged Li Yi from behind, her slender arms wrapping around his waist. Her long legs pressed against his, and Li Yi could clearly feel the warmth radiating from her body, more intense than most people's. His throat bobbed, and his heart pounded a few times. Out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but glance to the side, his gaze landing on those long legs. Liu's thighs, with their sun-kissed skin, shimmered delicately under the light, not a single pore in sight. Li Yi couldn't help but imagine how incredibly springy it would feel if he placed his palm there. At the same time, Liu's eyes were fixed on the back of Li Yi's neck. Her body tensed, fingertips digging into her palms as she fought the urge to bury her face in that spot. Warm breaths washed uncontrollably over Li Yi's neck. Feeling the heat on his skin, Li Yi instinctively tilted his head back and turned. What's wrong? Liu's gaze flickered over his lips, her pupils shrinking in an instant. The sword saint managed to hold herself back with all her might, barely resisting the urge to lean closer. In a fluster, she let go of Li Yi, quickly flopped onto her pillow, pulled the blanket over her head, and her voice quivered. Nothing, master. I'm going to sleep. Li Yi looked puzzled, his brows knitting together. What's going on? Is she not feeling well? With Liu's physique, she shouldn't get sick. He quickly checked her status panel and, seeing no negative conditions, finally relaxed and went back to his phone. He opened the official account of the Quanglei Battle Group. Their latest instructional video on the Dark Venom mine had already racked up over 20 million views, thanks in no small part to shares from major state media outlets. In the comments, aside from praise and people calling him Godfather, Li Yi noticed that many of the top-liked comments were from official university accounts. Jianghai University. There's nothing like home. We've opened a special admissions channel for the girls of the Exotic Squad, with the best faculty and dedicated training. Feel free to contact us. Chang'an University. We're happy to offer special admissions to members of the Exotic Squad. If you choose our school, we'll provide targeted resources and top-notch training. National Mingzhu University. We warmly welcome applicants from the Exotic Squad. The most popular comment came from Donghua University, which had been in the spotlight in recent years. They posted a GIF in the Commensa, glamorous female teacher beckoning. Then the scene cuts to a group of beautiful female students singing and dancing with laughter. No wonder it's the top comment, Li Yi chuckled, giving it a like. Official accounts really know how to put on a show. But the funniest of all was Tianming University. This historic institution, located on the border near the wildlands, suffered from harsh weather and frequent natural disasters, leading to a steady decline in applicants each year. So every admissions season, it was always the most desperate and active school nationwide. Tianming University flooded every university's comment section with angry emojis, accompanied by, I was here first. On Donghua University's comment, they replied directly, shameless, with 3 more angry emojis. Now that's interesting. Li laughed out loud and gave them a like. If memory served, Tianming University was indeed the first to openly announce special admissions for the Exotic Squad. He quickly looked up information on Tianming University, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Huh, they actually have a summoner program? That was unexpected. Only 3 universities nationwide still offered a summoner major, and Tianming was one of them. He clicked through to Tianming University's website to check the details, but after reading, he could only shake his head. The summoner program hadn't had a new student in 7 years. Not only that, but they didn't even have a dedicated faculty anymore. For years ago, the school had a summoner instructor for the class of 2018. However, due to a lack of students, he found himself with too much free time and was eventually reassigned to manage the storage room. The job was dull, and the pay wasn't great, so he ultimately decided to quit and work at a construction site instead. It all seemed a bit absurd, but there really wasn't much choice. Fortunately, Tianming University boasts a well-established summoner skill system, covering nearly every summoner ability from level 11 to 59. Among these, the skill Li coveted most was the level 19 Energy Blast skill, 3 times as powerful as the Energy Star Bomb, with truly impressive destructive potential. At level 11, Li could also learn to summon a second extraordinary creature. After some research, he realized he had plenty of options. For control, he could choose the Man-Eating Thorn, for defense, the Stone Shield Guardian, and for offense, the Bone-Devouring Demon Wolf. Of all these, Li Yi was most interested in the man-eating thorn. While its attack power was limited, its crowd control was exceptional. At midnight, Li Yi put away his phone and lay back in bed. By then, Li Yu seemed to be asleep, and the only sound in the room was her gentle breathing. Li Yi ran his fingers through his hair, feeling a bit puzzled. Why didn't Li Yu cuddle up to him tonight? He felt strangely empty, a little unaccustomed to the absence of her warm embrace. He turned off the light and closed his eyes. Later that night, Li Yu quietly opened her eyes and sat up, kneeling beside Li Yi's bed. Using her sword sense, she confirmed that Li Yi was in a deep sleep. Her gaze lingered on his face as her slender, delicate fingers gently touched his brow, traced down his nose, and finally rested on his lips. She could feel the warmth of his breath against her fingertips. Biting her lip, a faint blush colored her cheeks, and her eyes grew misty with emotion. Carefully, she reached out with her other hand, gently overlaying it on Li Yi's, and guided his hand onto her leg. She softly moved her hand away from his lips, cradled his face, and leaned down to give him a gentle kiss. At dawn, just as the sky began to lighten, a team of 15 made their way toward the entrance of the collapsed jungle dungeon. One girl in the group looked around idly, when suddenly she let out a sharp scream, startling her teammates. Her eyes were wide with shock, as if she'd seen a ghost, and she pointed at the leaderboard. The rest of the team followed her gaze, and a chorus of astonished exclamations rang out. No way. Unbelievable. This is insane. That's when everyone realized that the Izu girls' battle team had once again claimed the top spot on both leaderboards. They had surpassed the rookie teams from the world's top guilds and were the first to reach a max-level score. The achievement was astounding, practically unbeatable. Excitement erupted among the group as they whipped out their phones to record videos and post them online. The Izu girls' battle team does it again. Collapsed jungle cleared in 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 28 seconds, with a gold 9-star rating. Foreigners, eat your hearts out. As soon as the video was uploaded, the internet exploded. Just yesterday, people were upset about the embarrassing performance of the Xingqian team, but this morning's news snapped everyone wide awake. Someone frantically commented, "Dude, are you serious? Please tell me this is real." Another wrote, "Blogger, with everyone on edge right now, you'd better be sure your info is accurate. As an A-rank beastmaster with a level 5 magic bear, I'm heading to the shadowy forest right now to check the leaderboards. If you're lying, well, settle this in person." The comments section was instantly ablaze, the excitement practically crackling in the air. Just reply in the comments if it's fake. It'll feed your magic bear to the wolves. As soon as this bold comment appeared, most people were convinced. After all, the reputation of the Yazunian battle team was well established, their impressive records in 3 different dungeons, and the honor of being the first to achieve a perfect score. Even more remarkable was the fact that they were the ones who discovered the hidden boss, the fallen priest UPU. When it comes to understanding the pitfall jungle dungeon, no one knows it better than they do. Last time, they already achieved a stellar 5-star gold rating, so getting a perfect score now wasn't out of the question. With that thought, fans could hardly contain their excitement. They started sharing the video at lightning speed in their friends' circles and group chats. As the news spread, more and more people gathered outside the pitfall jungle dungeon, and a flood of videos hit the internet. For those who had been frustrated by the Xingqian team's antics, seeing Yazunian's new achievement was like drinking ice water on a hot summer day, utterly refreshing. This time, the official media responded with unusual speed. The moment they received the audit results from the oversight department, they broke the news immediately. Once the official report was out, the internet erupted. "Haha, this is awesome. When it comes to beating the foreigners, you can always count on the Yazunian girls." In the comments, people vented their excitement. Now the pressure's on the foreign teams. With all that top-tier lineup, if they can't pull off a perfect score, where will they hide their faces? The morning news anchor on the national broadcaster announced clearly, "Good morning, everyone. The extraordinary battle team defenders of the best Yazunian girls from Dongqing City, Jianghe Province, has reclaimed the top spot on the global leaderboard for the Tier 1 Pitfall Jungle Dungeon, finishing in 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 28 seconds. They also achieved the first ever perfect 9-star gold rating in this dungeon. Congratulations to them." In the capital, Lu Zhanling was having breakfast with his wife and daughter when he heard the news. He froze, chopsticks suspended in midair. Although he usually didn't pay much attention to the younger generation's affairs, he did know about the foreign elite teams challenging the Pitfall Jungle. Just yesterday, after hearing about the rookie team from the Xingqian team, the old man at home had been furious, so upset that he skipped breakfast and went out for a walk to cool off. Lu Zhanling took a deep breath, shocked to his core. He had underestimated the Yazunian battle team before, but now only all remained. Having personally experienced the extraordinary trials, he knew exactly how difficult the Pitfall Jungle was as a team dungeon. Achieving a high score in a 15-person raid was almost impossible. Back in his own trial days, his team's highest score was only silver 6-star, a world apart from what Yazunian had achieved. Father was right. Lu Zhanling finally realized how wrong he had been. He jumped up and immediately called the admissions officer in Jianghe Province. How's it going with contacting the Yazunian battle team? On the other end, the officer, still groggy with sleep, suddenly snapped awake. We're currently reaching out to rare and class professionals in Zhanghai province. The Yazunian battle team is on the list, but further down. Ridiculous. Lu Zhanling exploded, his voice rising sharply. Go online and watch today's news right now. Figure out what you need to do. He hung up furiously, paced the living room with a heavy expression, and recalled his father's earlier words, feeling more anxious than ever. In recent years, Imperial Capital University had faced challenges from several rising universities. While they had managed to maintain their lead thanks to their deep foundation, he knew in his heart that this advantage wouldn't last forever. If things keep going this way, it's only a matter of time before Imperial Capital University loses its top status. The school leaders wore worried expressions, but the sudden rise of the exotic girls battle team offered a glimmer of hope. If this powerful team could be brought in as new blood, it would undoubtedly help the university reclaim its former glory. But if another up-and-coming school managed to recruit them first, it would be a disaster for Imperial Capital University. At this thought, the leader jumped to his feet. No, I have to handle this personally. Deep within the shadowy forest, Kimoji led the new recruits of the free battle team back into the sinkhole jungle. As he glanced at the rankings, his eyes widened in shock-clear time. 2 hours, 46 minutes, and 28 seconds, with a perfect 9-star gold rating. This is unbelievable, he exclaimed, and the new recruits stared in disbelief. An ordinary team made up of lower-ranked classes had finished more than half an hour faster than them. Karanto frowned in thought. To clear it in under 3 hours, you'd have to defeat each wave of monsters in less than 20 seconds, without stopping once. How could low-ranked classes possibly deal that much damage? Just then, other rookie teams from various countries began to arrive. When they saw the leaderboard, they all gasped. The members of the Star Battle team, in particular, recalled how they'd mocked the exotic girls team in the dungeon yesterday. Now, their faces burned with embarrassment, wishing they could disappear. Kimoji quickly clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Listen, you're all the best of the best. If a team of lower-ranked classes can do this, there's no reason you can't set an even better record. Encouraged by their leader, the team regained their confidence, and a fierce determination lit up Karanto's eyes. The other team leaders also rallied their squads, steadying everyone's nerves. Soon, all the teams entered the dungeon, full of fighting spirit. Li Yi opened his eyes and instinctively reached out for the person who should have been beside him, but found only empty space. Master, you're awake. Lai Yue, neatly dressed, stood by the bed, her eyes darting away shyly as she remembered her boldness last night. Li Yi studied her suspiciously, but after checking his status bar and finding nothing wrong, he relaxed. After a quick wash and breakfast, he took Lai Yue to the Dark River Gorge dungeon. With the attribute rewards from the Dark Poison Mine and Sinkhole Jungle already in hand, next up were Dark River Gorge and Evil Bone Camp. Just 2 more levels, and Head get the Evolution Stone couldn't help but wonder how Lai Yue would transform. He looked on with satisfaction at Sword Saint's new height of 2.2 meters. This sense of completeness in every aspect was exactly what Head hoped for. His phone vibrated with messages from Shun Nanxing and Lin Mani, congratulating him on achieving a perfect score in the Sinkhole Jungle. Li Yi glanced at the trending topics and wasn't surprised to see his own name. Just last night, Head seen discussions about foreign teams competing for the Adventurer King badge trending online. The Gladiator team performed the best. Li Yi chuckled and shook his head. They cleared it in 3 hours, 22 minutes, and 40 seconds, but only managed to get a gold 7-star rating. Without the detailed strategies he provided, freelance teams had almost no chance of reaching a gold 8-star rating. For the other teams, gold 7-star was pretty much their ceiling. A standard 15-person team did allow for more mistakes in group raids, but the chance of errors also increased. To get a perfect score, every hidden boss phase had to be executed flawlessly. In Phase 1, you couldn't let the zombies absorb the energy beams for buffs, nor let the giant zombie mutate. In Phase 2, you had to dodge all ground control and airstrike skills perfectly. No one could afford even a single mistake throughout the entire run. That was the iron rule for a perfect score in Sinkhole Jungle. Li Yi was able to develop the perfect strategy thanks to Lai Yu, his ultimate safety net. Even if she just stood still and let the corrupted priest UPU attack her, her sword aura shield wouldn't budge an inch. This allowed him to experiment without worry, meticulously recording every boss mechanic, skill point, and timeline as if he were studying a toy. Once you have the final data, coming up with a strategy is a breeze, Li Yi replied casually. If they still can't get the badge today, they'll just release the detailed guide. Shen Nanxing paused when he saw the reply and turned to ask, Auntie, won't this offend people? If they end up getting the badge because of our guide, with all the attention right now, wouldn't that be embarrassing for them in front of everyone? He didn't care much about the opinions of foreign teams, but for domestic teams like Xingchen and Shanghai, he felt it was important to show some respect. The senior members might not mind, but there were bound to be some narrow-minded newcomers, and those were the people He'd have to deal with in the future. Lin Mani raised an eyebrow. What's there to be afraid of? Let's do as Mr. Lee says. Those teams aren't stupid. They'll record everything. If they really didn't use our guide, they can just release their footage to prove it. Got it, Shen Nanxing nodded. They'll have the post-production team work on the video right away. After that, Li Yi took Lai Yu to Dark River Gorge, where they achieved a perfect score with a completion time of 1 hour, 42 minutes, and 27 seconds, earning 10 free attribute points and 25 Adventurer King badge attribute points. Then they hurried to the bone camp. Since most challengers had been drawn away to the dark poison mine, there was no need to wait in line. Li Yi once again demonstrated his incredible skills, clearing the instance in 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 54 seconds to achieve a perfect score, earning a new title and another 25 Adventurer King badge attribute points. After clearing the Sinkhole Jungle Dungeon for the final time, both Li Yi and Lai Yu gained substantial rewards. The experience from the 3 runs pushed Li Yi up 2 levels, while Lai Yu advanced by 1. Li Yi checked his character panel with satisfaction. Summoner level 6, experience, 11.25, strength, 40, agility, 132, constitution, 105, spirit, 40, spell power, 53, critical rate, 4, movement speed, 152.5. Active skills, energy starburst level 8, summon stone guardian level 1. Passive skill, driver's inspiration level 1. With stats like these, Li Yi was in high spirits. Normally, a level 6 summoner's total attributes including gear would only be around 100 points, but he now had 350 in total, on par with the rank professionals. Combined with instant cast, no cooldown skills, and a 153.5 movement speed boost, he was confident he could hold his own even against rank or rare class opponents. After returning to the hotel and having a simple dinner and shower, Li Yi couldn't wait to take out the Evolution Sacred Stone. The moment Lai Yu saw the stone, her eyes widened in surprise. Master, is that the thing that can help me evolve? Li Yi nodded with a smile. That's right. Are you ready to evolve again? To his surprise, Lai Yu took 2 steps back, looking hesitant. Can I not evolve? Li Yi was stunned by the resistance on her usually fearless face. Weren't orcs supposed to value strength above all else? Why would she refuse to become stronger? Lai Yu lowered her head, her voice growing softer. I don't want to get any taller, master. You don't really like my height, do you? Li Yi couldn't help but laugh as he gently pulled her to sit beside him. He pulled out his phone, showing her photos of ordinary human women and then some anime character designs. With a serious tone, he explained, see? This is what regular human women look like. And these characters are what men like me consider the ideal. Your looks and figure are absolutely perfect. He stood up, placed his hands on Lai Yu's shoulders, and gazed deeply into her stunning face. You're the perfect woman in my eyes. Why wouldn't I like you? Especially your height, it's just right. Please, don't change a thing. His sincere words struck Lai Yu to the core. Her breath quickened, her cheeks flushed, and her heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst from her chest. She never imagined she could be so perfect in her master's eyes. For Li Yi, as contract-bound partners, he simply saw them as a team and spoke his mind without reservation. He had no idea how much his words meant to her. A system notification popped up. Lai Yu's affection for you has increased by 50. Current affection, admiration. Li Yi was startled by the notification, barely able to believe what he saw. The affection level had increased so much. He wondered if his words just now had really been that effective. Glancing at Lai Yu, he asked, Lai Yu, are you willing to evolve now? Lai Yu hesitated, her emotions in turmoil. She lowered her head for a moment, but when she met Li Yi's eager gaze, her worries melted away. With a resigned nod, she finally agreed. All right, let's do it. With her master's feelings confirmed, her greatest concern faded. Still, she felt uneasy about the idea of her body becoming even larger. Li Yi gave her an encouraging smile and nodded. Okay. He carefully retrieved a radiant evolution stone from his storage pouch and gently pressed it to the center of Lai Yu's forehead. The stone instantly released a pure white light that quickly merged into her skin. Lai Yu closed her eyes and sat cross-legged on the bed, entering a deep state of meditation. As time passed, a faint glow began to shimmer beneath the smooth surface of her skin, a soft luminescence making her appear almost like a statue carved from jade. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Lai Yu Kuroga's is evolving. Li Yi watched her nervously as each second ticked by, gradually becoming more anxious. Last time, a cocoon of light had surrounded Lai Yu during her evolution. This time, there was no such transformation. 2 minutes passed, then 5, the moments slipping away in silence. Finally, after 10 long minutes, the system prompt appeared. Lai Yu Kuroga's has evolved successfully. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief and immediately opened Lai Yu's status panel. His eyes widened in surprise. Her stats had increased by nearly 500 points, and she had gained 2 new abilities. Name Lai Yu Kuroga's. Race Orc. Age 30. Rank King. Class Sword Saint. Level 50. Strength 470. Agility 1211. Constitution 590. Spirit 295. Spell power 170. Skills Furious Sword Technique, Sever level 1. Furious Sword Technique, Cleave level 1. Seeing these numbers, Li Yi was overjoyed. Lai Yu's evolution had brought her an incredible boost, and the new skills, Furious Sword Technique, Sever and Furious Sword Technique, Cleave, filled him with anticipation. Lai Yu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze deep and serene, exuding the aura of a true sword master. But the moment she met Li Yi's eyes, that air of mastery faded, replaced by a hint of shyness. Master, I've comprehended the secret techniques, she said, unable to hide her happiness, her face bright with a joyful smile. After realizing her body hadn't changed at all, she felt even more delighted. Li Yi was thrilled for her, but couldn't help but ask, what are these secret techniques? Lai Yu explained with a touch of pride. They're the pinnacle skills of swordsmanship. Even at level 1, they're far stronger than my previous techniques. Each one is a finishing move, carrying immense power. Li Yi only half understood. Her explanation sounded complicated, but he got the gist. These secret techniques were powerful abilities that could turn the tide of battle far above ordinary skills. However, Lai Yu's joy didn't last long. She lowered her head, her eyes filled with a sense of grievance. Li looked at her, confused. What's wrong? Lai Yu muttered softly. It's all your fault, master. You insisted on me evolving. My constitution was already stronger than yours, and now the gap is even bigger. Before she could finish, she turned away and laid down on the pillow, her back to him, giving off an air of sulky defiance, as if she didn't want to talk to Li Yi at all. Li Yi was completely baffled. Evolution had clearly made Lai Yu stronger, so why did she seem upset? As the night deepened, Li Yi lay in bed, stealing glances at Lai Yu's silhouette. Bathed in the gentle glow of the bedside lamp, her figure looked especially alluring, stirring something inside him. The affection level should be high enough, he thought, realizing that after holding back for so many days, had finally reached his limit. He clenched his teeth, finally gathering his courage. He quietly moved closer to Lai Yu and whispered, Lai Yu, are you asleep? As soon as he spoke, his heart began to race, and his voice came out hoarse. Lai Yu didn't reply, and the room fell into a heavy silence. Only the slight trembling of her shoulders gave away her nervousness. Li Yi hesitantly asked, You're still awake, aren't you? He glanced at Lai Yu's status bar, a thought crossing his mind. There was no sign she was asleep, and with her sword intent perception at level 17, what could possibly escape her notice? After all the times had peeked at her tonight, she must have sensed him long ago. Could it be that the sword saint was just pretending to sleep? Li Yi swallowed unconsciously. He hesitated, then reached out to place his hand on Lai Yu's shoulder. Before he could even apply any pressure, her body turned gently toward him, lying on her back to face him. Their eyes met perfectly. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat, was sure now. She really was just pretending to sleep. Leaning in slightly, he placed his hands on either side of her shoulders, gazing down at her exquisitely beautiful face, already flushed with embarrassment. For a moment, it felt as if time itself had stopped. She was absolutely flawless. Lai Yu's eyes curved into slender crescents, a misty haze gathering within them. Suddenly, she parted her lips, her voice trembling. Master, are you planning to do something bad? Li Yi's face instantly turned crimson. How was he supposed to answer that? After stammering for a while, he finally managed, Can I? Lai Yu gently bit her lip and softly replied, In that instant, Li Yi felt a rush of heat surge through him like a volcano. But just as he moved, Lai Yu pressed her hand against his chest. But not now. Li Yi froze, his excitement vanishing in an instant. Why not? He asked, puzzled. Lai Yu looked away, her voice barely above a whisper. Because it could be dangerous. Dangerous? An absurd thought flashed through Li Yi's mind. Wait, is it breeding season? He wondered. If that was the case, it might not be too bad after all. The hotel had thoughtfully provided everything they might need, just to scan away. Sensing his misunderstanding, Lai Yu quickly clarified. No, it's not like that. Right now, I'm suppressing myself. If we go any further, it could trigger my breeding period early. I'm refusing because I don't want to hurt you. Even after hearing her explanation, Li Yi still felt a bit frustrated. He couldn't help but ask, Lai Yu, would you really lose control? Lai Yu nodded apologetically. Not completely, but it would be very hard to restrain myself. Seeing Li Yi's disappointed expression, she hurried to add, Master, as long as your constitution reaches 70% of mine, you'll be able to control myself, and it won't be a problem. Li Yi glanced at her stats. Her constitution was an impressive 590 points. That meant he'd need over 400 points himself just to keep up. He took a deep breath, calming himself as he began to think it through. He knew leveling up would increase his attributes, and that high scores and records in dungeons would earn him more stats, even raising his future stat caps. With equipment bonuses, boosting his constitution wasn't out of reach. Thank goodness Lai Yu's class focuses on agility. If she were a tank with a constitution build, I'd really be in trouble, Li Yi thought, feeling a bit more at ease. Lai Yu looked down, her eyes filled with guilt. I'm sorry, master. Li Yi steadied himself and reassured her gently. It's all right. You're just looking out for me. After what had just happened, their feelings for each other were crystal clear. When their eyes met again, the air between them grew thick with unspoken emotion. Embarrassed, Liu pulled the covers over her head, clearly trying to avoid Li Yi's gaze. A system notification sounded. Liu's affection for you 50. Current affection, maxed out adoration. Li Yi blinked in surprise, not expecting her affection to be at its limit already. Yet at that moment, he realized that whether it was maxed out or not no longer seemed to matter. So, am I in a relationship now? Bathed in the gentle glow of ambient lighting, Li Yi gazed at Liu's sculpted, almost artistic figure. Her height and posture struck him with an overwhelming visual impact, making his heart race. As he recalled their recent intimate moments, a surge of emotion swelled in his chest, setting his heart fluttering all over again. Unable to resist, Li Yi reached out and gently pulled back the thin blanket covering Sword Saint Big Sister, revealing her exquisitely beautiful face, equally suited to smiles or sulks. Master, Liu called softly, her tone laced with nervousness, though her eyes flickered with a touch of playful charm. Don't worry, Li Yi quickly reassured her. I just want to look at you, nothing else. Sword Saint Big Sister nodded shyly, lowering her gaze. Lying on his side, Li Yi stared at her, unable to look away. It was the first time Head dared to admire Liu's face so openly. Lacking experience with women, Head always pretended to be reserved, never daring to look too directly. But now that their relationship had taken a step forward, his courage had grown. Liu's features were strikingly defined. She had the kind of bold, radiant beauty that was impossible to ignore. After mastering her secret technique, she exuded an aura unique to true masters, elegant and captivating. Li Yi was utterly entranced. You're really beautiful, he said sincerely. Back when he worked on construction sites, Head sometimes imagined what his future girlfriend might look like. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect his first romantic connection to be with such a stunning, otherworldly woman. The joy bubbling inside him was almost too much to contain. He felt like jumping up and shouting with excitement. Under Li Yi's intense gaze, Sword Saint Big Sister blushed deeply, unable to handle such direct attention. She quickly pulled the blanket back over herself, turned away, and even shut off her sword sense. Li Yi grinned from ear to ear, unable to hide his goofy smile, and closed his eyes, feeling utterly content. Meanwhile, things were buzzing online. Major forums and social media platforms were filled with discussions about today's results from the Foreign Guild Challenge. The Freedom Guild claimed second place with a clear time of 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 24 seconds. The Shinto Shrine Guild from Fusang took third, and the Star Guild, after yesterday's disastrous run, made a strong comeback to snatch fourth place with a time of 3 hours, 26 minutes, and 3 seconds. The Gladiator Guild, previously ranked second, had slipped all the way to eighth. Except for the Star Guild, all the teams saw their results drop. The reason? Some members had leveled up, which caused the dungeon's difficulty to spike, putting extra pressure on teammates who hadn't leveled. Netizens found the results hilarious, flocking to the comment sections of battle report videos. So this is the world's #1. Why do their scores keep getting worse? LOL, did they really think if the Otherworldly Girls Guild could do it, anyone could? She's the first in history to get a max level rating. Just because her rank is lower doesn't mean she's weak. The backlash was mostly due to how arrogant these top guilds had been in their previous video statements. Their members had acted incredibly smug, as if earning the Adventurer King badge was a walk in the park, and as if gracing the challenge was a favor to the Otherworldly Girls Guild. One particularly memorable moment came when a female member of the Freedom Guild was interviewed about how many tries it would take to get a max level rating. Shed replied with smug indifference, saying she hadn't even thought about it, was just looking forward to her mom's apple pie back home. When the challenge results came out the next day, her interview was immediately dug up by netizens. Apple pie became an instant meme, spawning countless jokes and running gags. Looks like Marla won't be eating mom's apple pie after all. Question: how did you manage to get a max level rating? Otherworldly girl: because I don't eat apple pie. Hey race, a fun fact. The hidden boss drops a legendary recipe: mom's apple pie. Netizens were firing away on their keyboards like machine guns, peppering the forums without mercy. In their eyes, those so-called elite players were nothing but hypocrites. They enjoyed all the advantages brought by the Exotic Girls raid team, but refused to even mention them, acting as if the team didn't exist. Isn't this just blatant disrespect? One user typed, every word dripping with disdain. In real life, they might be polite and call someone a pro, but online, status and rank meant nothing. So what if you're ranked #1 in the world? So what if you're leading a team with a unique class? The comment section exploded. Can you outperform the Exotic Girls raid team? If you can't get a perfect score, you're just a noob. Noobs should practice more. Thunderstorm Raid just dropped a new video. It's a detailed guide to the Fallen Priestess, UPU. This sudden announcement caused a stir in the comments. The attached link was clicked thousands of times in an instant. As the video played, viewers' curiosity quickly turned to shock. The boss arena was mapped out into a grid, with every critical position clearly marked. Even more impressive, the The guide broke down movement timing to the second. With every skill response precisely planned, nothing was left to chance. Amazing. One user gasped, feeling chills down their spine. This is just unbeatable. This guide wasn't just a walkthrough, it completely deconstructed every behavioral pattern of the hidden boss. The Exotic Girls raid team even predicted every mechanic in advance, mastering all of the boss abilities. With this guide, players only needed to follow instructions step by step to secure an easy win. No, someone shouted in the comments. It's more like the boss is being puppeteered by the Exotic Girls. It's fighting exactly as the guide predicts, totally under their control. Amid the shock, curiosity grew. Just who were the members of the Exotic Girls raid team? What kind of minds could create such a flawless strategy? It's terrifying. Do geniuses like this even need to go to college? What university could possibly handle them? No wonder the Thunderstorm raid team managed to earn a gold 1-star rating with an all-Brank lineup. With this guide, any well-coordinated team of Brank rookies could defeat the hidden boss and easily secure at least a silver 5-star score, far above the threshold for the supernatural university entrance. The netizens were completely convinced, flooding the comments with praise. Major official media outlets shared the video link as usual, and university social media accounts were active in the comments. But this time, a few unexpected appearances caused an even bigger commotion. Imperial University's official account posted, "We're willing to offer special admission to members of the Exotic Girls raid team. Please contact us." The National Defense Supernatural University was quick to follow. "Special admission here to get in touch." Northern Frontier United University wouldn't be left behind. "Come to the Northern Frontier. We've got the boldest men, the warmest women, and the most breathtaking scenery." Nanshan University went all in. "No empty promises here. All perks maxed out after admission, and everyone gets the full rare class training package." Wow, even Imperial and National Defense are stepping in. That's some serious prestige. Nanshan University really is loaded 15 rare class resource slots, just like that. People were green with envy. These were top-ranked universities worldwide. When had anyone ever seen them actively recruiting? Usually, newbie professionals begged for an offer from these schools. Why is Tianming University so quiet? Someone teased. Please. Even Donghua University doesn't dare make a peep. How could little Tianming even try? But everyone underestimated Tianming University's fighting spirit. Their official account posted an animated video. A muscular guy with the Tianming badge on his head slapped away all the other top schools, including Imperial, one by one. At the end, he roared, "Nobody knows low-tier classes better than me." The netizens burst out laughing. That's Tianming for you, totally unhinged. Of course nobody knows them better, because you can't even recruit anyone higher. Meanwhile, in a luxury hotel room, the leader of the Free Raiders, Kimig, paced back and forth, face as dark as thunder. "A bunch of low-tier rookies dare to post a guide mocking us at a time like this?" He growled, gritting his teeth. What infuriated him even more was that, with all his experience as a fifth-tier professional, he couldn't find a single flaw in the Exotic Girls raid team strategy. It was a flawless guide. With these instructions, even the Free Raiders rookies could easily achieve a perfect score. But for the world's #1 team to have to rely on a rookie team's guide, what would that do to their reputation? After thinking it over, Kimig picked up his communicator and reached out to other team leaders to see what they thought. Soon, Kimoji received replies from all 14 squad leaders. Messages lined up neatly on the screen, each one firmly declaring that they would never use the foreign girl squad strategy. Kimoji clasped his hands under his chin, deep in thought. Since every team insisted on earning the adventurer's badge through their own strength, as the world's top-ranked squad, he knew they had to rely on their own abilities even more. After weighing his options, he decided to play it safe and immediately contacted headquarters to request reinforcements, specifically 2 rookie members with rare classes. At dawn the next day, while the morning dew still clung to the grass, Kimoji led his team back to the sinkhole jungle. Teams from all the top guilds filed into the softly glowing dungeon portal, preparing for another attempt before reinforcements arrived. 3 hours later, the portal suddenly flared with a dazzling light. To Kimoji's surprise, the first person to step out was a rookie from the Gladiator squad. As the entire Gladiator team returned, the leaderboard updated in real time. World record. Rank 2. Squad name, Gladiator. Nation, Holy Pulo Kingdom. Clear time, 3 hours, 0 minutes, 7 seconds. Kimoji's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the astonishing result, 27 minutes faster than yesterday. A sense of dread crept over him, and he hurriedly checked the score, golden 9 stars. Damn it. Kimoji's fists clenched, his face contorted with anger. The gladiators had sworn to rely solely on their own strength, but they'd secretly used the strategy guide. Worse still, they hadn't even bothered to inform him. The gladiator rookies were overjoyed, breaking into the celebratory dance of the Holy Pulo Kingdom. Although the Brave Adventurer's badge they earned only had half the attributes and weaker affinity boosts compared to the badge from the Foreign Girl Squad, it was still a satisfying reward. Brave Adventurer's badge. Quality, gold. Base stats: Strength 5, Agility 5, Constitution 5, Spirit 5, Spell Power 5. Equipment effects: 1. Movement speed 5. 2. Critical chance 1. Note: while in dungeons, you are less likely to attract negative attention from allies. Khaleesi watched Kamoji's dark expression with secret delight. She covered her mouth and laughed softly. You foolish Americans. Instead of worrying about your reputation, you should focus on finishing the task. Why not use a perfect strategy that's right in front of you? Good luck getting your badge by. Shortly after, the Star Squad also cleared the dungeon with a time of 3 hours, 0 minutes, and 19 seconds, earning the same top rating. Other squads soon followed, filling the area with cheers and laughter. Only Kamoji was left fuming, gritting his teeth. A bunch of shameless cheats. No sense of honor, they bully those who play fair. Once they got their badges, the squads quickly left. Within minutes, their announcement videos were already popping up on online platforms. It was obvious that everything had been prepared in advance. In the video, spokespersons from various guilds sincerely thanked the Nyang Guild for sharing their strategies, expressing high praise and admiration for their abilities, and hoping for more opportunities to collaborate in the future. Even the top guilds were willing to set aside their pride clearly. Achieving a max-level score wasn't easy. As the old saying goes, a wise man adapts to the times. But wait, where was the free guild? Suddenly, netizens noticed that the world's #1 guild had vanished from the scene. Soon, frontline reporters posted the latest results of the free guild online. Their clear time was 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 33 seconds, with a rating of golden 7 stars. They were 2 minutes slower than before. The internet erupted in laughter. Wow, so there's still someone stubborn enough to hold out. But hey, they are the world's #1, so people are willing to give them some face. For 2 days in a row, they only managed a golden 7 stars rating, and their clear time kept getting longer. It seemed they hadn't realized this was their limit. Meanwhile, sharpied netizens began to catch on. The Nyang Guild hadn't kept anything to themselves. Their guides were truly top-tier learning resources. Don't believe it? Just look at the foreign guilds. As soon as they got the guide, they achieved max-level scores. The guilds that didn't use the guide stayed stuck at the same level, unable to break through. People were deeply moved. The Nyang Guild isn't just offering free lessons, they're practically our second parents, spoon-feeding us success. Even official media outlets were impressed. When other guilds develop great guides, they usually keep them secret. Wanted. Pay up. But the Nyang Guild's guides were not only of the highest quality, they were also completely free. In this day and age, such pure and noble character is a rare find. Truly, these are outstanding young people. The National Daily published 3 posts in a row, specifically praising the Nyang Guild, and other official media followed suit. Major universities were eager to make contact, using every connection they had to track down leads on the guild. The top universities even sent representatives directly to the Quanglei Guild base in the Dark Forest. Lin Mani had just seen off a group of university professors and collapsed onto the sofa with an exhausted smile. Let's hope Mr. Li doesn't stir up any more trouble. It's exhausting being grilled by so many big shots. Shen Nanqing wiped the sweat from her brow, still looking pale. That was terrifying. Lu Zhanling actually came in person. The pressure from an 8th-tier powerhouse is overwhelming. Even you, Sister Lin, couldn't help but shrink back. The two exchanged glances, both clearly relieved. They had to admit, the Quanglei Guild was incredibly lucky to have connected with the Nyang Guild. Meanwhile, in the sinkhole jungle, Kamoji kept his usual smile, encouraging the new recruits. Relax, everyone. You're all blessed and talented. You're sure to get a max-level score. A chubby, freckled boy hesitantly suggested, Mr. Kamoji, should we try using the Nyang Guild's guide tomorrow? As soon as he spoke, 3 others voiced their agreement, and the rest of the team looked tempted. Kamoji silently cursed the boy's naivety. If they had used the Nyang guide alongside the other guilds, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But when the other guilds used the guide, they had chosen not to. That sent a clear message. The free guild will rely on its own strength to achieve a max-level score. It was too late to turn back now. The pressure that had been shared among 15 guilds was now resting squarely on the free guild's shoulders, leaving Kamoji no choice but to stick to this path. Confidently, he told the team, John, headquarters is sending 2 rare-class professionals to assist us. We will get the max-level score, and we'll publish our clear route. As the world's #1 guild, we don't need to rely on anyone else's strategies. Seeing the newcomers' spirits lift, Kamoji encouraged them further. There's a 5-player dungeon in the Dark Forest called Dark River Gorge. It's a linear map, perfect for aiming for the max score. You can form 3 5-man squads to take on the challenge. He added, we still have room to improve in team coordination, but the 5-player dungeon doesn't require as much teamwork. It's more about individual performance. Each of you is a top-tier professional, far stronger than the members of Nyang, so naturally your results will surpass theirs. The team's morale soared. Mr. Kamoji is right, our individual strength is way above theirs. If their 5-man team can get a max score, so can we, maybe even better. Soon, They formed their squads and confidently charged into Dark River Gorge. The strongest team was led by their unique class Holy Light Avenger, with 2 class and 2 A-class professionals on the roster. As soon as the Freedom Battalion made a move, they were spotted by the war correspondent stationed outside the Sinkhole Jungle Dungeon, who immediately followed in pursuit. Kamoji frowned, a look of disgust appearing on his face. These Yin Kingdom people really got on his nerves. If this were in the beautiful country, he would have already taught them a lesson. In his country, professionals from Class A and above were considered a privileged class, enjoying extremely lenient judicial immunity. As long as you didn't cripple or kill someone, you didn't even have to pay compensation. But this was Yin Kingdom. Even though he was being gawked at like an animal, he had no choice but to endure it. After more than 2 hours, they finally saw the strongest squad of the Freedom Battalion emerge from the dungeon. Kamoji stepped forward, ready to ask about their results. Just then, the Yin Kingdom onlookers suddenly cried out in surprise. Kamoji's heart leapt. Did they achieve a perfect score? He quickly turned his head, eyes fixed on the leaderboard. World record ranked second. Team name, Freedom. Country, beautiful country. Time, 2 hours, 45 minutes, 31 seconds. Kamoji's expression turned to one of surprise. Their time was a full hour slower than the exotic ladies battalion. He checked the score list again. Gold, 3 stars? How was that possible? Why was there such a huge gap? Kamoji's face briefly twisted with disbelief. At that moment, Karanto, the Light Avenger, led his team over. Kamoji did his best to compose himself and asked, "How did it go?" Karanto stopped, head lowered, his face ashen, completely lacking his usual swagger and confidence. Kamoji asked again, "Wait, why do you all smell so bad?" The team looked miserable. One of the class professionals, a woman, had swollen eyes and was desperately spraying perfume on herself, trying to mask the stench. "It's unbearable. How do I even describe this smell? It's like a mix of rot and corpses." Kamoji clamped his nose and took several steps back. "Selena, stop spraying perfume. Mixing it just makes it worse," a teammate called out. Tears streaming down her face, Selena kept spraying until the bottle was empty. When she realized it didn't help at all, she broke down in despair. As the only powerhouse in the team, Karanto stood with his head down, his eyes vacant, clearly frustrated by their poor performance and doubting both himself and his team. Kamoji had to call his name several times before Karanto snapped out of it. He was silent for a full 3 minutes before finally saying, "Mr. Kamoji, you were right. The Dark River Gorge map is pretty straightforward. The mobs and bosses aren't complicated, either. But there's one big problem. Every time we pushed forward, 3 ranged murloc mobs would ambush us. Their attacks didn't do much damage, but they came at us constantly, usually while we were fighting gnolls. The problem was their droppings." He trailed off, eyes flickering. Kamoji immediately understood, his mouth twitching. "You got some on you?" Karanto nodded helplessly. "Yeah, the 3 murloc fishers were annoying, but not unmanageable. We figured their droppings were limited, so we tried to keep them at a distance and deal with them every couple of waves. Sure enough, the murlocs eventually ran out of droppings. But what we didn't expect was that they'd just reach under their companions and get more casting material." Everyone was stunned. The team members looked at each other in disbelief, until someone finally muttered, "That's just clearly. No one had expected the murlocs could replenish their spell materials in such a way." What happened next was nothing short of a nightmare for the 5-member team. The stench of the fishmen's excrement acted like a lure, constantly attracting new swarms of fishmen. As a result, their movements were exposed over a larger area, trapping them in a dreadful vicious cycle. Karanto's face was etched with frustration and regret. Only now did he understand why most Flame Nation players in the Shadowy Forest instance chose to line up at the Evil Bone camp, with so few daring to challenge the Dark River Gorge. While the dungeon itself wasn't particularly difficult, the disgusting mechanics made it unbearable. "Even so, our score shouldn't be this low," Kamoji said with a frown. "Are you sure you cleared out all the monsters?" "We got them all," Karanto replied weakly, still unable to figure out how the Izunyang squad managed to clear the dungeon in just 1 hour and 42 minutes. It was only at this moment that he truly grasped how difficult it was to achieve a top-tier score. No wonder there had never been a perfect score in the game's history. As someone who often dealt with B and crank professionals, Karanto was well aware of how strong lower-tier professionals were. To them, he was like a mini-boss himself. That's why he had initially underestimated the Izunyang squad. But now, their strength seemed nothing short of terrifying. Kamoji sighed and didn't press further. He didn't want to discourage the future pillar of the free battle group or affect his mindset. Soon, the other 2 teams finished their runs as well. The squad led by a rare class professional finished in 2 hours and 50 minutes, taking 3rd place, while the team with 2 rank and 3 rank members clocked in at 2 hours and 53 minutes, coming in 4th. Both teams looked dejected, not just because of their disappointing results, but because they were all covered in fishman filth. When everyone regrouped, morale was at rock bottom, and the stench was overwhelming. War correspondents from the Flame Nation immediately posted about the Free Battle Group's disastrous performance online. Netizens burst into laughter. The Free Battle Group had thought it would be easier to get a top score in the 5-player dungeon, but after splitting up, their scores were even lower than in the group rate. The Avenger of Holy Light must be on the verge of a breakdown. Just give it up, Dapio. There are champions everywhere out here. I heard the Free Battle Group headquarters just sent 2 more rare class professionals. Looks like they're betting everything on this. If they still can't get a perfect score, that would be even more embarrassing. In just 2 days, the world's top battle group had become a laughingstock among Flame Nation netizens. Of course, it wasn't real contempt, just people enjoying the spectacle. After all, with a monstrous squad like Izunyang on their side, who could blame them for showing off a bit? In their hotel room, Li Yi admired Lai Wei as she got dressed. Unlike the furtive glances of the past few days, he could now openly appreciate the elegance of the swordmaster. Master Lai Wei couldn't handle his intense gaze and stomped her foot in playful embarrassment. Her mature face was now tinged with the shyness of a young girl, blending sophistication and charm in a way that Li Yi found utterly irresistible. He jumped off the bed, walked over to her, and gently took her soft hands. Lai Wei, this is the real you. Perhaps because of the contract, even though Lai Yu was almost indistinguishable from a real person, Li Yi always felt she lacked a certain vitality. It wasn't until he saw the Sword Saint's shy and timid expression that he truly realized she was, just like him, a living, breathing person. Lai Yu stood in front of Li Yi, letting him hold her hands. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks as she lowered her voice, sounding a little embarrassed. Master, remember, you can only hold my hands. Li Yi's heart immediately raced, and his face grew hot with embarrassment. That's when he realized he might have crossed a line. After waking up that morning, his mind hadn't fully cleared, and he had boldly made some rather inappropriate requests. He thought that as long as he didn't go too far, it would be fine. But in the end, the Sword Saint gently refused, saying she was worried she might lose control. After some gentle coaxing, she finally agreed could only hold her hands. After breakfast, Li Yi felt a surge of energy throughout his body. He had never felt such a strong urge to level up and become stronger as he did today. Which dungeon should he challenge next? He had already received the rewards from the Shadowy Forest dungeon and planned to try somewhere new. He opened his browser and started searching for other dungeons. Just then, a video caught his attention. It was posted by an official account named Yunlin Tourism. The video featured a dozen adorable children waving flags that read Izu Girls, cheerfully inviting the members of the Izu Girls team to come to Yunlin City and break the local dungeon records. Li Yi clicked on the Yunlin Tourism account and was surprised to find over 20 similar videos, with 7 or 8 new ones posted almost every day. The videos featured not only children but also workers from various professions, friendly grandparents, and energetic young men and women. Yunlin City, the name echoed in Li Yi's mind. He liked the video and began searching for more information. Yunlin City was located on a plateau in the southwest of Yin Country, a picturesque tourist destination. The city was home to a rare set of Tier 1 group dungeons known as the Sunless Highlands. There were 2 small dungeons for 15 people and 1 medium dungeon for 30, but due to their relatively low difficulty, few challengers bothered to visit. Most newcomers still preferred dungeons like the Shadowy Forest, which offered both solo and group options with richer rewards. There was very little information available about the Sunless Highlands, and almost no strategy guides existed. As a result, only the Cataclysm Fire Brigade would regularly clear these dungeons to reduce disaster risks. Besides them, almost no one set foot there. With a shortage of Tier 1 firefighters in Yunlin City in recent years, the disaster alert level of the Sunless Highlands had gradually risen. Citizens grew increasingly worried, and many chose to move away. The local government was desperate, offering generous incentives in hopes of recruiting more Tier 1 firefighters. However, these firefighters were highly sought after everywhere, and other cities were unwilling to let them go. With no other options, the Yunlin City government turned to the Izu Girls team, hoping they could clear the dungeons and, by releasing instructional videos, attract more challengers to help resolve the Sunless Highlands crisis. Li Yi found himself intrigued. Maybe this was a place worth trying. After understanding the situation, Li Yi quickly grasped Yunlin Cultural Tourism's intentions. However, he wasn't interested in helping others solve their crises. More importantly, he didn't want to risk exposing his own identity. After all, taking on a dungeon solo would draw far too much attention. Just as he was about to leave, a notification at the bottom of the data page caught his eye. A medium-level dungeon in the Sunshade Highlands called Shadow Tribe could actually grant magic skill points. This discovery instantly lifted his spirits. Skill points were incredibly valuable. Regardless of class, high or low tier, players only earned 1 point per level. Dungeons were one of the few ways to gain extra skill points. According to a record from a foreign rookie raid team 26 years ago, after clearing the dungeon, the mage in their group received an additional skill point. No way I'm missing this. A flash of excitement lit up Li Yi's eyes. If he could get bonus skill points at level 1, he'd have a head start over everyone else. Besides, with Sword Saint's sister leading the charge, clearing the dungeon would be a breeze. After deciding to head to Yunlin City, Li Yi first got Lai Yu's approval and summoned her into his summoning space. This way, He could avoid drawing attention along the way and save on one person's teleportation fee. Next, he sent Shin Nanxing a detailed strategy guide for Dark River Gorge. As for Bone Camp, he hadn't paid much attention to it during his speed run, but it was already a thoroughly researched beginner dungeon anyway. After checking out of the inn, Li Yi stocked up on essential outdoor gear in the camp town since there were no camps near the Sunshade Highlands dungeon cluster. He'd have to camp out in the wild. Once he was ready, he spent 100,000 on a temporary teleportation token and arrived outside the teleportation array. What he saw stopped him in his tracks. Several rookie adventurers were sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain, while not far away. The familiar Zhou Shui and Wang Tianming were being blocked by a 2-meter-tall black man. As a rare class adventurer in a free guild, isn't it a bit much to pick fights only with those ranked below class? Wang Timing's face was grim. Today had been a string of bad luck on their way to the dungeon. This stranger had started provoking them, taunting them all the way. The younger members of their team lost their cool, which led to the sorry state they were in now. The black man wasn't just targeting the Tianxue Gilda, was issuing duel challenges to everyone passing by, picking fights indiscriminately. So you admit you're weak? He sneered. If you're weak, you deserve to be crushed by the strong. You've been stalling for ages and still won't accept the challenge. Are men from Yin country always this cowardly? Can't even stand up for yourselves in front of a woman? Maybe I should do something to your girlfriend and see if you just stand there and watch. Before he finished speaking, a crowd had gathered to watch. Wang Taiming's face was ashen, but at last he gritted his teeth and accepted the duel. An rank class, arcane warrior? A flicker of interest appeared in the black man's eyes, quickly replaced by scorn. Not a bad class, but heavens to the left, warriors to the right. I don't see an ounce of a true warrior's courage in you. Enough talk, let's fight. Wang Tianming shouted, drawing his longsword and launching into a charge. As a staple warrior skill, charging not only built up rage, but was also the best way to start a fight. But the black man only sneered, got into a boxing stance, and shouted, "Power of the Tiger God." A black tiger's image flashed above his head, and before Wang Tianming could react, a heavy punch sent him flying. Tianming. Zhou Shui hurried to help the coughing Wang Tianming up from the ground. Li Yi was quietly surprised and hadn't expected in a rank class to fall so easily. He was about to step into the teleportation array when a loud shout stopped him. Hold it. The black man blocked his path, staring him down provocatively. Hughes Lincoln, Beast Spirit Walker, challenges you to a duel. Do you accept? Li Yi stopped in his tracks, his gaze landing on Hughes across from him. A Beast Spirit Walker? His curiosity was piqued, and he didn't reject the idea outright. Instead, he calmly took out his phone and began searching for information right in front of the man, appearing completely relaxed. It turned out that this was a rare profession originating from the shaman class line. Beast Spirit Walkers carried the blessings of ancient wild gods, starting with 4 skills that combined passive boosts and active abilities. Their combat strength was formidable, and their defense was even more impressive. They were known as the kings of unknown battles below Tier 3. Your class seems pretty powerful, Li Yi said, putting his phone away with a slight smile, finding the upcoming duel rather interesting. Hughes lifted his chin proudly, his face brimming with confidence. So, are you scared? He asked. Li Yi chuckled inwardly. So what if it was a rare class? His own stats were roughly on par with in a rank class. There was a gap, but it wasn't huge. After several dungeon battles, his skill proficiency had reached its peak. He could unleash energy star bullets with ease, and his movement was incredibly agile thanks to his high speed. He had already defeated close-range dungeon bosses in 5-player instances with little effort, so why should he fear a rookie with a rare class? Since the other party had issued the challenge, he was just as eager to see how he measured up against a rare class. Meanwhile, Zhou Shui finished checking Wang Taiming's condition and found that he was only a bit short of breath, with no real injuries. Apparently, the man had held back, mindful that they were on Yin country's soil. She breathed a sigh of relief, but froze when she looked up. The man blocking the way was the very Li Yi she had been searching for these past few days. Wang Tianming also spotted Li Yi and said in surprise, "That kid's tough's still alive." He eyed Li Yi's gear, noting that he seemed to be doing pretty well. Had he gotten lucky and joined a dungeon team? Li Yi made up his mind and accepted the challenge. The system prompt rang out. Your opponent has accepted your duel invitation. Red team, Beast Spirit Walker, level 5. Blue team, Summoner, level 6. The battle will begin soon. Countdown. 59, 58, 57. Hughes stared at the notification on his class panel, stunned. He thought he was seeing things, but after a closer look, it really was a summoner. His expression turned incredulous. Summoner was rated the weakest class back in America. They were only fit to be vagrants. He never expected anyone in Yin country would sign up for the Transcendence trial as a summoner. His gaze fell on Li Yi's gear, and he thought to himself, if he's a summoner, why is he wearing agility leather armor? Is he an idiot who doesn't even know how to equip himself? Hughes almost found it funny. Never imagined he'd one day challenge a drank summoner to a duel. I'm here to teach Yin country's professionals a lesson, but not every class is even worth my time. Summoner, I'll forgive your rudeness in accepting my challenge. Just surrender now, Hughes said, his face full of disdain. As soon as he spoke, Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui were both stunned. Li Yi had actually agreed to a duel with someone from a rare class? Was he crazy? To take on a rare class, you needed to be at least a rank. What was a drank bottom tier class doing here? The onlookers looked bewildered, all wondering to themselves. Did he just say summoner? Did I hear that right? The man's leather armor looked just like the gear worn by jungle scouts. But could a summoner really wear leather? Li Yi noticed the countdown timer had started ticking, so he immediately began to retreat, widening the distance between himself and Hughes. As a summoner, his role was to fight from a distance, and avoiding close combat was the smart move. After backing up about 20 meters, he stopped and turned to face Hughes. Hughes frowned. The other guy wasn't forfeiting? His mood soured, his gaze turning icy. Damn people, how dare your low-tier team show such disrespect? He sneered angrily. Fine, since you don't know your place, they'll show you just how foolish you are. He scoffed. I'll admit, the exotic maiden squad's victory over a top rookie team with low-tier classes was impressive. But if you yin people are arrogant enough to think a drank class can fight me, you should know what kind of ending you're in for. Li Yi frowned slightly, cursing inwardly at how much this guy talked. He ignored the taunt and quietly waited for the countdown to end. Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the distance. Spectators looked around, covering their noses. What's that smell? It's disgusting. Did someone soil themselves? Everyone turned to see who was coming, and realized it was Gimmick leading the members of the Free Corps. In an instant, it all made sense. Only the Free Corps had challenged the Dark River Gorge today, and that stench clearly came from the dark-skinned fisherman's waste. In truth, Dark River Gorge wasn't a particularly difficult dungeon. Any average team could get through clean if they avoided unnecessary fights. But today, the mighty Free Corps looked filthy, and the onlookers couldn't help but snicker behind their hands. Gimmick glanced at the yin rookie groaning on the ground, and immediately understood what had happened. In a normal professional duel, it wasn't unusual to lose if your skills fell short, and there was nothing to blame the yin team for. He remained calm, taking a sip from his water bottle. Mr. Gimmick, do you know what class Hugh's opponent is? The Free Corps rookies were puzzled, staring at Li Yi's mismatched equipment, a mix of leather armor, a shield, and a dagger that made no sense together. Gimmick snorted and took another drink. Just another fool. There's no shortage of people here who think they can take shortcuts by chasing after niche classes. They want to be special, but they're just being ridiculous. Just then, the countdown ended, and the duel officially began. Power of the Wildcat. Hughes roared, leopard spots appearing on his face, though they were hard to see on his dark skin. His muscles tensed, especially his legs, and then he exploded forward, lunging straight at Li Yi. The moment Hughes used his skill, Li Yi flicked his fingers, and a glowing summoning circle appeared at his feet. A stone golem, barely a meter tall, slowly rose from the ground. Gimmick nearly spat out his water in shock and anger as he witnessed this. A summoner? Hughes, you idiot. He cursed, almost jumping up in frustration. It's fine to vent on the yin people or beat up low-ranked rookies, but to duel a drank summoner? That's like a grown man picking on a kindergartner. Is this how you want the core to look? Gimmick immediately focused, ready to step in and save Li Yi if Hughes went too far. The crowd stared in stunned silence as the stone golem took shape. Everyone was shocked, whispering among themselves, no way, he really is a summoner? A rare class playing as a summoner? And that guy, He Gui, actually had the nerve to send a challenge? What's even crazier is that the summoner actually accepted. Does he have a screw loose? Is life going too smoothly for him? So he needs to go out and get beaten up to feel satisfied? On the field, as soon as the stone golem appeared, it staggered clumsily toward Hughes. At the same time, Li Yi quietly circled around, always keeping the stone golem at the center and skillfully managing the distance between himself and Hughes. With his skill activated, his movement speed was boosted to about 130, just a notch faster than Hughes. The battle-hardened instincts Li Yi had developed in countless dungeons were in full play now. Just one glance, and he accurately gauged Hughes' speed, a wave of satisfaction rising in his heart. If you can't catch me, you're just a moving target. Gotcha. Everyone watching, including the perpetually grim-faced Gimmick, showed a hint of surprise. This summoner's speed actually surpassed Hughes, who was empowered by the Wild Panther's strength. Hughes, however, was completely unaware. Like an untamed beast, he charged up to the stone golem, let out a furious roar, and unleashed the core ability of the beast's spirit, Walker Tiger God's Might. With the blessing of the ancient wilderness deity, his arms bulged with muscle, claws flashing as he shredded the stone golem to pieces in an instant. Li Yi raised an eyebrow. As a summoner, he could sense the feedback from every attack his summoned creature took. The sheer force of that blow. No wonder Hughes was called the king of unknown fights below tier 3. That single hit was nearly half as strong as the Swordmaster sister's basic attack. Li nodded slightly, admitting to himself, Hughes really does have some skills. You're next. Hughes snarled, charging straight at Li Yi with a savage look. It's over, echoed in the minds of everyone watching. Everyone knew that a summoner's summon skill had a 10-minute cooldown in the early stages. Without a summoned creature, A summoner was barely different from an ordinary person. You're awfully noisy. Li looked calm, casually stepping back as he flicked his hand. An energy star orb quietly took shape and shot at Hughes from a tricky angle. Stop shouting at me. Basking in the admiring gazes of the crowd, Hughes was feeling a bit cocky. He deliberately roared even louder, eager to showcase the strength of the beast spirit walker. When he saw the energy orb flying toward him, he sneered. Bear god strength. He roared, shifting forms. He shot up 10 centimeters taller, muscles swelling even more, wild energy surging from him. I thought you summoners had some tricks, but this is it? That's all. He looked smugly mocking, charging straight at the orb. It was clear he intended to use brute force to smash it, delivering a dramatic show of shrugging off a skill heathen. But, bang! The energy star orb didn't explode. Instead, it landed squarely on Hughes' abdomen. Head rushed in too fast to stop his momentum, and the impact knocked him off balance. He pitched forward and crashed straight into the dirt face first. Huh. Kimig's eyes widened slightly. He realized this summoner's skill wasn't just powerful, a casting speed and accuracy were impressive too. Li almost couldn't hold back a laugh. That wasn't your average star orb. This was a level 8 energy orb cast with a spell power stat of 53. The base damage might not be outrageous, but once you factored in the level and the jungle seeker sets 5 magic and armor penetration boosts, trying to take it heathen was just asking for trouble. He actually dared to charge straight at it? Talk about guts. Well then, let me send a few more your way. He launched another energy star shot, the blue-white glow tracing a perfect arc through the air. Hughes had just spat out the dirt from his mouth and was halfway up on his hands and knees when the energy star struck his shoulder with pinpoint accuracy. The powerful impact knocked him over again, sending him crashing onto his back. Arc! Hughes let out an enraged roar, veins bulging on his face. Damn it, he thought, to be knocked down twice in front of everyone by a yin country kid? This was utter humiliation. But even as anger burned inside him, his battle instincts stayed sharp. He quickly realized Li's skill was both faster and more precise than most professionals. Without hesitation, Hughes activated Savage Leopard's power right where he lay, switching into the nimble Leopard God's Blessing state. His body instantly became lighter, his muscles more defined, and his speed and agility soared. He rolled away, putting a good distance between them in the blink of an eye. Let's see you hit me now. Hughes smirked, pushing off the ground and springing up like an arrow from a bow. But in that split second, another energy star shot came flying, striking him square in the thigh. The impact spun him out of control in midair and sent him crashing back down into the mud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone watching was stunned into silence. Even Kimoji was momentarily dazed, a flicker of shock in his eyes. This summoner's got some real skill, he muttered. He quickly analyzed the situation. The energy star's damage was impressive, indicating a high skill level and strong magic power, which meant the summoner was no rookie. The skill's speed and accuracy were remarkable, almost like it was guided. Most surprising, though, was Li's timing. Cast his skills with perfect precision, never hesitating or wasting a move. Kimoji's heart sank with a bad feeling. Holy crap, I've never seen anything like this. What a badass summoner. The onlookers snapped out of their daze, whipping out their phones to record the scene. A summoner overpowering a rare class. This is wild's going viral for sure. Not far off, Wang Tianming and Zhou Shui stared at Li as if they'd seen a ghost, their minds blank. Was that really Li? What had he been through these past few days to become this strong? Wang Tianming in particular was stunned, just been taken out in a single move by the beast spirit walker and knew exactly how tough Hughes was. He never imagined Li could toy with Hughes so easily. On the ground, Hughes was nearly exploding with rage as he struggled to his feet, only to be knocked down again by another perfectly aimed energy star. Even with his rare class tough body, taking 4 of those in a row was too much. Now, he was dizzy, aching all over, and utterly miserable. Stop. We concede. Kimoji strode between Hughes and Li, his expression cold as he made the announcement. Any further, and it would just be Hughes taking a beating. The crowd erupted in whispers and gasps. No one had expected the duel to end with the rare class losing. A drank beating a rare class. This turned everyone's expectations upside down. I haven't lost, Hughes shouted as he staggered up, refusing to admit defeat. I can still fight. There's no way I'd lose to a summoner. Kimoji frowned, and the Shrank Berserker's passive skill, Battle Fury, activated instantly. A wave of invisible pressure swept over the area, making everyone feel as if a wild beast was watching them. The whole crowd fell silent. Hughes shuddered, realizing his team leader was angry, and immediately shut his mouth. Duel interrupted by higher rank interference. Duel terminated. A system notification appeared in front of Li. What's your name? Kimoji stared at Li, a hint of caution in his eyes. Li saw the message on his interface and sneered inwardly. He was just about to win, and now this foreigner had to step in. Can't take a loss. Beating a rare class is easier than kiting a boss. After comparing the two, Li concluded that close combat opponents were indeed easier to handle, even without using magical turrets. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he ignored Kimoji, walked straight to the teleportation array, and activated his teleportation token. In an instant, the scenery around him changed. He found himself surrounded by dense green forest, with the teleportation array standing alone in the clearing. Although there were signs of regular maintenance, the area was completely deserted. There wasn't even a teleportation service hall in sight. Weren't you going to let me hold your hand? Li Yi summoned Lai Wei and, smiling, gently took the Sword Saint's soft hand. He pulled out his phone to confirm the exact location of the Sunshade Highlands dungeon, then set off with Lai Wei to search for it. The road was blanketed in thick layers of fallen leaves, so undisturbed that not even animal tracks could be seen, making everything seem especially quiet. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance to the mid-sized dungeon, Shadowfiend Tribe. As the largest among the first-tier dungeons, this 30-player instance was already quite impressive in scale. Li Yi made a mental note. Only at the second tier would there be large-scale 45-player dungeons and supersized instances for more than 60 people. Stepping onto the dungeon portal, they were instantly transported to a barren mountain ridge. Standing on a high platform at the starting point, Li Yi gazed into the distance. Unlike the densely wooded Darkwood Forest, the terrain of the Shadowfiend Tribe was open and exposed. From here, he could clearly see settlements in the distance, with small, dark figures moving back and forth among them. According to the limited information available online, monsters in the Shadowfiend Tribe fell into three main categories. The most numerous were lizardmen, followed by primitive hard-shelled scorpions, a handful of mountain trolls, and a single sleeping earth Wyrm. A dragon. Li Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. Information about this dragon was extremely scarce, likely because it was some kind of special boss that even successful players had never described in detail. Let's clear this dungeon first. Li Yi stood at the entrance, his gaze sharp and focused as he surveyed the path ahead. There wasn't even a basic walkthrough for this place. Everything had to be discovered on his own. Fortunately, with Li Yu's sword sense, he could explore with confidence, without worrying about safety. 10 minutes later, Li Yi had mapped out a roughly feasible route. He nodded at Lai Wei, signaling that it was time to begin their journey through the Xiang tribe dungeon. The sword master strode forward, drawing her long sword. Her tall figure led the way, the blade gleaming coldly in the sunlight. With her sword sense at level 17, she could detect threats within a kilometer. No trap or ambush could escape her notice. Soon, they encountered the first wave of monsters. 8 lizardmen lay in ambush in the grass by a narrow cliff past 2 mages wielding staffs, 2 archers with bows drawn, and 4 melee fighters brandishing sharp weapons. When Li Yi first formed his contract with the sword master, he had dreaded facing groups with so many ranged attackers. But now, with his high agility, increased movement speed, and a shield for protection, ranged enemies were much less of a threat. Lai Wei charged into the monsters like a tiger among wolves. Though she might seem shy and reserved with Li Yi, her combat style was anything but. Once battle began, she became fierce, ruthless, and decisive. Her sword traced arcs of silver in the air, and the lizardmen's cries rang out in quick succession. In less than 10 seconds, all 8 monsters were slain, their bodies lying in pools of blood. A system notification sounded in Li Yi's ear. You have slain a level 6 mountain lizardman mage. Gained 15 experience. You have slain a level 6 mountain lizardman hunter. Gained 15 experience. The two pressed on quickly. 20 minutes later, they reached a narrow mountain pass. Beside the path stood a circle of crude pens, resembling animal enclosures, housing a dozen or so black-skinned wild boars rooting restlessly at the ground. In the center of the pens, a massive lizard man nearly 3 meters tall was feeding the boars, his thick tail swinging idly behind him. A system prompt flashed. You have discovered livestock officer Huiga. Li Yi's eyes lit up. This must be the first boss. Lai Wei quickly cleared out any nearby threats before returning lightly to Li Yi's side. Suddenly, Li Yi asked, "Can you show me that ultimate move you mastered yesterday?" He was curious about Li Yu's new skill. Lai Wei nodded and strode gracefully toward Huiga. Spotting her, Huiga roared, "Thieving pig stealers! They'll feed you to my boars." He grabbed a pitchfork from the ground, muscles bulging as he charged at Lai Wei. At that moment, Lai Wei took a quick step forward, lowering herself into an elegant, yet deadly stance. In the blink of an eye, a flash of steel burst before Li Yi's eyes. The sword master turned into a fleeting shadow, crossing 20 meters in an instant to appear behind Huiga. Frenzied sword art, sever. The system prompt popped up instantly. You have slain livestock officer Huiga. Gained 225 experience. What? Li Yi's eyes widened. That's it. The boss magic shield didn't even trigger. He remembered that before, Lai Wei always needed 2 strikes to take down a boss, one to break the shield, and another to finish it off. This time, her ultimate move killed the boss in a single blow. Incredible. Li Yi gave her a thumbs up. Clearly, the damage from frenzied sword art sever far exceeded the boss' maximum defense threshold. The sword master sheathed her blade with a gentle smile. There wasn't a single drop of blood on its edge. Suddenly, Huiga's body split cleanly in two and crashed to the ground, making Li Yi jump. Had been wondering why there was no visible wound. It turned out the boss had been sliced perfectly in half, only held together by flesh until it finally came apart. Two glowing, orb-sewn milky white, one blue appeared beside Huiga's body, floating gently in the air. Milky white. Li Yi was momentarily surprised. That color meant a special item had dropped. His eyes lit up, and he immediately reached out to grab it. In an instant, the light vanished, and Li Yi suddenly found a palm-sized skill book in his hand. As he flipped it open, a striking line of text greeted him. Disciplinary Lash Active Skill Class, Summoner Level 5. Description: swing a magical whip to strike a summoned creature, reducing its defense by 10. Increases its damage, attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed by 10 for 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Li Yi couldn't hide his delight, was incredibly lucky to have obtained a skill perfectly suited for his class. Without hesitation, he learned the skill immediately, eager to try it out. He quickly summoned a stone golem guard and, without delay, swung the magical whip in his hand. Instantly, a blue whip about 1.5 meters long appeared, glowing with magical energy. Although the whip itself wasn't very long, it had an impressive 5-meter casting range. With a swift motion, Li Yi lashed the whip onto the stone golem guard, producing a crisp snapping sound. He immediately checked the status panel. As expected, two icons appeared above the stone golem guard, one indicating a buff, the other a debuff. The debuff was obvious. The golem's defense had dropped by 10. Li Yi struck a few more times, but the results left him a bit disappointed. The stone golem guard was too sluggish, and the buff and debuff hardly made any noticeable difference to it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and his gaze drifted toward the swordmaster Lai Yu. Lai Yu was still immersed in her sword intent, but the change in the stone golem guard's status didn't escape her keen senses. When she noticed Li Yi looking at her, she immediately understood. "Do you want to try it on me, master?" she asked, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat. He was about to explain, but Lai Yu had already turned around, bent slightly at the waist, and softly said, "Go ahead." Swallowing nervously, Li Yi raised the magical whip and brought it down. Snap! The whip struck Lai Yu. He quickly checked her status panel, and sure enough, the same two icons appeared, a buff and a debuff. However, the effects lasted far shorter than he expected, barely 2 seconds before fading away. Lai Yu blinked in surprise, clearly intrigued. "That's amazing. Getting hit by Master's whip actually made me stronger, though it was over too quickly. Master, can you do it a few more times?" Meanwhile, in the shadowy forest, Hughes had fully recovered after being treated by a support class healer. He sat silently in a corner, clearly struggling to accept that he had been defeated by a drank summoner. The other new recruits in the squad were also feeling down. Back in the States, they had been Star's exceptional talents admired and celebrated everywhere after awakening their abilities. But ever since arriving in Yin country, they'd faced one setback after another, and it was a tough pill to swallow. Suddenly, a short-haired female teammate exclaimed excitedly, "Mr. Kimmig, we finally got 3rd place in the world." "What?" Kimmig looked up at her, his face full of displeasure. "Just 3rd, what's there to be excited about? But they surpassed us and took 2nd place with a gold 5-star rating," she added hastily. Kimmig's expression changed immediately. He jumped to his feet. "Impossible. Karanto, they just released a tutorial video for Dark River Canyon." Another teammate chimed in. Kimmig and Karanto fell silent for a few seconds before pulling out their phones, almost in unison. After watching the video, Karanto let out a long sigh of relief, feeling somewhat reassured. "So it wasn't that we lacked strength. Our tactics were just off." But as the video went on, Karanto couldn't help but realize that the alien girl squad had outperformed them in many ways. Not only had they discovered the hidden Murloc Sentinel boss, but they also came up with effective strategies to deal with it. Karanto was genuinely impressed. "Just based on that, our free squad can't compare at all. Mr. Kimmig, should we use their guide?" Karanto asked, forcing a wry smile. Kimmig's face was expressionless. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded. Yin country really is full of hidden talent. Inside the Quanglei Battle Group's base, a storm was brewing across the internet. A tutorial video of the Dark River Gorge dungeon was spreading like wildfire online, sparking an unprecedented wave of discussion. In the video, the Izu Girls Battle Group skillfully used plant-based dyes to expose the hidden Murloc sentries, a tactic that left countless players in awe. The chat was flooded with exclamations like, "How did they even think of that? Genius move," and "absolutely brilliant." This discovery not only earned the Izu Girls Battle Group newfound respect, but it also completely changed the difficulty of clearing the Dark River Gorge dungeon. Compared to the once popular Dark Poison Mine strategy, this new approach was even more influential. After all, Dark River Gorge had a simple layout and universal mechanics. Once the sneaky darkskin Murloc problem was solved, almost any class could clear it with ease. Game analysts rushed to share their predictions. Dark River Gorge was on track to become the easiest dungeon in history to earn a high score, easily overtaking the Bonebane Outpost's reputation as the beginner's paradise. In her office, Lin Mani set aside a detailed data report and looked at Shun Nanxing with determination. It's time to start planning for monetization. Shen Nanxing's eyes lit up instantly. As a battle group manager, making tutorial videos and training newcomers had always been about preparing for this moment. Originally, he thought it would take at least another year before they could break into the extraordinary industry. But thanks to their partnership with the Izu Girls Battle Group, the timeline had moved up significantly. Aunt Lin, Shen Nanxing asked cautiously, how big a share should we offer Li and his team? Instead of answering directly, Lin Mani handed him her phone. On the screen was a gripping duel. Li Yi, using a Drank Summoner class, was taking on a Beast Spirit Wakera Rare class. Shen Nanxing watched the video again and again, eyes wide with disbelief. For a Drank class to defeat a Rare class, despite being at a clear disadvantage in every stat, was almost unheard of. Sure, range classes had an edge over melee, but overcoming the overwhelming stat gap of a Rare class was still an incredible feat. 60-40 split, Shen Nanxing finally decided. We take 40, they get 60. Let's go all in on this. As someone from a wealthy family, he knew that even if this venture failed, the worst-case scenario was simply going home to take over the family business. But if this bet on the Izu Girls Battle Group paid off. Note, in reality, Shen Nanxing had no idea that Li Yi's astonishing strength came from casting tens of thousands of skills in every dungeon, truly reaching the level where practice makes perfect. His future achievements might one day make him the brightest star, not just in the entire Shen family, but among all the elite families in the country. In the mayor's office of Yunlin City, located in Kainan Province, Mayor Ma was anxiously tapping his finger on the solid wood desk. The reply from the Kuanglei Battle Group had left him frowning. They couldn't interfere with the arrangements of the Exotic Maidens Battle Group. After a moment of silence, a resolute glint flashed in Mayor Ma's eyes. Go and tell the Kuanglei Battle Group that if they're willing to provide us with strategies for the 3-team dungeons on the Sunshade Heights, we're prepared to offer 13 attribute source crystals and 4 skill source crystals as payment. Mayor. His subordinate was stunned. Those are the most valuable items in our war reserves. These unrestricted source crystals can not only boost a professional's basic attributes, but also grant skill points. Enough. Mayor Ma stood up abruptly. No item is more precious than a human life. We can always replenish our supplies, but what about lives lost? He truly had no other choice. At present, Tier 1 Cataclysm firefighters were extremely rare worldwide. Although the modern extraordinary profession training system was highly developed, giving many crank professionals a shot at advancing to Tier 2. This had only led the best crank professionals to pursue higher ranks. As a result, Cataclysm firefighters could only be recruited from those drank professionals who couldn't advance further, and finding someone among them capable of clearing team dungeons was nearly impossible. Yunlin City's Cataclysm firefighter reserve now had only 4 people left, not even enough for a basic 5-person squad. Sending them into a dungeon would be a death sentence. Seeing the mayor's determined expression, the subordinate was filled with respect. They'll contact the Kuanglei Battle Group right away. Meanwhile, inside the Sunshade Heights dungeon, Li Yi had just obtained a blue-quality wild boar tusk ring. The ring provided a 5 boost to constitution, strength, and agility, along with 10 attack speed and 5 magic resistance, and required level 6 to equip. He didn't hesitate to replace his old ring, which only gave 6 agility. The Shadowfiend Tribe dungeon was a 30-player, mid-sized team instance featuring 5 bosses. Thanks to the Sword Saint's powerful damage, they reached the final boss, Shadowfiend Chieftain Stage, in just 3 hours. Although the gear dropped by bosses 2 through 4 had decent stats, it wasn't enough for Li Yi to give up his current Jungle Seeker set. Still, the experience gains were substantial. Yue leveled up twice, and Li Yi himself gained a level. Both of them were now level 7. With each level, Lai Yue, having undergone a second evolution, received an incredible 200 total attribute points, which only strengthened Li Yi's resolve to keep improving his stats. The final boss, Stage, was a hunched lizardman elder, just over 2 meters tall and extremely gaunt. He wielded a black staff about 1.5 meters long, surrounded by 3 lizardman mages and 3 lizardman warriors as his guards. Li Yi's eyes were fixed on the staff, which the boss used as a cane according to dungeon rules. Any of the boss equipment could drop as loot. His movement and positioning had improved significantly. Combined with his high speed, he could now dodge almost any ranged attack with ease. As a result, he hardly needed more cast Shell Shield anymore. Although it offered solid defense, carrying a 10-pound piece of equipment still affected his agility and speed. More importantly, Li Yu's Blade Mastery, Ultimate Slash, now allowed him to strike targets from a distance in an instant. With the Blade Master's all-encompassing protection, monsters in low-difficulty dungeons were hardly a threat to him. So he decided to ditch the rarely used shield and switch to a more suitable staff. Li Yi didn't act immediately. Instead, he muttered to himself, wasn't there supposed to be a sleeping earthworm in this dungeon? Why haven't we seen any sign of it? Then he turned to Lai Yue and asked, did you notice anything? Lai Yue shook her head. No. She paused for a moment, then pointed at the distant Shadow Chief, Jizidich. But they're talking about something called the King of the Mountains. I'm not sure if that's the earthworm you mentioned. Li Yi was taken aback, blurting out, "You can understand their language?" Lai Wen nodded. "They're speaking a dialect of Orcish. I can't catch every word, but I get the general idea." She listened carefully for a moment before adding, "That lizard man chief is telling his followers to guard the King of the Mountains, offering at all costs. If anything goes wrong, it could spell disaster for the tribe." Li Yi's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. He whispered, "So the key to the hidden boss is that offering." At that moment, a lizardman mage near Chief Jizidich started heading up a mountain path, accompanied by a lizardman warrior. Li Yi memorized the route, his eyes sharpening. "Let's move." The Blade Master drew her sword and instantly unleashed Blade Mastery, Ultimate Slash. Before the four lizardman monsters could even react, Chief Jizidich was already cut in half. Yet, the expected kill notification didn't appear right away. Lai Yue quickly finished off the remaining monsters at lightning speed. Finally, after all four elites fell, a message popped up on Li Yi's screen. "You have slain Shadow Chief Jizidich and gained 300 experience points." By the boss corpse, glowing white and blue orbs appeared. Excited, Li Yi rushed over and grabbed the white orb. "You have obtained a skill energy crystal." Skill points really did drop. Li Yi grinned from ear to ear and used it without hesitation. "You have gained 1 skill point." He immediately allocated the skill point to Energy Starshot, raising the skill to level 10. Turning his attention to the blue orb, he discovered it was a staff. Shadow Chief's Cane, 10 Constitution, 10 Spirit, 20 Spell Power. Equip effect, 10 Spell Penetration. Li Yi's eyes lit up, a satisfied smile on his face. 10% spell penetration, not bad. This suits me perfectly. He equipped the staff right away, removing more cast shell and his offhand dagger. Instantly, he felt much lighter and more agile. "Let's go find the earthworm." Li Yi and Lai Yue followed the path taken by the two lizardman elites. Thanks to Li Yu's swift combat, the two monsters hadn't gotten far. Keeping a safe distance, the pair trailed after them at a steady pace. About 10 minutes later, the lizardman mage and warrior led them to a mountaintop platform. A strong, nauseating stench filled the air. Li Yi quickly activated the jungle seeker's mask, barely managing to block out the overwhelming odor. The platform ahead had been transformed into a massive altar, densely packed with the corpses of over 100 wild boars. Scattered among them were the remains of various birds. 20 lizardman priests knelt around the offerings, wildly waving their arms and swaying back and forth as they chanted strange incantations. Are these offerings meant for the earthworm? Li Yi wondered, frowning. He considered ordering Lai Yue to kill the lizardmen immediately, but hesitated, worried that doing so might cause him to miss a chance to trigger a hidden boss. In the end, he decided to keep watching. 5 minutes later, the atmosphere on the altar suddenly grew tense. The 20 lizardman priests let out ear-piercing screams as their bodies convulsed violently, as if struck by lightning. To Li Yi's shock, each priest drew a dagger from their waist and plunged it into their own chest without hesitation, collapsing to the ground as blood quickly stained the altar. 2 lizardman mages, larger than the others, approached the stone pedestal at the center of the platform. Raising their hands, they began to cast a spell. A blood-red orb, the size of a thumb, formed above their heads, spinning wildly. In an instant, blood from all the corpses turned into a crimson mist and surged toward the orb. Within a minute, the offerings were reduced to shriveled husks, while the blood orb had swollen to the size of a football, radiating an ominous red glow. The mages carefully placed the blood orb onto the stone pedestal, then retreated to the edge of the platform. At that moment, Li Yu's voice echoed in Li Yi's mind. "Master, the earthworm is coming." The sound of rocks scattering grew louder. With a thunderous roar, a massive creature, at least 10 meters long, hauled itself onto the platform. It looked like an enormous lizard, its mouth lined with sharp teeth, covered in yellowish-brown scales, and 3 rows of bony spines running down its back to its tail. "This is supposed to be a dragon?" Li Yi muttered to himself. "It's just a giant 4-legged lizard at best." The earthworm's eyes glowed red, its breath wild and agitated as it charged straight for the blood orb and swallowed it whole. As it gulped down the orb, its restless energy gradually calmed. After licking its lips, the beast curled up on the spot and fell into a deep sleep. Just as Li Yi was about to order Lai Yue to attack, something unexpected happened. The earthworm's yellow scales began to turn crimson, and its body swelled until it was twice its original size. The 2 lizardman mages at the edge of the platform immediately knelt and bowed their heads to the ground. "What are they shouting?" Li Yi asked in confusion. "King of the Mountains," Lai Yue replied. Before she finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened. Li Yi looked up, his pupils contracting in shock. A gigantic black raven, nearly 4 meters long with a wingspan of over 10 meters, descended onto the earthworm, leading a vast flock of smaller ravens. The huge bird's sharp talons easily tore through the earthworm's hide, exposing fresh, red flesh. Instantly, the smaller ravens swarmed in, fighting over the bloody feast. Mountain King Darkwing spotted. Li Yi finally understood why this place was called the Sunless Highlands. The colossal raven, capable of blotting out the sky, was the true king of the mountains. There were at least 10,000 ravens swirling in the sky, their dense black feathers blotting out the sun and turning day into night like a moving storm cloud. A flash of excitement crossed Li Yi's eyes as he decisively issued the command to attack. Go! Now that the real boss has shown up. Upon hearing this, Li Yu flicked her slender fingers and drew her sword, its cold blade gleaming. She strode forward with long, powerful legs, her movements as graceful and lethal as a panther, and in an instant, she leaped onto the high platform. The system prompt immediately popped up. You have been spotted by Darkfeather. You have entered combat. Craw! Darkfeather let out a piercing screech, its massive wings beating furiously to whip up a raging wind. It soared into the sky, circled once, then locked onto Li Yu and dove down like a black arrow. Li Yu's eyes sharpened, and her sword shone with a fierce light. Swordmaster's secret technique, slash. Sword light and howling wind crossed paths in midair. In a split second, Darkfeather's enormous body was cleaved in two, crashing heavily to the ground. The system prompt appeared right after. You have slain Darkfeather, king of the mountains. You gained 450 experience and 450 bonus experience for first kill. Even the hidden boss went down in one hit. Li Yi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to his swordmaster companion, admiration clear on his face. Li Yu smiled slightly and turned her gaze to the nearby earth dragon. Its massive body now had a huge gaping hole, torn open by the ravens. Countless smaller ravens swarmed inside, pecking at its organs. The poor beast hadn't even woken from its slumber before meeting its end. The little ravens were so engrossed in feeding that they didn't even notice their king had fallen. Li Yu raised an eyebrow, a trace of disdain in her eyes. Still eating? Roar of terror. With her shout, visible shockwaves rippled out in all directions. Hundreds of ravens exploded instantly, blood and feathers flying everywhere in a gruesome spectacle. Those a little farther away were thrown off balance and crashed to the ground. Li Yi shook his head in mock regret. Just like the snakes, rats, and bugs in the dark poison mine, these little ravens don't give any experience. He calculated silently. If only each one gave a single point, I'd be rich by now. Beside the Mountain King's corpse, 3 glowing orbs floated, one blue, one purple, one white. Li Yi's eyes lit up as he rushed to the boss side and eagerly grabbed the milky white orb. Gale Feather. Material quality, epic. Attribute, wind damage 3. Li Yi pursed his lips in mild disappointment. It wasn't a skill book or a skill point. Still, epic materials fetched a good price on the market, so it was worth keeping. He consoled himself. I can use it to craft equipment after I reach tier 2. Next, he picked up the second, purple orb. Darkfeather Cloak. Cloak quality, epic purple. 16 constitution, 16 agility, 16 spirit. Level requirement, 6. Equip effects. 1. Move speed 8. 2. Magic resistance 8. 3. Cooldown reduction 5. Class exclusive, 1 skill point. Restricted to ranged classes. Li Yi's face broke into a delighted grin. Extra movement speed, magic resistance, and a skill point, just what he needed. Without hesitation, he took off his old blue cloak, which only added 8 agility, and put on the epic one. Checking his stats. Level, 731.25. Move speed, 160.5. Active skill, Energy Starshot LV1. Li Yi could hardly contain his joy. With an extra 60.5 move speed, he was undoubtedly among the fastest below level 20 across all classes. Unfortunately, the third blue item conflicted with his set, so he had to toss it into his inventory with a sigh. As a 30-player mid-sized raid, the Evil Shadow Tribe dungeon was truly massive. It took Li Yi and Li Yu over an hour to finally make their way out. The system prompt popped up. Evil Shadow Tribe normal dungeon cleared in 5 hours, 22 minutes, and 34 seconds. Current world ranking, 1. You have earned the Feather Cataclysm Breaker Gold title. Time-limited ranking reward. Feather Cataclysm Breaker title. Quality, Gold. Equip effects. 1. Move speed 7. 2. 15 damage to flying creatures. Evil Shadow Tribe normal dungeon clear rating, Gold 9 stars. Current world ranking, 1. Your Adventurer King badge stats have increased. Li Yi immediately swapped out his Knoll Slayer title, which only gave 5 move speed, for Feather Cataclysm Breaker, and watched his stat panel improve once again, completely satisfied. Li Yi glanced at the Adventure King badge panel and saw that it had increased his total attributes by 75 points. He immediately decided to put everything else on hold, set up camp, cook a meal, and take a good rest. The next day, he cleared 2 more 15-player dungeons, reaching level 9 with 79 experience. Each time he cleared a dungeon, the Adventure King badge granted him an additional 50 total attribute points. He had planned to tackle another dungeon and reach level 10 before attempting the Tier 2 Abyss Challenge. However, at that moment, he received a message from Shen Nanqing. 13 attribute source crystals, and 4 skill source crystals in exchange for guides to all 3 dungeons in Sunshade Highlands? The message read. Lee felt a mix of surprise and delight. Each attribute source crystal increased an attribute by 5 points, so 13 would give him a total boost of 65 points. With the 191 constitution currently shown on his panel, his total constitution would reach 256 points. More importantly, each of the 3 Sunshade Highlands dungeons offered a one-time reward of 20 attribute points, even though titles couldn't be earned repeatedly. On top of that, reaching level 10 would grant him 10 free attribute points. If he invested all of these into constitution, he'd reach a total of 326 constitution. Lee couldn't help but jump up in excitement, calculating rapidly in his mind. Liu's current constitution was 710 points, and after subtracting the 160 provided by her equipment, her base constitution was 550. If his constitution reached 326, that would be 59 of Liu's. Just another 11, and he'd be at 70 of her total. The thought made his heart race, and he was so excited he almost wanted to shout. Master, why are you so happy today? Sword Saint Liyue, the elder sister, walked over to him, a curious glint in her eyes. Lee felt his heart pound as he met her gaze. Her face was stunningly beautiful, and he almost couldn't resist the urge to kiss her right then and there, but he held back and smiled. It's nothing, just feeling a bit excited all of a sudden. Liyue seemed to sense his mood. She suddenly lowered her head, her voice shy. Master, I have some good news for you. Lee was momentarily lost in her expression and couldn't help but ask, what's the good news? A faint blush colored Liu's cheeks. She bit her lip lightly, her eyes filled with emotion. I can control it a little more now. Li's heart skipped a beat. He asked eagerly, a little more? How much more? Liyue lowered her head in thought, a mix of shyness and anticipation in her eyes. About 5%, I think. Lee was overjoyed and quickly followed up. How did you suddenly gain more control? Liyue blinked, hesitating for a moment before answering slowly. It's probably due to my progress on the Sword Saint's path. It's helped me use my sword intent to suppress some of my innate instincts. Lee immediately checked Liu's panel. Her name was Liyue Carlogas, level 9, with 590 strength, 1,611 agility, 710 constitution, 325 spirit, and 200 magic power. Her talent, Sword Saint's Path, had reached level 9, while sword intent perception was at level 25. With Sword Saint's Path at level 9, she now enjoyed a 25 damage bonus, and reaching level 25 in sword intent perception had granted her extra skill points, which she had invested back into Sword Saint's Path. Thanks to this advancement, her self-control had improved significantly. Li's eyes shone with anticipation. If he continued to help her level up Sword Saint's Path, Liu's control would only grow stronger, making it easier to face the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Yunlin City, in Mayor Ma's office, an assistant burst in excitedly. Mayor, the alien warrior squad has agreed to our request. In 3 days, they'll clear the dungeon using the guides we provided, and 5 days from now, they'll release a tutorial video. Mayor Ma's eyes sparkled with excitement. His cheeks flushed as he slapped the desk. Agree to their terms. Pay them immediately. The assistant nodded and hurried out, while Mayor Ma continued to plan the next steps with growing anticipation. Their plan seemed to be progressing more smoothly than ever. The next day, Lee successfully cleared the Evil Shadow Tribe dungeon. Although he managed to defeat all the enemies, luck wasn't on his side, didn't get any skill points from the loot. On the 3rd day, he challenged 2 more 15-player dungeons. As expected, he claimed all the attribute rewards from the 3 dungeons and had basically finished developing strategies for them. Since characters couldn't gain more experience after reaching level 10, Lee realized that he would have to advance his class to continue leveling up. So, both he and Liu were now stuck at level 10. Lee had considered collecting all the attribute rewards from every tier 1 dungeon, since he couldn't gain more experience for now. But after doing some research, he discovered that once you reached level 10, the system restricted access to dungeons-only dungeons you'd already cleared could be entered again. And once you hit level 11, all tier 1 dungeons would be locked out completely. That evening, Li met Shin Nanxing, who had come to Yunlin City. As promised by the local government, Shin Nanxing handed over the attribute source crystals and skill source crystals. She also brought up the topic of developing the extraordinary industry. How about a 50-50 split? She offered. Li was stunned, almost thinking he had misheard. Could he really get half the profits just by regularly providing dungeon strategies? It sounded almost too easy. His expression turned a bit odd, and he couldn't help but wonder. Shin Nanxing was probably counting on the whole alien girl battle team, but in reality, he was handling everything alone. If she knew the truth, how would she react? After thinking for a moment, Li replied, sorry, but we can't guarantee a steady stream of new strategies. We can handle guides for the main dungeons in each tier, but clearing every single dungeon just isn't realistic. If I were to solo every dungeon, wouldn't that just be like working a regular job? I could just run dungeons myself, keep all the loot, and make plenty by selling materials and gear. There's really no need to rely on anyone else. Shen Nanqing could only accept this reality. In the end, the two agreed that for each tier, Li Yi would provide 2 raid guides and receive 20 of the profits. Shen Nanqing nodded and accepted his terms. After handing over the guides, Li Yi and Lai Yu returned to their hotel. Back at the hotel, Li Yi and Lai Yu used all 13 attribute source crystals and 4 skill source crystals. Li Yi gained 65 free attribute points and increased his skill points to 4. Without hesitation, he invested all the attribute points into Constitution and put all his skill points into Energy Star Shot, raising the skill to level 18. Seeing his own stats panel, Li Yi felt a surge of pride. His total attributes had reached 783 points, rivaling those of its rank class. Who would have thought a Drank Summoner could have such a panel? It was truly astonishing. Even more exciting was that his Energy Star Shot had reached level 18. Once he advanced to level 19, he would unlock the Energy Bomb ability with its instant cast and no cooldown. The power would be unimaginable. Of course, these achievements still paled in comparison to Lai Yu. As a Sword Saint, her total attributes had reached a staggering 3,616 points. Even Shrank, Hidden, or Unique class players at the same level would be helpless against her. Her sword had become a symbol of invincibility. Late at night, after washing up, Li Yi got ready to rest. Li Yi couldn't help but let his gaze linger on Lai Yu, the Sword Saint, captivated by her alluring figure and stunning beauty. To hide his inner turmoil, he cleared his throat twice and changed the subject, asking, Lai Yu, your Sword Saint mastery has increased by 4 levels. How does it feel? As soon as he spoke, a blush crept over Lai Yu's delicate face, and her usual air of authority vanished in an instant. She stammered, I think I could try something new. Her voice grew quieter and quieter. Try what? Li Yi asked instinctively. Lai Yu covered her flushed face with both hands. After a long moment, she whispered almost inaudibly, kissing, hugging. Hearing those words from the Sword Saint herself sent Li Yi's heart racing, his chest feeling like it might burst. He took a deep breath and slowly moved closer. Sensing his approach, Lai Yu's breathing became noticeably quicker. Li Yi gently took her wrist, revealing her blushing face. Master, Lai Yu murmured softly, her eyes dreamy, like a fledgling longing for protection. Taking another deep breath, Li Yi leaned in. However, the situation quickly spun out of his control. The Sword Saint's sudden counterattack left him completely defenseless. He felt like a kitten being relentlessly cuddled by its owner, their roles completely reversed. Suddenly, Lai Yu gasped, Master, I'm sorry. She quickly let go of Li Yi and moved to the edge of the bed. It turned out she had almost lost control of her strength and nearly hurt his arm. Li Yi took several deep breaths, finally regaining his composure. At that moment, he truly understood how terrifying boss-level strength could be. No wonder Lai Yu had always refused before, and kept urging him to improve his physique. But what really caught his attention was, how? How are you so skilled at this? Blushing furiously, Lai Yu confessed that she had secretly practiced while he was asleep. Now it was Li Yi's turn to stare in disbelief. What? You used me for practice? Why didn't you wake me up? No more sneaking around from now on. What else did you do? Li Yi asked offhandedly, but saw Lai Yu's face flush even deeper as she looked down, unable to meet his gaze. You really did more? You'd better tell me everything. Under Li Yi's questioning, Lai Yu finally confessed to her curious actions that night. Master, I really know I was wrong. Lai Yu looked up at him with a pitiful expression. Li Yi was both exasperated and amused. You're out of control. Curiosity is no excuse. Of course, what annoyed him most was how soundly he slept through it all. Punishment. I order you to repeat everything you did to me that night. Lai Yu shook her head repeatedly. I can't, Master. I might lose control again. The next morning, watching Lai Yu get dressed and wash up, Li Yi was in a great mood. After some gentle coaxing the night before, she had finally agreed to try again. This time, Li Yi was prepared. Whenever she seemed about to lose control, he would immediately send her into the summoning space, only letting her out once she had calmed down. Still savoring the memory, Li Yi began searching for an advanced abyssal dungeon. He soon locked onto a massive dungeon in Guangyi Province, the Tides of Blazing Flames. After all, to advance their class, professionals needed promotion source crystals, rare items found only in the abyss, strange realms, or ghost ruins, which provided pure energy to strengthen the body. The number required depended on one's class. Drank needed 1, C and Brank needed 2, a rank needed 3, and Shrank 4 or more. Of course, using extra source crystals at lower ranks could increase one's potential, granting more attribute points with each level up after advancing, and boosting the base damage of skills. Flamewave Tide is a combat-oriented abyssal dungeon, designed as a large-scale offensive and defensive battle. Its origins can be traced back to the Flamewave Cathedral cataclysm 70 years ago, a disaster that destroyed 2 cities and claimed thousands of lives. People refer to this tragedy as the Flamewave Calamity. It took the Yin Kingdom a decade to completely clear the affected zone and establish a supernatural base nearby to prevent future outbreaks. In fact, nearly every abyssal dungeon has gone through a similar process, with extraordinary bases set up around them for defense. Flamewave Tide consists of a main dungeon and 7 branch dungeons. The main dungeon has no level or team restrictions, making it a popular choice for first to fifth tier professionals seeking advancement. According to information found online, participants are required to assist the Radiant Alliance in fending off the evil invasion of the Scourge Legion within the dungeon. The main objective is to defend the Radiant Fortress until the dungeon's progress bar is filled, marking a successful completion. For many professionals, this dungeon also offers their first chance to interact with friendly in-dungeon targets, otherworldly beings known as NPCs. After breakfast, Li Yi and Lai Yu used the teleportation array in Yunlin City to reach the edge of the Flamewave Tide instance Flamewave base. Stepping out of the teleportation array, they were greeted by a bustling, lively street. With a resident population of over 200,000, Flamewave base isn't huge, but its supernatural industries are highly developed. Buildings lined the streets in neat rows, and shops were everywhere. Lai Yu's impressive height and commanding presence drew plenty of attention, especially from high-tier professionals who couldn't help but pause and stare. However, when they tried to appraise her with identification skills, all they saw were question marks. Startled, they quickly averted their eyes, wary of provoking someone whose identity was clearly beyond their understanding. Li glanced around and couldn't help but laugh at the expressions he saw. One ostentatiously wealthy professional, previously strutting with his gear shining, turned pale at the sight of Lai Yu. He immediately dimmed his equipment's glow and hurried away with his head down. Clearly, the pressure of those question marks was no joke. Li Yi and Lai Yu continued on to the entrance of the Flamewave Tide dungeon. At that moment, a notification read, 47 participants need to join now. To maximize success, the dungeon's safety supervisor only allows entry once the maximum number of participants is reached. Flamewave Tide can accommodate up to 1,000 people per run, and only one challenge is allowed at a time. The next group must wait until the previous run is complete. This rule applies to other dungeons like the Abyss, the Twisted Realm, and the Nether Ruins as well. Li Yi and Lai Yu waited patiently for about half an hour. Finally, once the numbers were met, the safety supervisor opened the entrance gate, and 1,000 players filed through the portal into the dungeon. When Li Yi opened his eyes inside the Radiant Fortress, he found himself in a massive city. The architecture resembled that of medieval Europe, with towering walls at least 20 meters high. The streets were paved with sturdy bluestone, giving the place a sense of solemnity and strength. Nearby, a kindly-looking old man with a white beard stood by the portal, smiling as he welcomed the newcomers. "Welcome to the Radiant Fortress, adventurers from another world," the old man called out warmly. Li Yi paused, surprised to hear a familiar human language in the dungeon for the first time. "This is your identification badge. Without it, you cannot enter the Radiant Fortress," the old man said, handing him a crystal-clear badge with a smile. As Li Yi accepted the badge, a notification popped up on his interface. The Flamewave Tide campaign has officially begun. The old man raised his hand and pointed toward the distant donation center, his eyes shining with anticipation. "Commander Mukalu is gathering supplies. We hope you can contribute to the fight against the Scourge Legion." Li Yi nodded slightly. "I will." He turned to head toward the donation center, but the old man spoke again, a kind smile appearing on his face. "Adventurer, your companion is a mighty warrior. With you by our side, our resistance against the Scourge Legion will be even stronger." Upon hearing the praise, the swordmaster nodded coolly, but a hint of satisfaction flashed in her eyes. Li Yi's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't recall this line from any of the guides had read. Was it a special effect of the adventurer's emblem? Or perhaps a randomly triggered hidden event? "Adventurer, you're quite lucky," the old man continued mysteriously. "Today, the legendary blacksmith Master Philo has arrived at Radiant Fortress. If you need any gear, you can find Master Philo in the Artisan's Quarter." This line wasn't in the Tides of Blazing Waves guide, either. Li Yi waited quietly for a few minutes, and when the old man said nothing further, he followed the directions to the donation center. The donation center was already crowded with professionals, the air buzzing with noise. A wide range of supplies was being accepted: food, materials, weapons, and more. After thinking for a moment, Li Yi donated all the unused gear he had picked up earlier at the Sunshade Highlands. This stage was jokingly called the junk dumping phase by professionals. Everyone would hand over all their useless materials and equipment to the NPCs in one go. Only if their progress wasn't enough after cleaning out their inventory would they venture outside to gather resources, hunting beasts for meat or collecting herbs and ores. Current Phase 1, Resource Collection. Overall progress, 78. Personal progress, 100. Evaluation, perfect. After completing his personal quota, Li Yi headed straight for the Artisan's Quarter to look for Master Philo, as the old man had mentioned. He followed the crisp sound of hammering through several weapon shops, asking the craftsmen along the way. Although everyone had heard of Master Philos' legendary reputation, none had met her in person or knew her exact location. Master, I sense a halfling nearby. She might be the blacksmith you're looking for, Liwa whispered suddenly. Li Yi's eyes lit up with delight. The swordmaster's keen senses had proven reliable once again. Guided by Liwa, Li Yi left the bustling artisan's quarter and entered a quiet little park nearby. After weaving through thick shrubs and a few tall trees, they stumbled upon a peculiar sight in the branches of a large, leafy tree. A petite girl was floating midair among the treetops, breathing steadily in deep sleep. She looked about 13 years old, around 1.4 meters tall, with fair skin, long curled lashes, and delicate features. Her ears were slightly pointed at the tips, reminiscent of an elf's, though less pronounced. She wore a simple white top and short skirt, her bare feet soft and pale. Each of her 5 toes had a small, rounded pad on the underside, and the rest of her soles were dotted with faintly visible pads as well. Most striking of all was her waterfall-like hair, which measured about 1.5 meters longer than she was tall. Master, she's a halfling, and a high-level one at that, Liwa warned in a low voice. You've discovered Philos' workshop. A notification popped up on the panel. Workshop? Li Yi looked around in confusion. There wasn't even a forge here. How could this be called a workshop? Human weakling, your expression is really annoying to Master Philo. The girl in the treetops suddenly opened her eyes, crossed her arms, and floated down with a haughty air, legs crossed, and a look of disdain flashing in her eyes. Are you questioning my abilities? Philo, the halfling girl, spoke with clear irritation in her voice. Her bright blue eyes suddenly shifted to Laiwe, the female orc standing nearby. The moment she laid eyes on her, Philo's expression turned to shock, her eyes widening in disbelief. She's huge, Philo muttered, especially after noticing Liyu's ample chest. Her small face darkened instantly, jealousy flashing openly in her eyes. Pointing at Laiwe, she snapped. Orc woman, I don't like your look at all. Don't look at me, and don't talk to me either. Li Yi watched the scene in astonishment. In his mind, halflings were supposed to be a warm and friendly race. Yet, the little girl in front of him was acting like a hostile gremlin. Laiwe, the swordmaster, quickly picked up on the little one's jealousy and couldn't help but smile. She thoughtfully turned away, showing her back to Philo. However, this only made things worse. When Philo caught sight of Liyu's perfectly shaped waist and hips, her dissatisfaction only deepened, and she spun around, turning her back on everyone in a huff. Seeing this, Li walked over to Philo and asked tentatively, Master Philo, I heard you can craft powerful gear? Philo shot him a sidelong glance. Thanks to the adventurer's emblem, her attitude toward Li was much friendlier than toward Laiwe. The little halfling extended her fair hand and snapped her fingers crisply. In the next instant, a fully equipped forge, albeit a smaller version, materialized out of thin air and landed with a loud thud right in front of Li. Philo tossed him a thick catalog with an air of pride. Pick whatever you want. As long as you have the materials, I can forge anything in there. Li eagerly flipped open the catalog, his eyes lighting up. It was filled with top-tier equipment. The very first page displayed epic-grade gear, radiating a vibrant purple glow. As he kept turning the pages, the golden sheen of legendary items and the pink glimmer of mythic gear dazzled his eyes. I haven't mastered immortal-grade equipment yet, but if you have the blueprint, I can teach myself, Philo said, tilting her chin up with pride. After all, I'm the only psionic blacksmith. No sooner had she finished than she began muttering under her breath, grinding her teeth. Mosakani, that old hag. She actually ditched her adorable apprentice for some thunder woman. Li ignored her complaints, focusing on the catalog. Suddenly, a staff caught his attention. Novice Summoner's Nightmare Staff. Grade, Mythic Pink. Constitution 100, Spirit 100, Spell Power 200. Level Requirement, 16. Equipment Effects. 1. Spell Penetration 20. 2. Cooldown Reduction 20. 3. Casting Speed 20. Class Exclusive 1. Skill Points 5. Summoner Only. Class Exclusive 2. Summon Nightmare Demon. Active Skill. Consumes 50 mana to summon a Nightmare Demon to the battlefield, cursing enemies within a 20-meter radius, reducing their movement speed and accuracy by 30, and magic resistance by 15 for 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 hours. Required materials. Nightmare Eye 2, Darkwood Core 1 Epic Tier 2, Dark Gold Ingot 10 Epic Tier 2, Energy Crystal Tier 2 100. Li nearly drooled over the staff's attributes. Scanning the materials list, he realized that except for the Nightmare Eye, everything else could be bought directly. But he had no clue where to find the Nightmare Eye. An idea struck him, and he looked up. Master Philo, do you know where I can find the Nightmare Eye? Philo swung her pale little feet in the air, responding dismissively. Why should I tell a nobody like you where to find it? As her feet dangled, Li couldn't help but notice the soft pink skin and the unique little pads on her soles. These pads were a halfling trait extremely sensitive, able to sense the flow of the earth, water, wind, and even energy. That's why halflings preferred to go barefoot. Ordinary halflings have broad feet with thick, sturdy pads. Years of walking and hard work have caused layers of calluses to form on these pads. While these calluses dull their sense of touch, they offer effective protection from injury. In contrast, Philo, floating in midair before him, had delicate feet that barely ever touched the ground, and as a result, had no calluses at all. Lee couldn't help but wonder if this little halfling even remembered how to walk. "I'm not like those fools of my kind who can be bribed with a few pieces of candy." The little girl's words trailed off abruptly, her eyes fixed on what Lee had just taken from his storage space. A large, unopened jar of candy that he had tossed into his shopping cart during his last supply run. "Human, what are you holding?" She tried to sound composed, but her trembling voice betrayed her excitement as she struggled to maintain a dignified posture. Lee noticed her reaction and was pleased with himself for guessing correctly. Halflings were notorious food lovers, especially when it came to sweets almost to the point of addiction. Although Philo was far above ordinary halflings in rank, it was clear she couldn't completely escape her instincts, just as Liyue couldn't avoid her breeding cycle. "Lady Philo, these are premium candies crafted by humans. How about trading them for some information?" Lee shook the jar enticingly. A clear look of longing flashed in Philo's eyes, though she still tried to appear reluctant. "Fine, since you're not too annoying, I'll tell you. The Eye of the Night Demon comes from the Boerfolk tribe occupying Mount Tuajin. They use dark necromancy to resurrect an ancient night demon and are trying to control it. If you can defeat it, the Eye of the Night Demon is yours." As soon as she finished, Lee felt a forced tug at the jar in his hands, lifting it into the air. Philo had used telekinesis to snatch the candy. This ability was certainly convenient. Telekinetics were a rare class, often considered semi-support. Without hesitation, Philo opened the jar, unwrapped the candy, and popped it into her mouth. Her eyes lit up with delight, and she quickly started crunching through one piece after another. If she were a human child, a parent would have already stopped her from eating so many at once. Lee committed the information to memory and continued browsing through his materials. He noticed several impressive legendary swords and thought about crafting one to sell to Shun Nanxing to earn some much-needed cash. Although he owned 20 of the profits from the Kuanglei Battle Group's extraordinary industry, the business would take time to develop. For now, he needed money and had to rely on himself. Selling equipment was a good option. Gear provided immediate, tangible benefits for professionals. It was always in demand. After carefully sorting through his options, he found a light sword with excellent attributes and readily available materials. He had originally planned to make something for Liyue, but realized that manufacturing equipment would benefit her more. With her main agility stat at an astonishing 1,711, equipping items with high attribute requirements would give her a massive boost. Lee suddenly paused, his attention caught by a particular piece of equipment. Blessed Belt of the Windwalker. Quality, Epic Purple. Attributes, Agility 30, Constitution 30, Spirit 30, Spell Power 30. Level requirement, 11. Effect, Movement Speed 20. Class exclusive, Ranged Projectile Speed 15. Ranged classes only. Required materials, Gale Feather 2, Enchanted Silk 10, Strong Tendon 3. Gale Feather? Lee's eyes widened in surprise. Didn't he just happen to have 2 gale feathers dropped by the hidden boss, Darkwing, from the Evil Shadow tribe? Procuring the materials wasn't difficult, Lee calculated in his mind. What excited him most was that this gear could be equipped at just level 11, and it provided a 20 boost to movement speed. With his own stats included, his total movement speed would reach an astonishing 190, even wild dogs would be left in the dust. Even more impressive was the rare bonus to projectile speed, which would have an immediate impact on his combat effectiveness. His Energy Star Shot was already at level 18, with base damage far higher than skills from other classes at the same level. Because of this, attributes like Spell Power, which directly increased damage, weren't his top priority. Spell Penetration, Magic Break, and Projectile Speed, though seemingly secondary, would actually bring greater improvements. Suddenly, an important thought flashed through Lee's mind. He recalled the cryptic words from the old man at the portal when he first entered the Abyss dungeon, especially the mentions of very lucky and today. In the game world, ordinary NPCs could usually be ignored, but high-level NPCs like the Portal Elder often hid key information in every sentence. "Lord Philo, how long will you be staying at the Radiant Fortress?" Lee asked cautiously. The little girl puffed out her cheeks and mumbled, "Lord Philo is traveling the world. I might leave tomorrow, or maybe the day after." Lee frowned slightly. "You're only staying for such a short time? If you leave, who'll craft my equipment?" He forced a gentle smile. "Lord Philo, how do you like the candy?" She was about to nod in approval, but her expression changed when she saw his smile. "Human, your smile is so creepy. Are you plotting something against Lord Philo?" "She's sharp," Lee thought to himself, but outwardly, he explained, "You misunderstand, Lord Philo. I just want to have enough time to gather the materials for the equipment, so I was hoping you could stay a few more days. There are undead creatures everywhere here. I really don't like it, so I won't stay long," the little girl said, shaking her head emphatically. Lee spoke gently. "Actually, Lord Philo, This candy is considered pretty ordinary by human standards. The little girl straightened up, curling her round toes in disbelief. This is just ordinary? That's right, Lee nodded. By our rating system, this candy is only 3 stars. There are 4-star, 5-star, all the way up to 9 stars. He wasn't exaggerating. Humanity's pursuit of fine food was endless, and the candy he had was just an ordinary mass-produced treat. There were countless more exquisite desserts out there. Lee began listing off delicacies from the human world. Chocolate, tiramisu, ice cream, cream puffs, puddings, all kinds of pies and tarts. Finally, he lowered his voice, his tone becoming tempting. And then there are the extraordinary foods. Lee patiently explained the steps of making tiramisu to the little girl. First, gather the cheese, biscuits, egg yolks, sugar, cream, and cocoa powder. Add sugar to the egg yolks and beat them thoroughly until the mixture turns pale and thickens into a creamy batter. Then, gently fold the whipped cream into the cheese and egg yolk mixture, being careful not to overmix. This becomes the tiramisu filling. Finally, let it chill in the fridge for 5 hours to set, and dust the top with a layer of cocoa powder. That's it. As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl couldn't help but swallow eagerly. Her bright blue eyes sparkled like 2 tiny light bulbs. Sensing the perfect moment, Lee quickly made his offer. As long as Lady Feloa is willing to stay at Radiant Fortress, I promise to bring you fresh desserts and pastries at least once every 3 days. Human, are you serious? The little girl's breathing quickened with excitement. Her pale, delicate toes spread in anticipation, fidgeting like a kitten kneading its paws. The soft, rosy pads of her feet bounced gently with emotion, plush and springy. Lee nodded solemnly. Of course, I can bring you every delicacy from the human world, Lady Feloa. Hearing this, the little girl immediately darted in front of Lee and grabbed his clothes with her small, soft hands, as if afraid he might vanish at any moment. She gave off a unique fragrance, part nutty and creamy like pine nuts, part fresh-baked bread, utterly irresistible. It's a deal, human, Feloa declared, deadly serious. You bring me delicious treats, and I'll stay here to help you craft gear. But if you miss even a single 3-day delivery, I'm leaving. Lee agreed, sealing the pact with Feloa. Though she appeared to be a young girl, she was a high-ranking halfling over 300 years old, so 3 days was nothing to her. Feloa was so delighted she did somersaults in the air, forgetting all about the candy in her hand. Just then, a system notification chimed. Phase 1, resource collection complete. Phase 2 begins, capture the spies. Instructions, assist the Radiant Knights in finding the shadow ghost spies hidden in the city. Current progress, 0.00. Personal progress, 0.00. This task drew groans from every professional in the fortress. Even the high-ranked ones looked troubled. Compared to other possible missions like assisting production, training recruits, or handling civil unrest, tracking down spies was by far the most challenging. In the unique Flame Wave-Tide instance, every NPC was one vacant. Although replacements would appear if someone died, finding spies relied entirely on the professional's own observation and intelligence. When Lee returned to the fortress center with the swordmaster, 500 professionals had already formed various scouting teams. At that moment, a fully armored female knight in shining silver metal approached Lee. Adventurer, I need your help to uncover the spies lurking in the city. Please accompany me for the investigation. I am Catherine Lassa, but you can just call me Catherine. Lee studied the woman before him, quietly impressed. People from this world were certainly tall. Catherine stood over 1.8 meters, even taller than he was. Of course, she still didn't quite measure up to the Sword Saint elder sister. Liu, standing nearby, only drew a brief curious glance from Catherine before she looked away. Li then gave Liu a concise explanation of the specifics for the second phase. The Sword Saint elder sister immediately extended her sword, intent to sense the surroundings. Catherine seemed to notice something and explained, Adventurers, under the suppression of the defensive array at Radiant Fortress, the range and effectiveness of perception skills are limited for both allies and enemies. Moreover, shadow ghosts are naturally immune to many detection methods. After a moment, Liu responded, Master, my sensing range is indeed restricted, only about a third of what it was before, but the effectiveness hasn't been affected. Li's expression brightened at her words. The Sword Saint elder sister was truly impressive. The high-ranking Sword Saint class was clearly extraordinary. If there weren't people around, he would have made sure to reward her properly. Did you find anything? Liu raised her hand, pointing to a tavern not far away. I noticed several issues, but the tavern owner has hidden himself the best. There may be a very powerful shadow ghost on him. Liu could understand human language, but Catherine clearly didn't understand the ancient Orcish tongue. She looked surprised. Why did the female swordsman point to the tavern? Did she really detect a spy? What kind of perception skill is that strong? Li explained. My companion says the tavern owner is highly suspicious. Catherine looked at Liu in astonishment. The tavern was more than 400 meters away, and yet this swordswoman could sense something at that distance. Still, she didn't question Li's claim directly. After all, Catching a spy was a serious matter. Every clue had to be checked. Let's go confirm it. Catherine took the lead, guiding them into the tavern. Welcome to the Blazing Hearth Tavern, honored knight. What can I get for you? The tavern owner greeted them warmly. Catherine's gaze was icy as she drew her sword and pointed it at the owner. These are extraordinary times, and we're hunting spies. Please understand. She pressed her left fist to her brow and began chanting. In the name of the holy light imprison. A pale golden glow enveloped her sword. The holy light shone on the tavern owner, and a ring of light appeared beneath his feet. A column of light then rose up, trapping him inside. Knight, this is slander. Ill report your false accusation to the Lord. The tavern owner shouted in anger and disbelief. Holy light illuminate. Catherine commanded. The top of the light column blazed, shining down like a miniature sun. The tavern owner sneered, undaunted. Knight, just wait until the Lord punishes you. The holy light shone on the tavern owner for a full minute with no sign of anything unusual. Catherine's expression grew serious, and she began to doubt herself. Normally, a shadow ghost couldn't withstand holy light for more than 30 seconds. Could they have made a mistake? Over the years, Catherine had grown accustomed to the recklessness of adventurers. Fortress residents often complained about their impulsiveness. She remained calm, unaffected by the tavern owner's accusations, and was about to release the imprisonment and offer a symbolic apology. Wait. Li Yi and Li Yue stepped forward. The tavern owner looked at Li Yi and his companion with a sneer of disdain, his voice laced with mockery. Knight, you actually trust adventurers from another world, but doubt us, the devout residents of the fortress? I'm truly disappointed. Li Yi chuckled softly at his words. For these NPCs, trust was built on long-term cooperation with professionals. They understood that some adventurers might not be reliable, but in many crucial moments, these outsiders showed a level of dedication and commitment that was unmatched. Li Yi signaled to Lai Yu, and the sword saint nodded briskly, her movements swift and decisive. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. An intense sword aura filled the air, enveloping the tavern owner. His expression twisted into a snarl, and he shouted in rage, his voice warped with hatred. Damn human adventurer, what did you do to me? As soon as he finished speaking, his body was bound by a powerful holy light. His voice grew low and resentful, grating on the ears. Just hearing it made Li Yi feel a surge of discomfort, as if his blood was churning inside him. Kathleen's expression changed slightly, a flash of alertness in her eyes. Something's wrong. That's the aura of a high-level shadow fiend. Even before she finished speaking, radiant golden light burst from her back, forming luminous wings of holy energy as she instantly entered combat mode. The tavern owner let out a crazed, piercing laugh. Ha ha ha, since you've discovered me, let's all die together. Before his words had faded, his body swelled grotesquely, and inky shadows surged behind him, coalescing into a terrifying three-metertal humanoid monster. It had horns atop its head and sharp spines jutting from its back, its appearance utterly monstrous. The tavern erupted into chaos as patrons screamed and fled in panic. The sword saint drew her blade without hesitation, positioning herself protectively in front of Li Yi, her face tense and her eyes filled with concern. Die! The shadow fiend roared, its massive form surging forward with overwhelming force, barreling toward the sword saint. Lai Yu's sword sense blared with danger. Her expression shifted, and she immediately pulled Li Yi close, unleashing a surge of sword energy that enveloped them both, the majority of it focused on shielding Li Yi from harm. Just as the sword saint was preparing to use Gale Step to escape, a thunderous crash suddenly shattered the tavern's roof. A massive golden warhammer descended from above, radiating unstoppable holy power as it smashed into the shadow fiend. The monster had no time to react before it was struck, its body instantly shattered into fragments. As the pieces scattered, the holy light swept over them, purifying the black shards into wisps of smoke. The warhammer landed with a heavy thud, holy light flooding the room. Everyone inside, including the unconscious tavern owner, was shielded by a shimmering golden barrier. The brilliance was dazzling, and the protective power of the shield was beyond imagination. The high priest has intervened, Kathleen exclaimed, her eyes shining with excitement as she gazed at the descending warhammer. The high priest? Li looked up as well, surprise flickering in his eyes. Was this the judgment priest mentioned in the flame tide strategy guide, the one who stood watch high above, forever locked in battle with the Scourge Lord? He hadn't expected such a powerful figure to step in personally. Li realized that this shadow fiend must have been of an unusually high rank. At that moment, a system notification flashed before Li's eyes. Phase 2, capture the spies. Current progress, 30. Personal progress, 100. Rating, perfect. You have unlocked Brilliance Knight Order reputation. Current reputation, VIP. Li stared at the notification in disbelief. He hadn't expected the mission to be completed so quickly. This meant his next task would be much easier, just had to wait for the overall progress to finish to claim his reward. Even better, his reputation had been unlocked. This was no ordinary reward. High faction reputation meant NPCs would offer extra assistance, and sometimes even provide additional support in certain instances, making it incredibly rewarding. Kathleen watched as the holy light gradually faded, her excitement undimmed. Honored adventurer, we don't know how long this high-level shadow fiend was lurking inside the fortress. Thank you for your help at last. It has been destroyed. She bowed deeply, her expression sincere. On behalf of the Brilliance Knight Order, I sincerely ask you to continue assisting us in finding the remaining shadow fiend spies. Li's eyes lit up. When NPCs in a dungeon proactively asked for help, it usually meant generous rewards awaited. Even if there were no immediate material gains, he was more than willing to help for the sake of increasing his reputation. Raising status with the Brilliance Knight Order was notoriously difficult, so this was a rare opportunity. He immediately nodded. I'm happy to help, and will continue the investigation. Meanwhile, other adventurers in the central plaza of the Brilliance Fortress saw the progress update and were shocked. 30% progress? Who pulled that off? They exclaimed. After all, eliminating each Shadow Fiend spy only increased progress by 2%. A 30% jump meant someone had broken into the Shadow Fiend's lair. They had originally planned to spend 4 or 5 days completing the preparations for the second phase. This stage was exceptionally difficult. With no shortcuts available, it was mainly a test of reconnaissance skills. Yet, how many people truly possess such abilities? As a result, everyone could only rely on sheer numbers and patience to push forward step by step. No one expected that, less than half an hour after the second phase began, their progress would suddenly leap forward by a third. Everyone was thrilled, speculating about who could have accomplished such a feat, perhaps someone with extraordinary intelligence or a seasoned expert. Either way, they felt fortunate to have such a powerful ally on their side. People quickly spread out across the fortress, hoping to catch a glimpse of this mysterious powerhouse. The high-ranking, fifth-tier professionals were especially eager to seize the opportunity to meet this person, hoping to team up in the future. Outside the tavern, Catherine asked Li and Liu to wait for a moment while she went to request reinforcements from the Lord. 10 minutes later, she returned with 8 fully armed knights, all exuding an impressive presence, and stopped in front of Li. Honored adventurer, I am Cassius German, vice captain of the Radiant Knights. We will assist you in clearing out all the spies within the fortress and ensure your safety throughout the process, said the middle-aged man at the front, his tone humble and respectful. The 7 knights behind him saluted in unison, demonstrating their respect. Li couldn't help but focus on these 8, especially their armor, adorned with patterns of red flamesit, left him deeply impressed. These were all sacred flame knights. The backbone of Radiant Fortress was the Radiant Knights, but among them was an elite unit known as the Sacred Flame Knights. These knights were the best of the best, exceptional even among high-ranking warriors. Now, 8 of them had arrived, led personally by Cassius German, the vice captain responsible for commanding the Sacred Flame Knights. This alone showed how seriously the fortress regarded this matter. Li returned the gesture. It's my honor to assist the knights. He studied the group carefully. Cassius German was a light-forged paladin, a hero-class unit. Judging by their armor, the remaining 7 included a Holy Guardian Knight, a Benevolent Knight, a Protector Knight, and 2 Retribution Knights. The last 2, however, were not knights at all. One was bald, with golden runes glowing on his Hiata rare sigil monk. The other was a slender elven girl, dressed in a bandeau and shorts. Her delicate face was marked with intricate green patterns, and she wore a moonstone necklace around her neck. Li guessed she was likely a druid, though he couldn't be sure of her specific subclass. Cassius German spoke up. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the elven girl let out a low growl. Before Li's astonished eyes, her form suddenly grew larger, shoulders 2 meters high, body 5 meters long, covered in green markings like a majestic white leopard. The transformed white leopard crouched down and spoke. Honored adventurer, please climb onto my back with your companions. Vine-like green patterns spread across the white leopard's back, weaving 2 saddles in an instant. Li was momentarily stunned, then felt a surge of excitement. Such an impressive mount. Was this really the treatment reserved for VIPs? And to think, the mount was the elf girl herself. Li was eager to try and lightly leaped onto the white leopard's back. The Sword Saint elder sister followed right behind him, her long arms naturally wrapping around his waist and gently pulling him into her embrace. The warmth made Li nuzzle closer, his gaze drawn to the leopard's silky, smooth fur. His fingers twitched, ready to reach out and touch, but then he suddenly remembered this was the young lattice shape-shifted form. Wouldn't touching the leopard's back be the same as touching a girl's back? Reluctantly, he pulled his hand back. The white leopard let out a low growl and stepped forward with graceful poise. Catherine and the other 7 immediately formed a protective circle around the leopard. The Knight of Grace and the Rune Monk spared no effort, casting various enhancement spells on Li and Liu, ensuring their protection was flawless. Not long after the patrol began, the Sword Saint elder sister sensed something amiss with her sword intent. That sleeping old man. Li pointed to a balcony on a nearby house, where an elderly man was basking in the sun. Cassius Germain paused for a moment. That was old John, a night watchman who had retired 2 years ago after 40 years of loyal service to the fortress. He never expected that even John had fallen. "Good morning, Sir Cassius Germain." Old John opened his eyes and greeted them kindly. "Are you heading out on a mission?" Cassius Germain's expression remained cold as 3 golden spears of holy light materialized out of thin air. Old John's face changed instantly. He fell to the ground in terror. "Sir Cassius Germain, what are you doing?" With a whoosh, the spears flew through the air, pinning old John to the wall. A shadowy wraith struggled out from his body, but was quickly purified by the holy light. "He hid himself well," Cassius Germain said gravely. The group was invigorated by the discovery of another shadow wraith, and the white leopard beneath Li Yi let out an excited roar. Li Yi glanced at old John and gently nudged Li Yu with his shoulder. "He's dead, master," the sword saint elder sister whispered softly. A chill ran through Li Yi. Suddenly remembered that the Holy Flame Knights were never as merciful as the Judgment Priests. A system prompt appeared. Phase 2: Capture the spies. Current progress, 32. The patrol pressed on. The professionals on the street were stunned by what they saw: Holy Flame Knights personally escorting 2 adventurers. Even more shocking, Cassius Germain, the fortress third-in-command and vice-captain of the Radiant Knights, was leading the way himself. And their mount was a giant leopard, transformed by a wild shaper. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks, with only one thought in their minds. Could this be the powerful figure who can uncover spies? The professionals were visibly shaken, their curiosity almost bursting at the seams. At that moment, a 4th-year adventurer, unable to contain himself, prepared to cast an identification spell on the 2 people riding the white leopard. But as soon as he began, the Holy Flame Knights immediately sensed his probing magic. In an instant, every knight turned their gaze on him, their eyes flashing with a fierce light, and their aura crashing down like a tidal wave. It felt as if he were being targeted by 7 or 8 bosses at once. His heart skipped a beat, and he nearly lost his composure from fear. Panicking, he quickly cut off the spell, silently cursing himself. Messing with the Holy Flame Knights in Radiant Fortress is basically a death sentence. The others who had considered using identification also gave up on the idea. Although their curiosity remained, they had no choice but to suppress it and watch as the group slowly moved away. The process of capturing the spies lasted a full 3 hours. Under the protection of the Holy Flame Knights, Li Yi traversed almost every corner of the fortress. Every shadow ghost spy lurking in the shadows was uncovered by the Sword Saint Elder Sister and then personally eliminated by Kashu Jemin. The second stage of the mission, capturing the spies, was finally completed. Immediately after, the third stage began. Stage 3: Defend the outpost. Mission briefing: protect the frontline outpost against the attacks of the Scourge Legion. Current progress, 0.00. Li Yi's personal progress, 0.00. From this stage on, the missions and battle zones were assigned according to the adventurers' ranks. The danger level quickly escalated. Although Li Yi's task was not especially difficult, it still carried significant risks. The team stopped at the very heart of Radiant Fortress, right in front of the Radiant Citadel. The white leopard crouched down slowly. Li Yi and Li Yu exchanged a glance and, with perfect understanding, jumped down from its back. As the white leopard's form gradually shifted back into that of an elven girl, she smiled at them and said, "Honored adventurers, thank you for helping the fortress eliminate the spy threat. As a reward, I will grant you what you deserve." Kashujaman's voice was solemn and sincere. "I hereby grant you the title of honorary citizen." As he spoke, he pulled a gold medal set with a ruby from his pocket and handed it to Li Yi. Li Yi was momentarily speechless, his brow furrowing slightly as he thought, "Is that it?" Yet he didn't let any disappointment show, accepting the medal with a calm expression. As his fingers touched the medal, a message popped up on his interface: Radiant Knight's reputation 50. Current status: VIP Li Yi. His eyes lit up immediately, and he couldn't help but feel delighted. "Now that's more like it." Smiling, he took the medal and looked at Kashu Jemin, his tone light and cheerful. "It's the least I could do. As long as I can help fight the Scourge Legion, I'm willing to do whatever it takes." He glanced down at the medal again and discovered it had an extra effect. The item's properties appeared: Radiant Fortress Honorary Citizen Medal, decorative quality, no stat bonuses. You will be respected within Radiant Fortress and receive the best discounts when shopping. Does not occupy an equipment slot. While not particularly powerful, it was still quite practical. The medal itself was beautifully crafted, and Li Yi didn't hesitate to pin it to his chest. Kashu Jemin then produced 2 palm-sized circular runes. "These are holy light weapon enchantment runes. They can strengthen your weapons. Please accept them." The moment Li Yi saw the runes, his eyes widened in surprise. Holy light weapon enchantment runes. These were rare treasures that countless 4th and 5th-tier adventurers struggled to obtain even after several hard-fought runs through the abyss of the Flamewave Tide. Many risked their lives and still left empty-handed. Yet he had just received 2 with no effort at all. Overjoyed, Li Yi accepted the runes without hesitation. He exclaimed, Thank you, Sir Kashujimin. I truly appreciate it. He knew these rewards would prove invaluable in future battles. NPCs in this world really were fair hard work and contribution always brought well-deserved rewards. The only downside was that the enchantments on the two runes were random. Still, they were incredibly powerful. Even the weakest holy light weapon enchantment offered an impressive effect. Li Yi put the runes away, deciding to save them for when he crafted a piece of mythic equipment. It would be a waste to use something so valuable on his current staff. Once the rewards were distributed, Cassius Jimin and the 7 Holy Flame Knights bid Li Yi farewell and headed toward the Radiant Bastion. Catherine returned to the military camp. Just then, Lai Wei spoke in a low voice. Master, I sense something unusual inside the fortress. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat. The Radiant Bastion housed all the high-ranking members of the Radiant Fortress, including the Inquisitors and the Fortress Lord himself. With so many powerful figures present, none had detected anything unusual yet Lai Wei had. Li Yi couldn't help but feel excited. Was the Swordmaster's intuition really this sharp? What kind of reward would he receive if he exposed this thorn in the side? He immediately called out, Sir Cassius Jimin, please wait. Cassius Jimin turned, looking puzzled. Adventurer, is there something else? Li Yi didn't hesitate, his tone grave. There's a spy inside the fortress. Everyone present widened their eyes in shock. A spy among the upper ranks? The revelation sent chills down their spines. Cassius Jimin's expression darkened instantly. He took a deep breath and said, Adventurer, can you help us identify the spy? We will make sure you're safe. Li Yi smiled slightly. Happy to help. Cassius Jimin glanced at the Holy Flame Knights around him and said sternly, Everyone, do whatever it takes to protect the adventurer. As you command. They replied in unison. Surrounded by the 7 Holy Flame Knights, Li Yi entered the Radiant Bastion, a sacred place no outsider had ever set foot in. Their first stop was the council chamber, where Lord Mutolini was discussing military matters with his advisors. Seeing Cassius Jimin enter with an adventurer, Mutolini was puzzled but held his tongue. Cassius Jimin, how is the matter with the spies coming along? Mutolini asked, his gaze curious as it lingered on the Holy Flame Knight's tense stance. Was there another threat inside the fortress? Cassius Jimin replied calmly, all the Shadow Spectre spies outside the fortress have been dealt with. Mutolini's face lit up in surprise. All of them. That's excellent news. But then, noticing something off in Cassius Jimin's words, his expression grew serious. Wait, he said, his tone turning grave. If all the ones outside have been dealt with, does that mean there's still a spy inside the fortress? Is there really a traitor within the Radiant Bastion? Cassius Jimin nodded. Mutolini's face turned grim in shock. But as a battle-hardened general, he quickly regained his composure and forced down his alarm. Who is it? He asked coolly. After a moment of sensing, Lai Wei relayed the answer to Li Yi. Li Yi spoke calmly, 6th floor of the living quarters, 2nd room from the right. The moment he finished, everyone's expression changed. That was the room of Audinoth, commander of the Radiant Knights. Shock flickered in Cassius Jimin's eyes. Audino, who had fought alongside him for a century, rising from an ordinary priest to the commander of the Knight Order and a paragon of loyalty to the Holy Light, was actually a spy for the Scourge? The revelation struck everyone like a meteor, but they quickly regained their composure. Everyone, stay calm, Mutolini said in a low voice. He turned to his aide. Notify everyone in the fortress to assemble in the main square immediately. The aide rushed off to deliver the order. Soon, the fortress elite received the summons. Though puzzled by the abrupt command, they did not question it, and swiftly left the fortress to gather in the square. Escorted by the Holy Flame Knights, Li Yi left quickly. In just 3 minutes, the entire Radiant Bastion was empty except for 3 people, Lord Mutolini, Cassius Jimin, and Li Yi, now standing outside Audino's door. False light. You will be utterly consumed by darkness. The furious roar thundered across the fortress, shaking the skies above. In an instant, a suffocating darkness swept over the skies of Radiant Bastion. 3 beams of energy, 1 pitch black, and 2 golden shot up into the clouds. Within these pillars, 3 figures could be seen soaring upward at breakneck speed, the High Lord, and the commander and vice commander of the Radiant Knights. Oh my god! The professionals stationed at the fortress stared in disbelief, scrambling to pull out their phones and record the spectacle above. The Radiant Knights, a force that played key roles in countless raids, were now embroiled in a dramatic internal conflict news that would send shockwaves through the entire world. Audino, you have betrayed the light, betrayed your family. Today, you must face the judgment of the light. Kashujimin's furious voice echoed in all directions. At that moment, every professional watching was stunned. The traitor was none other than Audino, the commander of the Radiant Knights. The very hero who had led countless battles, renowned for his devotion and leadership, had turned his back on everything. I am not the traitor the false light is. It has betrayed my faith. Audino's voice was thick with anger and pain. High Lord Mutolini let out a heavy sigh. Audino, when will you understand that endless greed is the beginning of disaster? With a deafening crash, the three legendary heroes clashed in a battle of epic proportions. Kashujman transformed into a 5-meter turtle giant of forged light, wielding a massive holy hammer 10 meters in length. Mutolini unfurled radiant, pearly wings of light, and unleashed volley after volley of holy arrows from his sacred bow. Odino, meanwhile, brandished his staff, summoning countless shadow portals from which monstrous tentacles emerged, while hurling volleys of shadow bolts and beams of destructive dark energy. The battle raged from sky to ground and back again, tearing the radiant bastion to pieces and reducing it to ruin. Even more terrifying, 2 dark altars suddenly rose from the rubble, and the spectral form of some horrific entity began to take shape above them. Despite facing 2 opponents, the fallen Odino held his ground, even gaining the upper hand over Mutolini and Kashujman. Witnessing this, the professionals finally realized the gravity of the situation and began fleeing the fortress. Only Li, protected by the sacred flame knights, remained rooted in place, watching the clash in utter shock. Just then, a solemn, holy chant echoed from the heavens. A young woman, dressed in a pure white robe and holding a sacred scripture, descended into the fortress from the energy field above. Holy hammers rained down from the sky with relentless intensity, each strike shattering tentacles and portals with pinpoint accuracy. The sudden intervention eased the pressure on Mutolini and Kashujman, yet their expressions remained grave. Odino's power after his fall had far exceeded their expectations. Priestess. Residents inside the fortress recognized the young woman and immediately knelt in reverence. Seeing the Judgment Priestess appear, the previously panicked adventurers finally breathed a sigh of relief and stopped running. Above the altar, a shimmering apparition gradually took shape, revealing a 30-meter turtle plague giant. Its bloated form radiated a suffocating aura of menace. The adventurers on site felt their scalps tingle. This was the terrifying war machine they had once witnessed on the abyssal battlefield. The priestess raised her slender finger toward the sky, and in an instant, holy light gathered, forming a massive sword above the plague giant's head, matching its size. As she pressed her finger downward, the sacred blade came crashing down, its brilliant light illuminating half the heavens. The plague giant's apparition was instantly severed, and the summoning ritual atop the altar came to an abrupt halt. Odino, return. A thunderous voice shook the land. Outside the radiant fortress, endless black clouds churned and gathered, morphing into a monstrous face thousands of meters wide. The plague lord. The Judgment Priestess' expression shifted slightly as she radiated holy light, transforming into a streak of gold that shot into the sky. The canopy of holy light clashed with the black clouds, the 2 forces locking in a fierce standoff high above before soaring into a higher realm of energy. Mutolini, Kashujman, next time we meet, I will take your lives. Odino's voice echoed through the fortress. With his threat lingering in the air, the oppressive darkness enveloping the stronghold gradually faded. Everyone finally let out a breath of relief. Had the Plague Lord and the Judgment Priestess fought within the fortress, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With a thunderous crash, Kashujman fell from the sky, landing in front of Li and leaving a deep pit in the ground. His form of light-forged armor gradually faded, and once he reverted to his normal state, he bowed deeply to Li. Honored adventurer, thank you for ridding the Radiant Knights of their greatest threat. The surrounding Holy Flame Knights looked at Li with gratitude and respect. Without this adventurer, the hidden threat of the fallen Odino would have brought disaster beyond imagination to the Order. It was my honor to help, Li replied with a smile. Please tell us your name. The Radiant Knights will forever remember this debt of gratitude. Kashujman said, his voice full of emotion. My name is Li. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Holy Flame Knights silently committed the name to memory. Kashujman solemnly declared, Sir Li, from this day forward, the Radiant Knights will be your loyal allies. Let the holy light bear witness to our vow. Let the holy light bear witness to our vow. The other Holy Flame Knights echoed in unison. As their prayers filled the air, a beam of holy light descended from the heavens, enveloping Li. A system prompt soon appeared. You have earned the respect of the Radiant Knights. Radiant Knights, reputation 50. Title acquired, Friend of the Holy Light. Title quality, Crown. Equipped effects. 1. Movement speed 20. 2. Damage to evil creatures 30. 3. Holy buff effects increased by 30. Class exclusive, Blessing of the Holy Light. Summoner's Blessing of the Holy Light. All summoner skills 2 levels. Initial summon creatures gain Holy Light enhancement. Note, you are a friend of the Holy Light, a companion of justice. It is easier to gain reputation with Order factions, and the rate is doubled. Li carefully examined the effects of the Friend of the Holy Light title and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The attributes were truly remarkable, raising all skill levels by 2, which meant every summoner skill he learned from now on would start at level 3. Even more impressive was the 30 increase in damage dealt to evil creatures. Considering how many such creatures appeared in dungeons, This was nothing short of a god-tier buff. The bonus to reputation gain was equally tempting. In this world, increasing reputation with various factions was notoriously difficult, but incredibly important. Whether it was gathering materials for Holy Light weapon enchantments which required friendly status with the Order of Radiant Knights, or obtaining skill blueprints which demanded VIP reputation, everything revolved around reputation. Eagerly, Li Yi swapped out the Feather Calamity Breaker for Friend of the Holy Light and immediately checked his stats panel. His movement speed had increased to 182.5. His active skills now included Energy Starburst at level 20, Summon Lightforged Guardian at level 3. The Stone Guardian skill had even been upgraded, and Chastising Whip at level 3, as well as the level 3 passive skill, Rider's Inspiration. Just then, Cassu Jimon handed him a ring-shaped arcane sentinel beacon. Sir Li Yi, this beacon will summon the nearest Flame Knight to protect you whenever you are in danger. Li Yi's eyes lit up. This was a powerful lifeline. Outside of massive abyssal dungeons like the Tidal Inferno, having a Flame Knight by his side was almost like having an extra life. After Cassu Jimon and his party departed, Catherine approached Li Yi with a respectful expression. Sir Li Yi, the frontline outpost is requesting support, but we're short on manpower. I hope you can lend us your aid. No problem, Li Yi replied. A look of relief appeared on Catherine's face. Then let's not waste any time, please come with me. The third phase had already begun, and professionals of every tier had received their respective assignments. As a Tier 1 professional, Li Yi's task was relatively straightforward: assist in defending the outpost. Half an hour later, Li Yi and Lai Yu followed Catherine to a small outpost. The three exhausted Radiant Knights stationed there finally breathed a sigh of relief when reinforcements arrived. After delivering supplies, Catherine took over their defensive duties and briefed Li Yi. Sir, the Scourge Legion's evil creatures attack periodically. If you spot any, please lure them to me. I'll take care of the rest. The two quickly divided up their responsibilities, each taking charge of a different direction. Suddenly, the Swordmaster called out sharply, Master, something evil is approaching. Almost at the same time, Catherine also noticed something was wrong and immediately warned, Sir Li Yi, get ready for battle. Avoid direct confrontation. From each direction, a Scourge Hellhound appeared. These monstrous creatures were enormous, standing a meter tall at the shoulder and nearly 2 meters long, as massive as a full-grown tiger. Although they were considered only minor enemies in the Abyss instance, their strength rivaled that of bosses in standard 5-person dungeons. Hold your fire, let me try first. Li Yi stepped forward excitedly, eager to test his new skill. Summon Lightforged Guardian. He cast the spell twice in quick succession, causing 2 summoning circles to flare to life. From each circle emerged a towering figure, a pair of massive stone golems, each 2 meters tall, their bodies formed from white and golden crystals, radiating a brilliant holy light. These are huge. Li Yi examined his summons with delight. The Lightforged Guardians were at least 10 times the size of ordinary stone soldiers, and their crystalline bodies made them look nearly invincible. This is a complete transformation, he exclaimed, then quickly commanded the Guardians to engage the Hellhounds. The golems advanced with heavy, grinding steps. Though their movements were still somewhat clumsy, they were much more agile than the original stone soldiers. The Hellhounds, being pure undead, were driven only by bloodlust. As soon as they saw the moving targets, they lunged in a frenzy, their claws and fangs tearing relentlessly at the Guardians' bodies. But each time they made contact, the holy light from the Guardians seared their flesh, sending up wisps of smoke. The pain only made the Hellhounds more frenzied. Even as their teeth shattered, they refused to retreat. The Lightforged Guardians fought back with crushing blows, each strike sending the Hellhounds staggering. After a minute of fierce combat, the dark energy fueling the Hellhounds began to fade, and their attacks grew weaker. Meanwhile, the Guardians were also nearing their limits, their energy almost depleted. At last, as the Guardians crumbled into heaps of shattered stone, the Hellhounds collapsed as well. Thanks to the Friend of the Holy Light buff, the Guardians dealt an extra 30 damage to undead enemies. Personal progress, 4. After checking his progress, Li Yi made a quick decision. Lai Yue, take the initiative and clear out the rest. With her high mobility and the protection of the Lightforged Guardians and arcane warding beacons, there was little need to worry about safety. The Swordmaster nodded and drew her longsword, using Gale's Step to begin the sweep. In just half an hour, she had cleared all the evil creatures from an area the size of several hundred football fields around their outpost, even wiping out the Scourge creatures near the other 3 outposts. Current progress, 30. Personal progress, 100. Perfect rating. As the only Tier 1 adventurer, Li Yi didn't wait for the other NPCs. Instead, he and Lai Yue systematically cleared the remaining outposts. An hour later, the progress bar was full, and the third phase was successfully completed. The fourth phase began immediately. Support Blackstone Valley. The quest briefing explained. The glorious recruits are surrounded by Scourge forces. Disrupt Marl's the Guttripper's troops to help them escape. Led by Catherine, Li Yi and Lai Yue quickly made their way to the valley. There, Dozens of young recruits, both male and female, were making a desperate stand behind piles of rocks, struggling to hold off the scourge creatures. Beyond the recruits, Li Yi's gaze locked onto a distant figure atop a hilly skeletal horseman wielding twin scythes. It was none other than Marls the Gutripper, the undead boss faced by Tier 1 adventurers in the 4th stage of the Flame Wave Tide event. So it's this boss. Li Yi frowned slightly, a hint of caution flickering in his eyes. In the guides, Marth the Gut Ripper has a notorious reputation. He's an agile assassin-type boss, cunning by nature, with combat mechanics and skills that remain a mystery. He's vicious, wielding a razor-sharp scythe designed to slash open his enemies and devour their still-beating hearts. What's even more troubling is that he's one of the rare bosses who ignores aggro, making even the largest raid groups wary of provoking him. Every adventurer who's witnessed Marth in battle has been left with lasting psychological scars. For any Tier 1 class, he's a walking nightmare, a terrifying presence best avoided altogether. Lord Li Yi will be launching a distraction attack from the right in a moment. Whatever you do, don't enter Marth's attack range, Catherine warned, her voice tense and her face grave. Marth is a ruthless executioner who enjoys tormenting his prey. He relishes the hunt. The more terrified his target, the more excited he gets. Anyone he sets his sights on rarely survives the night. She took a deep breath and added, he was turned into a scourge monster 20 years ago, but in life, he was a notorious thief, so he's mastered several rogue stealth skills. He's extremely dangerous. Over 100 Radiant Knights have died at his hands, and he's escaped every large-scale siege we've launched against him. This boss sounds nasty, Li Yi said, turning to Lai Yu at his side, his eyes questioning. What do you think? The sword saint closed her eyes for a moment, sensing with her sword intent. Her expression remained calm as she replied simply, stronger than the last one. Li Yi felt reassured by her response. He continued, besides Marth the Gut Ripper, are there any other powerful scourge monsters? I mean, if we take him down, will that be enough to rescue all the recruits? Catherine was momentarily stunned by the question, but quickly recovered and urged, Lord Li Yi, your companion is strong, but Marth the Gut Ripper is a true scourge general. His strength is formidable. We really shouldn't provoke him. Li Yi was a bit surprised. So Marth is actually at the general rank. In a standard dungeon, that would be equivalent to the final boss on heroic difficulty, just 3 tiers below the sword saint herself. He thought to himself, does that mean he's guaranteed to drop at least one epic item? Even though Abyss dungeons don't grant experience, they do yield rare materials, items, and gear. After her warning, Catherine continued patiently. Out of respect, Marth commands this entire Ghoul Reaper unit. If we can kill him, the ghouls will lose their leader and fall into chaos. The recruit's crisis will naturally be resolved. Li Yi understood and turned to Lai Yu, giving a concise order. Go take him out. Without a word, the sword saint rose, hand on her sword, and strode toward Marth's location, her movements as swift as the wind. Catherine was momentarily stunned, then called out urgently, please, Marth is extremely dangerous. Li Yi gently patted her shoulder, smiling as he interrupted. Have you already forgotten who uncovered the Radiant Knight's greatest traitor? Catherine was startled, finally realizing. The female swordswoman before her, taller than herself, was the very one who had unmasked Adino's disguise. With perception that sharp, how could her combat abilities be lacking? At that thought, excitement sparked in her eyes. Marth the Gut Ripper had plagued the Radiant Knights for years. If they could bring him down, it would save countless comrades' lives. Lai Yu moved with lightning speed, cutting across the battlefield like a streak of light. On her way to the target, she effortlessly cut down over a dozen ghouls that tried to attack her wherever her sword flashed. Rotting heads hit the ground. Atop the mount, Mars sensed Li Yu's approach. Its lifeless, pale eyes slowly turned, a crazed expression flickering across its stiff, leathery face. The corners of its mouth twisted into a sinister grin. My thrilling prey, I bet the taste of your heart is exquisite. Mars sneered, leaping off its skeletal horse. It hovered in the air for a moment, then gradually faded until it vanished completely. Not good. It's gone stealth, Catherine cried out, but quickly realized that the female swordsman's keen senses should be more than enough to see through such tricks. Embarrassed, she scratched her head. Lai Yu remained calm. Although Mars was now invisible to the naked eye, her sword intent allowed her to sense his presence clearly, as if he were a beacon in the dark. At that moment, Mars crouched atop a boulder not far away, watching Lai Yu with a mocking gaze, full of contempt. Foolish swordsman, feel the terror of the unknown. But suddenly, its expression froze. The swordsman was looking directly at its hiding spot. Unlike the confused, searching gaze of previous victims, her eyes were sharp and cold, the eyes of a hunter. And Mars realized, in this moment, that it had become the prey. Have I been discovered? Mars was shaken. Since being transformed into a scourge monster, all of its abilities had been greatly enhanced. This was the first time anyone had detected it while it was in stealth. Just as Mars tried to retreat, Lai Yu struck. Mad sword art slash. She vanished from her spot, and a razor-sharp sword light sliced through the air, piercing Mars with perfect precision. How is this possible? Mars was aghast. Not only had its stealth been seen through, but its prized magic shield was destroyed in a single blow. Fear surged through Mars. It had already died once, and another death would mean total annihilation. In desperation, it activated a skill it had mastered after becoming a scourge monster flesh shield, forming a powerful barrier around itself using the flesh of living creatures. Shadow Step. Mars blinked, reappearing atop its skeletal warhorse, and spurred the beast to flee at full speed. Liyu's gaze was icy, her expression as calm as ever. The Mad Sword art slash has 3 dashes. She vanished again, her sword light flashing like lightning as it pierced the warhorse. Mad Sword art sever. Mars' flesh shield was torn apart like paper. Both it and its horse were cleaved neatly in two, blood and entrails spilling everywhere. You have slain Mars the Gut Ripper. Done. Li Yi grinned with satisfaction. Catherine stared in disbelief. She had expected a fierce, drawn-out battle between the swordswoman and Mars, but instead, the terrifying scourge monster had been cut down in just 2 strikes. Mars is dead. Some of the new Radiant Knight recruits at the bottom of Blackstone Gorge had witnessed the entire scene and shouted the exhilarating news in excitement. The recruits' morale soared as they roared and charged the ghouls. Without their commander, the ghouls fell into chaos and attacked blindly, making them easy prey for the knights. Catherine, fired up, joined the battle to clear out the remaining ghouls. Phase 4. Blackstone Gorge support complete. Current progress, 100. Personal progress, 100. Rating, perfect. Li walked over to Mars' corpse and saw 2 orbs glowing with purple light. 2 drops. He exclaimed in delight, reaching out to grab one of the orbs. As the glow faded, a delicate necklace appeared in his hand. The necklace, Kaya's token of affection, shimmered with a violet epic glow in Li Yi's hand. Its attributes appeared clearly before his eyes. 40 spirit, 60 spell power, level requirement 10. The equipment effects were even more enticing. 5 spell penetration, 7 magic resistance, 5 cooldown reduction. At the base of the necklace, a small inscription read, "Love gives you the power to conquer fear." Li Yi quickly assessed the item. The bloodstained necklace's stats were impressive, so he immediately removed his old necklace, which only gave 5 agility, and replaced it with the new one. Next, his attention shifted to the second orb of light. His palm felt a sudden weight as the glow faded, revealing a slender, heavy metal staff resting in his hand. Minter Loline's family heirloom staff, also of epic violet quality, boasted even more desirable stats. 30 constitution, 40 spirit, 60 spell power, level requirement 10. Its effects were just as powerful. 10 spell penetration, 8 cooldown reduction, 10 casting speed. Even better, it had a class exclusive effect. When a projectile spell hits, it deals an extra 10 splash damage, available only to magic users. The staff was also engraved with a line. The Llewellyn family will eradicate the Scourge Legion. Without hesitation, Li Yi replaced the Chieftain Xiang's staff. With both epic items equipped, his stats soared. His constitution jumped to 356, and his total attributes reached an impressive 1008, filling him with satisfaction. Seizing the moment, Li Yi took a holy light weapon enchantment rune from his backpack. Though using it on an epic item wasn't a waste, it also wasn't the most cost-effective choice. However, his reputation with the Radiant Knights was already maxed out, so he could craft more runes anytime as long as he had the materials. He brought the rune close to the staff, and a surge of magical resonance sparked between them. The system prompt appeared. Do you wish to enchant Minter Loline's family heirloom staff with holy light weapon? Yes. Li Yi confirmed without hesitation. Golden strands of holy light energy from the rune began to infuse into the staff, a process that lasted 5 seconds. Enchantment successful, the system notification chimed. Li Yi checked the staff's properties again, finding a new enchantment effect. Radiance of holy light. When casting a skill, there is a 25 chance to trigger a radiance effect, doubling your spell power for 6 seconds. What a powerful effect. Li Yi's eyes widened in surprise and delight. No wonder high-level professionals worked so hard to gather materials for holy light weapon enchantments in the blazing tides. His current spell power was 228, which meant his energy starburst would deal 22.8 more damage. With the radiance effect triggered, the damage would increase by another 22.8, roughly equivalent to boosting the skill by 2 extra levels. Li Yi was extremely satisfied with his haul. On the battlefield of Blackstone Valley, the knight recruits, led by Catherine, quickly cleared out all the ghouls. After the fight, Catherine led a squad of young recruits toward Li Yi, their armor still stained with fresh blood. Sir Li Yi, thank you for your assistance to the Radiant Knights. Catherine led the recruits in a crisp salute, her voice full of respect. The young men and women recognized Li Yi as an adventurer from another world, their eyes filled with curiosity. Standing behind Li Yi like a bodyguard, Liyue drew the most attention. Those recruits who had witnessed her defeat Mars looked at her with awe and admiration. She's incredible. She took down that monster in just 2 moves, a young knight recruit whispered in amazement. Catherine glanced around to make sure the battlefield was secure, then said to Li Yi, Sir Li Yi, let's return to the fortress. Li Yi nodded in agreement. He noticed that his class panel hadn't prompted him for the 5th stage, meaning he'd have to wait for the other professionals to complete the 4th stage before he could continue progressing in the instance. The group set off for the return journey. Along the way, Catherine recounted Li Yi and Li Yu's deeds in the fortress to the new recruits. When they learned that their respected commander had been a traitor, shock was written all over the young knights' faces. Some even stopped in their tracks, exchanging incredulous looks with one another. It was the 2 adventurers from another world who saw through Adino's true identity. The new recruits looked at them with gratitude, and Li Yi's name, along with their faces, was firmly etched into their memories. Over an hour later, as evening fell, everyone returned to the Radiant Fortress. Sir Li Yi, we've arranged your accommodations. The quartermaster led Li Yi to his designated lodging, and he was stunned the moment he stepped inside. The Radiant Knights had invited a nature envoy druidic offshoot to personally craft a standalone treehouse for him within the fortress, promising that it would be his forever. He couldn't believe it. In reality, he was still renting a cheap apartment, yet here in the game, he already owned his own house. Li Yi found this both amusing and delightful. The treehouse's exterior and interior were perfectly in line with his tastes. The druids truly deserved to be called children of the mother of nature. Their sense of beauty was unmatched. The only thing Li Yi regretted was that the fortress staff apparently didn't know about his relationship with Li Yu, so they had made 2 bedrooms. His own room was lavishly decorated, but the bed was a bit small. After dinner and washing up, "Good night, master." The sword saint gently closed his door. But there was no way Li Yi would obediently stay in his own room. When he saw that Li Yu had turned off her lights, he grinned, tiptoed to her door, and gently pushed it open. "Good sister, of course you didn't lock it." He made his way to the bed, guided by memory. Li Yu, the sword saint, must have sensed his every move. She was probably blushing right now, watching him. As soon as his knee touched the mattress, a pair of long, strong legs hooked around his waist, pulling him effortlessly into the sword saint's embrace. "You're so bad, master," she whispered shyly. "But you mustn't go too far." Her warm breath brushed against his face and neck, sending a ticklish shiver through him. Li Yi chuckled. "Don't worry, they'll make sure to put you back in the summoning space in time." He cupped her flushed cheeks, about to lean down, when suddenly the room flooded with light. "What are you 2 doing?" A familiar voice sounded overhead. Startled, Li looked up to see the halfling girl standing in the room, holding a magical crystal lamp, her delicate face full of anger. He scrambled out of the sword saint's arms, and the 2 of them hurriedly put their clothes back on. Li Yu's face was bright red. She'd turned off her sword sense earlier and, caught up in the moment, hadn't noticed Philo's arrival. "Lady Philo, what brings you here?" Li Yi quickly composed himself after getting dressed. The little halfling frowned, her voice indignant. "Human, you have such a nice house, yet you won't let Lady Philo stay? Are you planning to let me get my hair drenched with dew every morning?" She was genuinely upset, thinking, how could this awful human leave me in the fortress and just ignore me? Li Yi responded quickly, "You misunderstood, Lady Philo. The treehouse has 2 rooms. One was prepared just for you. I was just about to come find you." Philo's expression softened, though she eyed him suspiciously. "Really?" Li Yi nodded earnestly. "Of course. Since you've come yourself, let me show you to your room." With that, he led the little halfling to what had originally been his own bedroom. "Please, make yourself at home here tonight. You're welcome to stay as long as you like," Li Yi said with a smile. "This room is nice, I like it." Philo looked around with satisfaction. "Well then, I won't disturb your rest, Lady Philo." Li Yi turned to leave. "Wait." Suddenly, Philo darted in front of him, blocking his way. She leaned in close to Li Yi, her round little nose twitching slightly. Her nostrils flared as she sniffed around Li Yi's upper body like a curious kitten, not even sparing his neck. Because she was so near, the scent of creamy pine nuts and a faint aroma of wheat drifted over from her. It was the first time Li Yi had seen a halfling girl this close. Her long, jet black hair floated gently, soft and thick, framing a petite, delicate figure that, though small, was still perfectly proportioned. Her face was exquisitely small, with clear blue eyes like sapphires, skin dewy and fair, pink and flawless like a porcelain doll. She looked so adorable that he almost wanted to pinch her cheeks, which surely would feel soft and bouncy. In comparison, Li Yi couldn't help but feel a sudden sense of his own height and presence. Come to think of it, Li Yu was 40 centimeters taller than him, and he was exactly 40 centimeters taller than Philo. Did that mean the sword saint viewed him the same way? He wondered for a moment, but quickly dismissed the thought. The sword saint doted on him so much, always indulging him, that such details hardly mattered. After all, he was the one taking the initiative. "Human, what's that smell on you?" the little girl asked, frowning. "Smell?" Li Yi was surprised. Their earlier closeness had been interrupted by Philo, and he hadn't had a chance to get any of the sword saint's scent on him. What could she be talking about? "Holy light. That's its smell of holy light." The halfling suddenly exclaimed, her expression turning serious. Human, you've been exposed to holy light for too long. Li Yi asked curiously, Lady Philo, is there something wrong with that? Philo hovered in the air, her hands on her hips, looking earnest. Human, the followers of holy light are far too fanatical. When faith becomes extreme and twisted, it can be just as terrifying as corruption. There's really not much difference between the two. Li Yi realized she must have mistaken him for a believer because of his friend of the holy light title. It seemed Philo had some strong opinions about holy light. After spending even a short time with her, Li Yi felt he had a good grasp of her personality. She was a bit proud, but essentially kind and rather naive, or perhaps just straightforward. So, accepting her well-meaning advice, Li Yi nodded. You're right, Lady Philo. Thank you for the warning, you'll keep it in mind. Philo nodded with satisfaction, giving him an approving look. She patted Li Yi on the shoulder, speaking with a hint of seriousness. Remember, human justice is what you should believe in. Holy light is just a source of power. Li Yi considered her words and realized she actually made a lot of sense. He nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right, Lady Philo. They'll remember that. Philo floated over to the bed, released her psychic power, and let herself fall onto the soft blankets. She rolled around contentedly, giggling with delight, clearly pleased with the bed. Li Yi smiled. They'll leave you to rest, Lady Philo. But the little girl suddenly called out, Wait. Human, what's your name? Li Yi. She repeated it to herself a few times, then waved her hand. Lady Philo has it memorized. Off you go now. Li Yi smiled and closed the door behind him. Once he was gone, a faint blush appeared on Philo's cheeks. Earlier, Shed passed by the treehouse and realized the owner was the same human who had invited her to stay at the fortress. Shed barged in out of irritation, but now that Shed had a moment to calm down, she couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Although she looked like an innocent little girl, her thoughts were far more complicated than those of her peers. Over 300 years of life experience had taught her many things, especially the perplexing matters of adults. For example, why did they always seem to prefer mature women? Even her master was no exception. The little girl was fuming with anger at the thought. She recalled how distracted Li Yi had seemed during their conversation just now, and an inexplicable frustration welled up in her chest. In Liu's room, Li Yi closed the door, made sure the bolt was secure, then took off his clothes and slipped quickly under the covers. It was late at night. He summoned the sword saint from her space and praised her softly. You did a great job controlling your power today. A faint blush appeared on the sword saint's face as she replied quietly, her eyes tinged with a hint of laziness. I'm getting the hang of it. Li Yi's hands gently sank into Liu's soft, fluffy hair, kneading it lightly. Her hair was silky smooth, and he couldn't help but marvel at the sensation. As their eyes met, Liu's red gaze softened with affection, and the atmosphere suddenly turned intimate. As Li Yi leaned in to kiss her, the sword saint turned her head slightly and blocked her lips with her hand. Master, don't, she whispered. Li Yi gently moved her hand aside and said softly, It's all right. The next morning, Li Yi was still lazily nestled in the sword saint's arms, despite having gone to bed late. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the peace. Human, how long are you planning to sleep? Get up, came Philo's angry voice from outside. Li Yi frowned and rolled over sleepily, but the sword saint kissed his forehead, instantly dispelling all his irritation and fatigue. After getting dressed, Li Yi opened the door to see Philo floating in the air, holding a hammer in each hand. She had used a small hammer to knock earlier, but if Li Yi stayed in bed any longer, he suspected the larger one would come into play. Philo shot a glare at Laiwa, her meaning clear. Keep spoiling him if you want. The sword saint raised an eyebrow and playfully winked at the little girl. She had actually heard the knocking earlier, but had shielded Li Yi from it with her sword aura so he could rest undisturbed. In the living room, Catherine was momentarily stunned to see Li Yi and Laiwa emerge from the room together, as if she had realized something. She saluted respectfully with a knight's gesture and spoke gravely, Sir Li Yi, the Scourge Legion has launched a full-scale assault on our front lines. The Holy Flame Knights have all been dispatched to support the northern, western, and southern fronts. The situation at the front is tense, and now, at this critical moment, a major problem has erupted at Lake Senna. She took a deep breath and continued. All the Darkfin Murloc tribes in the lake have been corrupted by the Scourge. They've destroyed the lakeside villages and are advancing toward the fortress. The new recruits are desperately trying to build a temporary defense line, but we're severely short-handed. Please, we urgently need reinforcements. Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. Lake Senna was supposed to be safely behind the eastern side of the Radiant Fortress, far from the front lines. He hadn't expected the Scourge to bypass the fortress, infiltrate the rear, and corrupt the area. Catherine, her expression anxious, continued. The stomach acid of the corrupted Darkfin Murlocs is extremely corrosive. Once tainted by the Scourge, it can even erode the holy light barriers. If they break through the temporary defense, not even the strongest walls will hold. Li Yi glanced down at his class panel. The situation was even more urgent than had imagined. It seems it's time to act, Li Yi said decisively. Let's head out. He turned to the little girl and asked tentatively, Lady Philo, could you lend us your aid? Philo pouted. She didn't want to get too involved with the Radiant Knights, but she was willing to help resist the scourge. He'll be generous today and help you out this once, she muttered. They ate breakfast on the go and hurriedly left the fortress, making their way toward Lake Senna. Half an hour later, Lee began to hear chilling, eerie shrieks. A few steps further, he saw a horde of black-skinned murlocs furiously attacking the temporary defense line, surging forward like an unstoppable flood. The new recruits of the Radiant Knights set up barricades at the mouth of the mountain pass that encircles the Lakia crucial choke point leading from Lake Senna to the Radiant Fortress. At least 400 war chariots formed a defensive line stretching over 2 kilometers, each one fronted by a massive holy light shield 5 meters in diameter. Using the protection of these shields, the recruits launched counterattacks against the Darkfin Murlocs, their spears and swords flashing with a faint glow of holy light. However, the sheer number of Darkfin Murlocs was overwhelming. Each chariot faced at least 30 Murlocs blocking its path, while countless more surged from behind, forming a living tide as dense and dark as a stormy sea. These creatures stood about 1.5 meters tall, with mouths full of razor-sharp, serrated teeth and twisted, terrifying faces. They exuded an oppressive aura of darkness, their bodies larger and more menacing than the typical Murlocs found in regular dungeons. Each one possessed the strength of a small boss from a standard 5-person dungeon. The Murlocs hurled themselves at the holy shields, biting and clawing wildly, their talons leaving deep scratches across the glowing barriers. They spat out black stomach acid, which sizzled and corroded the shields, filling the air with a harsh, acrid stench. The recruits fought with tense faces and sweat beading on their foreheads, yet they managed to maintain some semblance of coordination. After each wave of Murlocs was slain, they would order the chariots to pull back a few meters, preventing the next onslaught from using the bodies of the fallen as a ramp over the shields. Standing on higher ground, Li's expression shifted, his breath catching in his throat. Aside from what he had seen in movies, this was his first time witnessing a battle of such scale firsthand. At least 30 or 40,000 Darkfin Murlocs had already come ashore in the gorge, with even more crawling out of the lake behind Thema seemingly endless black tide surging toward the defensive line. In a typical Abyssal Ascension challenge, this stage would normally be faced by teams of fully trained, level 10, first-tier professionals supporting the Radiant Knights. Before attempting Ascension, these professionals would undergo extensive training, only daring to enter the Abyssal dungeons after months of preparation, usually during their first year of university. It was almost unheard of for someone like Li to attempt the Ascension challenge alone, as solo runs were far too dangerous. Unlike regular dungeons, Abyssal dungeons did not scale their difficulty based on the number of participants. Even though Li was alone, he would have to face every stage of the challenge at its full scale, with no reduction in the size of the enemy forces. Sir Li, we need to support the recruits immediately, Catherine said urgently, her golden eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Understood, Li replied tersely, following Catherine quickly to the rear of the chariots. For the light, Catherine shouted, her body radiating golden brilliance as a pair of luminous wings appeared behind her, illuminating the area around her. With a leap, she landed atop a chariot, her longsword tracing a golden arc as she struck down a Murloc attempting to climb over. The creature crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud, but, astonishingly, let out a furious roar and started to rise again. A deep, gaping wound had been carved into its chest, black blood oozing like ink, but the Murloc seemed oblivious to pain, baring its teeth as it charged once more. Li quickly began casting spells, summoning radiant guardians among the Murloc horde. To conserve enough mana for his energy star bolts, he only called forth 7 of these stone guardians. However, the moment they materialized, they were swarmed by the frenzied Murlocs. Under a relentless assault of teeth and claws, the guardians were quickly torn to rubble, barely able to make an impact. Seeing this, Li shook his head in resignation and abandoned the summoning tactic, switching instead to direct attacks with energy star bolts. With no other professionals nearby, he unleashed his full power, transforming himself into a living spell turret. His hands blurred with rapid incantations, launching blue-white energy star bolts that arced gracefully through the air, striking the Murloc horde with precision. At level 20, each starbolt packed a punch, knocking Murlocs back and leaving charred marks on their bodies. While a single starbolt wasn't enough to kill, the sheer volume made up for Li's hands became a blur as he rained magic down on the enemy, starbolts falling like a relentless storm. Li called out softly, Liu. The sword saint, Liu, nodded at his command and swiftly drew her sword. Utilizing Gale Step, she leaped over the war chariot and plunged into the ranks of the fishmen. Her sword flashed like a shooting star, cold light scattering in all directions. With each swing, flesh and blood flew. Almost no fishman could withstand her strikes. Her swordplay was fierce and relentless. Wherever she moved, Fishmen fell like grass before a scythe, instantly torn apart. You have slain a darkfin merfolk diver. You have slain a darkfin merfolk breaker. You have slain a darkfin merfolk scavenger. In less than 10 seconds, the battlefield in front of Li Yi was cleared, leaving an open space. Meanwhile, above them, Philo also began her assault. She soared above the fishmen and summoned 3 iron hammers, each about half a meter long, which floated around her. As she calmly folded her arms, every hammer strike sent a fishman flying with a dull, bone-crushing sound. Bodies twisted and broke on impact, leaving no doubt about their fate. Philo's combat efficiency was every bit as impressive as Lai Yu's. Li Yi couldn't help but glance her way, silently marveling. So this is the power of a psychic? This girl is truly extraordinary. Officer Catherine, we're almost out of holy energy stones. A young radiant knight called out anxiously. Catherine's face changed instantly. How do we burn through them so fast? At this moment, the front line was holding only because of the holy shield projected by the war chariot. If the shield gave out, the tide of fishmen would break through and overwhelm the entire battlefield in an instant. With less than half an hour's worth of holy stones left, the recruits grew visibly more anxious. We have to hold. We can't let the fortress fall, Catherine vowed to herself, already prepared to make any sacrifice for her comrades. Her gaze hardened as she swung her sword, cutting down at charging fishmen. But the enemy's numbers were simply overwhelming. Despite Lai Yu and Philo's unmatched prowess, it was impossible for the two of them to turn the tide alone. Suddenly, a cry rang out beside Catherine. Fishmen spellcasters incoming. Catherine looked up and saw, among the distant ranks of fishmen, dozens of them wielding staves and advancing steadily. It's over, Catherine thought grimly. The holy shield was effective against melee attacks from the darkfin fishmen, but it was useless against these ranged spellcasters. Their magic would bypass the shield entirely, dealing deadly blows to the recruits. Once the spellcasters began their assault, the line would collapse in no time. Lai Yu and Philo noticed the change immediately. They exchanged a quick glance and charged straight for the fishman mages, cutting down the first wave over 10 of them in a flash. But looking back, they saw even more spellcasters gathering in the ranks, hundreds, maybe 400 or 500 in all. Lai Yu's heart sank. She whispered to Philo, "We need to take out as many as we can, but we have to keep Li Yi safe." Philo nodded and retreated with Lai Yu. Li Yi's face paled as he realized his mana was nearly depleted, leaving him unable to launch any more attacks. Gasping for breath, he watched the chaotic battle, his mind racing. Is this where everything falls apart? Just then, 2 crisp voices suddenly rang out nearby. On the character panel, 2 powerful buffs suddenly lit up, the Bard's Song of Spirit and the Cantor's Sacred Hymn. Both significantly boosted mana regeneration, far surpassing what ordinary classes could achieve. Watching his rapidly recovering mana, a glint flashed in Li Yi's eyes. Is there a nature healer here? He called out loudly as he jumped to his feet. I am. An elf boy immediately responded, raising his hand. Hit me with nature's vitality. Without hesitation, the elf waved his hand and cast the spell. A wave of emerald energy surged into Li Yi, bringing a refreshing coolness that swept through his entire body like popping dozens of mint candies at once. Every pore opened up. Nature's vitality not only enhanced his physical abilities, but also amplified the effects of the Song of Spirit and Sacred Hymn. Any blessing knights here? I need Dawn's blessing. As soon as he spoke, a blessing knight had already opened his holy book, his hand hovering above it. With a quiet prayer, a golden halo of blessing descended over Li Yi's head. Dawn's blessing increased the effectiveness of all buffs by 20, and for rookie knights, the boost could even reach 35. With both nature's vitality and Dawn's blessing, plus Li Yi's impressive 181 spirit stat, his mana regeneration skyrocketed within seconds. Half his mana was restored. You 4, keep the buffs coming. I have a way to hold off the murlocs. Li Yi instructed solemnly. The 4 recruits responded in unison. Taking a deep breath, Li Yi began rapidly casting Summon Lightforged Guardians. Summoning circles appeared densely across the ground, and one after another, 2-meter-tall Lightforged Guardians materialized in neat ranks. In less than a minute, more than 500 Guardians stood ready. Li Yi was thrilled. As long as he had the mana, he could summon endlessly. The 4 recruits stared in shock. Catherine, atop the war chariot, turned at the commotion and was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. She remembered witnessing the power of these summons back at the outpost. Their offense and defense were both outstanding. Can you make even more? Catherine asked eagerly, imagining that if Li Yi could summon tens of thousands of guardians, they could surely hold out until reinforcements arrived. Soon, the other recruits noticed the growing ranks of Lightforged Guardians and morale soared. At that moment, the Swordmaster and Philo also returned. The little girl, Philo, stared in disbelief at the scene before her, muttering, Li Yi's a summoner? That many summons, could he actually have unlimited summoning? Finally, as she gazed at the ground covered with Lightforged Guardians, Philo couldn't help but genuinely praise him. Human, you're pretty impressive. He immediately activated his telekinesis, lifting Li Yi and the 4 new recruits into the air and setting them down in an open area. On the battlefield, every second felt like an eternity as the fighting grew more intense. The holy shield protecting the war chariot flickered under the relentless barrage of spells, emitting a foreboding hum and threatening to give way at any moment. Along the battle line, more new recruits fell, their blood staining their armor red. At the rear of the battlefield, thousands of light-forged guardians were rapidly taking shape. Their towering silver-white forms shimmered in the moonlight, standing in stark contrast to the dark mass of deep-fin murlocs facing them. In just 20 minutes, Li Yi had summoned over 10,000 light-forged guardians, each receiving a clear command the moment it appeared to annihilate the murlocs. "Catherine, fall back." Li Yi's voice rang out across the battlefield. Catherine immediately organized the recruits to retreat in an orderly manner, creating an opening in the defensive line. The next instant, the light-forged guardians advanced in perfect unison, the ground trembling beneath their heavy steps. The two armies collided with a thunderous crash, surging against each other like crashing waves. The deep-fin murlocs reeled under the powerful assault of the light-forged guardians, their defenses torn open in an instant. While the guardians lacked some speed and raw killing power, their massive size and formidable defenses caused the battle to reach a stalemate. Li Yi kept summoning new guardians at a rate of 500 per minute, steadily suppressing the murloc offensive. Seeing the tide turn, Catherine's cheeks flushed with excitement as she seized the opportunity to counterattack. "Knights!" she shouted, raising her longsword high. Over 2,000 recruits fixed their eyes on her, their fighting spirit ignited. "Charge!" Catherine led the assault, her troops surging after her like a sharp blade cutting through the enemy lines, sending the Murloc army into chaos. The front line began to push forward, slowly but steadily. Just then, an unexpected development unfolded on the northern front. A team of 30 adventurers, working with 2 Holy Flame Knights, was besieging a massive scourge mammoth named Zoltan. Suddenly, a scourge mage appeared above the mammoth, urgently delivering a command. "Zoltan, there's trouble behind the radiant fortress, fall back and support immediately." Before the words had even faded, a huge black portal opened up behind the mammoth. With a furious roar, Zoltan swung his spear to force the knights back, then charged straight for the portal. The Holy Flame Knights launched a desperate attack, but it was too late. Their blows struck only the fading portal, blasting 2 deep craters into the ground. The adventurers stared at each other in disbelief. With the boss gone, their mission progress was halted, meaning 2 days of effort might go to waste. They weren't alone. Every team fighting in the Tidal Blaze instance faced the same situation, as bosses across the battlefield vanished through portals mid-combat. Just as Catherine was preparing to press the attack, the Murloc sorcerers by the shore suddenly exploded without warning. Black teleportation beacons hovered in the air, signaling that an even greater crisis was about to descend. One after another, portals appeared out of thin air beside the waymarkers, their blue light flickering and twisting the space around them. Catherine and all the new recruits came to an abrupt halt, shock and terror written across their faces. In that instant, they finally understood the horrifying truth: the bodies of the Murloc mages were being used as anchors for the portals. "Fall back!" Catherine shouted at the top of her lungs, urgency etched on her face. A chilling, drawn-out howl pierced the sky. From the first portal, a massive, terrifying creature barreled out, the ground trembling beneath its weight. Catherine recognized the monster instantly, her face draining of color. A scourge mammoth, a tier 5 scourge beast. She cried in despair. Only a Holy Flame Knight could stand a chance against such a creature, and right now, all the Holy Flame Knights were still fighting on the front line. More portals flashed with sinister light. Scourge abominations, death whisperer mages, dread giants, stitched abomination zone after another. 13 terrifying scourge monsters emerged, their eyes burning with hatred for the living. Hopelessness filled Catherine's gaze. Even a single scourge mammoth could slaughter all the new recruits and rampage straight to the fortress. Now, they were facing 13 such horrors. The death whisperer's skull turned toward the recruits, the soul fire in its eye sockets flickering with icy blue light. "Human insects, trying to run?" It sneered, its voice grating and cold. With a flick of its skeletal hand, the space behind Li Yi twisted violently. A towering ice wall, more than 15 meters high and stretching hundreds of meters, erupted from the ground, cutting off all escape. The temperature plunged, frost biting at their skin. Above, thousands of ice spears formed in the sky, their sharp tips aimed straight at the humans below. "All of you must die." The death whisperer cackled, its voice like metal scraping on stone. "Not even the light can save you now." The scourge mammoth let out a deep, menacing roar and charged. Everything in its path, Murloc corpses or light-forged guardians, was crushed into bloody pulp by its terrifying strength. "Humans, we can't stay here." Philo's face had gone pale with anxiety. She flew above Li Yi, holding a huge metal shield over their heads. "They'll get you out of here." "No need." Li Yi's voice was unexpectedly calm. From the death whisperer's spells alone, He already understood there was no escape. The gap in power and rank was simply too great. Running would be pointless. Philo panicked, her voice rising. 13 hide-ear scourge monsters. If we don't run now, we're done for. Lee didn't respond. Instead, he silently pulled out the arcane ward marker Cassio German had given him. Philo's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the marker. Activate marker? Yes. The arcane ward marker instantly lit up with blue-violet light, the glow flowing like water. Meanwhile, after a brief moment of despair, Catherine's eyes blazed with renewed determination. Pull yourselves together, she shouted. We are children of the light, we fight to the last. Holy radiance burst from her body, golden light wrapping around her like armor. The other recruits, inspired by her courage, raised their weapons as well, their fear replaced by grim resolve. Charge! Catherine roared, leading the recruits straight toward the scourge mammoth. The distance between the two sides closed rapidly, the air thick with the scent of death. Overhead, the massive ice spears were fully formed, ready to rain down at any moment. At that critical moment, several blue-violet arcane portals suddenly appeared, their glow dazzling. A deafening roar shook the battlefield. A huge white leopard leaped out of one portal, its lithe and powerful body slamming into the scourge mammoth, knocking it to the ground. This was a druid shapeshifter, its claws tearing deep wounds into the mammoth's thick hide. The two beasts immediately locked in fierce combat, their collisions echoing like thunder. From another portal, a three-turtle minotaur in a cloak of feathers jumped out. Raising both hands, it chanted ancient words. Instantly, a wild wind swept across the sky, slicing all the hovering ice spears into sparkling shards that glittered in the sunlight before disappearing. This was another druid, a master of the winds, whose power now controlled the entire battlefield sky. The arrival of these two druids turned the tide at the most desperate moment. Then, even more portals opened. Knights clad in holy flame armor surged onto the field, 20 of them in all. With a single glance at the murloc corpses, shattered stones, and the thousands of broken light-forged guardians, the knights immediately understood what had transpired. Fury burned on the faces of every sacred flame knight. The scourge monsters dared to launch a sneak attack from within. This despicable move ignited their rage. Fortunately, Lord Lee intervened just in time to neutralize the threat. If not for him, the Radiant Fortress would have faced an unprecedented disaster, something they would never allow to happen. The soul fire of the Death Speaker mage flickered violently, betraying its inner anxiety and unease. Yet no one answered its questions, as the Sacred Flame Knights had already launched their assault. Retreat! A furious shout echoed across the battlefield. In an instant, the Scourge monsters lost all will to fight, turning and fleeing without hesitation. The once mighty enemy now scrambled away like beaten dogs. Consumed by anger, 16 of the Sacred Flame Knights gave chase, while the remaining 4 surrounded the Scourge Mammoth and unleashed a furious barrage. A minute later, the Scourge Mammoth struggled desperately before finally being brought down by the Knights' relentless assault. At the same moment, Lee's professional panel displayed a notification, Phase 5, Final Defense Line. Score complete, perfect. Lord Lee. Just then, the sound of rushing wind came from above as Grand Lord Mutolini and Caxi, Jimon arrived together. Both leaders wore expressions of gratitude and deep respect. Lord Lee, thank you for saving the Radiant Fortress. We cannot begin to express how much we owe you, Caxi Jimon said, his voice choked with emotion and eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. He now understood the full story. The Scourge Legion had bypassed the fortress, corrupting the murlocs of Lake Senna. If not for Lee's summoned beasts holding back these corrupted creatures, the Radiant Fortress would have been in grave peril. Caxiu Jimon could hardly imagine the devastating blow the Radiant Knights would have suffered without Lee's timely help. Lee responded with a gentle smile, his tone warm. Captain Caxiu Jimon, it was truly my honor to help the Radiant Knights. Although he said this, something still felt off in his mind. The abyssal dungeon of the Flame Surge clearly differed from the standard dungeons had cleared before. The allied beings here were classified as NPCs, but they felt far too real for him to see them as mere tools. What troubled him most was the arcane vigil beacon that Caxiu Jimon had given him. That item had clearly altered the entire course of the battle and even changed the outcome of the trial. By his understanding, a crucial turning point in such a massive dungeon shouldn't hinge on a single item owned by a player, especially not at a difficulty level far beyond what a Tier 1 class should handle. Lee pondered for a moment, but found no clear answers. In the end, he put aside his doubts. No matter what, he had completed the promotion trial perfectly. All that remained was to settle the rewards, obtain the advancement source crystal, and advance to Tier 2, allowing him to continue growing stronger. Lord Lee, to repay your kindness, we wish to pray for the Holy Light's blessing upon you. Please accept this gift, Caxiu Jimon said, his voice reverent and eyes filled with respect. Lee nodded. Of course. Philo, standing nearby, opened his mouth as if to speak, but quickly fell silent in the presence of Mutolini and Caxiu Jimon. The two leaders of the Radiant Knights clasped their hands in prayer. Moments later, a pure light descended from the heavens, bathing Li Yi in its glow. Your title friend of the Holy Light has been replaced with Chosen of the Holy Light. System notifications followed. Chosen of the Holy Light title. Crown equipment effects. 1. Movement speed 30. 2. Damage to evil creatures 50. 3. Holy type buffs increased by 50. Class exclusive. Holy Light's Blessing Summoner exclusive. All summoner skill levels 5. Initial summoned creatures gain Light Forged. Note: you have gained the favor of the Holy Light and are now renowned throughout the Order faction. Li Yi smiled. This new title not only meant a significant boost in power, but also set the stage for future adventures, especially those involving the mysterious angel sister. Li Yi's breath caught for a moment, his heart stirred by emotion. Whatever one might say about the Holy Light, the rewards were undeniably substantial. He glanced down at his class panel, a hint of reflection in his eyes. Movement speed, 192.5. Active skills. Energy Starshot level 23, Summon Light-Forged Warrior level 6, Admonishing Lash level 6, Passive skill, Driver's Inspiration level 6. The skill slot that once held Light-Forged Guardian had now become Light-Forged Warrior. Even the name change suggested a significant leap in the golem's power. He silently calculated the boost these skills would bring. If each skill could be leveled up by 5, he'd need to save up 20 skill points. Excluding any bonus points, that meant he'd have to gain at least 20 more levels. This thought sparked something in Li Yi. If the Holy Light kept handing out such golden eggs, he wouldn't need to worry about his faith at all. Sir Li Yi, I'd like to grant you the honorary title of Lord of Senna. I hope you'll accept it, said Grand Lord Mutolini, his eyes full of anticipation. Clearly, he placed great importance on this title. Senna was the frontline territory in the western reaches of the Kingdom of Lawrence, home base of the Radiant Knights, and the bulwark against the Scourge Legion. Hearing this, Li Yi grinned and replied, "Of course, I accept. Who would ever turn down more rewards?" The honorary lordship was obviously a step up from honorary citizenship. Just the sound of it carried more weight. Mutolini handed Li Yi a gleaming gold medal embossed with Senna's crest, his badge of honor. Senna Honorary Lord's Ornament. No equipment effect. Citizens of Senna, hear your lord's voice. Note: may the light of glory ever shine upon me. As an accessory, the medal came with no special effects, but there was no limit to how many could be worn. With a slight smile, Li Yi pinned it to his chest. Lord Li Yi, may the Holy Light always protect you. Grand Lord Mutolini and Cassius German both bowed deeply, their words filled with sincere blessing. They understood well that adventurers like Li Yi, who came from another world, would soon return to where they belonged. After decades of such farewells, they had grown accustomed to letting go. Li Yi returned their gesture, his expression calm. After the two left, Philo gazed at him, her eyes full of complex emotion. The little girl Philo sighed softly and murmured, "Human, your connection to the Holy Light is growing stronger." Li Yi paused, then asked, "Lady Philo, do you dislike the Holy Light?" Philo shook her head slowly. "It's not exactly dislike, but more a difference in philosophy. Maybe the essence of the Holy Light is good, but the churches have made their faith so rigid, so full of rules. For races that cherish nature and freedom, it's hard not to feel shut out." After a moment's thought, Li Yi removed the divine chosen of Holy Light title from his head, a playful smile on his lips. "Lady Philo, does it still feel like I'm carrying the Holy Light now?" A flicker of surprise crossed Philo's eyes. She floated closer, sniffed gently, and discovered the Holy Light's aura had vanished. "Human, what did you do?" she asked, puzzled. Li Yi grinned. "From now on, I'll keep the Holy Light hidden whenever I'm with you, Lady Philo." Philo's eyes lit up instantly, sparkling like gemstones. She flew beside Li Yi, patted his head, and burst into tinkling laughter. "You're clever, Human. Lady Philo appreciates your thoughtfulness. Next time you want me to forge equipment, they'll give you half off." Li Yi's eyes brightened. "Thank you, Lady Philo." Philo waved her hand playfully. "It's nothing. But keep in mind, little girls don't work for free. You'll have to pay with gold or energy crystals." Li Yi nodded. Energy crystals, drops from Tier 2 dungeons. They can restore mana or repair gear durability. He made a mental note not to waste such valuable resources. As the scene quieted, radiant light continued to bathe this mysterious world. And in Li Yi's heart, a new goal was beginning to take shape. Crystals with special energy properties are not only used to enhance spells, but also serve as an important currency in transactions between high-level professionals. Having completed his promotion trial, Li Yi stood at the exit of the Tides of Blazing Waves, preparing to set off. Before leaving, he emptied all the snacks from his backpack and handed them to Philo. The little girl accepted them with a bright, joyful smile, but when she heard that Li Yi was leaving, her eyes filled with reluctance. Although this human had initially approached her to craft equipment, his sincerity and kindness during their brief time together set him apart from others. There was no prejudice or deceit so different from the humans she had met on her travels who only tried to trick her into working for free. "Human, you promised to come back in 3 days, okay?" Philo followed closely behind, reminding him again and again. Don't worry, they'll be back on time. Li Yi reassured her with a smile. Then, together with the Sword Saint, he stepped into the dungeon portal. A flash of light later, he opened his eyes and found himself back in the real world. System notifications popped up one after another. The Tides of Blazing Waves Abyss Dungeon Challenge complete. Promotion Source Crystal 20 acquired. Skill points 5 acquired. Holy Light Rune 100 acquired. Level up to 11. Second title slot unlocked. Abyss Warrior Medal acquired. Title: King of War acquired. Li Yi's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected to unlock the title slot so early. Eagerly, he checked the details of his new King of War title. King of War. Quality: Crown. Equip effects: 1. Critical rate 20. 2. Vision range 100. 3. All buffs increased by 20. Aura effects: 1. Team critical rate 5. 2. Team resistance 10. 3. Team tenacity 10. Class exclusive, battlefield domination. Summoner's battlefield domination. Summon creatures gain a berserk buff when entering combat, increasing attack speed, defense, and movement speed by 25. Note: the victory of war will be written by your hand. Seeing these effects, Li Yi felt a rush of excitement. Not only did the title come with rare aura bonuses, but the 25 total critical boost was incredible. The class-exclusive effect would also give Li Yu a comprehensive power-up. Truly perfect. He then checked the stats on the Abyss Warrior Medal. Abyss Warrior Medal. Quality: Crown. Physical defense 10. Magic defense 10. Projectile speed 10. Movement speed 10. Spell penetration 10. Attack range 10. Tenacity 10. Evasion 10. Note: the Abyss cannot stop your advance. With such well-rounded stat bonuses, Li Yi couldn't help but gasp. He immediately equipped both the medal and the title, barely able to believe the numbers on his stat sheet. This was far beyond what an 11th level summoner should possess. The promotion source crystals automatically merged into his body the moment he received them. Upon reaching level 11, Li Yi discovered that his free attribute points per level had doubled to 20. Without hesitation, he allocated all of them to Constitution. Meanwhile, the second evolution Holy Stone lay quietly in his inventory, waiting for its moment in the future. Master, I think I just got stronger again. Li Yu blinked curiously, her long lashes trembling. Li Yi smiled and nodded. He understood that Li Yu was feeling the boost from the aura of the King of War. You're about to get even stronger. He took the Sword Master's smooth hand, feeling the warmth in her palm, and eagerly led her to the hotel, booking the best room. Get ready to evolve again. Li Yi pulled a faintly glowing evolution stone from his spatial pouch. This time, Li Yu didn't resist the evolution at all. She even looked forward to it, knowing that every rank up would help her further suppress her breeding instincts. The Sword Master calmly closed her eyes, sat cross-legged on the soft bed, rested her hands on her knees, and breathed steadily. Li Yi gently placed the evolution stone on her smooth forehead. The stone immediately burst into pure white light, which flowed into Li Yu's forehead like water. A system prompt sounded in Li Yi's mind. Li Yu Calogius is evolving. 10 minutes later, the white glow faded, and a familiar notification popped up on the panel. Li Yu Calogius has evolved successfully. Li Yi quickly checked Li Yu's stats. The main changes were in her skill. She now had 2 new abilities: Frenzied Sword Technique, Break, and Frenzied Sword Technique, Calamity. Since the Sword Master was already powerful enough, Li Yi wasn't too concerned about the new skills. What mattered most to him was how Li Yu felt. She slowly opened her eyes, and Li Yi looked at her expectantly. How do you feel? The Sword Master's eyes dimmed a little, and she shook her head gently. It's all right. My stats will catch up soon, and you'll be able to evolve again at level 16. Li Yi pushed down his own slight disappointment and reached out to comfort her. To his surprise, a sly glint flashed in her eyes, and her lips curled into a faint smile. Before Li Yi could react, her long legs pulled him into her soft embrace. What followed was a passionate outpouring of emotion as her lips pressed against his. An hour later, Li Yi ran his fingers through the Sword Master's soft hair, letting the silky strands slip between his fingers. With his other hand, he pinched her pale cheek, feigning annoyance. Well, daring to tease your master. Li Yu nuzzled his cheek, then burrowed into his neck, taking a deep breath of his scent. Her voice was lazy and alluring. I won't do it next time. Li Yi felt completely at ease, his fingers lightly tracing the smooth curve of her back. After this evolution, there was no need to send Li Yu back to the summoning space. Unfortunately, he still couldn't break through her defenses. Still, the Sword Master doted on him so much that she would fulfill any of his requests. Master, I really want to evolve again, Li Yu whispered, biting his lip lightly and leaving a faint mark. Li Yi stroked her hair, smiling as he reassured her. Soon, very soon. The Sword Master's breathing grew faster, her body temperature rising, and her skin flushed a soft pink. Li Yi sat up and pulled her with him, his eyes shining with anticipation. Now it's my turn. She blushed deeply, her long lashes lowering as she nodded softly. Okay. Li Yi recalled the awe-inspiring presence Lai Yu had when she evolved a true master's aura. Usually, whenever she got shy, that aura would vanish. Swallowing, he asked tentatively, "Can you keep that master's aura the whole time?" Lai Yu looked puzzled, her elegant brows furrowing slightly. Li Yi had to explain in detail. The sword master's face turned bright red, even her ears flushing. "Master, you're terrible." But she would always grant his wishes, so she agreed anyway. She really was clever. She stood up quickly and put on her fitted battle suit. Sword in hand, Lai Yu stood tall, her expression cold and sharp, with an aura that commanded respect in absolute master. The force of her presence was so strong that even Li Yi, her master, was left in awe. Delighted, Li Yi clapped his hands. "Yes, that's it. Keep it just like that." The sword master glared at him, her sword raised, the tip hovering less than an inch from Li Yi's nose. She lifted her chin slightly, her gaze as sharp as a blade, her expression proud like a sword goddess who could not be defied. How dare a mere youngster challenge the might of a sword saint? Li Yi's expression grew stern as he deftly caught the sword tip between two fingers. He sneered, "Lai Yu sword saint, your reputation for swordsmanship precedes you. I've developed my own fencing style, and came here today to seek your guidance." With a flash of steel, the female sword saint's long sword fell to the ground. Just like that, the renowned Lai Yu sword saint was thoroughly defeated by a mere junior. Not bad acting. Li Yi grinned, pulling the sword saint into his arms and gently pinching her fair cheek. "I want to play too." Lai Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, her voice uncharacteristically playful. "What do you want to play?" Li Yi asked, bewildered. The sword saint slipped from his embrace, stood up, and pressed her long, elegant leg against his chest. The brave sword saint defeats her wicked master and gets a huge boost to her strength. Late at night, as the world fell silent, Li Yi watched Lai Yu sleep peacefully in his arms and clenched his jaw in determination. The sword saint could defeat him with the slightest effort. Tonight was just for fun, but he swore to himself. Once he improved his physique, he would reclaim his dignity and restore his authority as her master. The next day, Li Yi headed to the Extraordinary Profession Trade Center at the Yanlang base to search for materials to craft the Windrunner's Blessed Belt and the Novice Summoner's Nightmare Staff. While materials for second and third tier gear were available, the prices were staggering. He didn't rush to buy anything, but instead carefully compared all the prices. To his dismay, he realized he only had enough money for the Windrunner's Blessed Belt materials. So expensive. Li Yi stared at the price list, pained. No wonder the belt stats were so impressive. The magic-woven silk alone was worth a fortune. This rare material, produced by magical silkworms every 10 days, sold for 150,000 each, and the belt required 10 pieces. Not to mention the core material, Gale Feather, which went for 100,000 apiece. Thankfully, he already had that from a dungeon run. Altogether, the total cost was 1.7 million. He made a rough estimate for the Nightmare Staff. Excluding the core material, Night Demon's Eye, just the other components would cost around 12 million. While researching the market, Li Yi noticed an odd trend. Epic materials for gear below level 40 were outrageously expensive, while those for level 40 and above were much cheaper. "Gotta make more money," Li Yi muttered as he sent the attributes of the mythic quality light sword he saw at Philo's place to Shun Nanxing. Meanwhile, at the Wild Thunder Battalion base in the shadowy forest, Shun Nanxing was leading his team through 3 successful dungeon runs at Sunshroud Highlands. Their strategy videos had attracted a flood of challengers to Yunlin City. As Shun Nanxing ran his hand over his heavy-edged sword, he was filled with emotion. This weapon had given him the power to rival rank professionals, enabling him to conquer every dungeon and achieve remarkable feats. In a way, the entire Wild Thunder Battalion owed its rise to this sword. "This blade is good enough to be a family heirloom," Shun Nanxing exclaimed. Even though weapon skills see diminishing returns at higher levels, this sword would remain invaluable at least until hitting Tier 3 at level 20. Just then, his private phone buzzed. Seeing a message from Li Yi, he opened it at once. Holy crap! Shun Nanxing shot up from the sofa, eyes wide in disbelief. "God, a mythic item." Shun Nanxing was trembling all over, his voice shaking. Lin Manyu's expression changed instantly. She hurried over, eyes fixed on the message Li Yi had sent, her pupils contracting in shock. "A mythic weapon that can be equipped at level 11? Lin Many stared at the screen in disbelief. "Auntie, there's never been a Tier 2 mythic item in history, right?" Shun Nanxing swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Lin Many took a deep breath and shook her head stiffly. "Never. Mythic equipment only appears in Abyss, Phantom Realm, and Nether Ruins at level 60 or above. Getting one is nearly impossible." Her voice quivered with excitement. Of the 199 known mythic items worldwide, only 32 are weapons. Even the level 62 ring that Kassan's military found in the Phantom Realm 3 years ago made headlines on national news. Kassan even declared that Day of Divine Blessing as a national celebration. "Auntie, we have to get this item." Shun Nanxing's eyes burned with fervor. As a rank weapon warrior, His passive skill allowed him to gain extra bonuses from weapons. The higher the grade, the greater the boost. If he could obtain this mythic weapon, his power would rival those with rare or even hidden classes. This meant everything to him. Ever since he was predicted to never advance beyond a rank class at 15, Head lost his father's attention and was pushed out of the family's inner circle. Although Head made a name for himself with the Thunderclap Battalion, the family still focused on his half-brother, the Shrank Swiftblade Swordsman. The only reason he could even start his own battalion was thanks to his mother and uncle's support. No one else can know about this, not even mom or uncle, Shin Nanxing said in a low, resolute voice. Lin Mani raised an eyebrow. She knew all too well her sister was too indecisive, and her brother was too careless. Neither could keep a secret. If word got out, there was no way she and Shin Nanxing could hold on to such a mythic item. What's more, his cousin was also in Shrank Swiftblade Swordsman, perfectly suited to wield sword-type weapons. As for relying on Shin Tianyue, with her brother-in-law always putting the family's interests first, He'd probably be the first to try to take it. Seeing the ambition in her nephew's eyes, Lin Mani smiled approvingly. Got it. He'll go find my brother and old Deng to farm gold right away. To her surprise, the members of the Izu Girls Battle Group had quietly advanced to the next level. Lin Manius' eyes flashed with astonishment. To obtain level 11 mythical equipment, they would have to reach the required level first. This made her wonder which abyss dungeon the Izu Girls Battle Group had cleared to achieve this breakthrough. It was clear their efforts had paid off. They had definitely chosen the right path. Shin Nanxing, however, wasn't surprised by Li Yi's advancement. After all, he had always had confidence in the Izu Girls Battle Group. Suddenly, Lin Mani received a message that made her expression change dramatically. She exchanged a shocked glance with Shin Nanxing. Crafting materials? She blurted out. Could it be that this mythical weapon was actually manufactured? Mythical equipment could be crafted? Shin Nanxing's heartbeat quickened, and his fingers trembled slightly. He quickly sent a message. Brotherly, are these materials for forging a mythical weapon? At Yanlang Base, Li Yi saw Shin Nanxing's message and narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before replying. Mythical equipment can be crafted? I've looked into this. According to common knowledge, mythical equipment simply can't be manufactured. Even legendary gear can only be crafted after reaching level 60, and most blueprints are impossible to complete. Either the materials are too hard to find, or the crafter's subclass level is too low. Naturally, Li Yi wasn't about to reveal Philo's existence. After gathering his thoughts, he replied to Shin Nanxing and Lin Mani. After reading Li Yi's response, both Shin Nanxing and Lin Mani relaxed, exchanging smiles and silently chiding themselves for worrying too much. Shin Nanxing replied, Brotherly, so it's just a quest item after all. It was a misunderstanding. Lin Mani quickly calculated the cost of the materials, which totaled a staggering 14 million gold coins. Shin Nanxing immediately asked, Brotherly, it'll cover the cost of the weapons materials, but is one set enough? Given the difficulty of the quest, there's no guarantee we'll succeed on the first try. Li Yipazed hadn't considered Philo's crafting success rate. After some thought, he replied, let's prepare 3 sets, just in case. All right. Shin Nanxing agreed without hesitation. The next issue was even trickier, how to price mythical equipment. Both of them fell silent, deep in thought. Mythical gear was never for sale. There was simply no precedent. Even the legendary weapon Chongfeng was considered a family heirloom, while the mythical weapon Goblin Slayer was clearly the clan's greatest treasure. After much discussion, they decided to be honest with Li Yi. Brotherly, Shin Nanxing said sincerely, it's not that we're unwilling to name a price, but there really is no reference for this. All mythical equipment is considered priceless. The highest offer we can make right now is 1 billion. He paused, then added, we're also willing to offer you a 30% stake in the Quanglei Battle Group and all its affiliated businesses. Let this mythical weapon be your investment in us. I, Shin Nanxing, swear that your investment will pay off many times over in the future. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, and Li Yi felt a wave of shock. Mythical equipment truly was invaluable. Shin Nanxing and Lin Mani waited anxiously as the seconds ticked by. Finally, Li Yi's voice came through. All right, help me gather 3 sets of materials. They'll send you the list shortly. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief and then broke into cheers. This partnership with Li Yi marked the beginning of a true alliance with the Izu Girls Battle Group, no longer just trading partners, but stakeholders in each other's futures. The prospects for the Quanglei Battle Group had never looked brighter. A few hours later, Li Yi received confirmation of the 1 billion payment and 6 sets of materials delivered via teleportation array. With more people helping, the efficiency was much higher. Collecting materials through the Quanglei Battle Group was far easier. Li Yi responded, contact me once you've prepared 3 sets of materials. After that, they'll leave the rest to Lord Philo. He decided to hand the materials over to Philo, then went off to buy a mountain of delicious candy, desserts, and pastries. Together with Lai Yu, he plunged back into the flame wave tide, ready for another adventure. Your Grace, welcome back to Radiant Fortress. An elderly man with a kindly face bowed respectfully by the portal, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Li Yi stepped out of the portal and found himself in the area reserved for second-tier professionals. Visiting here for the first time since his advancement felt completely different. No need for an ID badge anymore? Li Yi asked with a slight frown. The old man's smile grew warmer. Everyone in Radiant Fortress knows of your heroic deeds, so there's no need for identification. May the holy light be with you. Li Yi nodded in acknowledgement and headed toward his residence. Along the way, every Radiant knight he passed stopped, stood at attention, and saluted him. The townsfolk stepped aside, bowing respectfully as he walked by, their eyes filled with reverence. Is it really this impressive? Li Yi couldn't help but feel surprised, a smile tugging at his lips. So this is what privilege feels like. Not bad at all. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of other professionals. They watched in shock as the NPCs reacted to Li Yi, whispering among themselves. After all, these NPCs had never shown them any warmth before, yet here they were, treating a fellow professional with the utmost respect. What on earth did he do? A curious young professional muttered, secretly casting an appraisal spell on Li Yi. How dare you? A thunderous voice exploded in his ear. Two fully armored Radiant Knights rushed out, pinning him to the ground. Outsider, you're out of line. Show proper respect to his grace. One of the knights barked, hauling the young man to his feet. Kneel, ordered the other, driving his boot into the back of the young man's knee, forcing him down. Damn it. The young man was seething inside, but he had no choice but to comply. These Radiant Knights weren't ordinary recruits, they were full-fledged, fourth-tier soldiers, equivalent to level 40. While he was level 40 himself, these knights were on par with elite 5-man dungeon bosses. Any one of them could send him running for his life. Frightened by what happened, the other professionals who had been about to use appraisal spells quickly stopped, falling silent. The knights only released the young man after Li Yi had disappeared from view, grunting in disdain. Face flushed with humiliation, the young man left, his back stiff with resentment. Excuse me, honored knights, but who was that man? Another professional asked cautiously, trying to get on the knight's good side. He's a hero who made great contributions to Radiant Fortress. The knight's expression was full of respect. May the holy light be with the Lord. Lord? The professional was stunned. Someone had actually earned a title in Radiant Fortress? Who was this person, and what exactly had he done? She resolved to investigate thoroughly once the Abyss challenge was over. Back at his treehouse, Li Yi found that the sword master had already gone to her room to meditate. He noticed that Philo's door was open and walked over to take a look. The little girl, Philo, was sprawled out on her bed, fast asleep, completely at ease. Her long, jet black hair fanned out beneath her like a blooming flower, with Philo herself curled peacefully at its center. Sunlight streamed through the protective barrier of Radiant Fortress, casting a golden glow that illuminated her fair skin with a soft, sparkling sheen. Her complexion, pale with a hint of rosy pink, looked as if it had been gently kissed by the morning light. Li Yi's eyes widened. He couldn't look away. What an adorable little girl, he thought, genuinely impressed. He tiptoed over to the bed, but Philo didn't stir at all. Clearly, she felt completely safe in this room and had let her guard down. Smiling, Li Yi took out a piece of sweet cake and quietly held it near Philo's face, silently counting 1, 2, 3, for in her mind, Philo's small, round nose suddenly gave a gentle sniff. A moment later, something astonishing happened. She began to float unconsciously in her sleep. Awo, the little girl, opened her mouth wide and took a sudden bite, landing squarely on the cake sitting on the table. Her cheeks puffed out as she slowly savored the treat, a look of pure satisfaction spreading across her face. Even then, her eyes remained tightly shut. Only after swallowing the cake with a soft gulp did Philo slowly open her eyes, revealing a pair of gem-like, sparkling blue irises. When she saw the person in front of her, her eyes widened with excitement. "Human, you're back," she exclaimed. But in the very next moment, she seemed to realize she was being too enthusiastic and quickly composed herself, trying to act reserved as she asked, "You're back? How many days has it been?" Still, her gaze kept drifting toward the cake. Li Yi was a bit taken aback as he looked at Philo, thinking, so you really have no concept of time at all. Then he shrugged it off. After all, Philo was one of the long-lived races, and time probably didn't mean much to her. She might look like a little girl, but for all he knew, she could have lived for centuries. Li Yi understood that her sense of time was completely different from that of humans. Even so, halflings were always known for their kindness and innocence, and that part of her would never change. "It's the second day," Li Yi said with a smile, handing the cake to Philo. "Lady Philo, please try the cake." Her eyes lit up as she eagerly reached out to take it. Her small hand brushed against the back of Li Yi's, soft and smooth to the touch. Philo picked up the spoon and took a few bites, her eyes beginning to shine with delight. Li Yi grinned and asked, "Is it good?" MHM. Philo nodded enthusiastically, her cheeks still full, looking utterly delighted. Li Yi then laid out all the pastries he had brought, filling the entire table. Seeing the feast before her, Philo was so happy she almost floated off the ground. "Human, you really keep your promises." You didn't trick Lady Philo at all. These pastries are delicious, she praised, beaming as she hovered in the air. You really are a good human, Philo continued, twirling around as she showered him with praise. Don't worry, Lady Philo will make you the best equipment. Despite her petite size, Philo had quite an appetite. She devoured nearly 3 times as much as Li could eat in one sitting, polishing off the cakes and desserts until she was finally satisfied. Rubbing her little belly, she floated over to the living room. Li had already placed the materials for the Goblin Slayer's sword, the Windwalker's blessed belt, and her payment neatly on the table. Human, why did you prepare so many materials? Are you doubting Lady Philo's forging skills? Philo noticed that there were 3 sets of materials for each piece of equipment and pouted in displeasure. She was the apprentice of the legendary barbarian blacksmith, Mosikani. Not only had she inherited her master's skills, but she had also developed her own unique forging techniques thanks to her telekinetic powers. Li quickly caught on and smiled. Lady Philo, it's a misunderstanding. The extra materials are your payment. In our human world, blacksmiths take an extra set of materials as compensation for their work. Since you're a legendary smith, I wanted to show respect by preparing an extra set for you. Philo's expression softened as she waved her hand. Halflings aren't as greedy as you humans. We only take what's fair. Take those extra materials back. Li nodded and put away the materials as instructed, then said, let's get started. With a wave of her hand, Philo conjured a forging workshop out of thin air, landing it lightly in the living room. At her mental command, the equipment inside sprang to life, the furnace ignited, and the materials flew into place. At the same time, Philo lazily summoned another dessert from her bedroom, letting it land in her hand as she continued to nibble away. Watching all this, Li couldn't help but be impressed. No wonder she was a legendary blacksmith. She could multitask so effortlessly. It was truly remarkable. The belt would take half an hour, the sword 2 hours. All he could do was wait patiently. Philo floated over to Li's side, still enjoying her dessert. Besides the sweet aroma of pastries, the air was filled with her unique Cinta creamy, pine nut fragrance with a hint of wheat, lingering at the tip of Li's nose and sparking his curiosity. Lady Philo, you smell amazing. Do all halflings naturally have this scent? Li couldn't help but ask. Philo's eyes went wide with surprise. She floated right up to Li, grabbing his cheeks and staring intently into his eyes. Human, you can really smell Philo's scent? Philo's small hands were incredibly soft and smooth, as delicate as newly sprouted leaves. Li nodded and replied softly, yes, I can smell it. Philo blinked her gem-like blue eyes, her lips curling into a bright smile that revealed a row of adorable white teeth. Her gaze shimmered with anticipation as she gently kneaded Li's cheek, as if she were playing with a cherished toy. Human, take a good sniff again and tell Lady Philo what it smells like, she said, puffing up her tiny chest and leaning in closer, her excitement making her expression even more lively. Li was a bit flustered by her actions, his eyes involuntarily drifting downward. Though Philo was petite, she didn't appear childish. Unlike the Sword Saint, who had a more mature and curvaceous figure, Philo's build was light and graceful. After a brief hesitation, Li took a gentle sniff and tried to describe it. It's like the creamy sweetness of a pine nut cake, mixed with the warm aroma of freshly baked bread. Philo shook Li's head excitedly, her voice rising with enthusiasm. Is there anything else? Anything more? Li thought for a moment. There's also a hint of fresh grass. No, it's more like flowers mingled with the scent of grass. It's really nice. Lady Philo, did I get it right? The little girl let go of Li's cheeks and gleefully floated above his head, spinning around in delight. Li instinctively looked up, only to catch a glimpse of the ruffled edge of Philo's short skirt and her tiny, plush pink feet. Embarrassed, he quickly lowered his gaze, relieved that Philo, lost in her happiness, hadn't noticed. A few minutes later, Philo, still beaming, gently landed in front of Li and patted his head with her small hand. You really are a good human, she said with a cheerful smile. Noticing Li's puzzled look, the little girl explained proudly, Lady Philo is blessed by the goddess of harvest, Alatenia, and the goddess of nature, Aphrodite. What you're smelling is the scent of divine blessings, just as I can sense the aura of holy light on you. She paused, then continued, only those who are hardworking, who truly love the land, cherish food, and respect laborers can perceive Alatenia's blessing. As for Aphrodite's blessing, only those who love and respect nature, cherish all life, and believe in the equality and harmony of all things can sense it. Li suddenly understood, though his expression turned a bit odd. In his previous world, these were basic values taught in elementary school. But here, people were divided into strict social classes based on their profession, and the idea of equality was foreign. As for loving nature, people only cared about exploiting natural resources further. In the abyss of the blazing wave, society was still stuck in a feudal era, and laborers were the lowest class, looked down upon by everyone. Philo patted her tiny chest happily. Li, we share the same ideals. From now on, you're Philo's good friend. It was rare for her to call him by name. Then, with a serious expression, she added, "You're my very first human friend." Li Yi was swept up by her joy and smiled. "It's an honor to be friends with you, Lady Philo. You're also my first friend in this world." Philo's sapphire eyes sparkled. "Really? We're destined to meet, then." In Liu's room, the sword saint slowly opened her eyes and murmured to herself. Equality of life, the words truly resonated with her. Although she was technically her master's contracted summoned beast, her master always treated her as an equal, never assuming a superior attitude. Remembering how her master even seemed delighted to let her step on him and would beg for mercy, the sword saint's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. While waiting for the equipment to be forged, the little halfling girl, Philo, sat beside Li Yi, absent-mindedly running her small fingers through his hair as she chattered away about her past. Her voice was clear and pleasant, like a mountain stream. "I'm an orphan," Philo said, her eyes sparkling with distant memories. Over 300 years ago, the legendary barbarian blacksmith, Mosakani, found meth only survivor in a halfling village ravaged by demons. Mosakani named her Philo, which means joy in the barbarian tongue. The master not only raised her, but also taught her everything about the art of forging. Philo spent more than 2 centuries in her mentor's company, living a happy life until, 50 years ago, everything changed. Master fell in love with a human sorceress. Philo's voice grew bitter and her hands stilled. She became completely obsessed. One day, she left me without a word, running off with that sorceress and leaving behind only this portable forge she crafted just for me. From then on, Philo began traveling on her own. At first, she was determined to find her master, but as the years passed, that obsession faded. Maybe it was her broad experience, or perhaps it was just the halfling's natural optimism now. She only occasionally felt a brief pang of resentment when she thought about it. Her face grew complicated as she continued, recounting decades of adventures, joining adventuring parties, fighting in Demon King crusades and blight resistance armies, even serving as a royal court blacksmith. Along the way, she had been deceived, betrayed, framed, and even survived assassination attempts. If not for her inherently kind and innocent nature, she might have turned bitter long ago. Of all the races, it was humans who hurt her the most. "That's why I was a bit unfriendly when we first met," Philo explained to Li Yi. Of course, what she called unfriendly was hardly noticeable. Li Yi never took offense at all, especially faced with such an adorable girl, and especially when he was the one asking for help. But Philo's life wasn't all hardship. Her face brightened at happier memories. "The harvest goddess, Eritenia, blessed me for years of making tools for laborers and helping with the harvest. The nature goddess, Evrodi, blessed me for helping elves and druids heal the wounds of the wild." These were memories she held close to her heart. Through her stories, Li Yi gradually pieced together an understanding of this otherworld, a land of magic, filled with extraordinary races and powers, where humanity was only one among many. "Your belt is ready," Philo suddenly announced, using her mind to float a pale green belt entwined with brown vines over to Li Yi. He reached out to take it, and, after checking its stats, was momentarily stunned. Windwalker's Blessing Belt. Quality, Legendary Gold. Agility 40, Constitution 40, Spirit 40, Spell Power 40. Level Requirement, 11. Equip Effect, Movement Speed 25. Class Exclusive 1. Ranged Projectile Speed 20. Ranged classes only. Class Exclusive 2. Whisper of the Wind Passive. Whisper of the Wind. The wind spirit brings you vital news, increasing your danger sense. "Lady Philo, is this legendary equipment?" Li Yi asked in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. The little halfling girl put her hands on her hips and lifted her chin proudly. "Of course. Lady Philo is a legendary blacksmith. Recipes never hold me back." What a pleasant surprise. Li Yi stared at the equipment in his hand, hardly believing this was his very first legendary item. He looked sincerely at Philo. "Master Philo, you're incredible. You're the best blacksmith I've ever met." Philo, the little girl, couldn't hide her pride. A smug smile appeared on her face. "I told you I'd make you the best gear." After another round of compliments, Li Yi fastened the belt around his waist. Instantly, he felt an unprecedented lightness. His movement speed skyrocketed to 227.5. With an extra 127.5 speed boost, he was secretly delighted. Who could possibly catch up to him now? Even more exciting, his projectile speed increased by 35 thanks to the Abyssal Warrior's emblem. With such rapid skill casting, players of the same level wouldn't stand a chance at dodging his ranged attacks unless they used special abilities. Unable to contain his excitement, Li Yi brought Swordmaster Liu to an open field outside Radiant Fortress to test things out. He dashed back and forth across the area, moving as fast as a gust of wind. He casually fired off an energy starshot. Light flashed. The projectile speed was astonishing, and the handling felt fantastic. "Summon Light-Forged Warrior." At his command, a summoning circle appeared, and a three-turtle, bright silver giant emerged. The massive figure was imposing, holding a sturdy stone shield 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall in its left hand, and a stone greatsword 20 centimeters wide and 1.5 meters long in its right. The shield and sword were seamlessly integrated with its body, and their sheen was even brighter, clearly much harder than the rest of its form. Lie you spar with it, Li Yi ordered. The silver giant moved with surprising agility and strong, steady steps. It never took its eyes off Lai Yu, perfectly tracking her even when she wasn't using Gale Step. In close combat, the light-forged warrior's greatsword swept through the air like a whirlwind, each strike aiming straight for Lai Yu's vital points. If not for its unusual appearance, its fluid attacks could easily be mistaken for those of a human. Li Yi silently estimated that the light-forged warrior's strength was already on par with an elite mini-boss from a standard 5-player dungeon. With the War King title's aura and a 25 attribute boost from Battlefield Command, it could even surpass a regular dungeon's final boss. What thrilled him even more was that his level 6 passive skill, Warden's Inspiration, gave summoned creatures a 15 boost to all attributes. Meanwhile, Disciplinary Lash at level 6 not only had a casting range of 10 meters, but also added another 15 attribute bonus. With all these buffs stacking, the Lightforged Warrior's stats increased by a total of 55, easily overwhelming a standard 5-player dungeon boss. Still, even with this power, it was no match for Swordmaster Lai Yu. After the tests, Li Yi had a clear understanding of his own strength. He returned to the treehouse to say goodbye to Philo, preparing to leave the tide of blazing waves. The leveling efficiency in the Abyss was just too low, and campaign settlements were time-consuming and risky. He planned to buy the level 11 summon Man-Eating Bramble skill book and 2 pieces of equipment before focusing on leveling up. After all, at level 11, a summoner could master 3 skills at once. Li Yi carefully examined the 3 skills. Apart from the crowd control ability of the Man-Eating Brambles, the other 2 Summon Stone Guardian and Summon Bone-Eating Demon Wolf both consumed 20 of his mana, yet weren't as powerful as the Lightforged Guardian, which only used 10. Clearly, learning them wasn't a wise choice. Li Yi, are you leaving again? Philo's voice was tinged with obvious reluctance. Her small hands clutched the Goblin Slayer tightly, her eyes shining with hope. As a halfling, her status among extraordinary races was never high. Their numbers were few, and strong individuals were even rarer. What's more, her strikingly unusual appearance set her apart even among her own kind, making even the usually kind-hearted elves keep a certain distance. The respect she received from other races was mostly due to her identity as a forge master. But Li Yi was different. His kindness came from the heart, not just because she was a skilled forge master. He kept his promises, and the pastries and desserts he brought were every bit as delicious as had described. Can I go to your world? Philo asked hopefully. Li Yi shook his head gently. I'm sorry, Lady Philo, but you can't come to our world. Seeing the disappointment on her face, Li Yi mustered his courage and reached out to ruffle her hair. Don't worry, we'll come visit you again. Who knows? Maybe you'll wake up from a nap and find me here already. As a long-lived race, Philo experienced time differently. Her naps often lasted 6 days, sometimes as short as 3 or 4. This meant that Li Yi always had to wake her up earlier than planned to keep their appointments. Realizing this, Philo's mood quickly brightened. Instead of dodging his hand, she nuzzled against his palm. All right, just don't be late. After leaving the Abyss dungeon, Li Yi searched around Flamewave Base and finally found a summoner's skill book in a small shop. The owner rummaged through the warehouse before finally finding the skill book for Man-Eating Brambles and generously gave it to him. After learning the skill, Li Yi checked its effects. Summon Man-Eating Brambles. Active skill level 6. Description: consumes 5 mana to summon a cluster of Man-Eating Brambles, which can actively entangle enemies within a 1-meter radius. Although the skill had a limited area of effect and required precise timing and positioning, this wasn't an issue for Li Yi, who could cast it instantly without cooldown. He could easily improve his proficiency by simply using it more often. Before he could start leveling up, Li Yi needed to buy a full set of equipment for himself and Lai Yu. With Lai Yu's current agility stat of 2011, she could equip gear up to tier 5 level 50. This was the highest level of equipment available for purchase with money. Anything higher would require energy source crystals of a corresponding grade. At the weapon shop, Lai Yu's eyes were immediately drawn to an ultra-long, lightweight sword with a blade measuring 1.3 meters. The blade of a typical light sword is usually less than 1 meter long, but the longsword displayed in the shop stood out as especially unique. Its slender, elegant blade shimmered with a faint purple glow under the lights, and for Lai Yu, who stood at an impressive 2.2 meters tall, the sword size was a perfect fit. Li Yi carefully examined the sword's attribute panel. Windchaser's Longsword. Rarity: Epic Purple 100 Durability. Base Attributes: Agility 500. Special Effects: Armor Penetration 20. Precision 15. Attack Speed 25. Equipment Requirement: Agility 1200. How much is this sword? Li looked up and asked. The shop assistant, a cheerful woman in her 30s with a friendly smile and a slightly plump figure, enthusiastically introduced it. This is the top-tier weapon among our restricted items, equivalent to a fully upgraded Tier 5 purple weapon. The price is very reasonable, just 1.5 million. Even with a net worth in the billions, Li Yi's habit was always to bargain. Can you give me a better price? The shop assistant gave a regretful look. That's already the lowest we can go. As you can see, the blade is so long that most classes can't use it, so it's been sitting here unsold. The material costs alone are over a million, so 1.5 million is really just the cost price. Her words gave Li Yi an idea. He quickly asked, "I'll take it for 1.5 million, but I'd also like the blueprint for this sword." The assistant was delighted, nodding eagerly. "No problem. Our blacksmith made this sword as a one-time experiment, and the blueprint has just been collecting dust in the warehouse. He'll get it for you right away." After paying, Li Yi received both the long sword and its blueprint. He already had a plan in mind to have Philo use the blueprint to craft a legendary longsword for Li Yu. Although Philo's catalog was filled with restricted level gear, even her mythic level items at around level 10 didn't offer enough attributes for Li Yu, despite their powerful skills. When he handed the long sword to Li Yu, the sword saint's eyes sparkled with delight. She clearly loved the sword's design. Seeing that the blueprints weren't too expensive, Li Yi had another idea. Over the next 2 days, he scoured the Yanling base and found a set of purple equipment blueprints for both himself and Li Yu. Among them, he picked up a summoner set blueprint for just 5,000, and its stats were surprisingly impressive. Mystic Spirit Collar set. Pieces, shoulders, chest, pants, boots, gloves, mask. Rarity, purple. Base attributes. Spell power 500. Spirit 150. Constitution 80. Level requirement, 11. Special effects. Skill points 3. Magic resistance 30. Spell penetration 20. Casting speed 25. Skill cooldown reduction 20. Set bonuses. 2-piece, summon attack speed 10, energy starburst damage 10. 4-piece, summon attack and defense 20. 6-piece, for every 2 summoned creatures, the third summoned creature gains 30 size and 30 to all attributes. Li Yi was very satisfied with the set's bonuses, especially the 4-piece and 6-piece effects, which would give his third Lightforged warrior a massive boost. And this was just the effect for purple gear. Once Philo upgraded it to legendary, its performance would surely be even more outstanding. Li Yiguang couldn't help but feel excited just thinking about it. All the materials needed for the blueprints could be purchased directly, and the total cost was only 8 million, which was a great deal. As the 3-day deadline had agreed upon with Philo approached, he not only stocked up on a variety of delicious foods, but also carefully picked out all sorts of clothes suitable for a little girl, from delicate dresses to adorable accessories, and even unique plush toys. Unsure of Philo's preferences, he simply bought everything he thought was nice. Of course, he didn't forget to prepare a gift for the sword saint as well. When he entered the flame wave tide again, Li Yi could see Philo from a distance, leaning against the treehouse window, her face pressed to the glass, eyes fixed on the direction of the teleportation portal. The moment she spotted Li Yi, she excitedly waved her small hands, her face lighting up with a brilliant smile. Once inside the treehouse, the gifts Li Yi brought nearly filled Philo's entire room, forming a little mountain of presents. "There's so much. Are all these for Philo?" The little girl exclaimed in delight, hugging a plush toy as her eyes darted between the various outfits, looking a bit overwhelmed. Li Yi smiled and nodded. "They're all for you, Philo. Do you like them?" Had noticed before that Philo seemed to only have a single plain outfit, which inspired him to buy her new clothes. "I love them." Philo nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling. "Li Yi, you're so good to me." She could tell these clothes and toys were made from extraordinary materials and must have been expensive. In her memory, no one had ever given her so many gifts before, and what was even rarer was that every single one fit her tastes perfectly. "As long as you like them," Li Yi said with a chuckle. "I just picked out whatever I thought looked nice and worried our tastes might not match." Suddenly, Philo's eyes lit up. "Wait here, Li Yi." She used her psychic powers to gently push Li Yi out of the room and quickly shut the door. Just 2 minutes later, the door opened again. Philo stood at the entrance, now dressed in a pink frilly dress, looking up at him expectantly. "How do I look?" Without hesitation, Li Yi gave her a thumbs up. "You look great, absolutely adorable." The little girl froze. "Li Yi, are you saying the dress is cute?" Seeing her reaction, Li Yi hurried to clarify. "No, Philo, you're the cutest. The dress just makes you even cuter." "You think I'm cute?" Her voice trembled slightly. Li Yi nodded earnestly. "Philo, you're the cutest girl I've ever met." A blush instantly spread across Philo's cheeks. Although she had been raised by barbarians, she had also received a halfling's education. In halfling culture, calling a girl cute was the same as confessing your feelings. Did this mean the human boy in front of her was confessing to her? Her heart began to race, and she felt flustered. Many people had praised her forging skills before, but Li Yi was the first to call her cute. No matter how cheerful or optimistic she usually was, she couldn't hide the flutter of excitement in her heart. "But you already have a beast woman. Do you really think him cute too?" she asked, a little uncertain. Li Yi thought she was comparing herself to the sword saint and quickly explained, "It's not the same." Liyue is mature and beautiful, like a fiery red flower. But you, Philo, are lively and adorable, like a sweet cake. You each have your own unique charm. Philo's cheeks turned as red as the evening sky. She remembered the cake Li had given her before, sweet and delicious. She whispered softly, I see you really are a flirt, aren't you? Li stared at Philo in surprise, completely confused about what this had to do with being unfaithful. Philo lowered her eyes, her voice tinged with shyness. You're a good human. You've always been kind to Philo. I like you a lot, so I'm willing to accept your little flaws. Li was even more puzzled and was about to explain, but Philo had already floated lightly in front of him, stretching out a small, round foot. Then let's seal our partnership with the halfling foot-kissing ceremony. Though she tried to hide it, her voice betrayed a hint of nervousness. Master Philo, what kind of ceremony is that? Li was completely lost, sensing that Philo might have misunderstood something. Partner? Did she mean friends? But it seemed like more than that. Seeing his hesitation, Philo's toes trembled slightly, her expression a bit stiff. It's the halfling bonding ritual. You don't want to. I do, Li quickly replied. Whatever kind of relationship it was, he'd agree first and figure it out later. He couldn't afford to upset this legendary blacksmith, especially with so much gear waiting to be forged. Besides, what was a foot kiss, really? Philo was so soft, sweet, and adorable, always floating in the air. Her feet couldn't possibly be dirty. He'd even had his head stepped on by the swordmaster before. And honestly, he meant what he said. Philo was the cutest girl had ever met. You can start, Philo whispered, her voice barely audible. Li gently cradled her delicate foot. Unlike the swordmaster's strong, powerful feet, Philo's felt soft as velvet, with little pads on the sole that were unbelievably springy. He couldn't help giving it a gentle squeeze. At his touch, Philo shuddered. Her feet were the most sensitive part of a halfling's body. She kicked her foot in protest, flustered. Hurry up. Just once. Li asked softly. Once is enough, Philo mumbled, her voice almost inaudible. Li bent down and placed a gentle kiss on the top of her foot. Before he could even look up, his hands were suddenly empty. Philo, mortified, had wrapped herself in her hair using her psychic power and flown back to her room, slamming the door behind her. Li was still confused, but didn't dare ask any more questions. He could only return to the swordmaster's room and busy himself with clothes. With Philo in the treehouse, he didn't dare do anything out of line, so all he could do was admire her from afar. 2 hours later, Philo finally emerged from her room, now wearing a fitted black dress. You look great. So cute, Li exclaimed sincerely. Philo blushed, unable to meet his gaze, but the happiness in her eyes was unmistakable. She could tell that Li's praise was genuine. He really did think she was beautiful and adorable. Master Philo, I'd like to ask for your help forging some equipment this time. There might be quite a few pieces, Li said, handing her the blueprints. Oh, this gear is interesting, Philo said as she took the papers, immediately drawn to the weapons and armor with special restrictions. Is it possible to make them? Li asked tentatively. This set was perfect for someone at level 45 to 50, just right for the swordmaster. Philo nodded confidently. It's a piece of cake for Master Philo. But it'll take a bit longer. 14 pieces in total will need 3 days to finish. Li nodded. Then I'll leave it to you, Lord Philo. Is it alright if I come back to pick it up in 3 days? Philo paused for a moment, a flicker of disappointment quickly hidden in her eyes. Then, with a hint of urgency, she threw her arms around Li's neck and looked up at him, her tone tinged with a playful whine. We just became partners, and now you're leaving already? Can't you stay with me a little longer? Her gesture was gentle and endearing, suddenly drawing all of Li's attention. She was petite, her delicate skin exuding a divine fragrance that made it hard not to be drawn closer. For a brief moment, their faces were less than 2 inches apart, their breaths mingling, and even the air seemed to freeze. Li's heartbeat quickened. He hesitated for a second, nerves getting the better of him as he reached out and gently ruffled Philo's hair, explaining softly, I need to work on getting stronger. In my world, I'm still a complete rookie. I have to improve. 3 days will pass in the blink of an eye for you, won't it, Lord Philo? Philo tilted her head thoughtfully before suddenly realizing, oh, 3 days? That really isn't long for me. She let go of Li's neck and patted his head gently, as if reminding him, just don't be late, okay? Li nodded in agreement, then left Yanlang tied with Liu. Once back at the hotel, he immediately dove into his new plan, starting to study his next upgrade path. First, he looked over the 7 branch dungeons in Yanlang Tide. Among them was a 30-player medium-sized raid called Tuajin Mountain, which was where the Nightmare's IM material needed for a mythical staff could be found. After quickly checking the raid details, he was surprised to see it was rated as heroic difficulty and couldn't be soloed. The main enemies in Tuajin Mountain were wild boar men, split into 3 tribes, each guarding a necromancer's ritual tome. The final boss, the ancient night demon, would only appear after all 3 tomes were activated. In the challenge, players had to activate the tomes, each requiring 10 minutes to cast. If another tome was being activated at the same time, their progress would be shared. If all three couldn't be activated within 10 minutes, the raid would end in failure and participants would have to leave. Given the difficulty, Li decided to skip this raid and instead checked out a 15-player adventure-level dungeon Radiant Cathedral. This dungeon was a church occupied by the Scourge Legion, filled with their minions. Li's eyes lit up. It seemed perfect for leveling up. The map was small, and with his Holy Light chosen emblem, he could deal 50 extra damage to Scourge monsters, a golden opportunity. Li quickly equipped himself and brought along the Sword Saint Elder Sister to the entrance of Radiant Cathedral. Standing before the church doors, he couldn't help but frown. There wasn't a single person in sight. It wasn't too surprising, though. The dungeon didn't drop valuable materials, and both the monsters and bosses were tough, so it rarely attracted the farming crowd. Just as Li was about to enter, his communicator buzzed. A message from Shen Nanxing popped up on the screen. The president of Tianming University came in person. Li was a bit surprised. He remembered Tianming University, especially how their official media often interacted with the otherworldly girls' battle team in all sorts of strange ways. For the president to show up himself really showed how much they valued the team. Li thought for a moment and sent a brief reply. Please politely decline for me. Then he added, also, help me issue a statement saying we've successfully advanced to Tier 2, and we won't be attending any university in the future. Shen Nanxing was stunned when he saw the reply. Aunt, Brotherly wants us to make an announcement. The Alien Maiden Battle Group will not be attending university. Lin Manius' expression turned to surprise in an instant. She asked what? Why would Mr. Li make such a decision? Doubt filled her mind. If they didn't go to university, how would they acquire the skills needed before reaching level 42? Although professionals weren't limited to learning skills at universities, the schools offered the most comprehensive set of skills for all professions up to level 42, something that couldn't be easily replaced. These skills had been tested and refined, forming the most scientific systems and tactical approaches. As dungeon difficulty increased, especially after level 10, the importance of a systematic approach for professionals became even more apparent. Even within the same profession, different builds could result in significant differences in combat performance. Lin Mani understood that the strong members of the Alien Maiden Battle Group were proud and wanted to forge their own unique and extraordinary path. Yet, when they could directly learn the skill sets and tactics most suited for them, why choose a more difficult route and waste unnecessary time and effort? The Alien Maiden Battle Group was incredibly powerful. If they could quickly boost their combat abilities early on, they'd be able to challenge higher-level dungeons and obtain more valuable attributes, skill points, and talent specializations. Their future achievements would be limitless. However, if they wasted too much time on unnecessary exploration, their development as professionals would be greatly affected. This might not be obvious at first, but as their levels increased, the shortcomings would only become more pronounced. After all, professionals received only one skill point per level, which couldn't be reset once used, so every skill had to be chosen with care. So, are we going to release the statement or not? Shen Nanxing asked. Lin Mani thought for a moment before deciding. Let's politely decline Principal Zhuang for now. As for the statement, he'll try to persuade Mr. Li again. The principal of Tianming University, Zhuang Hetong, had made a high-profile appearance in the media to show how much he valued the Alien Maiden Battle Group, bringing along many reputable reporters. Online, countless people were discussing whether the group would accept Tianming University's special offer. Many believed they would, especially since the principal himself was making the invitation. Although Tianming University wasn't highly ranked nationally, it had a solid foundation and was particularly skilled at nurturing lower-tier professionals. In the annual professional leagues, rankings, and team competitions, graduates from Tianming University might not be the top performers, but their overall standards were consistently high, often ranking among the best in their fields. Alright, Shen Nanxing agreed, though he secretly felt that Brother Li's decision was a bit rash. Without learning skills through the extraordinary university's skill constellations, professionals would have to rely on collecting and buying skill books themselves. While certain skill books could enhance abilities, they still couldn't compare to the systematic skill sets offered by universities. Collecting skill books was difficult enough, but gathering a complete, cohesive skill set was even harder. A few members might manage, but if the entire group depended on self-collection, there was a real risk their skills wouldn't keep up with their level progression. A lack of a well-structured skill system can be fatal for any professional battle team. Li understood this perfectly. He knew that if the Quanglei battle team tried to collect skills on their own instead of learning them through a university's skill constellation, they would likely collapse completely when faced with future challenges. Just then, a major piece of news spread across the internet. Shen Nanxing, representing the Izu girls battle team, had politely declined a personal invitation from Principal Zhuang Hetong of Tianming University. The decision didn't stir much controversy among netizens. Most people thought it was only natural. After all, given Tianming University's ranking, it would be hard to attract a top-tier team with limitless potential. Lin Mani quickly sent a series of messages, trying to persuade him. She laid out all the advantages of Tianming University in detail. especially stressing that it was one of only 3 universities in the country to offer a complete summoner skill constellation. Here, Li could systematically learn every summoner skill up to level 42. Her words did make Li hesitate for a moment, but reality soon made him abandon the idea. At the moment, he was the only summoner in the Izu girls battle team, and the summoner class itself was unique, didn't have complex branches, just one core playstyle: amplification. Even rare subclasses like Shadow Summoner or Eerie Summoner were designed around strengthening summoned creatures. For Li, as long as he could by amplification skills, that was enough. More importantly, his current combat style had already broken free of the traditional summoner framework. With the existence of the Sword Saint Elder Sister, going to university would only hold him back. After careful consideration, Li stuck to his decision and had the Quanglei battle team release an official statement. The moment the statement was published, it caused a huge stir in the professional community. Newcomers participating in the extraordinary trials were shocked to discover that the Izu girls battle team had not only reached level 10 in just half a month, but had already advanced to the second tier. This meant they had successfully cleared an abyssal dungeon without any special training. But what left everyone truly speechless was their decision not to attend university. This completely upended people's expectations. Most believed that skipping university meant losing the chance to systematically learn new skills, making it unimaginable how they could continue to grow stronger. Top universities were caught off guard as well. All their recent efforts to build connections with the Quanglei battle team's official account suddenly came to nothing. A wave of skepticism quickly swept across the internet. Many questioned whether the Izu girls battle team had become overconfident because of their recent success. Criticism and regret flooded in from all sides, and for a while, the topic dominated online discussions. On the forum, numerous second-tier professionals, mostly around level 10, began sharing their personal experiences, their words weighted with hard-earned lessons. Newcomers, we're not trying to discourage you, explained one user, a second-tier professional with the ID Frost Warrior. The gap between second-tier dungeons and beginner dungeons is like the difference between flat ground and a mountain. On normal difficulty, boss fights have at least 3 phase transitions. If you're not careful, you'll get seriously injured or even killed on the spot. Want proof? Check the leaderboards for 5-person mini-dungeons. Try to find a completion time under 10 hours. Another professional chimed in. Even with a standard 2B, 3C team, clearing a normal dungeon takes more than 20 hours. As for raid dungeons, you'll be fighting for days on end. The alien squad is definitely overconfident this time, an experienced player commented. But that's how young people are. Once they experience the terror of a second-tier dungeon firsthand, they'll naturally become more cautious. Luckily, there's still time before the trials end, and since they haven't gone public yet, they can still turn things around. Supporters of the alien squad wanted to argue, but seeing these were first-hand accounts from seasoned second-tier professionals, they fell silent. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, arrogant Lu Zhanling sneered and immediately reported the news to his father, Lu Yuanlong. He recalled his recent visits to the Dark Forest and multiple attempts to approach the Thunderclap squad with a special recruitment offer, only to be repeatedly turned away without even meeting anyone. As an 8th-tier powerhouse, he felt he had already shown them enough respect. Utter nonsense. Lu Yuanlong erupted in anger when he heard the news. How can young people today be so full of themselves? They ignore the hard-earned experience passed down by generations and act purely on impulse. They have no idea how dangerous this is. Lu Zhanling's expression darkened. Their trial results are indeed impressive, but with such arrogance, they'd be an unstable element even if we brought them into the academy. If they insist on going it alone, let them. What a waste of such promising talent, Lu Yuanlong said regretfully. Zhanling, their squad has quite a few members. Perhaps you could reach out to some of the others? Lu Zhanling shook his head, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Father, a decision like this could only have come from the core members. Without them, the rest aren't worth cultivating. If anyone disagrees with this choice, they'll quit the squad on their own. Those who want to come to Imperial Capital University will submit their applications in due time. Lu Yuanlong could only sigh repeatedly and say no more. The major media outlets responded to the situation with caution. Aside from a few city-level news reports, provincial and national outlets remained silent, worried that the announcement might send the wrong message. In the livestream room of the well-known analyst Lai Lai Dewang, viewers kept asking for his take on the matter. As someone who truly understands how to capture an audience, King Lai Lai sat in his livestream studio, facing a steady stream of viewers pouring in, skillfully sidestepping any discussion related to the statement. He occasionally mentioned the exotic maidens battle squad, sometimes changing the subject altogether, until the number of viewers reached the expected peak and a barrage of grand festival rockets lit up the screen. He cleared his throat and began his carefully prepared speech. Everyone, the official media hasn't reported on this matter, and that speaks volumes in itself. As he spoke, he took a sip of water, all the while checking his streaming setup and casually replying to a few comments. Once the gifts had filled the screen, he finally spoke in a measured tone. Let me ask you all a question first. Do you think the members of the Exotic Maidens Battle Squad are fools? He paused. At least in my view, they're not. Both they and we understand the downsides of not going to college. Since they've chosen this path anyway, it means they've found something they believe is more valuable. King Lai Lai chose his words carefully. I trust that the Exotic Maidens made their decision for a reason. But the difficulty of the second-tier dungeon is on a whole different level. Without a mature skill system and battle strategies, they're bound to run into serious trouble. As for what happens next, only time will tell. His remarks struck a balance between engaging with the current hot topic and leaving himself plenty of room to maneuver. As waves of gifts poured into the livestream, the truth was that King Lai Lai wasn't optimistic about the Exotic Maidens Battle Squad's choice. The gap between the second-tier dungeon and the beginner level was simply too vast. Thinking they could repeat their previous glory based solely on first-tier success seemed overly arrogant. Meanwhile, Li Yi, completely unaware of the online controversy, was focused on his game. After replying to Lin Manyu's message, he entered the dungeon with the Swordmaster's sister. You have entered Radiant Cathedral Adventure Mode. Li Yi looked around and found himself on the outskirts of a ruined city. The city, centered around a grand cathedral, was now devastated. Under a dull sky, charred corpses lay everywhere, flames still flickered among the ruins, and the air was thick with the stench of burning and the unique rot of plague creatures. He snapped his fingers, summoning 5 magic circles. 5 lightforged warriors, each 3 meters tall, appeared. Li Yi signaled to one to crouch down, then nimbly climbed up the warrior's arm, which was connected to a stone shield, and settled into a spot where he could both hide and oversee the battlefield. It wasn't the most comfortable seat, but this makeshift mount was doing its job. Lie well, let's begin. At Li Yi's command, the Swordmaster sister drew her sword and stepped boldly into the city's ruins. The other 4 lightforged warriors formed a protective escort around Li Yi as he sat atop his mount. No sooner had they entered the ruins than a pack of scourge specter hounds caught their scent. These vicious creatures let out ear-piercing howls and charged straight at the pair. Ultimate sword technique, Cataclysm. The Swordmaster's expression was icy cold. With a flicker, she leapt high into the air, her long sword slicing through the sky. Brilliant sword energy quickly gathered, forming a massive blade of light over 10 meters long. In an instant, the blade swept across, catching the 8 scourge hellhounds off guard and shredding them into a mist of blood. The light blade continued forward at incredible speed, tearing through a wide swath of ruins, obliterating everything in its path. Debris, withered plants, even the dust in the air was swept away. Only after traveling nearly 50 meters did the blade gradually fade, leaving behind an aura of destruction and a strangely refreshed atmosphere. You killed a level 11 Scourge Hellhound. Gained 18 experience points. You killed a level 11 Scourge Hellhound. Gained 18 experience points. The Swordmaster landed gracefully, her figure as light as a feather, touching down on her toes before standing tall and proud. She radiated the presence of a true master, aloof, untouchable, like an unshakable mountain. Li Yi's eyes lit up, his heart pounding wildly, as if a powerful force had struck his chest. That was amazing. Hold that pose, don't move. Li Yi couldn't help but shout out. The Swordmaster ignored him, instead guiding the light-forged warrior over to Li Yu's side. With a thought, Li Yi leapt over and landed securely on her, wrapping his arms tightly around her neck like an octopus. Li Yu quickly used her other hand to support Li Yi, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. Kiss me, sis. Li Yi took the opportunity to nuzzle closer. We're still in the middle of a fight. Master the Swordmaster's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head to avoid his gaze. I don't care. Li Yi clung to her stubbornly. It's not like I haven't kissed you before. With a resigned sigh, the Swordmaster finally turned back, a trace of helplessness in her expression. You're getting more outrageous by the day, Master. After the 8 Scourge Hellhounds were defeated, Li Yi gained a total of 144 experience points. However, leveling up as a Tier 2 class was much harder now. Each level required 5,000 experience points, 2.5 times more than before, while the experience gained from small monsters had only increased by 20. Still, the sheer number of monsters in Tier 2 dungeons was overwhelming, and with the Swordmaster's rapid kills and Li Yi's 50 solo experience bonus, his progress was still impressive. Soon, they reached the final boss. By now, Li Yu had reached level 11, her experience bar nearly 80 full. Li Yi, however, was feeling a bit down. My luck is terrible. For bosses in, and not a single purple item dropped. He hugged the Swordmaster's waist, finally feeling a bit better. The final boss stood in the main hall of the Radiant Cathedral, a massive humanoid monster 5 meters tall, wielding a heavy warblade. Its body was pieced together from black chitin, its face covered in countless pale, staring eyes. Its own eyes glowed with evil light, and its jagged-toothed mouth opened and closed restlessly. At this moment, the monster was bound by holy chains wielded by 2 young priestesses, but it was struggling desperately. You think you can kill me? Blood demon Torlin's voice was filled with arrogance and rage, his entire body trembling violently. The two priestesses looked terrified, gritting their teeth as they struggled to maintain the chains, but their strength was clearly waning. Li's expression hardened. He already knew from strategy guides that if blood demon Torlin broke free, he would behead the priestesses and drink their blood. Li didn't want to witness such a gruesome sight. When the time comes, save those two priestesses, he said quietly to the swordmaster. She nodded, then used Gale's step to quickly approach the combat zone. Instantly, tension filled the air. The battle was about to erupt. I am the apocalypse. All must die. Blood demon Torlin roared hoarsely, shattering the holy chains and raising his warblade high, swinging it down toward the two priestesses. The swordmaster vanished from her spot, reappearing before Torlin in an instant. Her sword flashed out, her movement like a bolt of lightning, sword energy radiating in all directions, accompanied by the terrifying aura of the ultimate sword technique, Sever. After a quick dash, she appeared before Torlin. The swordmaster moved like lightning, grabbing the priestess who couldn't dodge in time and pulling her away from the blood demon's savage strike. Ultimate sword technique, Sever. With one hand on her sword, the swordmaster drew a dazzling arc through the air. Torlin's massive body split cleanly in two, falling apart in perfect halves. A system notification popped up. You have slain the blood demon Torlin. Experience gained, 360. Thank you, brave warrior. You saved us from the monster. The two young priestesses cried out gratefully, tears in their eyes. Li hurried to the boss's corpse, where two glowing orbs sewn purple, one white floated before him. A special item dropped, he exclaimed, reaching out to grab the white orb. You have obtained Attribute Source Crystal 1. Nice, very nice. Li nodded in satisfaction. A permanent attribute boost way more valuable than early game gear. The purple orb transformed into a necklace in his hand. Premium necklace 729 epic, purple. Strength 100. Level requirement, 11. Effect 1. 1. Attack speed 20. 2. Accuracy 20. Effect 2. Your identity unsettles the blood demons. Finally, an epic drop. Li quickly assessed the stats. Strength isn't the best for me, but the accuracy bonus is great. After weighing his options, he immediately swapped out his old Kaga token necklace. Instantly, he felt a surge of power, his whole body brimming with strength. The two young priestesses began to gather their fallen companions, their slender frames clearly struggling with the weight. Let's get the next quest. Li was about to leave the cathedral's main hall with Liu when the swordmaster's expression suddenly changed. Master, they're dead. Li instantly understood Liu meant the two priestesses. A hidden boss? His eyes turned cold. Let's go back. Returning to the main hall, they found the girls lying lifeless on the ground, no wounds on their body as if their souls had been forcibly ripped away. Master, up on the balcony. Liu's sword sense locked onto a target. They climbed to the second floor. Beneath the massive rose window, a female lich was manipulating dozens of pale blue souls. Each one silently screamed, faces twisted in agony. In her hands, the lich held two blood-tinged souls, the very priestesses they had just saved. You have discovered Soul Collector Nalikes. Kill her, Li roared. You dare harm those I just saved? The swordmaster struck in an instant. Before the lich could even finish her taunt. Ha! No one leaves this city alive. Not even the holy light can protect you. Her head was already flying from her shoulders. But it wasn't over. A shadowy soul burst from the lich's body and soared into the air, devouring every wandering spirit in its path. Its form expanded from 2 meters to 3. I am the prized disciple of Guard, the progenitor of all liches. None of you can truly destroy me. Human, Orsi will drag out your souls and make you suffer eternal torment. Pathetic ants, feel my wrath. The sword saint gave a cold snort and darted into a shadowy corner. Her sword flashed like lightning, slicing through the air and striking the ground with force. A sharp clang rang out as sparks flew from the impact, revealing a black metal box amid the firelight. Nilikihizi's voice instantly turned panicked. Impossible. How did you find my life box? Before she could finish, the sword flashed again, cleaving the box in two. You have slain the Soul Collector, Nilikihizi, and gained 540 experience points. First kill bonus, 540 experience points. Your level has increased to 12. The female lich let out a piercing scream as her spectral body began to rapidly dissolve. Wisps of souls broke free from her control, escaping her form with expressions of relief. As they faded away, the souls looked gratefully at Li and the Sword Saint, murmuring words of thanks as they disappeared. What are you mumbling about? Drop some loot already. Li impatiently kicked aside the broken pieces of the life box and casually picked up a milky white orb. You have obtained Skill Book 1, Soul Communication Passive Skill. No class or level requirement. Allows you to hear the whispers of souls. The skill book was a general type, and Li learned it without hesitation. The moment he touched it, a shiver from deep within his soul surged through him. When he looked up, he immediately heard countless whispers from lost souls. "Warrior, thank you for saving us. May the holy light be with you. Your kindness will be blessed by the gods." Meanwhile, the souls of the female liches cursed them bitterly. Another purple orb fell from the life box, and Li Yi grabbed it without a second thought. The ninth lover's phalange ring. He read the name aloud. The ring was of epic quality, granting 100 spell power and 20 spirit, with a level requirement of 11. Its effect provided 15 spell penetration. Most notably, it came with the active skill Venomous Whisper, an ability that unleashed a harsh curse, causing male souls within a 20-meter radius to flee in terror for 1 minute, with a 1-minute cooldown. Li Yi's eyes lit up. The ring stats were just what he needed, and the attached skill made this purple quality gear even more valuable. Though the skill didn't seem overwhelmingly powerful, he found it quite interesting for a piece of purple gear. He then checked the rewards from the dungeon. 15-person adventure level dungeon cleared, over 10,000 experience gained. Li Yi was satisfied with his leveling speed, having cleared the dungeon in under 20 minutes. The familiar panel popped up. Radiant Cathedral Adventure Dungeon Challenge complete. Time taken, 5 hours, 7 minutes, 34 seconds. Current world ranking, first. Radiant Cathedral Adventure Dungeon Challenge complete. Overall rating, gold 9 stars. Current world ranking, first. Adventurer King Badge. All attributes 100, movement speed and critical hit rate 2. Over the next 2 days, Li Yi and Lai Yu cleared the remaining 5 branch dungeons in the Flame Wave Tide series, except for Token Mountain and the already cleared Radiant Cathedral. During this time, Li Yi also ran a 5-person heroic dungeon twice, earning a limited time bonus of 30 to his attributes. Both Lai Yu and Li Yi reached level 15, with Li Yi's experience sitting at 6 into the level. Over this period, the Adventurer King Badge granted him a total of 225 attribute points, boosting each primary stat by 45 and increasing movement speed and critical hit rate by 4.5. With his Energy Starburst skill maxed out, Li Yi invested all 3 new skill points into the Lightforged Warrior abilities. Lai Yu, meanwhile, maxed out her Sword Intent Perception skill at level 40, greatly enhancing her Sword Sinshan incredibly powerful ability. Feeling pleased with his progress, Li Yi entered the hotel room, where the bathwater had already overflowed the tub and filled the room with steam. He relaxed in the Sword Saint's embrace, enjoying the sensation of skin against skin in the warm water, letting the silky feeling ease all his tension and fill him with contentment. After several days of grinding through high-intensity dungeons, Li Yi could definitely feel the fatigue in his body. Leaning against the headboard, he scrolled through his phone, trying to decide what snacks to bring for tomorrow morning. He'd be picking up new gear and equipment. Once he powered up, he planned to head straight for the 30-player heroic dungeon, Token Mountain, to collect the final night demons I needed for his legendary staff. Just then, Lai Yue, the sword master, seemed especially restless behind him. Li Yi raised an eyebrow, calculating in his mind. Li Yu's total stats had already reached an impressive 6,366 points, with 1,250 in Constitution alone. In comparison, he only had 596 Constitution, and the gap was growing as Li Yu's stats continued to soar. Still, after her next evolution at level 16, she'd finally be able to overcome her breeding instincts once and for all. Thinking about the life-changing moment that lay ahead, Li Yi's heart began to race. Sensing his reaction, Lai Yue grew bolder. "I'm not holding back." Li Yi gritted his teeth and turned around. Lai Yue laughed gleefully, completely unfazed. In less than half an hour, the stubborn Li Yi had to admit defeat and beg for mercy. While Li Yi and Lai Yue were battling, the global internet was abuzz with the name of the Izu Girl Battle Squad. They had claimed first place and perfect scores on both leaderboards for the 15-player normal dungeon Abomination Slaughterhouse and the 15-player adventure-level dungeon Radiant Cathedral. Not only that, but they had also achieved double world firsts and perfect scores in a 5-player heroic dungeon, a 5-player adventure dungeon, 2 5-player normal dungeons, and all 7 branches of the Flamewave Abyss dungeon every major instance, except the 30-player heroic Token Mountain. The news caused a huge stir online. "These are Tier 2 dungeons." Fans commented wildly. Even with class leaders, most teams need over 30 hours to clear Radiant Cathedral, and they did it in just 5. This is a record-breaking performance. In the live stream of renowned analyst Lai Wang, gifts poured in and the chat was flooded with comments. Though he kept his composure on camera, he was sweating nervously, relieved he hadn't joined the chorus of critics against the Izu Girl Battle Squad. As a veteran dungeon analyst, he couldn't fathom what tactics could possibly achieve such staggering results in these branches. Meanwhile, at the base of the Thunder Fury Guild, Shun Tianyue spoke decisively. "Nanxing, get in touch with the Izu Girl Battle Squad immediately. I want to meet their leader." Shin Nanxing lowered his eyelids slightly, masking the fleeting hint of mockery in his eyes. He looked at the middle-aged man before him, his father, Shun Tianyu, dressed impeccably in a suit, exuding an impressive presence. For as long as he could remember, this man had been like a perpetually absent shadow in his life. Childhood memories flooded back. Whenever he quarreled with his half-brother, it was always the brother who could run to their father for comfort and affection. As a boy, Shin Nanqing had once naively asked his mother, "Why doesn't father ever hold me?" His mother's kind face had shown a flash of pain as she tried to reassure him. "Don't say that. Your father held you when you were born." In that moment, tears streamed down his face as he finally understood his place in his father's heart. In truth, Shin Nanqing had always been a quiet and well-behaved child, but in this elite family, being sensible and dutiful was the least valued trait. Here, everything revolved around professional ranking. As long as your rank was high enough, any flaw could easily be overlooked. Shin Nanxing's predicted professional ranking was too low, and that was the real reason his father had treated him with indifference since childhood. Now, the extraordinary system had developed a way to predict professional rankings. While it could only identify high rankings and not the specific profession, this was more than enough for powerful families. Talented children received the best resources from an early age, potions, special items greatly enhancing their physical abilities. After awakening their powers, they would receive the maximum attribute bonuses with each level gained. I wonder what brings father to the Izu girl battle group. Shin Nanqing maintained a courteous, yet distant tone. Shin Tianyue frowned slightly, never liked being questioned by subordinates. But this was his son. Over the years, he had shown little concern for this child, so it was understandable that resentment had grown. As long as his son maintained the outward respect due to a father and elder of the family, he didn't care what the boy truly felt. Any dissatisfaction would eventually bow to the family's vast resources. The Izu girl battle group is backed by you, isn't it? Shin Tianyue relaxed his brow, sidestepping his son's question. Why do you ask, father? Shin Nanqing replied calmly. I've looked into the newcomers from all the families in Zhonghai province, and I can rule out any of them being members of the Izu girl battle group. That means most likely, they're from ordinary backgrounds, without any major family support. Shin Tianyue, for once, looked at his son with a rare hint of approval. You have a good eye for talent discovering a battle group with this much potential. Just as Shin Nanqing was about to explain, his father continued. Given your current financial situation, you must be reaching your limit, aren't you? He glanced at Lin Mani, Shin Nanxing's aunt, standing nearby. Even with some support from the Lin family, it must be difficult to maintain such a high-performing team. That's why I want the family to take over from here. As for the two of you, the family will give you generous compensation and rewards, and arrange suitable positions for you. After hearing this, Shin Nanqing and Lin Mani exchanged glances, both unable to hide their sense of disbelief and frustration. The Shin family's intentions couldn't have been clearer. They wanted to take all the credit, shamelessly pushing the two of them out of the picture. A faint, bitter smile tugged at the corner of Shin Nanxing's mouth. He remembered clearly, when he first founded the Quanglei battle group, his father hadn't paid any attention to him. Once the group achieved some modest success, his father began to interfere, and now, seeing the immense potential of the exotic squad, he was ready to seize control outright, not even bothering to hide his intentions. Father, you misunderstand, Shin Nanqing said, his eyes darkening, his voice calm and steady. Every achievement and record set by the exotic squad was earned through their own strength. It had nothing to do with our support. The two groups are equal partners. The exotic squad is not my subordinate. He paused, his tone growing firmer. In fact, any success Quanglei has achieved is thanks to their support. Shun Tianyu's expression instantly turned cold, his brows furrowing as a trace of displeasure flickered in his eyes. He spoke in a low voice, don't be childish. For now, you might barely be able to hold on, but as their level increases, only the family has the resources to maintain their strength and unlock their full potential. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, continuing his analysis. It's clear the exotic squad is made up of lower-tier professions. Their class strength and growth potential lag far behind those of higher-tier professions, so bridging that gap will require equipment and resources, something that demands a huge investment. Shin Tianyue fixed his sharp gaze on his son. With Quanglei and the Lin family's backing, you might barely manage at Tier 2. But once they reach Tier 3, only two outcomes are possible. Either the exotic squad will have to lower their standards, or Quanglei will collapse under the pressure and the exotic squad will be split up. Either way, it would be a shame. Only if the Shun family takes over can their full potential be realized. Shin Nanqing shook his head slowly, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Father, you're underestimating the exotic squad. The moment they achieved a perfect score in the Tier 2 dungeon, they left all the other groups behind. Even the world's top teams can't compare to them. He looked his father squarely in the eye. If the family's teams don't want to be left in the dust and want access to their strategies, I can act as a go-between to help negotiate. Nanxing's expression was calm and resolute. As for taking over, you say that, but I don't even know how many members the exotic squad has or what their class setup is. How could I possibly take over? Lin Mani chuckled softly from the side, her red lips curving into a smile. Let me put it plainly, brother-in-law. There can be countless Quanglei battle groups, but there's only one exotic squad. We didn't discover them, they made us who we are. Her voice was clear and unwavering. To be frank, we're just the spokespersons for the exotic squad. Although Lin Mani was the same age as Shen Nanxing, she was of the same generation as Shen Tianyue, so she had no fear of his authority. Shen Tianyu's expression grew even darker as he stared at Shen Nanxing, his gaze cold and distant, as if he were looking at a stranger. Suddenly, he said something shocking. So, you want to go independent? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. After all their back and forth, it was clear neither of them wanted to hand over control of the exotic squad. Shen Tianyue had simply called it out directly. Shen Nanxing remained silent. Though his father was stubborn and refused to believe what he and Lin Mani had said, he had nevertheless hit the nail on the head. This was exactly what Nanxing wanted. The room fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Shen Nanxing looked up, meeting his father's gaze heated, and answered, word by word, yes. A flicker of surprise flashed in Shen Tianyu's eyes, as if he was only now realizing the true nature of the son before him. The child who had always been so obedient and well-behaved actually had a rebellious side, had never shown. All this time, his apparent compliance had only been a mask to conceal his real thoughts. In that instant, everything became clear to Shen Tianyue. Shen Nanxing's resistance to the arranged marriage and to the family wasn't something sudden. He simply never agreed with any of it in the first place. A cold laugh slipped from Shen Tianyu's lips, his disappointment barely contained. Who could truly break free from the influence of family? How many had tried to escape, only to inevitably return in the end? Only after facing the harshness of the outside world would one truly understand the value of the family's protection. Rising to his feet, Shen Tianyu's expression darkened, his silent gaze sweeping across the room. His patience was entirely spent. Since neither of them was willing to hand over control, he saw no point in wasting any more time. In the end, they were merely juniors of lower rank. There was nothing new under the sun. The alien maiden battle group's achievements and record must have their secrets, but sooner or later, the truth would come out. When that happened, these young ones would lose their edge, unable to bridge the gap between ranks, and all their success would vanish. No matter how hard Shen Nanxing struggled, he couldn't change the fact that he was a rank professional. Ambition is good, but without the strength to match it, you're just a joke, Shen Tianyue said coldly, his icy gaze leaving no room for doubt. Whether your battle group's rise is due to real skill or just a stroke of luck, they'll be watching. I hope your backbone lasts a little longer maybe, then he'll think a bit more of you. With those words, Shen Tianyue turned and left the base, his steps firm and unhesitating. Shen Nanxing lowered his gaze, falling silent as a storm of emotions churned inside him. Lin Mani glanced at him sideways, her expression unreadable, as if she could see straight through him. What's wrong? Feeling down because your father didn't approve? Shen Nanxing looked up, his tone calm. Approval? I don't need his approval. It's just that I suddenly realized the father I once looked up to is actually so narrow-minded. Strip away his status and rank, and he's just an ordinary man. He thinks your professional rank decides everything, that those at the bottom can never surpass those above. He believes that professionals from humble backgrounds, without outside help, could never form a powerful team. He spent so long at the top that he's forgotten what humility means. He took a deep breath, determination shining in his eyes. Annie, I've decided to attempt the second rank advancement trial ahead of schedule. Lin Mani frowned, surprised. Think carefully. We're not the alien maiden battle group. Advancing means entering the abyss instance. It's extremely dangerous to go in without special training. Shen Nanxing clenched his jaw, a look of resolve in his eyes. By the time training is over, it'll be half a year from now. By then, Brotherly might already be at the third rank. The gap between us will only grow. I can't wait that long. They'll go to Brotherly for advice, and when the time is right, we'll enter the abyss instance together. If we work together, we should have no problem advancing. Early morning, Yinling Base Hotel. Li Yi slipped out of the Sword Saint's embrace, stretched, and was about to get dressed. But just then, a long, impossibly beautiful leg shot out from under the covers, hooking him back in. Li Yue, stop messing around. We're supposed to meet Philo Sundan. Hold us up. Li Yi said helplessly. The Sword Saint blinked, looking puzzled. How would I hold us up? Li Yi could only give a wry smile, resigned. All right, you asked for it. They really didn't waste much time. After their bath, the two left the hotel, picked up some delicious food, and soon returned to the center of Flamewave Tide. Near the dungeon portal, a kindly old man stood waiting, bowing respectfully. Your Grace, welcome back to the Radiant Fortress. Li Yi nodded in response, acknowledging the greeting as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, he stopped, as if something had occurred to him. I have a question I'd like to ask you. The old man bowed slightly, maintaining his respectful demeanor. Your Grace, I will answer as best I can. Do you know about the halfling's foot-kissing ritual? Li Yi asked. A smile appeared on the old man's face. Your Grace, you've asked the right person. When I was young, I traveled through many lands and spent some time in halfling villages. Halflings are a simple, good-natured, and cheerful people, and they express their feelings very directly. The foot-kissing ritual is a way for a halfling girl to acknowledge her partner. If a suitor is willing to kiss the top of her foot, It means they've established an intimate relationship. Li Yi was stunned, his eyes wide. An intimate relationship? He hadn't expected the foot-kissing ritual Philo mentioned to have such a meaning. No wonder she had accused him of being a flirt. She must have seen him as a suitor. What surprised him even more was that Philo had actually agreed. Feeling a little guilty, he glanced at Laiwa. Sword Saint Big Sister. The old man noticed Li Yi's reaction and looked a bit surprised. Your Grace, did you and a halfling girl complete the ritual? From your reaction, you seem unaware of its significance. He paused, then added kindly, you'd better explain things to her soon. After all, halflings look quite different from us. They're usually short and sturdy, have big appetites, and aren't always the most hygienic. At this point, the old man began listing the many flaws of halflings: flat noses, broad faces, large mouths with yellow teeth, and thick, big feet that often weren't very clean. Although they're straightforward, cheerful, pure, and kind, these qualities often get overshadowed by their appearance. Li, he couldn't help but wonder, is he really talking about halflings? How come Philo is so soft, sweet, cute, and well-behaved? Isn't she just a regular halfling? Seeing his confusion, the old man smiled gently. Your Grace, don't worry. Halflings are pure-hearted. She may not fully understand what the foot-kissing ritual means. She might just see you as a good friend. After all, our looks don't exactly match halfling standards of beauty. Li started to understand. It didn't seem likely that Philo had developed feelings for him in just a few days, anyway. He nodded quietly, said goodbye to the old man, and headed toward the treehouse. Li, you're here. Philo rushed over to him, hugging his neck tightly and rubbing her warm cheek against his. She was wearing only a thin white dress today, and the breeze made the hem flutter as she moved. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat, and his mind went blank for a moment. No underwear? That's totally unfair. Hi there, orc girl. Philo greeted Laiwa cheerfully, her voice bright and friendly. Laiwa was caught off guard for a moment, then remembered that halflings are a long-lived race. The thought made her reflect briefly, but she quickly recovered, smiled, and reached out her elegant fingers to gently ruffle Philo's small head, her hand nearly covering it completely. Philo playfully nuzzled into Li Yu's palm before letting go of Li Yi. She pinched Li Yi's cheeks with her small hands and grinned mischievously. The equipment is almost ready. We're just waiting for you to decide on the final buff. Looking at Philo's impossibly cute face, Li Yi felt a bit flustered. Explain? Explain what? He forced himself not to look at her soft, fair skin and tried to focus. You want me to confirm the buff? We can actually choose the equipment's effect? Philo nodded earnestly, her eyes serious. These 6 pieces make up a full set, right? But the secondary bonuses are all over the place. You can't change the main bonus, but the additional attributes can be adjusted. She paused, then smiled. You can choose to sacrifice some of these secondary effects to greatly strengthen one of them, but you can only enhance an attribute that's already present. A flash of excitement crossed Li Yi's eyes as he immediately understood. The secondary bonuses Philo mentioned must be things like casting speed and skill cooldowns. Since his skills triggered instantly and had no cooldown, those were almost useless to him. Could give them up and focus everything on spell penetration. Lady Philo, you're amazing, he exclaimed, eyes sparkling with genuine admiration. Philo put her hands on her hips and tilted her chin up, pride written all over her face. Of course, I'm a legendary smith, after all. With a flick of her wrist, the 6 pieces of white cloth armor floated gracefully in the air, their sleek lines showing the care that had gone into crafting them. She pointed at the equipment and explained, the set includes bonuses for magic defense, spell amplification, casting speed, and faster spell concentration. Which one do you want to strengthen? Li Yi quickly figured out the attributes: magic resistance, spell penetration, casting speed, and skill cooldown. He didn't hesitate. Keep magic defense, remove casting speed and spell concentration, and pour everything into spell amplification. Philo blinked, making sure. Are you sure? Once the equipment is finished, it can't be changed. Li Yi nodded firmly. I'm sure. The equipment went back into the forge. As the flames danced, Philo smiled. Just a little longer. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Li Yi sneaking a glance at her. She spun around, arms out, and twirled in place, her tone playful. How do you like Lady Philo's outfit today? Li Yi's eyes widened and he forgot to breathe, stammering but utterly sincere. It's beautiful. Lady Philo, you're the cutest. He gave her a thumbs up and nodded like a pecking chick. Philo giggled at her partner's praise, but the next second, she glanced down and her face turned bright red, embarrassment flooding her features. You bad human. With a squeal, she turned into a streak of light and darted back into her room. Li looked a bit awkward. He hadn't meant to stare, he just didn't know how to warn her. From inside the nearby room, the sword saint who had been meditating opened her eyes, a knowing smile tugging at her lips. This is just the beginning. That halfling girl will soon find out her partner is even more mischievous than she imagines. Not long after, Philo came flying out, now properly dressed, and thumped Li Yi on the head with her tiny fist, her cheeks puffed out in indignation. Bad human. Why didn't you warn me? Even though they were bonded as partners, a girl would still be mortified to be seen like that. Li Yi bowed his head and apologized sincerely. But Philo wasn't satisfied. Not enough sincerity. She had just reforged his equipment, and he had the nerve to sneak a peek unforgivable. A sudden idea flashed through Li Yi's mind as he remembered something the old man by the portal had said about halfling customs. Without explaining, he gently lifted Philo's small foot. Philo shivered slightly, surprise flickering across her face as if she knew what was coming. Sure enough, Li lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on the top of her foot. "Does Lady Philo forgive me now?" he asked, looking up at her with genuine eyes. Philo's expression was complicated, shock flooding her face. "How did you know this is the apology ritual between halfling partners?" Li Yi was still holding her foot, smiling as he gave it a gentle squeeze. "I asked an elder at the fortresses traveled a lot, even to your village." Philo's face went scarlet, the blush spreading from her cheeks all the way down her neck. Suddenly, a new thought struck her. If he knew about the foot-kissing ritual, then he must also understand exactly what it means. She quickly pulled her foot back and grabbed Li Yi's cheek, putting on a fierce yet adorable expression. "A partnership isn't the same as a formal human marriage, you know. If you go too far, Lord Philo won't let you off the hook." Li Yi gazed at the soft, sweet, and impossibly cute halfling girl in front of him, a strange feeling welling up inside. So, Lord Philo actually understood everything. He couldn't believe he had somehow formed such a close bond with a girl from another world. With Philo being this adorable, how could he not be drawn to her? Lost in his thoughts, he was snapped back to reality by a gentle tap from Philo. "What are you daydreaming about? Cooking up another scheme?" Li Yi immediately confessed. "You've got it wrong, Lord Philo. I just feel so lucky, honored, and happy to be your partner. You're the cutest girl I've ever met." That was always his way, careful and reserved until he was sure of the other person's feelings. But once he was certain, he never hesitated to shower them with compliments. In short, he was the classic reserved romantic. Hearing his words, Philo felt a wave of warmth wash over her, her irritation melting away. As a halfling, praise and flattery were her favorites, and a shy smile appeared on her face. "You're a human, and you still think I'm cute? I'm so tiny, not like those orc girls." Li Yi replied seriously. "That's exactly what makes you even cuter. Lord Philo, you're simply adorable." A look of bashful delight lit up Philo's face, and she almost felt like she could float away from happiness. She lightly flew up to Li Yi's shoulder, leaning against his cheek as she sat down, and tapped his chest and stomach gently with her heels. "Do you really like squeezing Philo's feet? Go ahead, but don't be too rough. I'm not like other halflings with tough skin. You have to be gentle with me." Li Yi was overjoyed, marveling at how wonderful it felt. He gently held her foot, feeling completely content as the two of them waited quietly for the equipment to be finished. "I told you not to use so much force," Philo scolded, giving Li Yi's head a light smack. Earlier, his curiosity had gotten the better of him and had pinched the soft pads of her toes, which had annoyed her. "Annoying human, finally behaving yourself." The conversation shifted, and Li Yi asked tentatively, "By the way, Lord Philo, do you mind Liwa?" Philo played with his hair, blinking at the question. "Li Yu eyes that the orc girl's name?" Li Yi nodded. Philo grinned mischievously. "You're really good to me, and you're a great human. A little bit of a wandering heart isn't a big deal." Her tone was gentle, clearly only caring about how Li Yi treated her. "I don't mind if you like other girls." Li Yi felt a wave of warmth inside. Lord Philo was just too adorable. As for the swordmaster older sister who doted on him endlessly, he was sure Philo wouldn't mind either. "What are you rubbing over there? Trying to start a fire with sticks?" Philo said, giving his head another playful smack. "Why are you still rubbing?" After Li Yi's repeated apologies, Philo finally let it go. Half an hour later, the equipment was finally finished. With a flourish, Philo sent the equipment flying straight to Li Yi, landing perfectly in his hands. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "See for yourself how well Lord Philo's craftsmanship turned out." Li Yi hurriedly checked the equipment's stats and was instantly dazzled by the powerful attributes. Mystic Spirit Conduit Set. Pieces, pauldrons, tunic, pants, boots, gloves, mask. Quality, legendary. 700 magic power, 200 spirit, 100 constitution. Level requirement, 11. Bonus attributes. 1. 5 skill points. 2. 40 magic resistance. 3. 45 spell penetration. 2-piece bonus, 20 summon attack speed, 20 energy star projectile damage. 4-piece bonus, 40 summon attack and defense. 6-piece bonus, for every 2 summon creatures, the third summon creature has 40 size and 40 to all stats. Li Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. "This is incredible." He quickly took off his jungle seeker set, his heart pounding with excitement. Although Li Yi lost the 20 movement speed bonus from the jungle seeker set, his speed was already high enough that this loss was almost negligible. Since removing the jungle seeker also cost him 2 skill points, the level of energy starburst dropped back to 28, but he immediately reinvested 2 points to restore it. The remaining 3 points were used to upgrade summon Lightforged Warrior to level 12. At this moment, he checked his character panel again. His stats were Strength 295, Agility 232, Constitution 696, Spirit 466, Spell Power 1053, and Movement Speed 214. Active skills included Energy Starburst at level 30, Summon Lightforged Warrior at level 12, Admonishing Lash at level 6, and Summon Man-Eating Brambles at level 6. His passive skill was Driver's Inspiration at level 6. In addition, he had 36.5 critical chance, 63 magic resistance, 30 extra range, and 35 bonus projectile speed. Most impressive was his spell penetration, which reached a staggering 80. This wasn't ordinary spell penetration, but the maximum provided by second-tier equipment, unaffected by diminishing returns. In other words, Li Yi's attacks were almost equivalent to true damage. His 1053 spell power directly boosted Energy Starburst damage by 105.3, and this value further amplified the effect of Driver's Inspiration. At level 6, Driver's Inspiration provides summon creatures with a base 15 all-stats bonus, plus an extra 1 for every 50 spell power. With 1053 spell power, that's a 36 bonus. Combined with the effects of Admonishing Lash and the Warlord title, and further enhanced by the Mystic Spirit set, the Lightforged Warrior's total stat bonus was nearly 116. With the full 6-piece set, it reached an astonishing 156. Li Yi couldn't help but marvel as Lightforged Warrior had become unimaginably powerful, likely on par with a mini-boss from a standard 15-player dungeon. Of course, despite this power, the Sword Saint's attacks still filled Li Yi with awe. One strike from her, and he would be utterly defenseless. But for Li Yi, he had now truly entered the ranks of top-tier players across all classes. Could this be the world's first complete second-tier legendary set? Li Yi thought excitedly. Just then, the topic of the Orc Girl's equipment bonuses came up, and Lord Philos' voice sounded in his ear. Li Yu's gear included a mask, scarf, shirt, belt, pants, boots, bracers, and a longsword, a total of 8 legendary items. Li Yi turned his attention to magic resistance, considering his options. 2 hours later, the Sword Saint's gear was finally ready as well. Thanks to Li Yu's maxed out sword awareness at level 40, which provided a whopping 102.5 dodge chance, any physical attacks lacking accuracy bonuses were virtually useless against her. All 8 of Li Yu's legendary items had reached the 5th tier, roughly equivalent to level 50 gear. This set would easily last her until level 50 without needing replacements. The 7 armor pieces alone granted impressive bonuses: 1800 agility, 500 strength, 500 constitution, 120 magic resistance, 40 attack speed, and 30 armor penetration. Most striking of all was her weapon's sleek, radiant silver longsword, its blade shimmering with a blue-green aura, brilliant enough to slice through anything in its path. So tired, I just want to sleep, Philo yawned, her slender body unconsciously slipping off Li Yi's shoulder. He reacted quickly, catching her around the waist. The sensation made his heart skip a beat. This was the first time he had held Lady Philo so closely. Unlike Li Yu's powerful warmth, Philo's petite frame felt soft and fragile, as if she might break with the slightest pressure. "He'll take you back to your room," Li Yi said softly, his gaze full of concern. 3 days of forging equipment had truly worn her out. Philo murmured sleepily, wrapping her arms around his neck as her eyelids grew heavy. Li Yi carried her to her room, gently laying her on the bed and pulling back the covers. Carefully, he lifted her to free her long, thick black hair that trailed down to her ankles. Half awake, Philo felt his hand at her neck and shifted in confusion. "What are you doing?" "Your hair," Li Yi explained quietly, then tucked her in. Philo was soon fast asleep, her quiet breaths barely audible. Li Yi was about to leave, but her peaceful, adorable face made him pause. He couldn't resist leaning over to gently pinch her rosy cheek and tap her delicate nose. Finally, almost against his own will, he stole a quick kiss on her lips, fully aware he might be punished for it. When Li Yi returned to Li Yu's room with the new equipment, the Sword Saint opened her eyes, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "You're getting pretty bold, master." Li Yi blushed, scratching his head awkwardly. "Oh, you don't mind, do you?" He knew Li Yi probably wouldn't care, but he still felt a little nervous. "If I minded, would I let you two cuddle in the living room?" Li Yi shot back with a laugh. Relieved by her response, Li Yi grinned. "Let's try the new gear." Li Yi stood and changed out of her black battle suit, donning the new white armor. The new outfit was a little less alluring, but it only made her look even more heroic and striking. "Looks great. It fits perfectly. Philo's craftsmanship is impressive," Li Yi praised, especially fond of the legendary sword. Its power, durability, and balance far surpassed anything Shed used before. Li Yi glanced at Li Yu's stats panel. Strength, 1,360. Agility, 4,235. Constitution, 1,635. Spirit, 490. Magic power, 365. Her total stats had surpassed 8,000, almost 3 times his own. Of course, that didn't mean her combat strength was merely triple his. As a king tier, twice evolved raid boss, Li Yu's stats gave an overwhelming boost to her skills and attacks. At her peak, Her true strength might be 50 times his. But none of that mattered. Li Yue was his power. Suddenly, Li Yue grabbed Li Yi by the collar and threw him onto the bed. She knelt beside him, leaning in close. Her crimson eyes seemed to flicker with flames as she licked her lips, her expression cool and commanding. Master, may I punish you? Li Yi stepped out of the portal from Flame Wave Tide, a hint of lingering fear on his face. Fortunately, he had managed to recall Li Yu into the summoning space just in time. Otherwise, he might not even have been able to get out of bed. Even if the Sword Saint elder sister could completely solve the instability during her breeding period after reaching level 16, her physical condition was still a major concern. Li Yi sighed inwardly. He pulled up his mask and headed toward the entrance of the Token Mountain dungeon. Among the 7 branch dungeons of Flame Wave Tide, Token Mountain was the most challenging hero-level raid, accessible only to level 20 professionals who had reached the 2nd tier. The dungeon was a major source of crafting materials, especially the Night Demon Bone dropped by the final boss, the ancient Night Demona core component, and many weapon blueprints. As a result, Token Mountain had always been a prime battlefield for high-level farming teams. Strange, why is there no drop information for the Night Demon Eye? Li wondered. Last time, he had only skimmed through the Token Mountain details, but after taking a closer look now, he realized the ancient Night Demon didn't seem to drop the Night Demon Eye at all. This reminded him of the Gale Feather dropped by the hidden boss, King of the Mountain, in the Shadow Tribe instance. Could the Night Demon Eye also be a hidden boss drop? Li Yi couldn't help but feel troubled. Token Mountain had a strict team mechanic. Solo runs were impossible. This meant Li Yu couldn't participate. Without the Sword Saint's keen sense for sword intent, it would be nearly impossible to locate any hidden boss. After considering his options, Li Yi decided to join a team first. Even if he didn't get the Night Demon Eye, gaining some experience points wouldn't be a total loss. Standing outside the dungeon, Li Yi scanned the area and saw over 40 teams deep in discussion, with more than 1,000 players gathered, many of them even foreign gamers. He frowned slightly as he overheard a recruiter calling out, "Wolf Smoke Elite Squad leading a Source Crystal Clear run. Need 2 supports, 2 tanks, 3 healers. Full bonuses, tank repair costs covered." Another voice quickly followed, "Old One Mats run forming, just clearing mobs, no boss fights. All classes above level 15 welcome." Li Yi couldn't help but glance at the solo group making their pitch. With a total stat panel of over 1,800, this player was likely an elite from the tier, equipped with at least 4 purple items and 8 blue ones. Given that most people only had blue gear at this stage, anyone with 4 purple items was already considered top tier. Just then, a new voice cut through the noise. "Double leaderboard, push team main, guild name on the line. Looking for core DPS." Li Yi paused. Teams aiming for the double leaderboard were never short on ambition. These groups were the most likely to go after hidden bosses. He looked over and spotted a distinctive team. Most members were young, all wearing matching uniforms with the emblem of Capital University. This squad immediately caught Li Yi's attention. Their purpose was clear, and the atmosphere around them radiated a sense of unity that set them apart from the rest. It turned out to be a university team, here to challenge a Tier 2 dungeon. Judging by their ages, they were probably no older than sophomores. At Extraordinary University, most students would reach Tier 2 by the first semester of their freshman year. Then, in the 2nd semester, they would level up to 20 and aim to reach Tier 3 during their sophomore year. Li Yi counted the group. There were 27 people, 3 short of a full team. "Captain, maybe we should go back to campus to find more people. Most of the grinders are old hands, and it's really tough to find a main DPS." Chu Qing complained. Had been recruiting for 4 days, but no one was interested. Among the grinders, those who could actually fight were usually low-tier class professions. To take on the main DPS role, they needed a full set of carefully crafted epic gear. People like that only cared about money and had zero interest in the leaderboards. Of course, they could hire someone, but that brought its own problems. If they agreed to pay only if they made the rankings, the price would be sky high. If they just hired someone as muscle, slacking off was inevitable. Meng Qingling's gaze swept over her anxious teammates, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. The competition between battle teams at Imperial Capital University was intense. If they hadn't lost 3 core DPS members to poaching, they wouldn't be in this mess. "Hey, Meng, the campus belle still hasn't filled her team." Another group in Imperial Capital University uniforms was walking out of the dungeon. The young man in front looked smug as they passed by Meng Qingling's team. "We did pretty well this time, 8th in the nation." Meng Qingling's expression was cold. She ignored him. Chu Qing snorted and snapped back. "Tung Hong, you poached our 3 core DPS just to get a measly 8th place? Looks like your main team isn't all that. No wonder you're always playing dirty tricks behind the scenes." Poaching between teams was common, but this group had deliberately snatched their players right after Yun Kong battle team's training, clearly trying to trip them up. Tung Hong just smiled, unfazed. "If you can't keep your people, that's on you. Maybe Meng the campus belle is just too aloof." The 3 main DPS had all joined because of Meng Qingling herself. If she had been a bit more tactful, kept them interested, things wouldn't have ended with them quitting out of spite. "Tisk, 8th place isn't great, but at least we get ranking rewards. You guys should worry about filling your team first. Tung Hong laughed triumphantly as he walked away. What a petty man. Chu Qing gritted his teeth. Meng Qingling spoke calmly. Don't let it bother you. It's actually for the best that those three left. She believed it was better to weed out those who joined the team with ulterior motives. Otherwise, they'd only cause trouble down the line. The dungeon isn't going anywhere. We can challenge it anytime. Worst case, we just lose a few days. We'll wait another 3 hours. If we can't find anyone, we'll head back to the capital, Meng Qingling announced to the team. Everyone nodded in understanding, though no one seemed hopeful. If they couldn't fill the team in 4 days, what were the chances someone would show up in the last few hours? After Li Yi and his team passed by, he walked up to the student battle team from Imperial Capital University. Hi, you're the ranking team for Tuajin Mountain, right? He asked. 27 pairs of eyes turned toward him. After a brief pause, Chu Qing nodded. That's right. We're looking for a main DPS. Are you interested? Li Yi nodded. I can be the main DPS. Out of habit, Chu Qing used an appraisal skill. Class, Summoner. Level, 15. A Summoner? Level 15? Chu Qing was stunned, about to politely refuse. But then he noticed the last line of information. Team, Guardians of the Best Exotic Girl. Whoa. Chu Qing suddenly let out a strange yell, his voice so loud it made the others around him tremble. What the hell are you screaming for? You scared me half to death. The other members snapped at him. But then, everyone saw Chu Qing pointing at Li Yi, his eyes wide with shock and his face flushed as if he might burst into flames. His hand shook uncontrollably, and for a long moment, he couldn't get a word out. Even Meng Qingling, who was usually calm and collected, couldn't help but grow curious. One after another, everyone used their appraisal skill on Li Yi. Suddenly, the group erupted in exclamations of surprise. No way. No freaking way. The members shouted in disbelief. Meng Qingling's eyes widened as well. She blinked hard, checked again, but there was no mistake, he really was a member of the Izu girls' battle team. Everyone rushed over, quickly crowding around Li Yi so tightly there wasn't any space left. The words summoner were instantly forgotten. An idol. A Izu girl's brother. Oh my god. Husband Meng Qingling nearly rolled her eyes. She looked around at her teammates, who usually acted proud and aloof, but now had crazed, starstruck looks on their faces, completely forgetting their usual composure. What on earth was going on? You're making the whole Imperial University look bad, she muttered, a dark line forming on her forehead. Li Yi was startled as well. Had expected a bit of a reaction, but nothing this wild. After all, everyone here was from Imperial University, the cream of the crop, so why did they look like crazed fans at a pop concert? Just then, a petite, bold girl suddenly threw herself at Li Yi, grabbing his arm as if she never wanted to let go. Fortunately, after all his training with the Sword Saint, Li Yi had developed a strong sense of self-control. Move. Move. Meng Qingling shouted, forcefully pushing the others aside. What are you all doing? Get it together. As the team leader, her authority finally brought everyone back to their senses, and they reluctantly stepped back. But the tiny girl still refused to let go. Su Xiaohua. Meng Qingling's brows drew together in anger, her eyes flashing. Let go of him right now, or he'll send your dad the photos. At that, Su Xiaohua immediately pictured her father's terrifying face and shrank back. Is threatening me with my dad all you know how to do? She grumbled through clenched teeth. But Meng Qingling's tactic worked. Su Xiaohua pouted and reluctantly let go of Li Yi's arm. All of you, go wait over there. Meng Qingling pointed to an open area not far away. Everyone was clearly disappointed, but no one dared argue. They shuffled away, glancing back every few steps. Once the group had dispersed, Meng Qingling finally let a pleasant smile show, her eyes sparkling with interest. Excuse me, she began, but then remembered the Izu girls' battle team's public statement they didn't attend university. How should I address you? She asked with a gentle smile. Li Yi met her gaze and didn't hide his name. Li Yi. Meng Qingling nodded lightly, quietly committing the name to memory. Li Yi didn't try to hide his identity after all. He hadn't revealed that he was the only member of the Izu girls' battle team. Claiming to be one of the team was no big deal. With the team's current fame, there was no way the authorities would take him lightly. Anyone wanting to mess with him would definitely have to think twice. The two of them walked over and sat down on a nearby bench. Mr. Li, we would be honored if you joined us in challenging the rankings. If I may ask, are you here alone? Meng Qingling brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes shining with excitement and a shy smile on her lips. She unconsciously straightened her back, accentuating her graceful figure. At 1.7 meters tall, she was strikingly beautiful, her elegance surpassing even Zhou Shui. Every gesture hinted at a background in dance. Though she was still young, her presence was already captivating. Not far away, the members of the Yun Kong battle team were watching the scene, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Their usually aloof and icy captain had never shown the slightest hint of girlish behavior. But now, her actions made Su Xiaohua jump up in disbelief, angrily pointing at Meng Qingling. Look at her. She always acts like an ice queen, but now that she's met a good-looking guy, How come she's suddenly acting all flirty? The others quickly lowered their heads, not daring to join in the conversation. Su Xiaohua and Meng Qingling were cousins and close enough to joke around like this without holding back, but anyone else who dared to comment might risk losing their place at Imperial Capital University. Besides, which girl didn't get flustered around members of the Exotic Maidens battle team? Weren't you, yourself, snuggling up to them just a moment ago? Li Yi smiled and said, "You're short 3 main carries, right? I think I alone can fill that gap." He wasn't bragging thanks to his powerful mana regeneration buffs. He could easily cover the roles of 3 people. After all, a mere hero-level raid wasn't enough to stop him from steamrolling the whole place solo. So you're saying we don't need to recruit any more players? A glint of excitement flashed in Meng Qingling's eyes. Even though Li Yi was only a drank summoner, she didn't doubt him for a second. The exotic maidens had already proven their strength with their results. Li Yi thought for a moment, then asked, "Do you have a bard, a hymnist, a nature healer, or a blessing knight?" Meng Qingling nodded. "We have a blessing knight. This dungeon doesn't have the kind of war scenes you see in Flamewave Tide, so we don't need mass summons. With a blessing knight's dawn blessing, our mana recovery should be enough." Li Yi smiled. "Then let's get started. As for the other 2 slots, it's up to you if you want to fill them. But I do have one request. Everyone should keep an eye out for clues about hidden bosses along the way." Meng Qingling thought for a moment, then agreed. "Let's not add anyone else. Unless we use the exotic maiden's name, it would be hard to find 2 more top-tier carries. But if we do that, I don't know if Li Yi would be comfortable. Even if he agrees, he might not like it. I don't want to upset him." Li Yi nodded in agreement. Meng Qingling then invited him to join the team and started gathering the members to get ready for the dungeon. As soon as the others heard, they crowded around. Some asked for autographs, some wanted photos, and others even tried to exchange contact info. Li Yi didn't give out his contact details, but promised autographs and photos after they cleared the dungeon. "Can I record your gameplay in the dungeon?" Su Xiaohua asked eagerly. Li Yi smiled, thought it over, and decided that even if he refused, someone would probably record secretly anyway, so it was better to just agree openly. Sure. Su Xiaohua was overjoyed. The 28-person team set off in high spirits and entered Tuajin Mountain. As soon as they entered, a wave of stench hit them worse than the toxic mines of the dark forest. The area was a swamp full of mud pits, littered with excrement and rotting carcasses, filling the air with a nauseating odor. Pinching her nose, Meng Qingling walked over to Li Yi and whispered, "This is just the outer area of Tuajin Mountain. It gets better once we head inside." At that moment, a pack of black-skinned wild boars caught the scent of humans and charged over, grunting fiercely. In a hero-level dungeon, even the regular monsters had magical shields. Those had to be broken before any real damage could be dealt. "Frontline, take position. Formation for damage output." Meng Qingling commanded loudly. 6 frontline players quickly raised their shields and roared as they moved forward. The 2 guardian knights at the core of the frontline stomped their feet, spreading holy light out from beneath them, illuminating a 5 or 6 meter radius. As soon as the boars stepped into the light, they howled in pain as it burned them. The shield warriors on either side immediately charged forward, their sturdy shields absorbing the boars' attacks. Then the backline damage dealers launched a fierce counterattack. Li Yi observed the team carefully. Most of the supports and frontliners were below a rank, while there were 2 strength damage dealers, one of whom was Su Xiaohua. Her petite figure nimbly darted across the battlefield, sending waves of white energy flying from her hands. She was a chi master, an advanced martial artist class. As for the captain, Meng Qingling, she wore a fitted blue leather armor and wielded a longbow. She was a rare arrow sovereign among rangers. As the battle heated up, more and more eyes turned to Li Yi, curious to see what the legendary exotic maidens member would do. Finally, under everyone's expectant gaze, Li Yi made his move. He stood firm as a summoning circle appeared before him. Moments later, several stone golems, their bodies glowing with holy light, materialized one after another, each wielding a massive shield and sword. The 4 in front stood 3 meters tall, while 2 others towered over 4 meters. "Frontline, make some space," Li Yi called out, his voice strong and commanding, instantly energizing the whole team. The students of the Yun Kong battle squad looked up in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could something be this enormous? Their legs trembled involuntarily, and they all stepped back to make room for the massive summoned creatures. Was it really possible to summon something this gigantic? And there were 6 of them. How did he even manage it? Just how much skill cooldown had he saved up to call forth beings of this size? The 6 colossal summons stood before them like iron towers, their overwhelming presence almost suffocating. The very air felt frozen, making it hard to breathe. When the enormous summoning formation first appeared, everyone sensed that these creatures were anything but ordinary. Still, when the shadowy outlines took form, though they were already stunned, some comforted themselves. It was just a projection. Surely the real things wouldn't be this huge. But when the shadows materialized, the reality hit them. These monsters really were that gigantic. What made their hearts sink even more was the solid build of the stone giants. Their bodies looked incredibly sturdy, promising formidable defense. The massive shields and swords they carried seemed utterly unbreakable, and their destructive power was enough to make anyone shiver. Meng Qingling's eyes were wide with shock, her fingers trembling slightly. If these 6 behemoths appeared behind her in battle, she'd probably die from fright alone. Thankfully, these were summoned by her teammate. She swallowed hard, her heart pounding. The members of the exotic warriors squad were truly on another level. She had expected Li Yi to use some special tactical trick, but she hadn't imagined he'd play such a trump card right from the start. Who wouldn't panic in front of these 6 monsters? It was terrifying. Unable to resist, she cast Identify again, but the results still showed Summoner instead of some rare class. Meng Qingling could hardly believe Itho could a drank, supposedly underpowered class produce summons of this scale. Li Yi was only level 15, yet his summoned creatures were as large as the Hellfire Guards summoned by demon warlocks at level 40. Su Xiaoguo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stared unblinkingly at Li Yi. The exotic warriors squad really did live up to their reputation. Her gaze drifted to Li Yi's mask. Curiosity bubbling inside her. Was her brother handsome under there? If he was even a little good-looking, she bit her lip, pressed her legs together, and felt her cheeks flush. Although the damage dealers and support classes of the Yun Kong battle squad were equally stunned, they didn't freeze up. They quickly made space. The light-forged warriors began to charge. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening crashes rang out in quick succession. Oh my god, so agile. Everyone's faces changed. Despite their massive size, the stone giants moved with astonishing speed. Normally, the bigger a creature, the clumsier it should be. So how could these giants move so fluidly? Yet, these stone giants moved like well-drilled soldiers, their movements powerful and coordinated, defying all expectations. Suddenly, Meng Qingling snapped out of her daze and shouted, "Frontline, fall back now." In fact, the 6 tank classes in the front row had already sensed something was wrong behind them. But as elite squad members, their combat instincts were top-notch. They left the rear situation to their teammates and stayed focused on the dungeon monsters ahead. The moment the squad leader gave the order, the 6 frontline tanks sprang into action, using their skills to knock back the black-skinned boars and retreat quickly. As they turned around, they were met with the sight of the 6 towering stone giants charging at them, nearly scaring the souls out of their bodies. Fortunately, as top-tier tanks, they reacted instantly. Seeing that their teammates had already retreated to the sides, and that the stone giants didn't bear any enemy aggro markers, they could finally breathe a small sigh of relief. Clearly, it was a friendly target. The 6 of them reacted immediately, recalling the member from the exotic maiden battle squad. Thinking quickly, they ducked and slipped under the stone giant's legs. Thud, thud, thud. As the light-forged warrior leaped over the 6 tanks and charged straight at the black-skinned boars, the 6 stone giants swung their massive stone shields almost in unison. Each shield, a meter wide and 2 meters tall, slammed down heavily on the wild boars. Boom. With a deafening crash, all 6 boars were sent flying, landing hard at least 5 or 6 meters away. What? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Each boar weighed at least 500 or 600 pounds, and yet they were flung aside so easily. Just how strong were those stone shields? Instinctively, they looked at the stone giants, whose movements were sharp and efficient. They raised their huge swords and thrust forward. The first strike. The magical barrier protecting the boars wavered as if made of paper. The second strike. The barrier shattered completely. The third strike. The boar let out a piercing scream as the stone sword pierced straight through its body, blood spraying everywhere. You have slain a black-skinned boar and gained 14 experience points. Everyone was stunned, utterly speechless. In a 30-player heroic dungeon, these monsters were about as tough as mini-bosses in a standard 5-player run, and yet they were killed in just 3 moves. Meng Qingling took a deep breath, looking at Li Yi in awe. Such incredible attack power. Each blow was as strong as her own core abilities, and she was a rare class with excellent gear. Even more astonishing, Li Yi was only level 15. She glanced at him. Li Yi stood with his arms crossed, his expression calm and unruffled. Was this what it meant to be truly powerful? Meng Qingling felt her heart race and a strong curiosity growing inside her, eager to uncover Li Yi's secrets. Among the damage dealers, Su Xiaoguo licked her lips, her eyes full of admiration for Li Yi. Excitement sent a shiver through her. Suddenly, she realized that when you're strong enough, looks don't matter so much. What are you all spacing out for? Li Yi frowned slightly, reminding them in a low voice. Everyone snapped back to reality, faces flushing with embarrassment, and quickly rejoined the fight. With the Lightforged warrior holding the front line, there was no pressure, and the remaining dozen boars were swiftly dealt with. The support members moved in to check for loot drops. Li Yi, you're amazing. Su Xiaoguo bounced over, her eyes shining with admiration. She had asked Li Yi's name when they first entered the dungeon. Thankfully, she got lucky. Li Yi smiled calmly. It's nothing. The swordmaster could clear a field with a single move. She's way stronger than me. Li Yi, how about I protect you from now on? Su Xiaoguo said playfully, blinking her big eyes at him. She looked adorable, with 2 dimples, tiny tiger teeth, and big, sparkling eyes. Her skin was smooth, her cheeks flushed from the fight, and she stood at about 1.6 meters, her figure slim yet curvy. Dressed in a fitted martial arts outfit with wrist guards, she radiated energy and agility. The members of the Skycloud battle squad quickly looked away, exchanging awkward glances. The leaders of the exotic maiden battle squad might not have realized it yet, but they knew Su Xiaowa well. She was both a fierce fighter and a mischievous troublemaker. Seeing her act this cute was truly shocking. Well, being strong does have its perks, they thought. Meng Qingling frowned slightly. Why are you calling him that? Li Yi is 2 years younger than you. Li Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, a look of realization crossing his face. Su Xiaowa had just called him Jejabig brother, but he didn't think much of it at first. It wasn't until now that it suddenly hit him. Had only just graduated from high school, while she was already a sophomore in college. In fact, she was older than him. Su Xiaoguo's smile remained gentle, but a sharp glint flashed through her eyes as anger began to simmer inside her. Meng Qingling, that troublesome woman. If only she'd just stay out of the way, but instead she had to make things difficult. Behind Su Xiaoguo's sweet smile was an unmistakable hint of warning, though her tone stayed light. The most capable comes first. You're so strong, calling you brother only makes sense. Li didn't react much. To him, it was just a title. It doesn't matter. If you want to call me brother, go ahead. You could even call me dad if you wanted. He smiled faintly, clearly unconcerned. Su Xiaoguo's mood instantly lightened, her eyes shining playfully. Thank you, Gidge. Meng Qingling, on the other hand, suddenly shivered, an unexplainable irritation rising in her chest. Watching the ambiguous interaction between Su Xiaohua and Li Yi, she couldn't help but tense up. This girl had always been spoiled and willful, and after awakening the rare class Qigong master class, she had only grown bolder. If Meng Qingling herself hadn't awakened the rare archer class, no one would be able to keep Su Xiaohua in check. Jia, a summoner's true body needs protection. He'll stay and guard Li Yijesh. Su Xiaohua suddenly said, as straightforward as ever. Meng Qingling was about to object, but paused when she heard this. In fact, the suggestion made sense. Everyone knew summoners were physically vulnerable. Li Yi's summoned beast was incredibly strong, which probably meant had invested most of his resources there, leaving his own defenses lacking. As a Qigong master, Su Xiaohua was primarily a melee fighter, but she had some ranged capabilities, and her thunder pattern shield could also protect 2 teammates. She really was a good fit for the role. Still, Meng Qingling couldn't help feeling uneasy. By rights, she should be the one standing with Li Yi at the rear, covering each other. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she nodded. All right, they'll leave his safety to you. A sly glint flickered in Su Xiaoguo's eyes, and she felt a secret thrill. Looks like her cousin isn't in the best mood. Serves her right for always acting so aloof. Ever since she was named the campus beauty at Imperial Capital University, the pressure of maintaining her image had only grown. Su Xiaohua didn't care about any of that, always following her heart. When she herself was voted campus beauty, she had dropped all pretenses without hesitation. Men should seize opportunities and enjoy life, Su Xiaohua thought smugly, a meaningful smile tugging at her lips. Li Yi didn't argue. After all, this was a hero-level dungeon, an extra layer of security couldn't hurt. Even though he could handle most threats just by summoning his sword saint, it was always better to keep his trump card hidden. The team continued moving forward. Li Yi recalled the upgraded light-forged warrior from his Zune set, standing steadily behind its shield as he followed the group. Gidge, can I sit up there too? Su Xiaohua asked, blinking expectantly. Li Yi glanced at the space between the light-forged warrior and its shielded could easily fit 2 people. Go ahead, he replied calmly. With a cheerful shout, Su Xiaohua leapt up without hesitation, clearing the 2-meter height with ease and landing securely on the light-forged warrior's arm. But as soon as she sat down, her foot slipped and she lost her balance. Instinctively, Li Yi reached out to steady her, and she ended up tumbling right into his arms. Sorry, I lost my footing, Su Xiaohua said with an embarrassed smile, though there was a mischievous spark in her eyes. Li Yi raised an eyebrow, his heart skipping a beat before quickly regaining his composure. It's fine, he replied. He prepared to step back, wanting to put some distance between them and break off the unexpected closeness. Su Xiaohua let out a soft gasp, her body trembling slightly. Brother, I'm a little afraid of heights, she said, her slender hand unconsciously resting on Li Yi's thigh, her soft back pressed firmly against his solid chest. The sudden intimacy left Li Yi momentarily at a loss. This girl sure knows what she's doing, Li Yi thought to himself. Su Xiaohua was often pursued at school, and though her approach was subtle, it didn't escape his notice. Still, having grown accustomed to the embrace of the sword saint, he found himself enjoying the petite warmth in his arms. Since he hadn't initiated anything, he saw no reason to push her away. As the light-forged warrior moved forward with a gentle sway, Su Xiaoguo's slim waist shifted in time with the motion. She glanced back at Li Yi with a playful pout, her cheeks tinged pink. Brother, she murmured softly, making no move to leave his side. It's just a natural reaction, Li Yi replied calmly. After traveling a bit further, Su Xiao was seen to decide she couldn't keep up the act. She gracefully slipped off his lap and moved behind him, showing no sign of her earlier fear of heights. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she lay across his back, chattering cheerfully about all sorts of amusing stories. Meng Qingling, watching this scene, was nearly fuming with anger. Shameless girl, she muttered under her breath. 2 hours later, the team arrived at the lair of the first boss, Princess Celates. The creature was a massive wild boar, standing 4 meters tall at the shoulder and 8 meters long, its half-meter-long tusks glinting coldly. It was asleep in a muddy pit surrounded by wooden fences, while nearby boarmen busily dumped fruits and vegetables into feeding troughs. After clearing out the surrounding boarmen, the team paused to rest and discuss their strategy. Li Yi and Su Xiao would jump down from the light-forged warrior, and Li Yi found himself oddly missing the warmth that had been on his back. In the Skycloud battle group, a mage scratched his head in confusion. That's strange. I don't have any crit attributes, but I just landed 2 critical hits in a row. He checked his status bar and noticed a new, unfamiliar buff. Hey everyone, the mage called out, raising his hand. Check your status bars. Do you see a new buff? Everyone looked and was stunned. Warlord's Blessing crit rate 5, resistance 10, tenacity 10. The effect was astonishing, especially the crit rate. Even the rare archer class only had a 3 passive bonus. All eyes turned to the outsider. That's from me, Li Yi admitted calmly. The group exchanged complicated looks. No wonder the exotic vanguard had set so many records if even a Drank summoner could offer such power. What about the higher-ranked members? Mr. Li, is everyone in your group as strong as you? Meng Qingling couldn't help but ask. Li Yi smiled. Not many are as strong as I am. Hearing this, Su Xiaoguo's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother must be the core of the exotic vanguard. Once everyone calmed down, they began discussing tactics for the boss fight. Meng Qingling spoke seriously. The princess doesn't hit particularly hard, but her defense is incredible. The oil and mud on her hide make her nearly immune to physical attacks, and her magic resistance is very high as well. We'll need to wear her down, look for weak points, and wait until she's exhausted before focusing our firepower. This battle will be a real test for our support and healers. High magic resistance? Li Yi glanced at his own 80 spell penetration and his max level energy starburst. Hero level bosses come with a base physical and magical resistance of 30. As a defensive boss, Princess Celates Desi doubles that number, boasting an incredible 60 base resistance to both physical and magical attacks. On top of that, when players attack a boss, there's an additional 10 stat reduction due to rank suppression, bringing her effective resistances to over 70. No wonder Meng Qingling said she's almost immune to physical attacks, Li Yi mused to himself. And the boss magic shield also benefits from her resistances. This is definitely worthy of a hero-level raid. The boss defensive stats are off the charts. Still, when Li Yi glanced at his own stats, a faint smile appeared on his lips. With his 80 magic penetration, he could basically ignore Princess Celates Desi's magical defenses entirely. Meng Qingling quickly finished outlining the tactics, assigning specific roles to everyone except Li Yi. Su Xiaoguo was reassigned to a DPS role, tasked with protecting another rank fire mage and a well-geared rank shadow stalker. Li Yi's gaze involuntarily settled on the female shadow stalker. She was nearly 1.8 meters tall, broad-shouldered and sturdy, her tight leather armor creasing noticeably around her waist, and she looked to weigh over 200 pounds. She was even more solidly built than the team's warriors, making it hard to believe she held an agility-based class just a tier below the rare shadow dancer. Watching her grip 2 daggers which looked more like bottle openers in her large hands, Li Yi thought to himself. With her build, maybe she'd be better off with a pair of knuckle dusters. Does everyone understand the tactics and your roles? Meng Qingling asked, her sharp gaze sweeping over the team. Yes, the group answered in unison. Li Yi nodded quietly from the side. As expected from a top student from the imperial capital, Meng Qingling not only had a high-class rank, but her strategic planning and leadership skills were outstanding. Had already witnessed her impressive command on the way here, and he knew he could never be so effortlessly in control of the big picture. Mr. Li, is there anything you'd like to add? The previously commanding team leader now spoke in a gentler tone, a hint of nervousness in her voice. You did great. The plan is solid, Li Yi praised sincerely. Hearing this, Meng Qingling's eyes lit up with joy, her excitement clear at receiving approval from her idol. The impressive achievements of the exotic girls battle team had put her under a lot of pressure, and she finally felt some relief. Really? If there's anything I can improve, please let me know, Meng Qingling said, her cheeks flushing slightly and her tone softening. With her elegant features, refined makeup, and dignified attire, she usually exuded an air of nobility, but her current shyness made her look even more radiant. Even with Li Yi's high standards, thanks to the Sword Saint and Lady Philo, he couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Yeah, it's perfect, Li Yi replied with a nod. The members of the Yun Kong battle group kept silent, pretending not to notice their leader's unusual behavior. Su Xiaohua quickly picked up on the exchange between the two, and couldn't help but curl her lip in annoyance. What a show. She felt a tinge of irritation after all. With her cousin's stunning looks and natural poise, she never had to try to attract attention. Prepare for battle in 10 minutes. Meng Qingling snapped back to her usual commanding tone. Li Yi's gaze fell on the 6 light-forged warriors. After their long journey, the stone warriors' holy glow had faded, and their bodies were covered in cracks. They can hold out a bit longer, he calculated. If they shatter, he'll just summon them again. The 10 minutes passed in a flash. On the battlefield, the warriors' battle cries rang out first. The Blessing Knights quickly cast 2 buffs, Courage Blessing, which increased resistance, and Dawn Blessing, which accelerated mana recovery. Other healers and support classes followed suit, unleashing their own enhancements. Li Yi noticed that the Dawn Blessing on his status bar was about a third weaker than the effect from the Radiant Knights in Flame Surge. This made him realize that while the otherworldly NPCs in the Abyssal Dungeon shared the same class system as the real world, they were often much stronger at the same level. Interestingly, these NPCs didn't have rigid class rankings within the Holy Flame Knights. There were both Srank Holy Paladins and Crank Radiant Knights, along with rare hidden classes like Dimensional Mage and ordinary Crankwater Mages. The battle began. Li Yi quickly focused his mind as the Yun Kong battle group formed their battle formation. The 6 tanks moved to the front line. One of them, a dark-skinned, buzz-cut shield warrior, gave a steady shout and charged at Princess Salades with his shield raised. Snort, snort. Jolted awake, the princess shook off the mud in fury. With all 4 legs, she lunged, fangs aimed straight at the shield warrior. He reacted instantly, activating the veteran's body skill to reduce the next attack of the same rank by 90. Though sent flying, he twisted midair and landed steadily. His shield's energy only slightly dimmed, his expression calm and composed. The second shield warrior stepped up immediately, unleashing a seamless combo of veteran's body, shield bash, and vengeful strike. Ranged classes opened fire, while melee fighters waited for their chance. Magical ripples shimmered across the prince's shield as she sent the second tank flying as well. Now completely enraged, the princess let out a piercing roar and charged at the ranged fighters, her fury like an avalanche. 2 guardian knights quickly stepped in front, shoulder to shoulder, raising their shields imbued with holy power. The radiant ground skill sent a 10-meter arc of light across the ground. Working in perfect sync, they locked their shields together, boosting the team's resilience by 30. The Guardian's holy shield expanded into a dazzling fan-shaped barrier, 3 meters wide. Boom. The prince's massive body crashed into the shield with a thunderous impact. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 Guardian Knights staggered backward under the force of the blow, their feet carving 2 nearly tumter-long trenches in the earth. The massive holy shield before them shook violently, looking as if it might be sent flying at any moment, but it managed to withstand the prince's frontal assault. A third shield warrior charged up right behind them, slamming his shield down to draw the princess' attention and force her to temporarily switch targets. Meanwhile, the ranged fighters and the other 2 Guardian Knights quickly repositioned, rebuilding their formation. A spark of interest flickered in Li Yi's eyes. This was his first time witnessing the teamwork of a high-level battle group in person. The 6 frontline tanks from the Yun Kong battle group coordinated seamlessly, advancing and retreating with perfect timing. Their defensive line was like a wall of steel, truly impressive. My turn, Li Yi thought, then gestured for his 6 light-forged warriors to close in on the princess. Raising their massive shields to block her attacks, their giant swords spun like windmills, stabbing relentlessly. The magical shield around Princess Salades flickered violently, but it barely made a difference. Her physical resistance was astonishingly high, and the shield showed little sign of weakening. The 6 light-forged warriors wobbled under her brute force, nearly losing their footing, but their heavy stone bodies held firm at the crucial moment, pinning Salades in place and keeping her from moving an inch. Members of the Yun Kong battle group stared in shock and disbelief. What kind of summoned creatures were these? They were actually holding their ground against a hero-level boss Hedon. The 6 light-forged warriors lasted a full 3 minutes before gradually crumbling under the prince's terrifying strength. Li Yi's eyes flickered, but he didn't hesitate. Raising both hands, he began chanting another summoning spell. This time, not 6 but 9. One by one, massive stone figures emerged from the light, landing with a heavy thud and forming a thick wall more than 10 meters wide in front of Li Yi, a true barrier on the battlefield. Everyone was stunned. Meng Qingling opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. Only one thought echoed in her mind. Just how many stone giants can he summon? Su Xiaoguo's eyes sparkled, her heart racing. My brother is amazing. At this point, Li Yi had about 10 of his mana left. But with the Dawn Blessing from the Blessing Knight and his own high spirit stat of 466, his mana was recovering rapidly at about 2 per second. The 9 light-forged warriors roared in unison and charged, pinning Salades in place once more. She struggled violently, lunging left and right, but couldn't break through the line and was firmly restrained. Moving quietly to the edge of the battle, Li Yi raised his right hand and unleashed a barrage of fist-sized, brilliant white energy star bolts. They streaked toward the princess like meteors, slamming into her one after another. Each impact made her magical shield shudder, the effect far greater than the stone warrior's physical attacks. This meant Li Yi's personal damage output now surpassed that of his summon incredible feat as a summoner. He was dishing out single-target burst damage that outclassed even a mage. On top of that, his starbolts not only had impressive range, but also traveled so fast they were nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Roughly estimated, their projectile speed was at least 30 faster than the skills of most ranged classes. Meng Qingling was reeling, waves of shock crashing through her mind. Li Yi's energy starbolts rivaled the damage of her strongest single-target skill, piercing arrow. As a rare archer lord, she was renowned for her destructive power, and her piercing arrow had a full 30-second cooldown. Li Yi's starbolts, one every second. Her confidence began to waver, a complicated look appearing in her eyes. This guy is just too strong. Li Yi nodded calmly, a hint of satisfaction in his expression. He was quite pleased with this round of attacks. The energy starbolt was already a max-level skill at level 30, with a solid base damage. On top of that, it benefited from a 105 spell power bonus, a 50 extra damage boost from the Holy Light's chosen title, and 80 spell penetration. If the radiance of the Holy Light enchantment effect triggered, his damage would double again for the next 6 seconds. With all these buffs stacked, when an energy star blast hits the princess, she'll take 265 increased damage. If a critical hit triggers at the same time, the damage boost soars past 500, absolutely terrifying. In fact, Li Yi was still holding back some of his true power to avoid drawing too much attention. Normally, casting an energy star blast takes 2 seconds, but he deliberately slowed his casting, making each shot take a full second. Otherwise, with no cooldown, instant casting, and a 35 boost to projectile speed, Li Yi would basically be a spell-firing machine gun. Upon reaching level 19, he could also learn the advanced skill energy burst, which would triple the damage. At that point, Li Yi's combat strength would reach a truly frightening level. With the support of the 9 Lightforged warriors and Li Yi's powerful attacks, Princess Theralita's protective magic shield began to deplete rapidly. Every time the shield dropped by 20, she would let out a scream and summon 6 Borman guards, 1 Borman mage, 1 Borman shaman, 2 Borman archers, and 2 Borman warriors. This stage was supposed to be extremely tricky, but since the Lightforged warriors were soaking up most of the boss attention, the frontline tanks of the Yun Kong battle group were able to break away and quickly dispatch the princess guards. 10 minutes later, Princess Theralita's shield was down to its last 20. This meant the fight was about to enter its second phase. Meng Qingling's expression changed as she immediately shouted to everyone, "Phase 2 is starting. Get ready for her rage." At this point, Princess Theralita would enter a furious state. After 20 seconds, she would stomp the ground and channel her remaining magic to unleash earth-shatter spikes. These spikes had a 50-meter range and were so sharp and sturdy that failing to dodge them was almost certain death. Even though everyone in the Yun Kong battle group had reached level 20 and cleared several dungeons, they still felt tense, and the atmosphere was heavy. Li Yi's eyes flickered, and he quickly called out, "Everyone, come to me." Without hesitation, the group ran to Li Yi's position, their absolute trust in the alien girls battle group, making them gather around him without question. Li Yi directed the 9 Lightforged warriors to slam their Tumter-high shields into the ground, forming a solid defensive line. The warriors then stood in front of Li Yi, forming a wall of steel protection. As the 20-second countdown ended, Princess Theralita's enraged roar echoed through the air as she stomped the ground. The earth shook violently, and a dense cluster of spikes 2 meters wide and 5 meters long erupted from below, surging toward the group with terrifying force. But under Li Yi's command, the Lightforged warriors stood firm, meeting the attack heat-in. Each spike crashed into their shields with a heavy, thunderous sound. Wave after wave of spikes battered the Lightforged warriors. The 2 in the very front took the brunt of the impact, quickly shattering into pieces. Soon after, the 3rd and 4th warriors also took heavy damage. Li Yi immediately summoned 2 new Lightforged warriors to take their place. As the battle raged on, with Lightforged warriors constantly breaking and being replaced, everyone's nerves were on edge. Yet they couldn't help but be awed by this display of power. This is insanely strong, everyone thought, as the fight pressed on under the unbreakable protection of the Lightforged warriors. The Earth Fissure spikes remained on the battlefield for 30 seconds, and as Princess Theralita continued to cast the spell, up to 15 spikes could exist at once, turning the area into a labyrinth of thorns that was nearly impossible to navigate. This phase lasted for 3 minutes, but Li Yi's response was completely unexpected. Had his stone golem devour the spikes directly, effortlessly resolving what should have been a major obstacle. When the 3-minute mark arrived, Princess Theralita's magical energy began to wane, signaling the start of the 3rd phase. "Spread out now." Meng Qingling's warning cut through the air. The team scattered like startled birds. In this phase, the princess entered a berserk state. Her defenses were halved, but her attack power and movement speed increased by 50. She charged wildly across the arena, launching deadly targeted rushes at random players every 10 seconds. Since none of the adventurers below level 30 had acquired survival skills, being targeted or failing to dodge meant certain death. A glint of inspiration flashed in Li Yi's eyes as a bold idea took shape. He immediately directed 9 forged light warriors to move forward, forming a shield wall around the princess. However, with her power boosted by 50, the formation barely slowed her down. At that critical moment, Li Yi rushed forward and summoned 4 clusters of man-eating brambles beneath each of Princess Therida's feet. Thick vines coiled around her legs like living snakes, successfully restraining her. She's trapped, Li Yi shouted in excitement. The members of Cloud Sky Battle Group, bracing for the princess' deadly charge, were surprised to find her immobilized, reduced to furious squeals. Go for the head. Attack. At Li Yi's command, everyone surged forward, unleashing a fierce assault on the prince's face. While Li Yi kept replenishing the torn brambles, he also bombarded her head with energy star bolts. Soon, her face was a bloody mess, and her legs were covered in wounds. 5 minutes later, the princess let out a deafening scream as her entire body erupted in a blinding red light. Fall back, phase 4. Meng Qingling called out just in time. Everyone, including Li Yi and his forged light warriors, quickly retreated to a safe distance of over 20 meters. Princess Therida's massive form began to collapse, dissolving into a foul-smelling pool of pus and blood. The bubbling mass gradually condensed into 4 grotesque blood-red monsters, each with only a mouth and 4 limbs. As soon as they took shape, the monsters locked onto 4 adventurers and charged in a frenzy. The 2 guardian knights responded instantly, chaining together their defensive skills, Radiant Ground, Hold the Line, and Sacred Shield. The blood monsters howled in agony as soon as they touched the sanctified ground, forced to circle the perimeter in frustration. This final phase proved much easier. Since the blood monsters were vulnerable to holy damage, the presence of guardian knights made them easy to handle. The melee fighters stood ready, the ranged attackers opened fire, and Li Yi directed the forged light warriors to join the fray. The extra 50 damage bonus granted by the holy lights chosen, combined with the divine energy within the light-forged warrior, made every strike feel like searing flames, leaving the flesh monsters writhing in agony. In less than 2 minutes, the bodies of the 4 monsters dissolved into wisps of smoke, slowly fading into the air. A system notification sounded. You have slain Princess Celades, gaining 200 experience points. Li Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. Without the solo 50 extra experience bonus from the boss, the reward felt rather meager. After the battle, 3 glowing orbs appeared on the ground, 2 a deep, mysterious purple, and 1 radiating a soft, milky white light. The exhausted party immediately perked up. Mr. Li, why don't you handle the loot? Meng Qingling said with a smile. Li Yi didn't refuse and picked up the 2 purple orbs first. As the light faded, they revealed a bone shield and a necklace strung with fangs. After a quick glance at their stats, he handed both pieces of equipment to Meng Qingling. Finally, he turned to the milky white orb. When its glow dissipated, it revealed a skill book. Frenzied Lash. Active skill. Class requirement. Warlock, Necromancer, Elemental Priest, Beastmaster, Summoner. Level requirement. 11. Skill description. Wield a magical whip to lash your pets, minions, or summon creatures, driving them into a frenzy. Effects. Increases damage, attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed by 50, reduces hit rate by 30, and grants immunity to charm effects. Last 1 minute. Cooldown, 1 hour. What did you get? The others asked eagerly. Li Yi handed the skill book to Meng Qingling for a look. After reading it, she seemed a bit disappointed. It's a rare skill, but none of our team members can use it. If you need it, Mr. Li, just keep it. Consider it compensation for sharing the 2 purple items. All right, Li Yi agreed. But to be fair, he offered some spare equipment materials that Lord Philo no longer needed as compensation. The trade was quickly settled. With the Holy Lights chosen title, Li Yi learned the skill instantly and raised it to level 6. The negative effect of reduced hit rate was also lessened from 30 to 25. After an hour's rest, the party set off toward the second boss. Li Yi again rode on the light-forged warrior's arm. This time, before he could react, Su Xiaowu jumped up behind him, wrapping her arms around his neck. You were amazing just now. You're the most impressive person my age I've ever met. Su Xiaowu whispered in his ear, her breath warm. You're flattering me, Li Yi replied calmly. After the training he'd received from the Sword Saint, such tricks no longer fazed him. Can I sit in front this time? Su Xiaowu asked, her voice trembling slightly. When Li Yi didn't answer right away, a look of determination flashed in her eyes, as if she was going to climb into his lap, whether he agreed or not. Just then, Li Yi spoke casually. I should mention, I have a girlfriend. Actually, 2. To be more precise, Li Wei was actually even closer to him than a wife could be. After all, the Sword Saint Big Sister was forever bound to him, while Philo, the adorable girl, was just his girlfriend. Images of Li Wei and Philo popped into Li Yi's mind without him realizing it. His hand subconsciously tightened. It hadn't even been that long since they parted, yet he already missed that small, soft sensation in his hand. Next time he saw Philo, he just wanted to hold her, breathe in her sweet scent, and never let go. Li Yi made up his mind even if she hit him on the head again. He didn't care. Su Xiaohua had no idea that the boy carrying her was already thinking about another girl. When she heard what he said, her eyes narrowed slightly, and her smile became a bit stiff. 2 girlfriends? At least her brother was honest enough to admit it directly. Although the Yin Kingdom's law was monogamy, it didn't really restrict high-level elites. It wasn't uncommon for powerful figures to have multiple partners. The authorities tended to turn a blind eye was an open secret. But that was a privilege reserved for those with enough status and strength. Li Yi was only level 15 now. Even though he was already at the top of his class, he was still young, and his future was full of uncertainty. Su Xiaohua was a bit surprised. Those two moved fast, betting on him so early it took some guts. Of course, it was also possible that some shallow women were just attracted by the fame of the exotic girls' battle squad, which was understandable. After all, even she found it hard to stay composed after witnessing Li Yi's strength firsthand. So she couldn't have him to herself. Su Xiaohua felt a pang of regret, but she quickly got over it. Unlike her older sister, Meng Qingling, who was more aloof, Su Xiaohua had a different outlook. The very best men were always scarce. She was in strength Qi Master, which was impressive enough for most people, and her future looked bright. But if Li Yi kept going at this pace, she knew she couldn't have him all to herself. So the real question was, should she share a top-tier man with other women, or settle for someone less outstanding, maybe even ordinary? Most women might choose the latter, but her own rank was high enough that she could see the bigger picture. Even the very top end, she didn't want to miss out. Su Xiaoguo's eyes sparkled, and a hint of a smile played on her lips. Most girls her age were already worrying about how to find a quality partner. Actually, finding a top-tier man wasn't that hard. As long as you learned to be content, didn't ask for too much, and were willing to lower your pride to seize the opportunity, it was really quite simple. She blinked and giggled. What are you talking about, brother? I just want to sit in the front. What does that have to do with your girlfriends? But you're amazing, having 2 girlfriends already. Are they both members of the exotic girls battle squad? Li Yi nodded slightly. Su Xiaoguo's eyes lit up. So your teammates are willing to be your girlfriends. That means you must be pretty important in the squad. Li Yi could tell Su Xiaoguo was fishing for information and found it amusing. He didn't answer directly, just gave a non-committal hum. Su Xiaoguo tightened her arms around Li Yi's neck, pressing herself a little closer. Are they pretty? Li Yi started describing the Sword Saint Big Sister's figure. Su Xiaoguo's eyes went wide. 2 meters 20? That was 60 centimeters taller than her. Did her brother really have such a unique taste? Su Xiaoguo's cheeks turned pink. Thinking about how she had just been sitting in front of her brother, Su Xiaoguo couldn't help but feel a little smug. She thought to herself, my brother really is confident. As for the other girl, she was just too adorable. Speaking of cute, Su Xiaoguo suddenly perked up. She reached out and shook Li Yi's shoulder, asking, how cute? Cuter than me? Li Yi paused for a moment, considering his answer before replying. Lord Philua is pure, sincere, and cheerful like a little sun, radiating cuteness from the inside out. As for you, you're definitely cute on the outside, but inside, you're a bit sly and mischievous, like a little trickster, but honestly, you each have your own charm. Su Xiaohua nodded in satisfaction. She had always been confident in her looks, so Li Yi's each has their own charm was music to her ears. She felt he was just telling the truth. Up ahead, Meng Qingling caught sight of Su Xiaohua next to Li Yi out of the corner of her eye. She clenched her jaw in irritation, nearly wanting to shoot an arrow right at that girl's head. Her mind was restless. If this keeps up, Li Yi will end up falling for that troublemaker sooner or later. Su Xiaohua quickly noticed her cousin's warning glance, but she just smiled, unfazed. In her heart, she thought, sorry sis, but that's just how things go when it comes to men. Even so, she stood up lightly, leaping in front of Li Yi like a nimble cat. She turned around, letting her slender back rest against Li Yi's chest. As a Qi master, her waist seemed especially flexible. Li Yi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. Su Xiaohua tilted her head back playfully, flashing her little tiger teeth. Brother, do you always wear that mask? Can you take it off? Li Yi was just about to reach up and remove his mask when Su Xiaohua swiftly caught his hand. Let me do it, brother. She looked delighted, quickly grasped his palm with one hand, and pulled down his mask with the other. The next moment, Su Xiaohua froze, eyes wide in shock. Suddenly, she understood why Li Yi had 2 girlfriends. Beyond his strength and special talents, that face was just unfair. His features were sculpted to perfection, flawless and striking enough to make even a girl who had seen countless handsome faces skip a heartbeat. What Li Yi didn't realize was that after donning the Holy Light's blessing, its effect subtly enhanced his appearance as well as his power. To the opposite sex, his skin looked smoother, and his aura was so clear and pure that people instinctively wanted to be close to him and trust him. Su Xiaoguo's eyes practically sparkled. Her heart was about to burst. Jackpot! Just this face alone made it worth throwing herself at him. Her mischievous side flared up, and she screamed internally, "Wait!" Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, realizing she couldn't let her cousin see this scene. But it was already too late. Meng Qingling had been watching Li Yi closely, and now her gaze landed on his unveiled face. She froze in surprise for a second, then quickly regained her composure. She turned to Su Xiaohua and said calmly, "Return to your position. Mr. Li has his summoned beast for protection, doesn't need your help." Although Su Xiaohua was reluctant, she knew Li Yi had the stone giant guarding him, so staying here was unnecessary. Besides, her teammates ahead needed her more, so she didn't argue. "Brother, I'm heading back to the team," she said to Li Yi with a sweet smile, letting go of his hand, though she cursed silently. "Meng Qingling, you cold fish." As she passed by Meng Qingling, a sly glint flashed in her eyes. She suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Brother Li Yi has a girlfriend." "Actually two." Meng Qingling's expression faltered for a moment, then a spark flickered in her eyes. "Is that so?" "Not surprising." She remained calm, as if she had known all along. Su Xiaohua was taken aback, thinking, she already knew? Could she actually be a bit competitive too? However, she sneered inwardly. "Give up an entire forest for a single tree? Let's see you outshine your charming cousin first." Meng Qingling gave Li Yi a slight nod, her slender neck tracing a graceful arc before she turned to rejoin the group at the front. Li Yi stayed where he was, his expression a little odd. Maybe it was just his imagination, but Meng Qingling's waist seemed a bit more drawn in than usual, and her hips swayed noticeably more as she walked, her steps carrying an intentional allure. Absent-mindedly, he rubbed the fingers that had just touched Su Xiaohua, savoring the lingering softness and smoothness of her hand. Su Xiaoguo's hands really did feel remarkable, almost as good as the dainty feet of Lady Falau in his memories. After the team defeated the third boss, 13 hours had passed in the dungeon, and night had fallen in the game world. The members of Cloud Sky Battle Group all wore exhaustion on their faces, but their eyes shone with excitement as they occasionally glanced at Li Yi with admiration. If it weren't for the summoner from the exotic maidens, it would have taken them at least 2 days to take down these 3 bosses now. They'd finished in just half a day. Such efficiency was unheard of before. If they could keep this pace, maybe they could even claim the top spot on both world leaderboards. Of course, everyone knew that the exotic maidens would probably surpass them later, but holding on to second place was already a huge achievement for them. After dinner, the group began setting up tents for the night. The Cloud Sky members knowingly kept their distance from Li Yi's spot. They were all adults, and judging by how clingy Su Xiaohua was with the exotic maiden summoner, no one wanted to risk overhearing anything inappropriate in the middle of the night. Awkward wouldn't even begin to describe it. "Brother, can I pitch my tent next to yours?" Su Xiaohua asked sweetly, her eyes full of anticipation. Before Li Yi could reply, Meng Qingling's expression darkened. "Su Xiaohua, have you forgotten the rules of the battle group? Get back to your assigned spot." Her tone brooked no argument. Su Xiaohua pouted, clearly unhappy. "It's not like we're in the abyss. What's wrong with setting up here?" Meng Qingling's brows furrowed even tighter as her voice grew sharper. "This is a team operation. You must follow the rules." Su Xiaohua shot a reluctant glance at Li Yi before finally trudging away. It wasn't that she was afraid of her cousin, she just didn't want to leave a bad impression on Li Yi. She knew well that the exotic maiden's impressive achievements were built on strict discipline, and as a core member, Li Yi surely wouldn't appreciate rule breakers. Double standards. Su Xiaohua muttered under her breath as she watched Meng Qingling confidently set up her own tent not far from Li Yi's. She knew exactly what her cousin was guarding against, but it was a misunderstanding. While she was a bit forward, she wasn't about to throw caution to the wind in front of the team during a run at most. She'd just tease him a little. Still, she admitted to herself that if Li Yi ever made the first move, who knew how things might turn out? "Mr. Li, are you resting already?" came Meng Qingling's gentle voice from just outside his tent. Li Yi was about to summon the Sword Saint when he heard her. "Not yet," he replied. Outside, Meng Qingling's cheeks flushed slightly. She steadied her voice despite her embarrassment. "I've prepared some tea. Would you do me the honor of joining me in my tent for a cup and some conversation?" It would be ungracious to refuse such an invitation. Li Yi quickly agreed. Inside Meng Qingling's tent, Li Yi found the decor elegant and refined, perfectly matching her dignified aura. They sat and sipped tea, chatting casually in a warm, relaxed atmosphere. Meng Qingling's wide-ranging knowledge impressed Li Yi and broadened his horizons. He couldn't help but notice that, without her leather armor, Meng Qingling's outfit was rather uniquely a silk garment that was slightly sheer, revealing a hint of the pale underclothes beneath. The style was traditional, both dignified and subtly alluring. Noticing Li Yi's gaze, Meng Qingling, a hint of charm suddenly appeared in Meng Qingling's eyes as she parted her lips and said, "This is my practice outfit for classical dance. I studied it for a while when I was younger, and I still like to dance whenever I'm in the mood. If you don't mind, would you like me to perform for you?" Li Yi's eyes lit up and he replied enthusiastically, Absolutely. I love watching dance performances. Meng Qingling's cheeks flushed as she picked a piece of traditional music from her phone. As the melody began, she started to dance gracefully, every movement revealing remarkable skill. There was a subtle affection in her gaze, and every gesture displayed the delicate emotions of a young woman. Her movements were as soft and elegant as willow branches swaying in the spring breeze. This was no amateur performance, it was obvious she had trained hard for many years. What was even more impressive was how she balanced a teacup perfectly on her stocking-clad toes, moving with effortless grace. Mr. Li, she said, extending her slender foot and offering him the cup filled with tea, please drink this to show my gratitude. Li Yi couldn't help but let his gaze follow the elegant line of her leg, only to see Meng Qingling's face turn a deep shade of red. Sir. Her voice trembled, and she looked away shyly. Li Yi took the cup and drank it in one go. Meng Qingling then returned lightly to her seat, asking in a timid voice, did you enjoy the dance? It was amazing. Li Yi gave her a heartfelt thumbs up. After Li Yi left, Meng Qingling stood alone, her hands covering her burning cheeks. She, who always kept her admirers at a distance, had gone this far for a single man. Looking over at Su Xiaoguo's tent, she thought to herself, sorry, little sister. Love is a battlefield. As soon as Li Yi returned to his tent, he summoned Lai Yu. The sword master, just waking from meditation, barely had time to stretch before Li Yi pulled her into an embrace. She immediately picked up on another woman's scent on him, and, in a fit of jealousy, punished Li Yi 3 times before finally forgiving him. After he explained everything in detail, she was convinced that Li Yi didn't see her as just a tool, and her gentle demeanor returned. The next day, the group defeated the 4th and 5th bosses without any trouble and finally reached the ultimate boss, the ancient night demon. Suspended above a massive altar was a black orb ceiling a 5-meter monster, its body covered in thick fur and bat-like wings on its back. 3 streams of dark energy floated over from the distance, connecting the orb to 3 necromantic rituals guarded by Borman clans. While the first 5 bosses of this dungeon had heroic-level stats, their mechanics weren't too complicated. But the final boss was on a whole different level. Unless all 3 necromantic rituals were activated within 10 minutes, the challenge would fail. As Meng Qingling was considering how to split the team into 3 squads, Li Yi suddenly spoke up, leave the Razor clan to make and handle them alone. The 3 necromancer tomes required to activate the final boss are guarded by 3 different clans. The Razorback clan, which specializes in melee combat, the Seer clan, dominated by mage-type monsters, and the Hunters, who are primarily Borman trackers. While the Razorback clan isn't the most difficult to deal with, it is by far the largest. Everyone was stunned when they heard that Li Yi planned to take on an entire clan by himself, alone. Although this summoner from the exotic maiden battle group had already demonstrated terrifying strength, taking on an entire Borman clan solo seemed almost impossible. After all, this was a 30-player, hero-level dungeon, not some ordinary instance that a 5-person party could handle. Each Borman clan had hundreds of minor monsters, and at least 3 elite leaders. On hero difficulty, these elites were as tough as mini-bosses in a 15-player adventure raid. Normally, even a full 30-person team would split into squads of 10 to take one down. And this summoner wanted to solo it? Suddenly, everyone realized something shockingly he must have been holding back all along. The thought sent chills down their spines. Summoning 9 stone giants and personally fighting at the level of a rare class was already astonishing, and yet he still hadn't shown his full strength? Their gazes were filled with awe and respect. Forming a one-man team was a feat usually reserved for necromancers. All necromancer branches, whether Death Speaker, Necromancer, Corpse Controller, or Puppet Master, were incredibly rare hidden classes. In comparison, summoners were just the most basic drank class. Everyone was convinced. To develop the summoner class to the point of soloing a full raid calling that strong no longer sufficed, it was monstrous. Even more frightening, it was likely that this exotic maiden battle group had more than one such monster. Who on earth had managed to gather such a team? Su Xiaoguo's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her chest heaving rapidly. She had tried to imagine Li Yi as even stronger, yet still couldn't grasp his true limits. For the first time, she genuinely felt her heart skip a beat for a man. Meng Qingling snapped out of her daze, unconsciously tightening her grip on her longbow. As a rare class holder herself, she understood all too well what Li Yi's words meant. His strength had already surpassed the boundaries of class rank. His potential was limitless. Mr. Li, although the Razorback clan is mostly melee, they do have some ranged units. I'd like to assign a few people to go with you, just to be safe, Meng Qingling suggested, taking a deep breath to steady herself. No need, Li Yi replied, shaking his head calmly. He needed to summon Sword Saint's sister to help search for the hidden boss. Having more people around would only get in the way. Seeing how lightly he brushed it off, Meng Qingling felt reassured. She handed him a signal device. The Necromancer Tome guards will fire signal flares. When the last flare goes up, the activation begins. Li Yi accepted the signal flare, then thought for a moment. Once you've activated the tomes, Fire an extra signal flare. Although Meng Qingling didn't understand his reasoning, she nodded in agreement. Let's move out. Li Yi leaped onto the shoulders of a light-forged warrior and sped off toward the Razorback clan, one of the 3 Borman groups. A few minutes later, after putting enough distance between himself and the 2 Yunкong squads, Li Yi summoned Lai Yu and began cutting through enemies with ease, advancing like a hot knife through butter. A typical 10-person team would need at least 10 hours to deal with these monsters, even accounting for rest breaks. However, Sword Saint Sister managed to clear out all the monsters along the way in less than an hour, leaving only 2 elite monsters and 6 regular ones guarding the necromancy ritual. Did you find anything? Li Yi asked as he examined the battlefield, turning to look at Lai Yu. Sword Saint Sister shook her head, her expression serious. She had kept her sword sense at its highest level the entire way, but hadn't detected any clues. Let's check the other 2 routes, Li Yi said, dismissing his summoned warriors with a wave of his hand. The 9 light-forged warriors instantly lost their vitality, their golden glow fading as they turned into ordinary stone statues, standing silently where they were. The next moment, Sword Saint Sister scooped Li Yi up at the waist, used her Gale Step technique, and effortlessly returned them to the team's starting point. She quietly followed behind the squad assigned to the Hunter clan area, keeping a safe distance and staying alert at all times. 5 hours later, Li Yi returned from the Hunter clan area, looking a bit tired and disappointed hadn't found any clues about the hidden boss there. He then spent another half hour searching the Oracle clan's territory, but came up empty-handed again. Back to the dungeon entrance, Li Yi ordered, and the 2 of them retraced their steps. As they neared the area of the 5th boss, Sword Saint Sister finally made a discovery. She picked up a black shard, about the size of an egg, from a pile of broken stones, and carefully handed it to Li Yi. Master, this fragment feels off. There's a pulse of death energy inside. Li Yi took the shard and examined it closely. It was pitch black, with faint traces of magical patterns on its surface, clearly not an ordinary object. He quickly snapped a photo of its original location and noted the surrounding features. Keep searching. See if you can find more pieces, he said. Sword Saint Sister nodded and immediately began a thorough search. 2 hours later, Li Yi returned to the area near the dungeon entrance. In a patch of weeds hidden by vines, he found the final shard. He took out all the fragments he had collected and carefully counted them 32 in total. He laid the pieces out on the ground and began piecing them together. As he fitted the last piece in, the whole device started to take shape about the size of a fruit plate, oval in shape, with tightly interlocking edges that were nearly seamless. A faint hum filled the air. The device began to vibrate slightly, and threads of death energy slowly flowed through the shards. Amazingly, the broken edges of the fragments started to melt together like heated steel, fusing seamlessly. In just 3 seconds, the device was fully restored, glossy black with an eerie aura of death energy swirling around its edges. Li Yi's eyes focused on the center of the device. There was a slightly raised 5-point symbol, with a groove at each point and a circular groove in the middle, 6 in total. 6 grooves, 6 bosses? Li Yi immediately thought of the number of bosses in the Token Mountain raid. He quickly recalled where he had found each fragment and realized none of them were on the main path of the dungeon. They were all hidden in side routes and remote corners. In other words, it was possible to collect all the fragments before defeating the bosses. So, could it be that these grooves were meant to be filled with key items from each of the 6 bosses? Li Yi wondered if the mechanism for triggering the hidden boss revolved around this device. Checking the time, he figured the other 2 squads from the Yunкong warband were probably close to reaching the necromancy ritual as well. Thanks to his presence, each team had 3 extra high-powered members, so their progress would be much faster than usual. Without hesitation, he pocketed the device, brought Sword Saint Sister with him, and hurried to the area controlled by the Razor clan, heading straight for the final wave of monsters guarding the necromancy ritual. After waiting for only 5 minutes, a signal flare slowly rose into the sky in the distance. Half an hour later, a second flare followed. At this moment, both the small squad from the Jibu tribe led by Meng Qingling and the squad from the Shoushanja tribe led by Su Xiaohua turned their attention toward the Razor tribe, their faces filled with both worry and anticipation. Could Li Yi really take down an entire tribe on his own? Look, the signal flare! Someone shouted, pointing to the sky as cheers broke out. A brilliant flash of light soared up from the direction of the Razor tribe, rising less than 5 seconds after the second flare. Su Xiaoguo's eyes widened in excitement. My brother is incredible. He actually took out a whole tribe by himself. Her breath quickened as she realized that Li Yi had launched his flare almost simultaneously with the second one, as if had been waiting for that exact moment. Was it just a coincidence? She wondered silently. As top students from Imperial Capital University, the others noticed this detail too, and were stunned. What did this mean? It suggested that this summoner from the exotic warband might have reached the ceremonial site even faster than their entire squad. None of them could quite grasp the implications, but it was certainly a terrifying prospect. Meng Qingling quickly composed herself, suppressing her swirling emotions. and gave the order to begin the assault. At the Razor tribe's ceremonial site, Li Yi didn't make his move immediately. He patiently waited for signals from the other two squads. 20 minutes later, the Jibu tribe squad, led by Meng Qingling, launched their flare. 5 minutes after that, the Shou Shanja tribe's signal went up. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If Head had the Sword Saint Sister act right after seeing the flares, they might have failed the challenge. Let's do it. Sword Saint Sister drew her long sword and unleashed the ultimate technique, Wild Blade, Calamity. A massive arc of sword energy, over 10 meters long, swept down and instantly destroyed 2 elite monsters and 6 regular enemies. Li Yi was about to recall her into the summoning space when he noticed a hint of playful reproach on her face. He grinned, sprinted forward, and leapt into her arms, where she caught him effortlessly. "Sis, give me a kiss," he teased. 10 minutes later, Sword Saint's sister finally seemed satisfied and returned to the summoning space. Li Yi smacked his lips and sighed. Sword Saint's sister is getting more and more dominant. At this rate, I'm going to lose all my authority. He secretly hoped that Lord Philo wouldn't be too overbearing in the future, or He'd have no one left to bully. Summoning the light-forged warrior to climb up, Li Yi made his way back to the final boss arena where the ancient knight demon awaited. By then, Su Xiaohua had rejoined the group and immediately rushed over to grab his arm, her eyes shining with genuine admiration. "Li Yi, you're amazing," she exclaimed excitedly. Even Meng Qingling, who had maintained her composure as the squad leader, was now thoroughly impressed. Her gaze drifted to Li Yi's other arm, longing to hold on to it herself, but she restrained herself for the sake of the team. Looking at her cousin Su Xiaohua with envy, Meng Qingling couldn't help but regret not being bolder the night before. The members of the Yun battle squad looked at Li Yi with awe in their eyes, as if they were gazing up at a deity who had descended among them. Sensing the admiration from everyone around him, Li Yi couldn't help but let a faint smile curl at the corner of his lips. "Mr. Li, do you have any advice regarding tactics for the ancient night fiend?" Meng Qingling asked respectfully. "You handle the arrangements," Li Yi nodded. "Actually, the main challenge with the Tail King is activating the rituals guarded by the 3 clans. The ancient night fiend itself isn't too difficult." He had full confidence in Meng Qingling's ability to lead. After a short break, the team began the final boss battle. 30 minutes later, as the ancient night fiend let out a furious, unwilling roar, "I cannot be killed," the system notification chimed. "You have slain the ancient night fiend and gained 280 experience points." 2 purple orbs slowly floated above the boss corpse. As Li Yi approached, everyone assumed he was about to collect the loot and stepped aside to clear a path for him. Instead, Li Yi took out a ritual disc. A faint wisp of death energy drifted from the boss body, eventually spiraling into the center of the disc and condensing into a dense, pitch-black mass. As expected, Li Yi thought with delight. This had to be the key to unlocking the hidden boss. After putting the disc away, he noticed that everyone was still waiting for him, clearly expecting him to take the loot. Without hesitation, he grabbed the 2 purple orbs. The first item was a battle blade usable by warriors and knights. The second was the extremely rare epic artifact, Night Fiend's Throat. Not only did it grant 120 points of strength, but it also had a 10 chance to trigger the Night Fiend's shriek effect, causing enemies to become frightened and reducing their melee hit rate by 30 for 10 seconds. Li Yi shook his head with a hint of regret. This equipment was clearly suited for tank classes. He handed both items to Meng Qingling. "Let's head out," Li Yi said. "But Mr. Li, we haven't found the clue for the hidden boss yet," Meng Qingling reminded him in surprise. Su Xiaohua and the other teammates quickly chimed in. "There's still plenty of time. Let's look for clues together." "No need. I already know how to activate it," Li Yi waved them off. "But it can't be done this time. Well, need to challenge it again. Would you all be willing to run it with me one more time?" "Would love to." Meng Qingling and Su Xiaohua answered in unison, and the rest of the squad eagerly agreed. Being able to clear a dungeon alongside a top-tier player from the Izu Girls Battle Squad was a huge honor. For hours later, everyone exited the dungeon in turn. The system prompt immediately sounded. Token Mountain Heroic Dungeon Challenge completed. Time spent: 1 day, 17 hours, 53 minutes. Current world ranking: 1st place. Token Mountain Heroic Dungeon Challenge completed. Overall rating: Gold 5 stars. Current world ranking: 1st place. We're number 1. The Yun Battle Squad members cheered and celebrated. This was what it felt like to be carried by a pro. Usually, they were the ones helping others who would have thought they'd get to experience being carried themselves. Li Yi received 60 experience for this run. Since the titles and badges he already had were better than the rewards offered, he chose the attribute bonus and gained a total of 60 free attribute points based on their completion time and rating. "If we get a full star rating, we can upgrade the Adventurer King badge again. Let's meet here in 2 days, Li Yi said. He didn't want to miss his scheduled meeting with Lord Philo every 3 days. More importantly, he was about to reach level 16. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Have a good rest tonight." After Li Yi finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Su Xiaohua carefully stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Li Yi, we recorded some videos in the instance. Can we share them online? Before he could reply, she patted her chest and promised confidently, we'll send them to you for approval before posting. Li Yi thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He knew that the most popular group right now was the Izu girls battle team, and most of the attention was on them. He was just one of the members. With the team backing him up, he didn't have to worry much about exposure. Thank you. Su Xiaowu cheered, her face flushed with excitement. She and Meng Qingling then asked to exchange contact information with Li Yi, and he didn't refuse. They wanted to ask where he was staying, but it felt too forward to do so in front of the others, so they let it go. After Li Yi left, Meng Qingling glanced at the camera in her cousin's hands. He agreed to it. Su Xiao was straightened up proudly, her face full of confidence. Don't show anyone's face. And send me the original files, Meng Qingling said calmly. The other women from the Yun Kong battle team caught this exchange with a glint in their eyes. They wanted copies too, but seeing Meng Qingling and Su Xiaowu together, they shivered and silently decided not to get involved in the sisters' business. Back at the hotel, Li Yi released the Sword Saint Lady from his storage space. Tomorrow you'll reach level 16. You'll be able to evolve again. He gently kissed the corner of her lips. Master, Li Yi knows what that means. Her cheeks turned pink and her eyes grew hazy. Moved by emotion, she chased after him and bit back playfully. They fooled around for a couple of hours. Before bedtime, Li Yi received messages from Su Xiaowu and Meng Qingling. Su Xiaowu sent a selfie was wearing white stockings, tight pink pajama pants, and a white crop top. Her hair was styled in high twin tails, and she lay on her bed, looking a little shy but clearly hopeful. Going to sleep now, sticking my tongue out. Good night, Li Yi. Moon emoji. Li Yi smiled at the photo and replied with a moon emoji. Zooming in, he felt a rush of excitement. Not bad. I should get a set like this for Lord Philo too. He couldn't help but imagine the half-human, half-cat girl in white stockings and felt a tinge of anticipation. Meng Qingling sent a video. When Li Yi clicked it, he saw her dancing gracefully in a silky long dress under soft lighting. The lights outlined her elegant figure. Interesting, Li Yi replied with a thumbs up. In her hotel room, Meng Qingling nervously watched the screen. When she saw Li Yi's reply, her cheeks turned red. She buried her face in the covers, embarrassed, then finally sent a shy emoji. She knew her cousin Su Xiaowu wouldn't hold back, so this time she mustered the courage to learn some trending dance videos and it seemed to have paid off. The next day, Li Yi chose the 5-player heroic instance in the Flame Wave Tide branch. After a successful run, he finally reached level 16. In his inventory, the 4th evolution Holy Stone stood out prominently. Back at the hotel, after showering, Li Yi lay on the bed, took a deep breath, and looked at Li Yu. Are you ready? He asked. The Sword Saint Lattice eyes sparkled with anticipation as she nodded. Li Yi gently pressed the evolution Holy Stone to her forehead, and it immediately glowed with dazzling white light, merging into her brow. Beneath the Sword Saint's skin, a dazzling light began to bloom, growing ever brighter, far surpassing the radiance of her first evolution. The milky white glow almost seemed to solidify, gradually seeping from her body and wrapping around Li Yue until she was completely enveloped. Once again, the Sword Saint transformed into a massive cocoon of light, gently floating above the bed. Li Yi watched with anticipation, silently vowing that this evolution would bring a fundamental breakthrough, not just a superficial change. Seconds dragged by like hours, and every moment felt like an eternity. After a full hour, the cocoon's brilliance finally began to dim. Is it done? Li Yi's spirits lifted as he stared intently. The light faded, then slowly dissipated, revealing Li Yu's curled-up silhouette within. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat when he noticed her long hair seemed different. A few minutes later, the cocoon vanished entirely. The Sword Saint's figure was fully revealed. She slowly opened her eyes, stretched, and landed lightly on her toes, steady on the bed. A powerful aura radiated from her in an instant, so intense that it sent a chill through the room. Even Li Yi, her master, couldn't help but be shaken by the force of her presence, instinctively taking a step back. Li Yue stood there, her presence as imposing as a mountain, her mastery and imperial might almost tangible. Li Yi's eyes lit up as he checked her stats. Name, Li Yue Caligasi. Race, Orc. Rank, Emperor. Class, Sword Saint. Strength, 1860. Agility, 4735. Constitution, 2135. Spirit, 990. Magic power, 865. Passive, Imperial Might, level 1. Awaken skills, Sword. Defy Fate, level 1. Sword. End of Days, level 1. Li Yi gasped. Li Yue had broken through to the highest Emperor rank. Every main attribute had increased by 500 points, and she had gained a powerful passive and 2 awakened skills. Imperial Might, level 1, reduced all attributes of enemies below her rank by 10, an incredible aura effect. Li Yu's power was now truly unmatched. Li Yue turned her gaze to the legendary weapon on the bed, the Zephyr Blade Rapier. With a thought, the sword leapt from its sheath and floated before her. She reached out with slender fingers and gently touched its blade. Instantly, The room was filled with a fierce sword intent. Wind-like sword energy whipped through the air, stirring her long hair. Suddenly, cracks began to appear along the blade. With a clear, ringing note, the sword shattered, bursting with blinding light. Li instinctively closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Lai Wei was holding a transparent longsword, its blade forged from pure sword energy and intent. In the next moment, the sword transformed into a streak of white light, burrowing into the back of her hand and vanishing, leaving behind a thumb-sized sword-shaped mark. Li Yi stared in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. His mind was filled with questions. At that moment, Lai Wei finally turned her gaze on Li Yi. Their eyes met, and the sword saint's face remained cold, her aura so overwhelming it felt like a wall. Li Yi felt an invisible pressure crush down on him, as if a towering mountain had appeared before him, making it hard to breathe. The fire that once burned in his heart was extinguished in an instant. What's going on? After her evolution, why had Lai Wei become so cold and imposing? Li Yi glanced again at her stats, then suddenly froze in realization. Affection, infatuated. It dawned on him this was all part of the story. The sword saint was just playing with him, fully aware of his thoughts. Li Yi's lips curled into a sly smile as he felt a surge of satisfaction. Humph. Insect. Lai Wei spat coldly, her disdainful voice booming in Li Yi's ears like thunder. Li Yi burst out laughing, secretly thrilled. Just as I expected, sword saint. Emperor, it's nothing special. With a cold snort, he lunged forward. So it turns out the one who couldn't take it anymore was Meat Knight. Li Yi stared up at the ceiling, his eyes vacant, as if all hope had drained from him. He couldn't even remember how many times had begged for mercy. All he knew was that his back felt like it was about to break. Humph. The sword saint big sister casually ran her fingers through her long hair and sat up, not even sparing him a glance. Li Yi's mouth twitched involuntarily. Not this again. She had already figured out all his weak spots. All she had to do was display that aura of a true master, that imperial dignity, and it would spark Li Yi's uncontrollable competitiveness, his urge to conquer, even his thirst for battle. It was more effective than Su Xiao was sending 10,000 suggestive photos, or Meng Qingling dancing on the edge for a year straight. Gritting his teeth, Li Yi muttered to himself, really, this is the last time. Tonight, I'm going all out with you. Less than 10 minutes later, Li Yi was begging for mercy again, completely drained. My master, the sword saint big sister whispered, pulling Li Yi into her arms and softly nuzzling his head. From now on, our breeding season will only come once every 10 years. And since there's such a huge gap between our ranks, we can't have children for the time being, Lai Yu said regretfully. Children? Li Yi's mind went blank. He was only 18, had never even thought about that. It's all right, he said, snuggling into her arms and gently comforting her. By the way, what's the deal with that sword? Lai Yu smiled slightly, raised her wrist, and with a flick, a flash of sword energy appeared, condensing into a blade of light. I created this when I ascended to the emperor rank, fusing the soul of the sword with sword energy. Li Yi eyed the sword, curiosity welling up inside him. He asked tentatively, can I touch it? The sword saint big sister nodded. Of course. It won't hurt you. Li Yi reached out, and as his hand touched the blade, it felt like he was pressing against an invisible force. He took his time, feeling it out. Mad Slaughter, Emperor Weapon. Quality, Immortal Orange Red. Total stats, 25. Effect 1, ignores resistances. Effect 2, always hits. Effect 3, double attack speed. Exclusive skill, Mad Emperor. Each attack increases the damage of your next attack by 10, stacks up to 20 times. At full stacks, all stacks are consumed, entering a recovery state where all healing is increased by 500 for 10 seconds. Li Yi's eyes nearly popped out of his head. An immortal-grade weapon, right in front of him, alive and real? He glanced at Lai Yu's stats panel, completely stunned. Strength, 23-25, Agility, 50-44, Constitution, 26-69, Spirit, 12-38, Magic Power, 10-81. Her total stats were over 10,000. This strong? She could probably breeze through the hardest hell-level dungeons solo, he exclaimed. And the sword was clearly her exclusive weapon, growing stronger as she leveled up. There'd be no need to worry about her gear ever again. After a long, exhausting day, Li was finally ready for bed when he received the edited video of the Token Mountain battle from Su Xiaohua. He watched it calmly, without any objections. The video was then posted to Yunkong Battle Team's official account, with the bold headline, Token Mountain Double Leaderboard's World #1 first collaboration with Alien Girl members. The eye-catching title immediately drew viewers in, eager to see what the Alien Girl team was capable of. Who's this expert from D University? Are you blind? Didn't you see the Imperial Capital University uniform? He fought solo and helped Yunkong Battle Team claim the world's top spot. That gear looks like a set, but I've never seen it before. What class is it? No wonder he's a legend. The aura is off the charts. As the video continued to play, it soon reached the first battle scene with the black-skinned wild boars. Everyone instinctively held their breath, eyes glued to the screen, silently guessing what class this expert belonged to and what kind of combat style would be revealed. In the next moment, dazzling summoning circles began to flicker on the screen, each lighting up in turn. One after another, massive stone giants stepped out from the magical arrays, each one imposing and formidable 6 in total. Wait, a summoner? What are those things? They're huge. How can someone at Tier 2 summon creatures that big? Viewers were left stunned, completely speechless. The live chat exploded with speculation, as everyone tried to guess which B or class this could possibly be. But to everyone's shock, this member of the Izu Nyo battle team turned out to be a class summoner. It wasn't just ordinary viewers who were amazed. Professors at Transcendence University sat up straight, high-level team leaders frowned, and officials from major agencies exchanged bewildered looks. None of them had ever seen summons like these before. There was nothing like them in the historical records. One question was on everyone's mind. How did this summoner from the Izu Nyo team acquire such a skill? Was he really just an ordinary summoner? On screen, the 6 stone giants charged at the black-skinned wild boar herd like moving mountains. When the elite dungeons monsters were sent flying several meters with a single swipe from a stone giant, all the viewers gasped in unison. Even more shocking, each boar was killed after just 3 strikes. Incredible strength. No one in front of the screen could find words. They could only stare in awe. The power of a single stone giant already surpassed that of an class professional, and yet this summoner could control 6 at once. Most crucially, each stone giant shimmered with a holy light, clearly radiating divine attributes, which ruled out any suspicion of cultist affiliation. After the battle, the video creator seemed to anticipate the audience's doubts and added a bold caption, witnessed by the entire Yunkong team. He is just an ordinary summoner. Viewers were left speechless. All their thoughts boiled down to just 2 words: so awesome. When the video showed Princess Selades pinned down by 9 stone giants and man-eating vines, everyone was utterly convinced. Monster became the only word that could describe this summoner. Even after extensive editing, the video still ran for 3 hours. Yet almost no one skipped a second. Everyone watched it all, completely absorbed. The moment it was released, the video went viral, with countless people sharing it, posting clips, and filling the top 5 trending topics with related keywords. In the capital, inside Lu Zanling's office, he sat in silence for a long time after watching the video, fingers tapping the desk. After Izu Nyo's earlier statement about not attending university, he had thought these young people were arrogant and reckless. But the facts proved otherwise. They truly didn't need to go to college. Or rather, college simply had nothing left to offer them. Members of the Izu Nyo team could only rely on their own strength to move forward. With mixed emotions, Lu Zhanling let out a sigh. He realized he had misjudged these remarkable young people. No wonder the Izu Nyo team never even registered an official account. They cared only about honing their abilities, not about fame or outside opinions. Feeling a swirl of emotions, Lu Zhanling immediately picked up his communicator to contact Meng Qingling. Make sure to establish a good relationship with the Izu Nyo team. Meet any of their needs as best as possible. If the Yunkong team's resources aren't enough, go directly to the school for help. After putting down the communicator, Lu Zhanling paced back and forth in his office, brows furrowed. No, I need to discuss this with higher-ups right away. Determination shone in his eyes. The growth of the Izu Nyo team was no longer just a matter for one battle team. It was something the entire Yen nation needed to take seriously. He felt it was his duty to personally step in and help create the best possible environment for these extraordinarily talented young people to thrive. The children of the Izu Girls Battle Group were demonstrating astonishing growth. Lu Zhanling stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in his office, his gaze deep and thoughtful. These young people had broken with convention, discarded the traditional path of professionals, and forged their own way. Their achievements had already far exceeded his expectations. As an 8th-tier powerhouse himself, he knew all too well that the most important thing now was to prevent interference from outside forces. He recalled the recent announcement from the Izu Girls Battle Group about giving up on attending university, and a smile of approval appeared on his lips. He remembered clearly that even if he had possessed the same level of strength as that young summoner at their age, he probably wouldn't have dared to make such a bold decision. After all, the temptation to be admired on campus and become the center of attention among peers was something few young people could resist. But the decision-makers in the Izu Girls Battle Group had shown remarkable courage. Not only did they have a clear vision for their own development, but, even more impressively, the entire team was able to move forward in perfect unison. This convinced Lu Zhanling that as long as they could maintain this momentum, they would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark in history. Soon after, following Lu Zhanling's personal visit to the national decision-makers, all major powers received a brief, yet meaningful directive. Unless the Izu Girls Battle Group actively sought help or cooperation, no outside force was to interfere with their development. Although the document did not explicitly ban recruitment or inducement, everyone understood the boundaries that needed to be respected. At the Shun family home in Chang'an Province, Shun Tianyue frowned as he looked over the directive. He recalled his previous conversation with his son, Shin Nanxing, and finally realized how short-sighted he had been. If he hadn't been so overbearing, the Shin family might now be the only power in the country still connected to this group of geniuses. While he could try to lower his stance and rebuild ties with Shin Nanxing, the memory of his son's distant attitude during their last meeting made him shake his head. Years of neglect had built an invisible wall between father and son, and trying to reconnect now purely for family interests would only make that wall stronger. Meanwhile, at the base of the Quanglei battle group, Shin Nanxing and Lin Mani were still caught up in the excitement after watching the latest video, their enthusiasm impossible to hide. They quickly recognized the summoner from the exotic warrior squad in the video as Li Yi. Both of them had already expected Li Yi to be powerful after all. He had once single-handedly defeated a rare-class opponent in a solo duel. But this time, they were completely unprepared for just how strong he had become. Shin Nanxing compared himself to Li Yi and realized that even if they were at the same level, and he was armed with a mythical weapon, he still stood no chance against that stone giant. Li Yi is improving at an incredible pace, Shin Nanxing thought to himself. He turned to Lin Mani and said, most new recruits below a rank are only around level 5, but Li Yi has already advanced to tier 2 and reached level 15. If we wait another 6 months before leveling up, the gap between us and the exotic warrior squad will be unimaginable. Lin Mani frowned, clearly aware of the problem. Jumping into an abyssal dungeon without special training would be far too dangerous. Shin Nanxing nodded and took a deep breath. Let's go ask Li Yi for some advice. With his experience and strength, he'll definitely have some strategies we can use. In a hotel room at Flamewave Base, Li Yi woke up in the arms of the Sword Saint Big Sister. He stretched lazily and winced as he felt a pain in his lower back. Ouch, my back hurts. The Sword Saint Big Sister cuddled closer to him, her tone playful. Master, what's wrong? Her soft, smooth skin made his heart race. Li Yi ran his fingers through her fluffy hair, a bit surprised. Short hair again. Li Yi blinked and smiled. Does Master prefer long hair? She gave her head a gentle shake, and in seconds, her short hair grew rapidly, cascading down to her waist. Li Yi's eyes widened. It can be long or short. That's amazing. Li Yi chuckled and explained. The vitality of an emperor-level being is incredibly strong. Not just hair, even lost limbs can regenerate. Of course, the new parts won't be as strong as the originals at first and need time to recover. I see. Li Yi laughed, reaching out to touch her hair. I like both long and short hair. It's nice to have a change every now and then. What about twin tails? Suddenly, he noticed that Li Yi's body temperature seemed to be rising. Li Yi was a bit startled. Wait, my back. Before he could finish, the Sword Saint Big Sister rolled over, leaned in, and gently pinched his chin with a faint, teasing smile. Master, why do you always try to act tough? Call me Big Sister. Li Yi's mouth twitched. It seemed like Li Yi was becoming increasingly fond of being called Big Sister. Resigned, he muttered, Big Sister, don't tease me. The Sword Saint Big Sister lowered her head slightly and nibbled affectionately on his earlobe, whispering, Big Sister loves you, you know. Li Yi couldn't help but marvel at how an emperor-level being could have such precise control over her body, even regulating her body temperature so dramatically. Faced with her advances, he found he had no way to resist. Later, he went out to buy some treats for Lord Philo and picked up some clothes for himself as well. The Sword Saint Big Sister smiled as she noticed the stockings clearly designed for halfling girls in his shopping bag. Master, you really have some strange tastes, she teased. She chuckled to herself as she looked at the odd shoes Li Yi had bought, thinking that, if not for her incredible control over her body, she wouldn't even be able to walk in them. Still, as long as it made her master happy, she was willing to oblige. Just then, Li Yi's phone chimed. Shin Nanxing had sent a message. Any tips for advancing to tier 2? Li Yi scratched his head, his thoughts drifting. To be honest, he didn't really have much experience with advancing to higher ranks. Had made it this far mostly thanks to the guidance of the Swordmaster sister and brute forcing his way through with overwhelming numbers. Still, if Shin Nanxing's team chose to advance during the Flamewave Tide, even though he couldn't join their party, he could still offer some help thanks to his current status. Now that he owned 50 of the Quanglei warband, the stronger Shin Nanxing's team became, the more it would benefit him as well. If Shin Nanxing kept progressing at the usual pace for professionals, had probably outpaced Li Yi sooner or later, and the support the Quanglei warband could offer would shrink accordingly. So, he needed to make sure the core members of the Quanglei warband didn't fall too far behind him in terms of level. With that in mind, he asked, Are you all ready for your advancement? Shin Nanxing saw the message and replied quickly, We're all level 10 now, and we've upgraded our gear as much as possible. After running dungeons together so many times, our teamwork and execution have gotten a lot better. Now, we just need to advance. Li Yi paused for a moment before responding. Our own advancement process isn't much use as a reference, so I can't really share any experience. But if you're willing to advance in the Abyss dungeon at the Flamewave Tide, I can offer some help. I can't guarantee your results, but you should have no problem passing the advancement trial. Shin Nanxing was overjoyed when he heard this. If the alien maiden warband says it's fine, then there's nothing to worry about. Brotherly, when should we go to the Flamewave Tide? Li Yi answered, let's go now. Shin Nanqing perked up and immediately notified his team, get ready. We're heading to the Flamewave base in Guangyi province for the advancement trial right away. As soon as the message went out, the core members of the warband exploded with chatter. They'd done well in the beginner dungeons, thanks to strategies from the Alien Maiden warband, but those were still intra-level, far less challenging than second-tier dungeons. The place they needed to go for advancement, though, was the Abyss Dungeon, a magical and dangerous realm. In some scenarios, the difficulty could even rival hell-level raids. That's why so many people got stuck at the max level for each tier, too afraid to attempt advancement. If it were easy, the students at the Extraordinary University wouldn't need months of special training before being allowed into the Abyss. Many warband members started messaging in the group chat. Aren't we supposed to do the university training first? Isn't this a bit rushed? Captain, the Abyss dungeon is way too dangerous. Shouldn't we think this through? Shin Nanqing wasn't upset by the messages. He understood their concerns. The dangers of the Abyss dungeon were real, and everyone only had one life. It was natural to be cautious. Don't worry, our friends from the Alien Maiden warband will be helping us. He reassured them. At the mention of the Alien Maiden warband, the group immediately quieted down. In the Quanlei warband, the Alien Maiden warband was almost legendary. Shin Nanqing's suggestions could be questioned, but when the Alien Maiden warband was mentioned, all doubts disappeared. Let's do this. The Abyss is nothing, we've got this. Someone shouted. The group chat quickly fell silent, then filled with messages of praise and excitement, everyone's tone a mix of awe and anticipation. Shin Nanqing couldn't help but smile at the chaos. Though he was a little exasperated, he didn't mind. After all, they were partners who had been through thick and thin together. Now that they were more familiar with each other, rank didn't matter as much, and everyone could relax a bit more. The Quanlei battle group assembled quickly. 100 fully leveled professionals stood ready, a core elite of the team. Many members held free teleportation stones, saving them a significant amount in transfer fees. Of course, some chose to pay out of pocket, using energy source crystals for a more affordable teleport. At the entrance to the tide of flame and waves, Shin Nanqing strode forward, greeting Li Yi warmly. Brotherly, long time no see. Lin Mani nodded respectfully. Mr. Li. Behind them, members of the Quanlei battle group craned their necks, curiously sizing up the members of the Exotic Maidens Guild. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Was this the legendary summoner who could call forth 9 stone giants? As for the tall female swordsman, Lai Yu, no one dared to stare at her for long, afraid of offending this powerful warrior. Li Yi nodded in return. It's been a while. He then reminded them, when we enter the Abyss dungeon, don't start any quests right away. Wait until I check in with the Radiant Knights, then you can begin. This left Shin Nanqing and Lin Mani momentarily stunned. The Radiant Knights were a major faction within the Tide of Flame and Waves, and they had a presence in many other dungeons as well. From Li Yi's tone, it sounded like he had a close relationship with this powerful group. Both of them knew how difficult it was to build rapport with dungeon factions. Very few professionals ever unlocked faction reputation, and even then, most remained at the lowest level. Sensing this might be a secret of the Exotic Maidens Guild, they wisely chose not to ask further. Oh, right, Li Yi suddenly remembered. Let me trade you the equipment. He opened the trade window and handed over the mythic grade item, Goblin Slayer, which was still sitting in his inventory. You finished the quest, brotherly? Shin Nanqing asked excitedly. Li Yi simply nodded and completed the transaction. Shin Nanqing immediately checked the stats. Goblin Slayer. Quality, Mythic Pink. Base attributes. Strength 270. Constitution 90. Agility 40. Level requirement, 11. Equipment effects. 1. Armor penetration 20. 2. Cooldown reduction 15. 3. Attack speed 15. Class exclusive 1. Skill points 5. Warrior, Knight, Swordsman only. Class exclusive 2. Goblin Slayer's Fury passive. For each goblin killed, total weapon stats increase by 15, stacking up to 10 times, lasting 12 hours, with a 10-hour cooldown. Note, find them. Kill them all. Wo Shun Nanqing gasped, eyes wide, his whole body trembling with excitement. Brotherly, this sword is way better than the one you gave me before. Total stats are up by 50, substats are way higher, and even the passive stacking value increased by 50. Yeah, I got lucky, Li replied calmly. Like his other gear, when Master Philo forged this sword, its final stats far exceeded those listed in the catalog. Shin Nanqing immediately showed the stats to his aunt. Lin Mani covered her mouth in shock, barely suppressing a cry of surprise. Brotherly, words can't express my gratitude. Shin Nanqing clasped Li Yi's hands tightly, his cheeks flushed and his voice trembling with excitement. Getting this sword gave him hope of reaching the T1 ranks. While it couldn't compare with the T0 tier, where teams had powerful otherworldly members, being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with rare and class professions was already a huge surprise. He remembered how, when he first founded the Thunderclap Guild, he dreamed of recruiting high-level professionals to support the team. Never did he imagine that one day he'd be strong enough to carry the guild himself. Having grown up overlooked by his father, the sense of accomplishment at finally becoming the backbone of the group filled him with pride. Good luck, Li replied simply. Half an hour later, the assembled team members filed through the portal, entering the abyss of Blazing Tide's dungeon. It was the first time the Thunderclap Guild had ventured into the abyss. Despite their bravado earlier, everyone was now tense and silent. The high-level NPCs passing by only added to their anxiety. Wait here for Brotherly, Shun Nanxing called out, raising his voice as he directed the 100-strong group to gather on the open ground near the portal. His shout drew curious glances from the nearby residents. Adventurers from another world, keep quiet, barked the radiant knight guarding the portal. Shun Nanxing quickly apologized remembered the guide's warning that offending NPCs in the Radiant Fortress was a serious crime, punishable by imprisonment or even flogging. There was even a story about a careless thief who tried to spy on an NPC bathing. Not only was he mauled by the courtyard dogs, but he was also jailed for 2 months and tortured. In this dungeon world, modeled after an ancient civilization, taboos were everywhere. 10 minutes later, Li Yi finally appeared, arriving from another portal. Greetings, Your Grace. May the holy light be with you. The Radiant Knights saluted him, leaving the Thunderclap Guild members stunned. Shun Nanxing and Lin Mani exchanged bewildered looks, unable to fathom what Li Yi had experienced in this dungeon to earn such respect from the NPCs. Li Yi nodded in acknowledgement and signaled for everyone to follow him. Along the way, townsfolk stepped aside, knights saluted, and the title Your Grace echoed repeatedly until the guild members grew numb to it. Excuse me, is Knight Catherine here? Li Yi asked. Li Yi walked up to the gates of the Radiant Knights' camp and paused. He turned to the young knight on duty and asked, May I come in? The young knight replied respectfully, Your Excellency, I'll inform them right away. However, Commander Catherine is currently in a meeting. Would you mind waiting for a moment? There was a hint of apology in his tone. Li Yi was a little surprised Catherine had been promoted. He nodded. All right, I'll wait. About 20 minutes later, a tall woman in ornate silver-white armor emerged from the camp. She moved with confidence, her long golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Her features were finely sculpted, with fair skin and a prominent nose. Her large, bright eyes radiated determination, and a few freckles on her cheeks added to her striking presence. It's been a while, Your Excellency Li Yi. What an honor to see you again. Catherine greeted him with a warm, confident smile. Li Yi looked into her pale green eyes, surprised. Catherine? Catherine nodded, unbothered that Li Yi hadn't recognized her right away. It's me, Your Excellency. Do you still remember me? Li Yi smiled. Of course, Miss Swordswoman. Catherine smiled back and bowed to Li Yi. It's only been a few days, but it seems you've grown even stronger, Miss Swordswoman. The Sword Saint nodded in return, her gaze carrying a hint of appreciation. Catherine turned her attention back to Li Yi, her eyes lighting up with joy. Is there something I can help you with, Lord Li Yi? Li Yi stepped aside, gesturing to the members of the Wild Thunder Squad behind him. These are my friends. They're here to participate in the trials today. Would you mind keeping an eye on them? Catherine smiled and nodded. Of course, they'll make sure they're safe. But I'd encourage them to get as much real combat experience as possible. After all, without facing real battles, it's hard to become a truly strong warrior. The members of the Wild Thunder Squad were taken aback, their expressions tense. They hadn't expected to receive such an opportunity. Usually, they'd only heard about adventurers taking on tasks from NPCs, but this time, an NPC was actually agreeing to help them. It was almost unbelievable. Shin Nanxing suddenly spoke up, her tone urgent. We'll give it our all. The others quickly chimed in, promising not to slack off during the trials. Catherine nodded with a smile. Excellent, I look forward to seeing what you can do. She turned and began leading them to make the necessary arrangements. Li Yi thanked her and was about to take his leave. But Catherine suddenly stopped, a hint of shyness in her voice. Your Excellency, there's one more thing. Li Yi looked back at her in confusion. What is it? Catherine's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke in a low voice. The Grace Festival is in 4 days, but I still haven't found a dance partner. Would you do me the honor of being my partner at the banquet? Li Yi hesitated, a bit embarrassed. I don't know how to dance. Catherine quickly reassured him. It's all right, the steps are simple. If you practice with me the day before, I can teach you. Li Yi was moved by her sincerity and agreed. All right then, I'll count on you. The Sword Saint watched Catherine with an ambiguous smile, their eyes meeting for a moment before Catherine looked away, a little flustered. Clearly, the Sword Saint hadn't objected, and Catherine felt relieved. After noting down Catherine's address, Li Yi said his goodbyes and headed back to the treehouse. The Sword Saint returned to her own room and began meditating. Li Yi opened Lord Philo's door and said softly, 3 chapters updated today. If you enjoyed them, please consider supporting me. On the bed, Lady Philo slept soundly, still in the same position she was in when Li Yi last left her. Only her small head peeked out from under the huge quilt, her long, jet black hair spreading across the pillow like ink flowing in water. As Li Yi quietly approached the bedside, his gaze drifted irresistibly to her rosy, delicate lips, stirring his heart. He recalled the sweetness of her kiss, the memory still vivid and fresh. Moving as quietly as possible, he crept closer, gently resting his knees on the edge of the bed and placing his hands on either side of the halfling girl, slowly leaning down toward her. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his waist, making his face twist in discomfort. He gritted his teeth, trying to encourage himself, what's a little pain? But just as he was about to continue, the halfling girl suddenly opened her eyes. The first thing Philo saw upon waking was the person she liked. Her jewel-like eyes immediately curved into crescent moons. Yahoo, she giggled, reaching out to poke Li Yi's nose playfully. Did I sleep for 3 days? She quickly noticed the pain on his face and asked with concern, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Li Yi sighed inwardly at the missed opportunity and sat down beside her, supporting himself with his arms. My back hurts a little. Philo reached out and gently pressed his waist, feeling the firm muscles beneath her fingers. Did you injure your back? Is it serious? Li Yi, a bit ticklish, replied quickly. It's not an injury, nothing serious. I'll be fine in a couple of days. Suddenly, Philos' eyes lit up. Oh, I almost forgot I have some healing ointment the elves gave me. She threw off the covers and bounced out of bed, bringing with her a rush of warm, fragrant air. With a flick of her wrist, she produced a round wooden jar about the size of a fist and handed it to Li Yi. Just apply it to the sore spot, and you'll feel better in no time. Elven medicine? Li Yi took the jar curiously and opened the lid. Instantly, a refreshing herbal scent filled the air, accompanied by a strong surge of natural energy from the ointment. He immediately took off his outer shirt, leaving his upper body bare. Philo glanced at his torso, her cheeks reddening slightly. She thought to herself that her partner's physique was actually quite nice. Li Yi, there's no wound on your back. Why does it hurt? She asked, blinking her pretty eyes in confusion. Li Yi hesitated for a moment. It's just from fighting the boss, overted it a bit, he replied vaguely. Boss? What's a boss? Philo tilted her head. I understand fighting though. She smiled brightly. Let me help you. With a thought, the ointment jar floated out of Li Yi's hands. A small amount of the ointment was lifted by her telekinesis, stretched into fine threads, and evenly spread across his lower back. A cool sensation washed over him, and the soreness in his waist faded almost instantly. This stuff really works. Thank you, Lady Philo, Li Yi said in delight, twisting his waist experimentally. The pain was almost gone. As he was about to put his shirt back on, his eyes fell on Philos' small feet. She immediately picked up on his gaze and teased, you really like them that much? Despite her words, she floated onto his shoulder and playfully tapped his back with her heels. Li Yi grinned, gently holding her little feet. I've been thinking about this for days. Finally, I can enjoy it. Suddenly, an idea struck him. By the way, Lady Philo, could you step on my back? Philo looked puzzled. Step on your back? What's that? Li Yi perked up and explained in detail. Philo quickly understood. Oh, it's like a massage, but with feet. No problem, lie down. Li Yi flopped excitedly onto the bed. Philo hovered above his back, then gently landed on him, her toes pressing lightly against his back. This is only half my weight. Does it feel heavy? Li Yi, let me put my whole weight on you. Hearing this, the halfling girl finally relaxed and gently placed her other foot on Li Yi's back, letting her entire weight rest on him. Li Yi closed his eyes, unable to suppress a contented hum as he enjoyed the sensation. The soft, springy touch of her soles, especially the gentle kneading of her pads against his back, almost made him lose himself in pleasure. Suddenly, Li Yi's eyes snapped open as he sensed a subtle vibration from Philo's feet. It was like the gentle tremor of a massage gun, but softer and more soothing. This is my ability to sense the earth's veins. I also used a bit of telekinesis. Does it feel? Philo said proudly, hands on her hips and a hint of smugness on her face. Li Yi's eyes lit up. That's amazing, Lady Philo. Flattered by his praise, the halfling girl became playful, strolling all over Li Yi's back with her feet. She changed her pace from fast to slow, as if performing a silent dance. Li Yi was completely lost in this unique pleasure. An hour later, Philo finally sounded a bit tired. Is that enough? Yes, thank you, Lady Philo. Li Yi replied, a little reluctant for it to end. Had already decided that this would definitely become a regular treat. Oh, right, Lady Philo, I bought you some new clothes this time. Li Yi excitedly rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a few delicate little garments. He grabbed a pair of white stockings and some cute pajama shorts, a replica of Suzaowo's set. These are stockings. Lady Philo, do you want to try them on? Philo immediately shook her head. I don't like wearing socks. My feet are way too sensitive. Her gaze fell on the camisole and shorts, her cheeks turning pink as she mumbled, this outfit looks a bit too small. Li Yi's smile froze. Of all things, had forgotten about how sensitive halfling feet could be. Still, he pressed on. Lady Philo, I'd really love to see you in this outfit. Would you try it on for me? The little halfling girl blushed furiously under his gaze, turning her head shyly. Fine, but you have to leave the room and no peeking. I promise I won't look. Li Yi agreed at once, rushing out excitedly. A few minutes later, Philo's soft voice called from inside. You can come in now. Li Yi almost burst through the door. The first thing he saw was her slender legs wrapped in white stockings. She wore a tiny white camisole embroidered with a cute kitten, her stomach flat and smooth, her waist so slim he could almost encircle it with one hand. She's so adorable. Li Yi was completely stunned, the sight nearly taking his breath away. Even the usually cheerful and outgoing Philo couldn't handle his intense gaze. Her face flushed as she mumbled, "Have you seen enough? I want to change back." "Wait," Li Yi called out, reaching for her with eager eyes. Philo glanced down at him, then shyly placed her feet in his hands. Li Yi gave them a gentle squeeze, but looked disappointed. The stockings dulled the sensation, making them feel much less soft. Without hesitation, he slipped them off and tossed them aside, cradling her bare feet in his hands again. The difference was immediate. The familiar softness, smoothness, and elasticity returned, and Li Yi looked completely satisfied. Bare feet really are the best. But soon, even that wasn't enough. He gazed at Philo, his voice tender with admiration. "You're so cute. Lady Philo, your skin is so fair and delicate, and your hands are so small and soft. They're beautiful. And your hair is so dark and shiny. You're just stunning." His words, sweet as candy, seemed to pour straight into Philo's heart. The innocent halfling girl could hardly handle such flattery. Her eyes went dazed from the praise. When she finally snapped back to her senses, she suddenly realized Li Yi had already wrapped an arm around her waist, and she was sitting right in his lap. "Lord Philo, you smell so good." Li Yi leaned in close to the halfling girl, greedily inhaling her scent. Philo, both embarrassed and annoyed, turned her face away, pushing against this shameless human with all her might. "Are you a puppy or something? Let me go? If you keep this up, I'm really going to get mad." Li Yi only took advantage of her resistance. "I'll let go, but only if I can give you a kiss, Lord Philo." That made Philo's body tremble, her cheeks flushing even redder. "No, absolutely not," she protested, shaking her head. For halflings, getting this close, just days after becoming partners, is way too fast. Li Yi moved even closer, his voice dropping. "Lord Philo, I actually owe you an apology. Before I left last time, I kissed you while you were sleeping." "What?" Philo was both furious and embarrassed. "How could you?" Before she could finish, Li Yi seized the moment and kissed her. Philo's eyes widened in shock. She instinctively wanted to push him away with her psychic power, but when she saw the look of devotion on his face, her heart started pounding uncontrollably. Aside from her master, Masokin, Li Yi was the first intelligent being shed ever touched this way. So this is what partners do, Philo thought to herself. She was a little angry, but mostly just shy. Without realizing it, she wrapped her arms around Li Yi's neck and closed her eyes. After a long moment, Philo finally pushed Li Yi away with her psychic power. "Are you trying to leave a mark on me or something?" she grumbled, lightly pounding his head and putting up a psychic barrier in front of her. "How could you do that without my permission?" Sorry, Li Yi said with a goofy grin. "You're just too cute, Lord Philo. I couldn't help myself." He hesitated, then asked, "But if I asked, would you say yes?" Philo turned away, her voice soft. "It still has to be with my consent." Li Yi's eyes lit up. "Lord Philo, can I hug you again?" The halfling girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded shyly and floated toward Li Yi. "Can I kiss you?" Li Yi asked as he pulled her into his arms. Philo's face turned as red as a ripe apple. "Oh, you're impossible to refuse," she muttered, nodding in resignation. "I said you need my permission." Suddenly, Philo's angry voice rang out. Li Yi was lifted out of the room by a surge of psychic force and landed hard on the floor outside. "You're not allowed in today." The door slammed shut. Li Yi got up, shaking his head with a wry smile. He couldn't help but think, halflings really do think differently from humans. Do they really need to ask for permission for everything between a man and a woman? "What would I do?" "Ask, Lord Philo. Is it okay if my hands wander a bit?" He set out the delicacies had brought from the modern world on the living room table. Not long after, Philos' door opened, and she floated out, still pouting, hovering above the table as she grabbed a dessert with her psychic power. The moment she tasted it, her expression softened completely. "Li Yi, this is delicious." Philo landed beside Li Yi and handed him a piece of food. Her face was radiant with joy, as if all her earlier displeasure had vanished. Seeing her like this, Li Yi felt a surge of happiness. Lady Philo truly had a wonderful personality. This time, he was well prepared. Not only did he bring food and clothing, but he also bought a few board games. The three of them spent a delightful time together. Philo, trying board games for the first time, was completely absorbed, and even the reserved Li Yi was coaxed out of her room, gradually joining in and revealing a rare smile. Late at night, as Li Yi turned to head toward the Sword Saint's room, Philo called softly behind him, "Li Yi." "Yes, Lady Philo." Li Yi turned around. Philo wanted to ask him to stay with her that night, but recalling everything that had happened during the day, she hesitated, worried she might be inviting trouble. With over 3 centuries of experience, she knew that if her companion insisted, she would have a hard time refusing. "Good night," she blurted out, then darted into her room like a startled bird and shut the door with a bang. When the Sword Saint saw Li Yi stride confidently into the room, she smiled faintly. The wind stopped, the reins over feeling like yourself again? Before she finished her sentence, the Emperor's blade on the back of her hand had already flown out, weaving a pale red curtain of sword energy by the bedside. The next morning, Li, looking as calm as ever, went to Philo to ask for ointment. After another sparring session with the Sword Saint, he had a clear understanding of his own limits. Today, Philo wore a blue puff dress, looking both adorable and lively. As she watched him pack his things, a trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes. Li, are you leaving again? Li stepped forward and gently squeezed her small foot, reassuring her, he'll be back on time if anything. He'll be early, never late. Once I retrieve the night demon's eye from the hidden boss on Token Mountain, he'll come straight to you to forge a legendary staff. After leaving the treehouse, Li didn't head straight out of the blazing tide, but instead made his way to the Radiant Knights camp. There, he happened to run into Catherine leading her team back, with the Thunderclap battalion following behind, looking grave. Li quickly counted heads and confirmed that no one was missing. Lord Li. Catherine's eyes lit up as she hurried over. Standing 2 centimeters taller than Li, the female garrison officer's gentle smile drew curious glances from the Thunderclap battalion. This was a far cry from the decisive commander they knew from the battlefield. But since it was Li, it somehow made sense. Good morning, Catherine. After greeting her, Li turned to Shen Nanqing. What happened? Shen Nanqing gave a wry smile and shook his head. We're fine, just a bit shaken. Li immediately understood. These 18-year-old recruits had faced a real battlefield for the first time, and it was nothing like fighting monsters in dungeons. The shock was only natural. These are experiences everyone has to go through, and you need to actively adapt to them. The members of the Quanglei battle group gazed at Li's back with admiration in their eyes. They understood well that only by surviving the brutal battles of the Flame Wave could one truly grasp how hard it was to earn the recognition of the Radiant Knights. After leaving the Abyss dungeon, Li and the Sword Saint elder sister returned together to the Flame Wave base. His phone signal was restored, and the screen immediately lit up with a flood of unread messages. When he checked, he saw that they were from Meng Qingling and Su Xiaohua. Su Xiaohua had shared a new set of cosplay photos, while Meng Qingling had posted several dance videos, her outfits more revealing than before, and her movements and expressions exuding a charm quite unlike her usual self. Can we go to Token Mountain this afternoon? Li messaged Meng Qingling directly. The moment the notification sounded, Meng Qingling checked her phone right away. Of course, we've been ready for ages. She replied almost instantly. Regaining her composure as group leader, she quickly rallied the members of the Yun-Kong battle group. Everyone, get ready. This afternoon, we're challenging the hero-level Token Mountain again, and this time we have to secure the first kill of the hidden boss. By 1 p.m., when Li arrived at the Token Mountain dungeon entrance, the Yun-Kong battle group was already assembled. Meng Qingling hurried over to send him a team invite, but she couldn't quite meet Li's eyes. Remembering the dance videos Shed sent him earlier, she felt as if he could see right through her. Standing nearby, Su Xiaohua immediately sensed something was off. Her gaze flickered between Li and her cousin, noticing a new, inexplicable maturity in Li and an unusual reaction from her cousin. This set off alarm bells in her mind. Mr. Li, is there anything you'd like to instruct us on before we enter the dungeon? Meng Qingling asked, forcing herself to stay calm. Li slowly shook his head. To trigger the hidden boss, we need to collect the required items first, then defeat the regular boss. As for the regular boss, just stick to the strategy you used before. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance a few more times at the group leader, who maintained a dignified appearance in public but showed a completely different side in private. This time, the team was at full strength with 30 members, including 2 newly joined class professionals. With this, Yun-Kong battle group now boasted 4 class professionals and 1 rare class, making for an impressive lineup. After entering Token Mountain, Li led the team for a full 10 hours before finally gathering all the instrument panel fragments. Watching as Li pieced together all 32 fragments to form a complete instrument panel, the members of the Yun-Kong battalion stared in utter disbelief. They had followed Li throughout the entire journey, witnessing firsthand the collection of each fragment. Many of the fragments were hidden in the most bizarre and unimaginable places. For example, at one point, Li arrived at a pond. Everyone assumed the fragment would be inside the pond, but instead, Li used an energy star shot to kill a frog by the pond's edge. The others thought the fragment must be in the frog's stomach, but Li tied the frog with a rope and tossed it into a hole in the ground. Over 10 minutes later, a slow-moving armored tortoise crawled out, chasing after the frog's meat, and the fragment was actually wedged between the plates on the tortoise's back. Everyone was stunned. Who could have possibly discovered that? And how did Li figure it out? The group began to question everything. They recalled all their previous runs together, yet somehow Li always managed to find these fragments. What puzzled them the most was how anyone could connect such an unremarkable piece with the hidden boss in such a massive scenario. It was simply beyond comprehension. All right, it's time to take down the boss, Li said casually. Instantly, everyone perked up finally, The boss challenge was about to begin. Having followed Li Yi the entire way, their own presence had faded into near insignificance. But even with Li Yi leading the fight, they couldn't help but feel a little out of place during the boss battle. Watching the pro carry them through, they wept silently inside. Maybe this was the little frustration that came with being carried by an expert. The next day, the team successfully defeated the final boss, the ancient Night Fiend. Black death energy surged from the center of the instrument panel, 6 streams of energy bursting forth, filling the space with a thick aura of death. Suddenly, the altar beneath the Night Fiend's corpse began to tremble. To everyone's shock, a crack split open at the center of the altar, and the instrument panel in Li Yi's hands violently shook free, flying straight into the gap. "Who has awakened me?" A deep, resonant voice echoed from below their feet. Had they just triggered a hidden boss? The group tensed up, palms sweating. The crack widened, growing larger than the Night Fiend's body, forming a bottomless, pitch-black pit. The Night Fiend's corpse tumbled in, followed by horrific chewing sounds, flesh and bone being devoured, sending chills down everyone's spine. The ancient Night Fiend had been eaten. Just how massive was this hidden boss that lurked in such an enormous pit? The chewing continued for 5 minutes before the voice from the pit grew even more frenzied. "Still hungry. I smell humans. Ah, the scent of fresh, delicious flesh." Hunger and madness dripped from every word. Boom, boom. 2 thunderous crashes shook the altar as 2 enormous claws, each the size of a truck, suddenly reached out, gripping the edge of the pit. "I have returned." A monstrous, grotesque head slowly emerged from the darkness. Its scalp was covered in dense, horn-like spikes. 3 pairs of eyes glared from a pallid face, its skin deathly white, teeth razor-sharp, and remnants of the Night Fiend's fur and flesh still hung from its mouth. Then, the hidden boss' massive body followed, dominating the entire arena. "You have discovered the Night Fiend Lord, Degulak." With a sudden flourish, Dracula spread his massive wings, the jet-black feathers carving a breathtaking arc through the air. Everyone held their breath, bracing themselves for him to take flight. But instead, the colossal creature simply beat his wings in a show of intimidation, his lower body still firmly anchored in the pit. "Is this a toilet boss?" The thought flashed through everyone's mind. Bosses fixed in one spot were usually straightforward in terms of mechanics, but their stats were often terrifying. Just by looking at the Night Demon Lord's enormous size, it was clear his upper body alone was 8 meters tall, and his wingspan stretched over 20 meters, blocking out the sky. This was by far the largest boss they had ever encountered, and such a massive form could only mean truly fearsome attributes. "Mr. Li, do you have any tactical suggestions?" Meng Qingling asked, forcing herself to sound calm. "This is my first time taking on this challenge, so I don't have any great advice." "You are better off making the decisions," Li Yi replied, shaking his head with composure. Everyone exchanged glances. How could someone find clues to a hidden boss on their first attempt? It seemed unbelievable. Yet seeing Li Yi's calm demeanor, Meng Qingling couldn't help but feel a little more at ease. After half an hour of careful planning, Meng Qingling began assigning roles. "Let's focus on playing it safe at the start. Our first attempt isn't about beating the boss, but about figuring out its skills and mechanics. Everyone, prioritize your own safety. Melee classes should hold off on attacking and wait for my signal to disengage." The 6 frontline tanks nodded solemnly. After everyone activated their buffs, they took their assigned positions. Li Yi summoned 9 radiant, armored warriors. The dark-skinned, crew-cut shield warrior was the first to charge, using his skills to rush to the Night Demon Lord's side. The other 5 tanks quickly followed. The 3 shield warriors were tense and fully focused, ready to respond at a moment's notice. "Fresh meat delivered right to me," the Night Demon Lord sneered. "But I think he'll play with you first." Unexpectedly, he didn't attack the shield warriors right away. Instead, he raised both hands high, as if performing some kind of ritual. "Despair within your nightmare." Before he finished speaking, the light around them grew hazy, and a crimson mist began to fill the air. Everyone's expression changed instantly. "This is bad. It's a mass sleep spell." Meng Qingling's face turned pale. "We don't have a druid in the party to dispel it." In fact, druids were extremely rare throughout Yin country. There were a few lower-tier related classes, but even those were scarce. Druids were mainly concentrated in northern Europa, where ancient shamanistic and nature religions were still practiced. Each region had its own signature classes. Yin country was known for martial artists and monks, while Europa and North Liga favored priests and knights, and South Liga was dominated by priests and shamans. The Maya continent is a gathering place for rangers, and the only region on the entire continent where necromancers exist. At this moment, the members of the Yun Kong battle group faced the Night Demon Lord, and fear appeared on all their faces. A glaring red warning flashed in their status bar, setting negative effect reading "Nightmare incoming," accompanied by a rapidly ticking countdown. 16, 15, 14. "Evacuate now." Meng Qingling called out urgently. 10 seconds should have been more than enough to escape from a stationary boss. But Li Yi noticed his own timer was longer than his teammates. 19, 1817. This was thanks to his unique attribute bonuses: 10 fixed tenacity from Abyssal Warrior, a 10 aura tenacity from Warlord, and an additional 20 boost. More importantly, the rank Blessing Priest's Divine Light Shield, combined with the 50 Holy Enhancement from the Chosen of Light title, granted him another 10 tenacity. Altogether, this extra 24 tenacity gave him 3 precious seconds longer to resist than the others. As everyone retreated at full speed, the Night Demon Lord let out a manic laugh and slammed the ground. Ha ha ha. Insects, you can't escape. With a thunderous crash, a shockwave sent everyone flying 2 meters into the air. Before they could regain their footing, a second wave struck, knocking them down again. As the countdown neared 0, despair settled over the Yunкong team. After the third shockwave, Su Xiaohua managed to cast her Chi Thunder Shield just before losing consciousness. But as she fell asleep, the shield faded away. Li Yi quickly summoned his companion from the summoning space. 3. Two-sword master Lai Yu appeared gracefully, catching her falling master in midair. Crimson mist swirled around her, but it couldn't touch her. Delicious prey. The Night Demon Lord howled with laughter. Lai Yu frowned slightly. You're so noisy. She summoned the dark red frenzied Emperor Blade, the 2-meter sword tracing a beautiful arc through the air. Ultimate sword style break. A whirlwind of sword energy roared out, piercing straight through the Night Demon Lord's chest. I've slumbered for countless years, I can't accept this, he muttered bitterly as he collapsed. Lai Yu sheathed her blade and affectionately pinched her master's cheek. Master is so adorable, she said, then gave Li Yi a gentle kiss. A minute later, Li Yi woke up first and happily planted a kiss on Lai Yu's cheek. Thank you, big sis. That sounded so sweet. Lai Yu replied with a satisfied smile. Li Yi jumped out of her arms and returned the sword master to the summoning space. After a few seconds, the members of the Cloud Sky battle group gradually regained consciousness. As they opened their eyes, their first instinct was to rush out of the battlefield, but they all stopped abruptly, their gazes drawn irresistibly to the massive corpse at the center of the altar. Is it dead? Someone murmured, disbelief thick in their voice. Everyone stiffly glanced at their class panels for confirmation. You have slain the Night Demon Lord. You gained 400 experience points. First kill bonus, 400 experience points. It's really dead. Shocked whispers spread through the group. Who killed it? A wave of astonishment swept through everyone as their eyes inevitably landed on Li Yi, who stood beside the corpse. Li Yi met their gazes calmly, casually tossing the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by the Night Demon Lord to Meng Qingling. At the same time, he held up a glowing, eyeball-shaped item in his hand. They'll be needing this material, he said, his tone even. With that, he leapt onto the back of the light-forged warrior, ready to leave the dungeon. The group watched Li Yi's departing figure, their minds reeling. There was no doubt the Night Demon Lord had been defeated by Li Yi alone. Checking the time, they realized that from the start of the battle to now, less than 5 minutes had passed. To defeat a hidden, hero-level boss single-handedly in such a short time. Everyone drew a sharp breath, feeling it hard to breathe. How did he do it? Someone whispered. Was it a special skill or a rare item? Whatever the answer, this feat was enough to shock everyone and completely overturn their understanding of the game. Even more unsettling, how many times could he pull off something like this? Su Xiaohua felt her heart pounding wildly, her mind replaying the first image she saw upon waking. Li Yi standing calmly beside the massive corpse, his expression as serene as a gentle breeze drifting through the clouds. She had thought she already imagined Li Yi's abilities to be terrifying enough, but now she realized she had still underestimated him. She glanced at her cousin, only to find the same look of shock on her face. Su Xiaohua gave a wry smile. Though she was considered a campus beauty at Imperial Capital University, at this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of insecurity. They say you shouldn't meet someone too extraordinary when you're young, she thought to herself. Now that my cousin and I have seen a man like this, how could any other guy ever measure up? Maybe only someone from the Alien Girls battle group would truly be a match for him. Suddenly, she understood why Li Yi always replied so indifferently to the photos she'd sent him. After a long silence, Meng Qingling took a deep breath, her voice trembling slightly. Let's end the run. Everyone's eyes turned to the shattered camera outside the battlefield, now nothing but fragments, and silently prepared to leave. They were all smart enough to understand without a recording, finding all 32 dial fragments needed to activate the hidden boss again would be nearly impossible. The dungeon had progressed too quickly for anyone to note down all 32 locations. Even if someone had tried, who could remember so many details? By destroying the camera, Li Yi had sent a clear message. This hidden boss would be sealed away once more, and his solo kill would remain a secret. Even though they were the elite of Imperial Capital University, no one would believe their claim that someone had soloed a hero-level hidden boss without proof. Besides, the Cloud Sky battle group was not entirely united. Most would choose to keep this secret to build favor with the Alien Girls battle group. Even if a few tried to spread the truth, the others would likely refuse to back them up, leaving the whistleblower to become a laughingstock. So, Even without Meng Qingling explicitly instructing everyone, they all understood what needed to be done. In silence, the group made their way smoothly to the dungeon exit. The members of the Yun Kong battle group exchanged knowing glances, deliberately avoiding any mention of the hidden boss. Li Yi was quite pleased with this. Dealing with smart people always made things easier. If anyone had brought it up, he would have drawn a clear line and cut ties with the group for good. No matter how tempting Meng Qingling's dancing or Su Xiaoguo's alluring pictures might be, he had no interest in them. As they exited the instance, Li Yi's class panel suddenly popped up with a notification. Token Mountain Heroic Instance Challenge complete. Time taken, 1 day, 23 hours, 58 minutes. Current world ranking, 1st place. Token Mountain Heroic Instance Challenge complete. Overall rating, Gold, 9 stars. Current world ranking, 1st place. Your Adventurer King badge value has increased. Li Yi glanced over the Adventurer King's stats and saw that he had gained a total of 105 attribute points from this run. The badge's quality had also improved, granting him Crown Power 106, Agility 106, Constitution 106, Spirit 106, and Magic Power 106. The equipment effects were as follows. 1. Movement speed 30. 2. Critical hit chance 7.5. Note: you will find it easier to gain favor from allied units in instances. The Yun Kong team members held their breath, eyes wide in disbelief at the notifications before them. They had actually received a perfect star rating. It was their very first time achieving a full star score. Not only that, but they had also earned a special reward for a Brave Adventurer badge. The Brave Adventurer badge was gold quality, granting 30 to Strength, Agility, Constitution, Spirit, and Magic Power. The equipment effects were 1. Movement speed 10. 2. Critical hit chance 3. Note: in instances, allied targets will remain friendly toward you. At that moment, everyone could barely contain their excitement. Not long ago, a rookie team from one of the world's top guilds had come to Yin Country to challenge the instance. While their badge wasn't as powerful as the Adventurer King badge from the Exotic Maidens team, it still far outclassed the Valiant Adventurer badge obtained by even the best foreign teams. The final badge effect increasing NPC favorability in instances was incredibly rare, ensuring this title would remain highly coveted for a long time. Meng Qingling's cheeks flushed with excitement, her joy unmistakable. As a Bao Master, critical hit stats were vital to her, even more so than her primary attributes. To stack crit, she would willingly sacrifice some main stats. Now, with a direct 3 boost to crit chance, her combat power had taken a huge leap forward. Su Xiaoguo was so excited she nearly jumped for joy. As a martial artist, movement speed was crucial for her, and a 10 boost was a massive upgrade. She could barely contain her excitement. With enthusiasm, Meng Qingling walked right up to Li Yi, her usual shyness forgotten. Her eyes sparkled like stars as she spoke gratefully. Mr. Li, I really can't thank you enough. I don't even know how I can ever repay you. Li Yi smiled, tempted to crack a joke about her dancing, but held back at the last moment. He replied casually, you guys did your part too. There will be more chances to work together in the future, so let's talk about it then. I've got something to take care of now, so we'll be heading off. With that, he turned to leave. Just then, Su Xiaoguo hurried over, her eyes full of reluctance and hope. She had wanted to grab Li Yi's arm, but as she drew near, she hesitated and held back. Looking up at him with bright, clear eyes, she said softly, Li Yi, if you ever need our help, just let us know. We'll give it our all. Just as Li Yi was about to turn and leave, Meng Qingling suddenly called out to him. He turned around to see her nervously biting her lip, summoning her courage before speaking. Mr. Li, at the rate you're leveling up, you'll probably reach level 20 very soon. Would you be interested in advancing to tier 3 with us? The proposal made Li Yi pause in thought. Advancing to tier 3 would indeed be safest during the Blazing Tide event. With the support of the Radiant Knights, he could also take the opportunity to cause some trouble for Lord Philo. Seeing his interest, Meng Qingling continued. We've chosen the Abyssal Dungeon Fall of the Night Emperor. There are 2 rare items that drop inside. Active Sacred Essence for Holy Light enhancements, and Active Shadow Essence for Shadow enhancements. According to the information we found, the Active Shadow Essence can strengthen a summoner's energy bomb, giving it shadow damage effects. And Su Xiaoguo chimed in at just the right moment. If our dungeon score is high enough, there's a chance to get Active Shadow Flame Essence, which can transform your skills into a Shadow Flame form. Her words immediately piqued Li Yi's interest. He had been eyeing the energy bomb skill for a long time, knowing it could greatly boost his combat power. Right now, the energy bomb was pure energy damage, easy to defend against. But if he could infuse it with shadow attributes, its power would be on another level. As for Shadow Flame, a perfect blend of shadow and fire, it could not only cause explosive damage, but also burn enemies over time, making it a truly formidable ability. He'll think about it, Li Yi replied, not giving an immediate answer. Meng Qingling wasn't disappointed. She hadn't expected much to begin with. After all, Li Yi belonged to the Alien Girls Battle Squad, so in theory, he should advance alongside his own team. Whether he could be persuaded would depend on how badly he wanted the new skill. Besides, now that Li Yi had the stone golem, he might not need the energy bomb's firepower as much. After saying goodbye to the Sky Cloud battle team, Li Yi returned to his hotel. He hadn't showered in 2 days and felt uncomfortable all over. So he dragged the Sword Saint big sister into the bathroom, and they enjoyed a long, 3-hour soak. That night, Su Xiaohua lay on her bed, wearing a JK uniform with black stockings, repeatedly zooming in and out on her own photos. She hesitated over whether or not to send them to Li Yi, but when she checked their previous chat history, all she saw were a few simple likes from him and not much else. She sighed, hugging her pillow anxiously. Li Yi had 2 girlfriends already, seen it all. It made sense that he didn't react much to her pictures. What is Li Yi Gij doing right now? She wondered, her mind drifting. Suddenly, she remembered the time she sat in Li Yi's lap, and her cheeks flushed bright red as she quickly burrowed under the covers. But then again, Li Yi didn't seem completely indifferent to her. Compared to her cousin Meng Qingling, Su Xiaohua was definitely the bolder one. Gathering her courage, she opened her chat with Li Yi and, for the first time, took the initiative to ask, Gij, do you think the photos I sent you look good? She tossed her phone aside, but couldn't shake off the anxiety gnawing at her. Ding dong. The special notification tone sounded Li Yi had replied. She curled up under her blanket, hesitating, afraid to look at the screen. What if his reply disappointed her? In the worst-case scenario, even a small issue like this could force her to confront him, and then her whole world might come crashing down. She twisted and turned under the covers, her anxiety crawling restlessly in her chest like a tiny bug. After a long while, she finally picked up her phone and opened the message. Li Yi had only sent back 2 simple replies. Looks good. Love it. A wave of warmth washed over Su Xiaohua, and happiness wrapped around her in an instant. She quickly replied with 3 shy emojis, then couldn't help but type out a string of words. Brother, you're such a tease, such a tease, such a tease, and sent over the photos she had taken that day, feeling completely satisfied. Meanwhile, Meng Qingling lay lazily on her bed in a bathrobe, her hair loose, staring blankly at the ceiling. She had no desire to dance today. Everything felt pointless. Her mood was heavy, her mind racing with countless thoughts. Suddenly, she realized that her so-called titles, the top beauty of Imperial Capital University and the most beautiful troop leader, were nothing but castles in the air. In the face of true talent, they meant very little. The sense of superiority and pride she once felt was built only on the comparison with those weaker than herself. Just then, her phone rang. It was her cousin calling. She answered, her tone slightly cold. What's up? Her cousin's voice came through, playful. Sis, did you message Li Yi in private? Meng Qingling's heart skipped a beat, and she denied it immediately. No, I didn't. Don't make things up. But Su Xiaohua just chuckled mischievously on the other end. Funny, because someone's account, which used to be filled with strategy guides and analyst videos, suddenly has a lot more questionable content. Any idea why? Take a guess? Meng Qingling's face flushed red. She realized, with a pang, that she had forgotten she and her cousin followed each other's accounts. Luckily, social media notifications wouldn't alert others unless her cousin checked herself. There was a long silence from Meng Qingling. Su Xiaohua was in a great mood, thinking to herself how satisfying it was to finally see her cousin at a loss for words. Sis, I just want you to know your real competition isn't me, so there's no need to use your position as troop leader against me anymore. As soon as she finished, the call was cut off. Meng Qingling was both embarrassed and regretful, her face burning with shame. Just then, she received a new message from Su Xiaohua. She opened it to find a screenshot of the chat between Su Xiaohua and Li Yi. Sis, it's up to you. I don't really care either way. After sending the message, Su Xiaohua flopped comfortably onto her bed, a sly glint in her eye. She thought to herself that she was lucky her cousin had always protected her growing up. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found Li Yi's videos so easily. She was starting to enjoy the feeling of having the upper hand, already plotting how to get more leverage on Li Yi and make her cousin squirm a little more. At the same time, Meng Qingling finally gathered her courage to ask Li Yi what he thought of her dancing. It looks great, but Li Yi's reply was brief, but it made her heart sink. She knew he was trying to be tactful. Her dancing was indeed impressive, but maybe too polished, lacking a sense of authenticity. The dance she had performed in the tent that time had more energy and soul. Perfection, it seemed, had come at the cost of spirit. It took Meng Qingling a full 2 hours before she sent another message. Next time, I'll dance for you in person. Li Yi was taken aback, feeling a mix of emotions, but couldn't help smiling at the screen. Brother? He replied. There was something special about Meng Qingling even calling him brother. She managed to sound both unique and charming. Li Yi felt a sudden surge of excitement and replied, Sister. A smile tugged at his lips as his determination flared. He silently promised himself that he would see that special dance again. After realizing his place in the relationship, Li Yi became much more restrained. Fortunately, the Sword Saint, now having advanced to the rank of Emperor, had achieved ultimate control over her body. She deliberately adjusted her tolerance, making sure not to overwhelm Li Yi or leave him with any emotional scars. The next day, Li Yi sent Shun Nanxing walkthroughs for the 15-player normal dungeon, Abomination Slaughterhouse, as well as one 5-player heroic dungeon and two 5-player normal dungeons. Thanks to their efforts, all 100 members of the Wild Thunder Battle Group advanced to the second tier without a single casualty. After 2 days of intensive skill training and gear upgrades, the Wild Thunder Battle Group was fully prepared to push for the next rank. From this point on, Shen Nanxing's extraordinary business truly began to take off. There was a minor incident. Though when Shen Nanxing was about to announce the team's flawless advancement, she was contacted by the authorities. After a thorough discussion, they allowed her to release the video, but only if she made it clear that their success was thanks to the help of the Alien Girls Battle Group. The officials wanted to protect new professionals from rushing into high-level dungeons without understanding the risks, preventing overconfident newcomers from making reckless attempts. Shen Nanxing didn't mind this requirement at all. She knew how crucial outside help had been to their success. Without the special care provided by the Radiant Knight during the Tide of Fiery Waves campaign, a flawless advancement would have been impossible. They would have lost at least 20% of their members. Given that, she was happy to cooperate. Returning once more to the treehouse in Radiant Fortress, Li Yi gently opened the door to Philos' room. The petite girl was sitting cross-legged on the bed, her long hair cascading around her like a waterfall. She was completely absorbed in studying her tabletop game pieces, deep in thought. Last time, Shed lost badly and ended up getting smothered in Li Yi's kisses. When she saw him come in, she flashed a sweet, adorable smile and waved at her partner. Yo! Li Yi walked over, parted her silky hair, and effortlessly lifted her legs over his, settling her comfortably into his lap. Philo tensed up, a hint of alarm in her eyes. But it was too late. Li Yi had already wrapped his arms around her waist and leaned in close to her neck. You smell amazing, Lady Philo, he whispered, taking a deep breath and then another, unable to resist. Are you sure you're not secretly a puppy? Philo, both embarrassed and annoyed, tried to wriggle free but couldn't escape his grasp. Li Yi kept inhaling her scent, his expression earnest. But you're just so cute, Lady Philo. I really can't help myself. What should I do? Her body trembled slightly, and as she felt the sincerity in his words, her heart softened and her cheeks flushed bright red. Li Yi cupped her small face, gazing into her brilliant blue eyes, and said tenderly, Lady Philo, may I have your permission to act without always asking for your permission first? Philo blinked in surprise, a little dazed, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. That's a bit roundabout. I feel like I need to think harder to keep up. Taking advantage of her confusion, Li Yi continued, I miss you every day, Lady Philo. Ever since we parted, I think about you all the time. Her eyes widened slightly, a shy smile blossoming with a trace of happiness. Blushing, she replied, every day? That's a lot. For someone who's long-lived like me, thinking about someone every day is really something special. Clearly flustered and unsure what to do, she finally nodded. Well, I guess I'll say yes then. Philo agreed, still a bit muddled. But she soon realized something was off. This time, Li Yi's kisses were gentle, not as rough as before, and she found herself unaccustomed to the tenderness. Still, she couldn't help but enjoy the sweetness until. It's one thing to nibble my fingers, but my toes? Well, maybe that's not so bad. And then, there was a dull thud as Li Yi was suddenly sent flying by a burst of force, crashing hard onto the floor. You're too much, human. Philos' face was beet red as she quickly put her clothes back on, her expression a complicated mix of emotions as she looked at Li Yi. Li Yi got up, feeling both pain and joy. Fortunately, the little halfling girl was easy to please. Few snacks were all it took to make her happily perch on his shoulders. He handed the materials for the night demon's eye and the mythic staff over to Philo and patiently waited as she began forging. During this time, he gently held Philo's small feet, feeling a rare sense of comfort. Unlike most halflings, her soles didn't have pronounced pads. When relaxed, they were just soft, pink marks. All done. The staff is finished, Philo announced excitedly with a wave of her hand, and the staff landed in Li Yi's palm. It was a meter long, covered in silver patterns, and the two night demons' eyes at the top had transformed into black crystals, entwined together as if each had devoured a part of the other. Li Yi couldn't help but run his hand over the staff's surface, impressed by its smooth, pleasant feel. Thanks to Philo's expert craftsmanship, its attributes were even better than what was shown on the original blueprint, but that wasn't what mattered most to Li Yi. What truly excited him were its spell penetration bonus and the 5 skill points it granted. He invested all 5 points into Lightforged Warrior, bringing the skill to level 18. He also used a Holy Light Weapon enchantment rune on the staff. This time, instead of the usual Radiant Glory effect, it granted Holy Light Swiftness. The effect was tempting. When casting a skill, there was a 30% chance to trigger swiftness, increasing movement speed by 50 for 10 seconds. Li Yi's eyes lit up immediately. This was incredible. If triggered, his total movement speed would reach 167, making it nearly impossible for anyone to catch him. His ability to escape danger had just received a massive boost. Of course, the summoner's best survival skill was still damage transfer, learned at level 31, which redirected a portion of incoming damage to his summoned creatures. At level 27, Li had also acquired Magic Shield. Though this skill was jokingly called the leaky shield among magic users, it was still worth learning when there were no other defensive options available. Thank you, Lady Philo, Li said gratefully, deciding to go easy on her during their next board game session as a token of his appreciation. That night, instead of visiting the Sword Saint's room, Li quietly slipped into Lady Philo's quarters. Suddenly, the room's magical crystal lights flickered on, and Philo hovered in midair, arms akimbo, watching him warily. Why aren't you in the orc girl's room tonight? What are you doing here? She asked, suspicion in her voice. Li looked at her pleadingly. Lady Philo, can I sleep with you tonight? Seeing that the halfling girl was about to refuse, Li quickly added, I've wanted to sleep with Lady Philo for a long time. Philo's brows knitted slightly as she murmured softly, for a long time? Well, that's hard to turn down. She hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. All right, but you can't do anything inappropriate. Don't worry, Lady Philo. I swear I won't do anything bad. Li promised earnestly, then excitedly slipped under the covers, opening his arms to the halfling girl. A faint blush colored Philo's cheeks as she nestled gently into his embrace, her soft back pressing against his chest. The room was dark, and as their eyes adjusted, the faint glow of the radiant fortress's protective barrier filtered through the window, outlining the furniture and the piles of stuffed animals. Li took a deep breath and tightened his arms around her. Philo exuded a gentle, fresh scent that made him want to bury his face in the nape of her neck, greedily inhaling her fragrance as he searched for her lips. When their lips finally met, Philo let out a soft sound. A moment later, Philo pushed his face away, her voice trembling slightly. Didn't you promise Philo you wouldn't do anything bad? Li kissed her again, and after being pushed away, he explained softly. This is just something lovers do, it's not bad at all. Philo felt he was stretching the truth, but she couldn't help thinking he might have a point. Just then, bang, Li was suddenly flung out of the room. Philo hovered in the doorway, hands on her hips, glaring at him. Humans really are too much. How dare you make such requests? Did you think I wouldn't understand? The door slammed shut with a heavy thud, and the sound of the lock being fastened echoed out. Covered in dust, Li picked himself up and sheepishly slipped into the Sword Saint's room. The next morning, Li, looking refreshed, arrived at the doorstep of Captain Catherine's home. To his surprise, even though Catherine had been promoted to captain, her house was extremely modest, a two-story wooden cottage with patched-up walls. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open. Catherine stood there in a fitted long dress, her blonde hair tied up in a bun, her bright face beaming with joy. Welcome, Lord Li. I hope I'm not disturbing you, Li said politely, showing off the manners he had learned at the Radiant Fortress. You're too kind. Please, come in, Catherine said, stepping aside to let him enter. Inside, the house was just as simple as he had expected. At that moment, he noticed 3 furry little heads peeking out from the top of the stairs. Li had always liked well-behaved children, so he smiled and waved. Hello there. As soon as the children realized they'd been spotted, they quickly ducked back upstairs. Are those your younger siblings? Li asked curiously. Catherine looked to be only in her early 20s. While girls in the abyssal world often married and had children young, she hardly seemed old enough to be a mother. They're my children, Catherine replied with a smile. Seeing Li's surprise, she quickly explained. They're orphans I adopted. Do you remember the villages along Lake Senna that were wiped out by the dark-fin mermen? Li nodded, then realized. They're the survivors from that village? Catherine nodded gently. While clearing the battlefield after the war, I found them hiding in a cellar and brought them back to the fortress. The children were huddled in a corner, their eyes filled with both fear and hope. But when Catherine mentioned that the orphanage at the fortress was already overcrowded, she didn't hesitate to take these children in herself. Catherine, you are truly kind, Li said sincerely. Catherine shook her head, a hint of worry flickering in her eyes. Your Grace, kindness alone can't solve the real problem. She pointed to the insignia on her uniform. Even after being promoted to garrison commander, my life is still a struggle. What pains me even more is that the children growing up in the orphanage are destined to become dung workers, cleaners, servants, or even serfs. Her gaze grew resolute and passionate. I don't want their futures to be limited by their birth. I want to create a different kind of orphanage, one where these children have more than just shelter, but also the same opportunities to grow as any other child. She looked directly at Li, her eyes earnest. I come from a farming family, so it's hard for me to gain the acceptance of the upper class. That's why I hope to rely on your influence, and I ask for your generous support. As soon as she finished speaking, Li's system interface suddenly popped up with a prompt. Legendary quest triggered, Rise of the Scarlet Crusaders. Accept? The name of the quest made Li pause. Wasn't this just about building an orphanage? Why would it be linked to the Scarlet Crusaders? He hesitated. Legendary quests were extremely rare and offered generous rewards, but their difficulty was also daunting. He recalled Catherine's bravery during the battle. Her fearless charge against the Scourge Mammoth people was still vivid in his mind. Someone like her surely wouldn't do anything evil, right? After careful consideration, Li Yi chose to accept the quest. The system immediately displayed Quest: Rise of the Scarlet Crusaders, Act 1, Orphanage of War, Progress 0. Catherine, I fully support your vision and will do everything I can to help. Li Yi promised solemnly. A bright smile lit up Catherine's face. Thank you, Your Grace Li Yi. May the holy light always watch over you. She then explained her plan in detail. Tomorrow's Grace Festival Ball would be the perfect opportunity to meet the upper class and raise funds for the orphanage. However, as a commoner, she needed Li Yi to introduce her. This request put Li Yi in a difficult position. He had always disliked excessive formalities, and he was especially averse to the rigid class system of the Lorentz Empire, where slavery still existed. Coming from a modern society that had abolished feudalism for over 100 years, he instinctively rejected such an outdated social structure. Don't be fooled by the shining armor and pious faces of the so-called Knights of the Light. They preach compassion and holiness, but when it comes to wielding a slaver's whip, they don't hesitate for a second. This is exactly why Lady Philo despises the light, just as she says. Perhaps the light itself is blameless, but those who claim to follow it are only human after all. Faced with this group of stubborn, old-fashioned nobles, Li Yi massaged his temples, trying to figure out how to complete his task. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. How about we host a charity auction? He suggested. Catherine blinked in confusion. Your Grace Li Yi, what's a charity auction? The term was completely foreign to her. Li Yi gave a concise explanation. Catherine's eyes immediately lit up. Your Grace, that's a fantastic idea. The nobles will surely be generous. But then she frowned again. But what exactly would we auction? Without another word, Li Yi began taking out pieces of equipment he had obtained from earlier dungeons. Over 20 pieces of epic gear, more than 30 rare items, including the heirloom staff of Mentor Llewellyn. Among these second-tier items, only the epic gear still held significant value. The rare equipment was basically worth next to nothing. Given his current wealth, using them to complete a quest was hardly worth mentioning. Catherine stared, her mouth agape at the pile of equipment. The quality was so high that even without an auction, they could fetch a handsome price. Through their conversation, Li Yi realized just how precious gear was in this world inside the abyssal dungeon. It made sense upon reflection. Here, all equipment had to be painstakingly crafted, unlike his own world, where gear could simply drop from dungeons. As for why there were no resellers, there were 3 reasons. First, without enough reputation, it was nearly impossible to earn a trading license. Second, dungeon currency was of limited use to professionals. And third, professionals were reluctant to part with their hard-earned gear and rarely sold it to NPCs. After all, solo players able to keep all their loot for themselves were extremely rare. The two of them immediately began planning the details of the auction for the next evening. With a better plan in place, there was no need to practice dancing any longer. At that moment, Li Yi looked up and noticed 3 little heads peeking around the corner. He beckoned them over, but the children quickly ducked out of sight. Come on down, His Grace wants to see you, Catherine called out, raising her voice. A moment later, 2 blonde boys and a green-haired girl timidly made their way down the stairs, keeping close to the wall. Li Yi took out 3 desserts, and the sweet aroma quickly filled the air. Come here, little ones. Big brother has a treat for you. The 3 children stared longingly at the desserts, but hesitated to approach. So Li Yi handed the treats to Catherine to give out. Upon receiving them, the children respectfully offered a bite to Catherine first. After she took a small taste from each, their faces broke into smiles, and they began to eat, savoring the treats with care. What are your names? Li Yi asked. One of the blonde boys, with bold brows and big eyes, puffed out his chest. Arthas Minidar. Swallowing the last bite of dessert, he announced with determination, when I grow up, I'll wipe out the Scourge Legion once and for all. Another blonde boy, introverted by nature, was named Uther Lightbringer. Li Yi was surprised. That sounds like a surname, right? Ordinary villagers wouldn't have a name like that. Noticing his confusion, Catherine softly explained, most villagers don't have surnames. Only in formal settings do they use their profession or religious faith as a surname. Li Yi suddenly understood taking Lightbringer as a surname signified Uther's devout faith in the holy light. Li Yi's gaze then fell on the last persona, little girl with long green hair. Her ears were pointed and slightly elongated. Li Yi wondered, is she a half-elf? He couldn't tell whether her elven blood came from her father or mother. Perhaps both parents were half-elves. The girl seemed shy and, under Catherine's encouraging look, she spoke softly, Im Sylvanas listening wind. Li Yi's eyes lit up. Her father must be an elf. Catherine smiled and praised her. Sylvanas is incredibly talented. With a bow. She's sure to become an outstanding ranger one day. After saying goodbye to them, Li Yi made his way to the newly rebuilt Radiant Fortress to meet with Grand Lord Mutolini. Mutolini readily agreed to attend the charity auction the following evening. Sir Li Yi, I am truly honored by your invitation. Your kindness is admirable. May the holy light always protect you. the Grand Lord said sincerely. Li Yi, however, couldn't help but smirk. How could someone who allowed so many orphans to suffer dare to call himself kind? Still, Li Yi understood that the world of the abyssal dungeon had its own rules, and there was only so much he could say. It was a pity that Kashu Jiman was away at the front lines and couldn't attend the charity auction. If both of those experts had been present, the event would have been even more lively. The next day was the celebration of Grace Day. That evening, the auction took place as planned. With Mutilinus attendance, the auction's status was elevated, drawing in many nobles and dignitaries. Everyone was curious about Li Yi, the honorary lord blessed by the holy light, and nearly every notable figure in the fortress was present. During the auction, hands shot up as people competed to bid, their voices ringing out one after another. In no time, all the equipment was sold, and the proceeds far exceeded Li Yi and Catherine's expectations, even doubling what they had hoped for. Li Yi didn't have a clear sense of their currency's value, but seeing Catherine's excitement, it was obviously a significant amount. Li Yi checked his task progress and saw it had reached 50. As long as Catherine could finish building the orphanage, the rest of the progress would likely be completed. After spending a night in the treehouse, Li Yi said farewell to the tide of flame and set out on a new journey of growth with Lai Yu. Within a few days, they both reached level 20. After the swordmaster advanced to the emperor rank, she received 300 attribute points per level. Over 5 levels, she allocated all 20 skill points to Way of the Swordmaster, raising it to level 37. Li Yi had good luck, earning 3 skill points, and with the 4 more from leveling up, his Lightforged Warrior skill reached level 25. Most exciting of all, he finally learned the advanced version of the Energy Star Shot Energy Burst. The Star Shot, once the size of a fist, now grew to the size of a basketball, tripling its base power. Eager to test it out, Li Yi jumped into a 5-player adventure-level dungeon. Thanks to his Lightforged Warrior's strong defense and the massive output from the Energy Burst, he soloed a hero-level dungeon without special mechanics with ease. However, when facing a 15-person adventure-level raid, he could still solo it, but the process was extremely slow. The Lightforged Warrior's defense could withstand almost any attack, but using the Energy Burst would cause aggro issues and become very dangerous, so he had to rely on his defenses and whittle down the enemies carefully. Li Yi quickly messaged Meng Qingling, ready to advance to Tier 3. While the Skycloud battle group was assembling and making preparations, Li Yi sat in front of his computer, fingers flying across the keyboard as he searched for information on the Abyss Dungeon, Fall of the Night Emperor. The screen displayed details showing that this dungeon had a history spanning 200 years. Aside from the entrance at the border between the Flame Nation and the Yado Nation, there were 3 other entry points scattered around the world, meaning that once inside, they would inevitably encounter professionals from other countries. Within the dungeon, 2 major factions existed, the Nightborn Resistance and the Sacred Judgment Vanguard. Li Yi narrowed his eyes, carefully reading the descriptions of both groups. At present, these 2 powers had joined forces against the Empire of Night, so they were not enemies to each other. Upon entering the Abyss, players had to choose a side and assist them in defeating the evil armies of the Night Empire. Li Yi clicked on the detailed information for the Sacred Judgment Vanguard and raised his eyebrows in surprise. It turned out this organization belonged to the Holy Light faction, but its composition was quite complex. The main force was the Holy Order, but it also included the Radiant Knights, the Royal Vanguard, and warriors from the Free Alliance, among others. Radiant Knights? Li Yi's eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed again. Too bad I can't choose the Holy Light faction, he muttered with a hint of regret. Switching to another page, Li Yi searched for special items that could enhance his Energy Bomb skill, namely, Active Shadow Essence, which primarily came from the Nightborn Resistance. Even more precious was the Active Shadow Flame Essence, unique to this faction. He continued reading about the Nightborn Resistance and learned that they were an uprising force within the Night Empire, fighting against tyranny. If they can cooperate with the Holy Light faction, maybe their cause is somewhat justified, Li Yi pondered. However, what puzzled him was the lack of detailed information about the Nightborn Resistance. Only brief introductions were available, with nothing in depth. In sharp contrast, the Sacred Judgment Vanguard was thoroughly documented online, with abundant guides and strategies. Li Yi frowned, tapping his fingers on the desk. Everyone seems to pick the Vanguard. Is the Resistance not worth it? He wondered. Or maybe players just aren't comfortable dealing with the Nightborn. According to the information, the Night Empire was located in the underground world and built by various dark races. While these races weren't inherently evil, their odd natures often led to their rejection by surface dwellers. In comparison, the leadership of the Sacred Judgment Vanguard mostly followed the Holy Light, and their NPCs were closer to humans in both appearance and profession, making them more approachable for players. Li Yi closed the files, unconcerned. The fall of the Night Emperor has existed for 3 centuries. If there were real issues with the Nightborn Resistance, they would have come to light by now. Most likely, they're just unpopular. Before heading off for his promotion, Li Yi made a point to visit the Tides of Flame, where he rescheduled his meeting with Lord Philo, promising to return a few days later. He explained, the entry mechanism for Fall of the Night Emperor is different from other Abyss dungeons. Professionals below Tier 6 can only enter once per month, and the campaign lasts over 5 days. The participant cap is a staggering 10,000. Philo graciously expressed her understanding, but before Lee left, she still didn't let him off the hook for her storm inhalation. Western Flame Nation, Night Emperor Base. Lee joined up with more than 60 members of the Sky Cloud battle group. Once inside the Abyss dungeon, since everyone would be on the same side, there was no need to form parties. Mr. Lee, this is Meng Qingling and Su Xiaowo were both stunned into silence as soon as they saw Lai Yu. She's so tall and beautiful, they exclaimed in awe. How can someone have such a delicate face? That flawless, devilish figure came into view, long legs and a slender waist outlining a breathtaking golden ratio, as if she had stepped straight out of a comic book. Every movement she made radiated the poise of a grandmaster, exuding an imperial aura so commanding that both people present instinctively felt the overwhelming pressure of a high-ranking leader. Even as women themselves, Meng Qingling and Su Xiaowo couldn't help but feel their hearts race, a deep sense of awe welling up inside them. Lai Yu, my lover, Li Yi introduced casually, slipping his arm naturally around the Sword Saint's slender waist. This scene left Meng Qingling and Su Xiaowo pale with shock. Only now did they realize just how powerful the opponent they'd faced earlier truly was. Is this elder sister also a member of the Alien Girls Battle Corps? Someone asked cautiously. Li Yi nodded in confirmation. The other members of the Yun Kong battle group widened their eyes. This was the second member of the Alien Girls Battle Corps they had seen. But they only dared to steal a quick glance before hastily looking away, because, at such close range, the oppressive aura from this woman seemed to reach right into their souls. However, the other professionals at the Night Emperor base weren't so discreet. Quite a few, upon seeing this tall woman, recklessly cast their identification skills on her. Lai Yu's sharp sword sense picked up on these offenses instantly, and a cold gleam flashed in her eyes. Though she was always gentle and affectionate with Li Yi, at her core, she was fiercely proud. Imperial dignity could not be violated. Sensing the Sword Saint's shift in mood, Li Yi tensed witnessed firsthand how ferocious Lai Yu could be in battle. Sure enough, Lai Yu let out a soft snort and stopped suppressing her imperial aura. In an instant, a sharp, overwhelming presence swept through the crowd. Thud after thud, the sound of people dropping to their knees echoed throughout the area. Every single person present trembled uncontrollably, a wave of fear taking hold of them. Those above the third tier barely managed to stand, but the third-tier professionals couldn't resist and collapsed to the ground. Don't be angry, big sister. Let it go, let it go. Li Yi quickly tried to calm her down. Only then did the Sword Saint's expression soften and her aura retract. The professionals who had knelt hurriedly scrambled to their feet, faces flushed red as they slipped away to the corners. They deserved it, a fourth-tier professional sneered. You can't just use identification on people whenever you want. Consider that a lesson. The Yun Kong battle group watched the entire scene in stunned silence. This member of the Alien Girls Battle Corps was far stronger than they had ever imagined. Was she hiding a unique class, or was her level simply off the charts? Everyone was left guessing. Usually lively, Su Xiaowo now stood quietly to the side, not even daring to look at Li Yi. It took Meng Qingling a long while to calm the turbulence in her heart. Over 2 hours later, staff checked the registration list, confirmed that the number had reached 2,500, and then opened the dungeon's protective barrier. The Fall of the Night Emperor, the Howling Wind Pass. Li Yi and the members of the Yun Kong battle group stepped out of the dungeon's teleportation gate. Before them stretched a massive mountain plaza, large enough to hold tens of thousands of people. An oppressive silence hung over the area. Li looked up at the dim sky. Through layers of mist, he could just make out an endless expanse of black stone high above, hundreds of meters in the air, spreading out like a tide of darkness ready to consume everything. Tiny bioluminescent creatures floated in the air, glowing faintly like spores. Almost all the light in the plaza came from them. Just then, a flash of brilliant light caught Li Yi's eye. He followed it and felt a jolt of surprise nearby. A grand and radiant encampment stood tall in the plaza. At its center hung a massive crystal, shining with holy light that illuminated everything around it. But what drew everyone's attention most was the entrance to the camp. There stood a tall woman, nearly 1.9 meters, dressed in a white holy robe, with a pair of pure white wings on her back. She had golden hair and smiled gently at the crowd of adventurers. Her skin was flawless, as clear as ice and snow. Her face was strikingly beautiful, and her pale blue eyes were deep and pure, like a tranquil lake. A halo spun slowly above her head, golden and white light intertwining and flowing down her wings, casting a dazzling glow all around her. Li stared in disbelief. An angel? He wondered to himself. He wasn't the only one. Nearly everyone who saw the angel was momentarily stunned, then quickly filled with awe. The knights and priests with Western features were especially moved. Many were brought to tears, dropping to one knee, crossing their hands over their chests, and praying devoutly. Even the knights and priests from Yin country were visibly moved, though less dramatic, and an awkward mood spread among them. The Westerners' display left them at a loss, and in the end, they could only bow respectfully, silently cursing, "What's gotten into these crazy foreigners?" Meng Qingling composed herself and quietly moved to Li Yi's side. In a low voice, she said, "If I'm not mistaken, that should be the leader of the Saint Judgment Vanguard, the Holy Angel, Zeluify, Light of Healing. But according to the information, she should be stationed in the City of Holy Blessings. Why is she here to greet us?" Li Yi's eyes lit up in understanding. No wonder she's so radiant. She's a hero-level unit, a faction leader. But between her and the Judgment Priest from Radiant Fortress, who's stronger? As they spoke, the crowd of adventurers began moving toward the encampment, clearly intending to join the Saint Judgment Vanguard. Meng Qingling continued, "Mr. Li, while the drop rate for active shadow essence is higher with the Nightborn resistance, we can still trade enough materials and Nightborn NPCs for it. We should go with the majority and join the Saint Judgment Vanguard. With your Stone Giant Summon's holy attribute, you'll definitely be popular with their NPCs." Li glanced around, puzzled. Why don't I see anyone from the Nightborn resistance? He scanned the plaza until his eyes settled on a dim corner. Meng Qingling pointed that way, and Li Yi finally noticed a few small, gray-skinned dark goblins huddled together, dressed in rags and looking emaciated, dozing in a heap. If not for the subtle rise and fall of their chests, he might have thought they were dead. This is just pitiful, Li Yi thought to himself. These little guys were probably tossed here just to make up the numbers, Meng Qingling whispered, her tone tinged with helplessness. Suddenly, a gasp rippled through the crowd. Li Yi heard something like the tinkling of wind chimes, followed by a breath of fresh floral scent. Instinctively, he turned and was stunned by what he saw. The holy angel now stood right in front of him, barely half a meter away. Damn, that light is blinding. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he could barely keep his eyes open. This was the first thought that crossed Li Yi's mind. The angel before him seemed to glow from head to toe, from her cascading hair and fair skin to her pure, radiant robes. Every part of her shimmered with a gentle light. In the dim surroundings, she stood out brilliantly, like a living beacon. The professionals present gasped in unison, then stared at Li Yi in shock. The white knights and priests were especially stricken. Their devotion to the holy light was unwavering. Yet the esteemed angel hadn't spared them a glance, instead appearing specifically before a young man from Yin country. Who was this youth? The members of the Yun Kong battle group were just as stunned at first, but quickly regained their composure and stepped aside to give the pair some space. By now, they were almost used to it. This teammate of theirs always managed to create the most astonishing scenes. Soon, someone noticed the Imperial University emblem on the Yun Kong members' uniforms and recalled the recent viral video about the summoner of the exotic girls battle group. Taking in Li Yi's appearance, more people began to exclaim, "He's the summoner from that group." Images of the sacred stone golem from the video immediately flashed through everyone's minds. Could the angel's arrival be connected to that golem? But no matter how powerful a summoned beast was, it seemed unlikely to draw the personal attention of a faction leader. Sylphie, the light of healing, smiled with the warmth of the sun. "Adventurer from another world, blessed by the holy light, I sensed your arrival and came to greet you personally. Welcome to the dark abyss." Li Yi asked in surprise, "You can sense where I am?" The angel's gentle smile never faltered, as if she noticed his unease. "The holy light offers only vague guidance. There's no need for concern. Your arrival is a blessing for the city of Sanctuary. Need your help." Li Yi hesitated. His goal was to obtain active shadow essence, and if possible, the even rarer active shadow flame essence, a valuable item only available during the Tier 3 promotion campaign. If he missed this chance, there might not be another. But if he followed the angel, there was a possibility he could further strengthen his light-forged warrior. It was just a guess, and what he might gain remained uncertain. Still, one thing was clear. Joining the angel would almost certainly guarantee his promotion to Tier 3. As Li Yi weighed his options, the angel suddenly turned toward a specific direction. Everyone followed her gaze and spotted a graceful figure outlined in the shadows of the stone wall, with a pair of jet-black wings unfurled behind her. A glowing insect perched nearby, its faint light illuminating the upper left side of her face and revealing a pair of cold, golden eyes fixed intently on the angel. The professionals quickly recognized the newcomer's identity. Instinctively, they wanted to back away, but remembering that these two hadn't clashed in centuries, they forced themselves to hold their ground. The angel's warm smile remained unchanged. "It's been a long time." Li Yi curiously studied the figure cloaked in shadow. This must be the leader of the Night-born resistance, the princess of the Night Empire, and the vampire princess Lemonia Yeo. Judging from the reactions of the professionals around him, it seemed his guess was correct. Lemonia Nightshade's entire figure was hidden in the shadows, making it impossible to see her clearly. She was about the same height as the angelic lady, but her frame was even more slender. After her golden eyes swept over Li Yi for a moment, her form slowly retreated. With a silent beat of her massive wings, she disappeared into the dark night sky, vanishing without a trace. The angel withdrew her gaze from the night sky and turned to Li Yi, a gentle smile appearing on her lips. Adventurer, would you join me in traveling to the city of Sanctuary? Her invitation instantly stirred up a strong reaction among the surrounding professionals. Their eyes shone with unconcealed envy, especially the paladins and priests, whose faces were flushed with jealousy. To be personally invited by a faction leader, what an honor that was. Most professionals rarely even caught a glimpse of a faction leader, so it was no wonder that some of them were moved to tears at the sight of the angel. Li Yi stood still, his brow furrowed. After struggling inwardly for a moment, he finally sighed. Lady Zilliafai, I'm sorry, but I can't go with you to the city of Sanctuary. There's something I want even more with the Nightborn resistance. The area fell instantly silent. Everyone stared at Li Yi in disbelief, as if he had just uttered something outrageous. He actually refused the angel's invitation and chose to go to that grim Nightborn resistance instead? Meng Qingling panicked, forgetting for a moment that the angel was right there. She hurried to Li Yi's side, her voice full of anxiety. Mr. Li, there aren't even written guides for the advancement battles with the Nightborn resistance. If you go, you'll have to rely entirely on your own wits. Please, don't act on impulse. The Abyss dungeons are nothing like regular hero level ones. They're far too dangerous. Her voice trembled slightly as she continued. Everyone depends on the advantage of large teams and the help of NPCs to clear these. No one can do it alone. No matter how strong Li Yi was compared to other professionals in the real world, there was still a huge gap between him and the NPCs. The difference in level alone was insurmountable, not to mention the uncertainty of whether there were any reliable NPCs on the Nightborn resistance side. Li Yi gave a small, confident smile, his eyes shining with determination. My mind's made up. You don't need to try to talk me out of it. Don't worry, you'll clear it successfully. Su Xiaohua immediately stepped forward. Then we'll go with you, brother. The other members of the Yun Kong squad nodded in agreement, all eager to join him. But Li Yi shook his head firmly. No, you should stick with the main group. Don't worry about my safety. With the sword saint by his side, he truly didn't have much to fear. If even Lai Wei couldn't resolve a problem, extra help from other professionals wouldn't make a difference. Besides, bringing the Yun Kong squad along might only complicate things. The two sisters looked hopefully at Zilliafai, silently pleading for the angel to persuade Li Yi to change his mind. A hint of regret flickered across Zillifa's face, but she quickly regained her composure. Adventurer, since you've made your decision, I respect your choice. She stepped forward gracefully, her delicate, fair hand gently lifting Li Yi's. She placed 2 potions in his palm. The angel's touch was warm and soft, filling Li Yi with a profound sense of peace and tranquility. Adventurer, these are 2 tier 3 potions, one for health restoration and one for enhanced defense. I hope they help you. A collective gasp swept through the crowd of onlookers, their eyes filled with shock as if their minds had stopped working. Is there even any justice left in the world? Someone muttered under their breath, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. It was already impressive enough to receive a personal invitation from the faction leader, but she had even offered him a gift and extremely rare potion. And not just any potion, but one crafted personally by an NPC. Li Yi stared at the 2 crystal-clear vials in his hand, utterly stunned. Sister Angel, Sylphie Light of Healing wasn't just her name, but a well-earned title. Among the Holy Church angels, she was a formidable force and an exceptional alchemist. The potions she made were leagues above anything a regular alchemist could produce. In a sense, these 2 vials were equivalent to having 2 extra lives. Not far away, the Europeans stood watching, eyes red with envy, nearly driven mad by jealousy. They glared at Li Yi, seething with anger. Damn that Yin Kingdom player. He actually touched the angel's holy hand. Since entering this instance, Lady Angel hasn't even glanced at us. What's so special about that Yin Kingdom heretic that he deserves such favor from her? Thank you, Lady Sylphie. Li Yi replied calmly, his tone indifferent, as if had just received a trivial gift. Seeing this, the Europeans were beside themselves with rage, wishing they could rush over and give Li Yi a beating. In their eyes, his attitude was outrageously disrespectful. Receiving such a life-saving gift from the angel was an act of immense grace, one that deserved a lifetime of gratitude, not such nonchalance. The angel gently let go of Li Yi's hand, giving him a warm smile. Farewell, adventurer. The city of holy blessings will always welcome you. She then turned to Lai Yu, who stood beside Li Yi, and reminded her, please take good care of yourself. Although Sylphie couldn't quite read this tall woman's background, her sharp intuition told her that Lai Yu was no ordinary person. The sword master simply nodded. Naturally, she would do everything in her power to protect her master. With a powerful beat of her wings, Sylphie soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of radiant light. On the platform, the other adventurers, led by the Holy Judgment Vanguard soldiers, began making their way grandly toward the city of holy blessings. Mr. Li, please be careful, and put your safety first. Meng Qingling urged sincerely. Su Xiaobo waved her little hand. Big brother Li Yi, take care of yourself. Both of them looked back repeatedly as they followed the main group away. Li Yi remained where he was, nodding calmly as he watched them leave. It wasn't until everyone had disappeared from sight that Li Yi suddenly snapped out of his daze, his calm facade crumbling in an instant. Damn, this is seriously freaky, he thought in shock. After being touched by the angel, had fallen into a state of complete detachment. For nearly 20 minutes, he hadn't even thought about the swordmaster or Lord Philo. Hurry, hold me, Li Yi said urgently. Though a bit puzzled, Li Yu did as he asked, wrapping him in her arms. Li Yi held onto the swordmaster's neck and pressed his lips to hers. It was a long, lingering kiss before they finally broke apart. He let out a deep breath, feeling alive again. Li Yi secretly felt relieved that he hadn't chosen to join the Holy Judgment Vanguard. If had lost interest in the swordmaster, that would have been even worse than dying. Meanwhile, a few Night King goblins from the Night Clan resistance were still fast asleep. The earlier commotion hadn't woken them at all. Hello, I'd like to join the Night Clan resistance. Li Yi called out a few times, but still couldn't wake them. Li Yu arched an eyebrow and released a trace of her imperial aura. Instantly, the 4 goblins jolted awake, trembling in fear. Forgive us. We're sorry, they wailed, bursting into tears. One of them was so terrified it actually pulled out a small knife and tried to stab itself in the neck. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.